Chapter 63. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Glad to see many of the reviews seeming to enjoy it more now that we're in the final stages. A few of you have spoken Emily. Many of you see her manipulate Atticus, but you don't really seem to speak off all the good things she does for him. Atticus is kind of neurotic at times, he gets lost in his thoughts and almost tries to argue himself out of things he knows needs to be done. As one of the reviewers mentioned, Atticus would have gone alone without Emily calling bullshit on that. They aren't a perfect relationship, but they are young. Very young, and two people who improve each other, or make each other worse depending on how you will see it, as time goes on. People change as they age, and Emily is no different, especially considering the influences she has in her life. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Break. 24th of March 1943, Beerenberg, Norwegian island of Jan Mayen. De Gaulle POV. As he exited the telltale swirl of the part8, he immediately felt the dramatic difference in temperature. A gush nearby told him his companions had arrived, but he was far too distracted by the Arctic temperatures that threatened to freeze his extremities off. He brought his wand and twisted it around him. Stark temperature mellowed out into ambient room temperature, and he sighed in contentment before his eyes fell upon the sights before him. Glaciers covered the geography before him. The peaks of the highest point of this island were ice-covered, though ridges of rock were discernible in the few points that it was not covered in ice and snow. It looked as if it had been untouched for millennia, untold, forgotten in history, and never once thought about. It was a dead place, to life and to the earth itself, not unlike a log floating aimlessly in the rivers of jungles, watching life and time pass it by. Until it no longer was, like as to how the log that everyone believed it to be showed itself to be a crocodile, too late for anyone or anything to notice until its jaws were around your neck, deep jagged teeth latching onto your flesh, sinking into your bones until it choked you of life. Granted, Beerenberg was not the most impressive volcano. It erupted frequently enough, relatively speaking, but its scale of eruptions were mild in comparison to the potential such a volcano should have held. He readjusted his glasses on his face. It was unfortunate that it could not be adequately wielded to cause what they had been thinking of causing. The devastation a powerful volcano could have wrought would have helped their quest in reducing the animal population of Europe. Ah, what ifs, Wendy, he said aloud, his voice slightly echoing in the dead silent morning. What ifs, and if only rule my world. How much better off would we all be if those could have been turned into something more positive? He sighed dramatically before he turned towards his companions. Wendy the Wendigo was a lumbering creature, one that loomed even as it stood stark still, its soft breathing the only noise that discerned that it was even remotely alive, even as it looked at him with dead, cold red eyes. I should have made you a little bit more animate, he muttered himself before he looked down at the floating black rectangular box, a gleam entering his eyes. I suppose I'll have the opportunity with something else. A slow toothy smile filled his face. They traveled alongside the flat surface of the volcanic island before they came across the mountainous ridge at the southern part. Scoria craters and trachytic domes dominated the landscape until a pass between 2 ice-covered ridges revealed itself. They passed through it, descending down. Stark crystalline ice structures clung onto the walls of the pass, glittering with red stars as a result from the light of the torch he conjured on this journey of theirs. They reached a long cavernous tunnel that merged with the end of the pass, and as they traveled down, ice no longer coated the walls. Wet drips echoed loudly as the heat of the slumbering volcano could be felt. Do you feel that, Wendy? His voice echoed like a chime in the wind. The heat, nature's furnace, he said with a flourish. Wendy's low breathing remained unchanged, her footsteps were as silent as ever. They finally arrived at a set of stone doors. The intricate runes that adorned it was of his own design. And, my dear Wendy, he said dramatically as he made a cut on his palm and planted onto the stone doors. The doors alighted with a red glow before, with a gush of cool air, opened, permitting him and his companions into its gloried halls. It is time to create something wonderfully awful. He turned back to Wendy, a large grin on his face that might have appeared to others as manic, as insane. De Gaulle turned around and walked past the doors. The building he was in was huge. The ceiling was high, as tall as 3-storied buildings, whilst it was as spacious as several manor houses. The large base came alive as torches grew flames, bright red and white, that touched the very edges of the huge space. The walls were grey, made of grey rock transfigured from cooled magma that insulated the base from the skin-melting heat that lied just behind those walls. Runes covered each wall to aid in that protection, to keep it cool and allow the air to circulate from within the large chamber. No one knew of this base of his, a sanctuary he created in his early days of associating with Grindelwald. At the time, he had been suspicious of the success of Grindelwald's endeavors despite the promising swelling of their numbers, and as such made sure that he had a home away from home, so to speak. And it seemed like it had been a good decision on his part, he thought smugly before he began to frown, his thoughts turning unpleasant. He had not expected Grindelwald to lose, never like that. He had been in one of the bases in Belgium, experimenting on a few of the captives from one of the battles, attempting to further his understanding of the human form as always until he was rudely interrupted by a message from one of his assistants who was tasked to bring him the corpse of Credence Barebones. His lips curled downward as his fingers twitched. Grindelwald had been unwilling to allow him to experiment on Barebones alive, for some inexplicable reason. Truly, why he did not want him to experiment on his obscurial parasite, I don't know. He shook his head. They made so much progress when it came to the obscurus parasite, to the point that they could actually make it recede. What a discovery that had been, one that would have earned many accolades had he been published. They would all have had to acknowledge my genius then, he muttered to himself before he looked behind him. Come Wendy, bring him over there. He pointed towards the cold metal mortuary table. There were no other rooms, merely one large chamber that contained all that he needed. On the north side there were of course all of his books that he managed to collect over the years. Laboratories on the left side with the latest muggle and magical equipment, whilst on the right side were the cold storages where he kept particular samples that he wanted to play around with, to see what made them tick, and there were about 60 specimens, all healthy, waiting for him to use them as he saw fit. And of course there were several mortuary tables. Wendy brought the black box over towards that side of the base, his eyes carefully following the path of the black box behind his glasses. Who knew that this would befall you, my dear friend? De Gal's calculating eyes gleamed whilst something dark passed behind those eyes of his. The message of his assistant had been short, that ICW reinforcements had come and claimed that Grindelwald was battling against Sayer and that it was unlike anything he'd seen before. It made him intensely curious, as his assistant had been following Grindelwald for some time, to ensure that he would be there when the corpse of Barebones was available. He would have seen a lot of powerful displays of magic, and yet he had never seemed so odd. He had no interest of fighting, he was not a fighter at heart, even if he was adequate, and so had operated far from the battlefield with Wendy and Iko, but close enough to see in the far distance the great magical struggle between two veritable titans. It was life-defining. He had known Grindelwald was powerful, but not to that scale. You have been holding out on me, my dear friend, De Gaulle mused aloud before he flicked his wand. When the black casket arrived by the mortuary table, the top cover creaked open before he vanished it away. And what he had seen next? That boy was everything he wished to achieve with his studies. That boy was the culmination of all that could be for their people, and De Gaulle was envious beyond words. How dare that boy achieve what I have tried to do all my life? He seethed, his hands shaking from the fury he felt. He had sacrificed so much, even parts of himself, for the good of their kind, to learn all there was so that they could reach heights of gods. And yet, this Hades-damned child managed to do something that had been out of his grasp for all these decades. Even from that distance, nearly 5 kilometers away, he felt the sheer power exuded from him when he nearly destroyed Grindelwald. No child will surpass me like that, he muttered to himself as he lifted Grindelwald from the black rectangular box onto the metal slab table, his critical eyes falling onto his leader. The more powerful you are, the greater the hubris, don't you think, Wendy? He said aloud, not sparing a look to his undead creation. Grindelwald had believed himself untouchable, believing no one could defeat him, and as such believed his plans would come to fruition with time. He came closer to the table until he was on the right side. A field of magic surrounded Grindelwald, one that kept him in indefinite stasis. A good thing too, considering the state of the man. His eyes fell upon Grindelwald's left arm until he looked towards his hand. 3 long cracked prongs protruded from the thin blackened charred skin that looked like they could fall off from the slightest of breezes. De Gal's eyes went towards Grindelwald's body. The same blackened charred skin covered every inch of his body, even his extremities and face, to the point that even a mummified corpse looked in better condition than this barely alive man. His lips were gone and revealed blackened teeth in places where they had still remained. Ears and nose were just as gone, a grim visage that made it apparent that he was closer to being a corpse than he was alive. Grindelwald's right arm was merely gone, a stump above the elbow was all that remained of his wand arm. You've made a mess of things, dear old friend, De Gaulle said in a quiet voice, his expression neutral, one that was cracking with every second that passed. You've been a fool, and though you should bear the consequences of your failure, like any respectable magical, I however cannot abide by your death. With Grindelwald dead, he would be forced once more to go underground, and he would be hunted down like an animal, not having the benefits of being unknown as he once did in his early career. This was as certain as the change of seasons. And that could not be allowed to come to pass. You promised me a life of unimpeded research, Gellert. His eyes gleamed darkly, his temper rising. You will give me that, you owe me that. His words almost finished in a growl before he breathed out deeply, settling his growing rage into a slow slumbering volcano. Even Iko died for your crusade, he said with a look towards Wendy, a look of indignation on his face. The boy killed his precious Iko as if it was nothing, the bastard. Did he not know the effort that it took to make him? He looked back at Grindelwald and stepped closer, his face leaning inward, just above the stasis field. You're lucky I was there and not one of your other friends. De Gaulle smiled insanely, his eyes gleaming with darkness. He did not inform the other comrades of Grindelwald's survival. They would have seen him and consigned him as a dead man and probably turned him in return for leniency from the ICW. That would not do. Not even that bitch Rosier would be willing to do what is necessary. De Gaulle turned around and pointed his wand towards his books and with a flick, levitated several of those books towards him. Grindelwald was beyond conventional healing, he had found that out before they had arrived here. Whatever that magic was that Sayer had cast, resisted all magical healing, even the more obscure healing spells that were darker in nature. Grindelwald should not be alive, it was miraculous he remained alive, especially in this, reduced pitiful form. His magic was fighting the magic that Sayer had cast, in a way that was parasitic. To nearly use all of his life force like this he muttered to himself whilst he readjusted his glasses. Grindelwald was an expert in necromancy and in black magic, surpassing even his knowledge when it came to the more esoteric nature of those branches. His depleted magic was somehow feeding upon his life force to keep him alive, shortening the life he had left even more whilst paradoxically keeping him alive long enough for de Gaulle to do what he needed to do. Life force was finite, a fixed maximum, a fundamental rule of existence though it could be bent. Even phoenixes were ruled by this fundamental rule, their constant cycle of death and rebirth adhered to this rule, they aged and they died and were reborn, a method of propagation of life that was uniquely theirs. However, they paid for that price by being burning out, and de Gaulle was certain that no phoenix was ever the same once it was reborn. There were ways of replenishing your life force, one method the Flamels had found through their Philosopher's Stone. One that took away something of theirs, likely reproduction or perhaps even reduced their magic. Magic would continue to increase as one aged, death only happened due to the failing of the body, and for them not to be the most powerful magicals in the world suggested to him that perhaps they paid the price in their magic. Immortality had a price. He and Grindelwald had experimented with life force, one of the goals that Grindelwald had set for him, to find a way to replenish life force without the kind of payment that he was unwilling to pay. Fool! De Gaulle muttered as he read through the books. Even Horcruxes would not be able to save him at this point had he made one. He burnt through his life force, whatever tether he would have had, would have been made useless if there was no life to bound to the world. Frustratingly, he and Grindelwald had not found such a method, one that would make them immortal. Whatever they did, no matter how much they tried to factor massive amounts of life in their arithmancy, immortality seemed to be far from their grasp. Grindelwald had already employed several rituals that would slow his aging, would have expended very little of his life force, allowing him to likely live for over 1,000 years. But that had not been enough, and the evidence was before de Gaulle. What could either of them do in the wake of such stupendous power? But de Gaulle's eyes gleamed with madness. They had found a way to temporarily return life force, at an extreme cost, one that was not permanent but one that would give them time to find a true way, and with Grindelwald's attention firmly fixed on finding a way to live, well, that would only hasten it. This was a ritual inspired by the Naram-Sin of Akkad, one of the few wizard kings in history who had overthrown his uncle Rimush thanks to his magic. He managed to have himself proclaimed as a divine being and had thusly ascended, from the few scripts they had managed to find, as God King thanks to the willing sacrifice of his priests who had boosted his power. He had claimed to be immortal but later was found to be dead. Rumors had claimed that the god Enlil had cursed him for his heresy. The scripts were sparse as to what had happened. Comments of how Naram-Sin devolved into insanity over the years had been made in a number of texts, along with being subjected to rapid aging over the course of mere hours until he died, his body turning into a dried-up husk. They had managed to find a minor section of the ritual, and they ended up rebuilding the ritual until they reformed it into something far more stable, their understanding of magic far more pronounced than some barely educated barbarians. No longer was permission necessary of their sacrifices, only the permission of the one who was the subject of the ritual mattered. The cost would still be great, but it would be worth it. Besides, he trailed aloud as his hand went to his pocket. He brought out an odd wand, one that was famous, and the bulbous elderberries profoundly stood out. This will do, this will most certainly do. His eyes shone with ill-hidden excitement. He had been aware of the existence of the Deathly Hallow, something that had remained out of his reach as Grindelwald had never allowed him to entertain the very idea of experimenting with it. He remembered the last time Grindelwald had educated him on his supposed folly. My folly will be your savior, my dear friend. De Gaulle sneered at the blackened husk that was his former leader. His eyes swiveled back to the wand in his hands, his eyes bright with unrelenting anticipation. The death stick was legendary, and it would continue its fate as an instrument of consequence. It would be his finest work. Its final act would see to the creation of all that it espoused. All of it, in the form of death incarnate. Break. 24th of March 1943. He stood on the highest peak on the Inishke Island in Ireland, his eyes staring out at the turbulent sea in the light of the morning dawn, his hand twiddling with his necklace. This would be the first time he'd see either his sister or his mother, face to face, in months. He wasn't sure how it would go. As much as he would like to say they'd be one happy family, he knew that it won't be such a smooth sailing, not after he practically kidnapped them and dumped them into a place where they couldn't leave, wouldn't be allowed to leave. A glorified prison. It had been a topic they'd avoided talking about through the mirror phones. He really needed to find a better marketing name for those phones, but it would happen at some stage. The rays of the sun hit beautifully on the rolling waters of the sea, the sounds of the crashing waves against the weathered rocks of this small island filled the morning air. He sighed as he took a seat on the dew-covered grass, electing to not bother to use his magic to create any seats, his hand remaining fixed on the necklace that hung around his neck. He could use his advice right about now, about so much. His family, politics, Emily, Illos. He'd avoided talking with his father. Guilt and shame always forbid him from seeking counsel from the man who he loved deeply, who had taught him what it was to be a sayer and importantly what it was to be a man to be proud of, healing the deep cracks in his psyche that had been left in his first life. His father should have been here, filled with pride as Atticus defeated and soon killed the man who had a hand in the death of his father's parents. It was funny how upon his victory and triumph over his greatest enemy all he could focus on was his father, to speak with him and seek advice on matters of life, of his worries and doubts. Atticus stared at the fishing boats that were now coming into view, his emotions were being set at ease as he watched, therapeutically, faceless people go about their daily lives. Marcus Sayer should have been a constant in his life as they worked together, once he had brought him into his secrets and plans, to build a home that their ancestors would have marveled at. He dipped his head and took off the necklace, the casing that held a great treasure sat in the middle of his palm. He simply stared at it, as if waiting for something to happen, for several moments until he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and connected once more to the vast power which poured like liquid starlight into his veins. The universe once more became open to him, even with his eyes closed as he sensed the world around him in inexplicable ways. He was part of a greater whole, irrelevant in the great scheme of things and yet, at the same time, he felt like he was at the center of the universe. Magic responded to him with but the merest thought and expression of will. He hummed in contentment as he focused on the flaps of seagulls on another island, perhaps 5-10 kilometers away. Each flap of the wing, each breath the bird took left a minuscule but certain imprint as magic interacted and coursed through the bird. It pulsed with magic even though it had not any of its own, but that did not matter as magic permeated through the universe. No object or organism was completely free from its touch. His field of perception, in this state, was beyond anything he had read about, except for one thing. He did not fully understand what it was, this state of his, whether it was truly hyperpercipience at its most potent. Grade 3 hyperpercipience allowed for an intuitive understanding of magic that gave a supernatural grasp of magic that could give him a near total command of magic. Ambient magic would be his to channel, he would understand magic at a different level compared to everyone else. He'd see magic differently in a way no one else would see it, just as he was now. Everything seemed to suggest that it might well be, but the strange circumstances in which he had unlocked, whatever this was, made him doubt it. The eager nature of magic when he used it made him wonder if the use of nature magic in combination with hyperpercipience warped his family trait to what it was now, a deeper, more intimate version of his family magic that happened as a consequence of his desperation and luck. Whatever this was, he was simply grateful for it, not just for saving his life. The way he saw things now was one of the greatest gifts he'd ever received. He remembered reading, once, that birds had specialized cells in their eyes that allowed them to see magnetic fields which allowed them to cross vast oceans without ever getting lost, following the field lines that lead towards the opposite direction of the south geomagnetic pole. It wasn't comparable to that, at least from what he could imagine, but it was likely the closest approximation, where he could feel and see the depths and limitless scope of magic that permeated the world, the universe. He reopened his eyes and once more beauty and infinity creaked open for him, the infinitely complex and endless nature of magic and the way it interacted with the world opened up for him. The currents of magic were river streams of incalculable array of colors, all of it open for him to see and touch. He knew what he was seeing, now, the innumerable number of frequencies that magic operated in within the magical spectrum, neurophysical spectrum that he had access to. Before he managed to gain access to this state, he had been able to see the depth and nature of the currents of magic that traversed the world. He saw the way wards were interwoven, the way everything pulsed, with different rates and quantities, all of it connected by invisible tendrils of magic. He could identify the different colors that made up different magical beings, even the differences in color within the individuals of the same species, different strands of color that corresponded with branches of magic they naturally excelled at. He saw Siraya radiated like she was a serpent-shaped star, every inch of her body was covered in a single stream of magic, rich green-colored whilst her eyes shone with black and white strands of color that was interspersed with dark yellow. Phyla held a similar magicalness as Siraya did, her own colors being bright blue with silver gold hues that covered her entire being. But back then, his ability did not allow him to see what he saw now without aid, the individual magical frequencies and incalculable frequency bands that made up those colors, the frequencies that combined to have a specific attribute of magic or had a specific magical effect for different species and beings. When he managed to refract the spells into their individual frequencies back at Hogwarts, using an optical glass triangular dispersive prism, he had gained a new perspective in understanding magic. He'd used a spell freezing ward which manipulated magical energy in hundreds of bubble-like layers that were continuously charged spaced mere millimeters apart to slow spells down until it hit a layer it couldn't go through, resulting in the spell being frozen when its momentum was halted, in combination with the dispersive prism crystal which allowed him to discover that the color schemes weren't too different from light, meaning that certain colors could be considered to have the same wavelengths as their light counterparts or at least the same general amount of deflection. Arithmancy calculations had components which were mixtures of frequencies, and with this new method of viewing magic, he'd been able to break spells into individual elements that corresponded to the frequencies, having noted down the colors and the angles of deflection. But all of that had been constrained to human spells. The individual frequencies that he noted down never truly deviated from a frequency band that only witches and wizards could cast in. Even if there was a near infinite range of frequencies that were within that frequency band, frequencies that could combine to have untold number of permeations and thus different spell effects, he had still been constrained to seeing only what his kind were capable of casting. He could use a magical creature and forcefully try figure out their range, or perhaps even bribe a mere man to cast their magic in a way that he could capture what their frequency band was, but in the end, at the time, he would not have been able to do much with it. But not now. Not in this state that he was in. His field of perception had changed on a fundamental level in a way that he could see everything of magic, of what magic touched. His eyes were open to the full breadth of magic, of neurophysical energy, in a way that made him realize how much there was to discover about magic. And his body, well, he could touch the strands of magic that had before been closed off to him, resonating with magic on a level that he didn't quite understand. He was akin to a red blood cell? No, he was more akin to the oxygen that the red blood cell carried to where it needed to go through the veins of a vast infinite being, the individual's magic being the red blood cell in this visualization. Magicals were simply how magic propagated itself through life, beings allowed to access it from and in this great infinite web of energy that was universal in scope. It was a kind of symbiotic relationship, whereby magic grew malleable and usable to the individual's will and desires, strengthening magic in a way he did not yet understand. It was an interaction between those who held magic and the universe that puzzled him, and, strangely enough, many other magicals, despite not truly knowing what magic was. A belief that was held in the truly old families was that magic was sentient in a certain way, and perhaps that link was what was missing from his understanding. The belief of what magic actually was, in the magical world, was varied, but there had always been one element that cross-pollinated in the various different magical cultures in the world. That magic was a crucial factor in life. Where life dwells, so does magic. Most of their spiritual beliefs spawn from that crucial tenet: the Beltane festival, Hallows Eve, the celebration and honoring of the dead, Yule, the celebration of the coming of the new and the going of the old, and so on. All of them celebrated the cycles, the transition of the coming and going of something, all of which were necessary for life to flourish. The cycle of the seasons, the cycle of life, the cycle of the living and the dead. Magic was sentient. It could not think for itself, nor did it have intelligence, but it knew intent and was profound. He wasn't surprised, then, that magic was at its strongest during those specific days of celebration, a kind of feedback loop of magicals and magic herself, where belief in the presence of hundreds if not thousands of magicals celebrating contributed to create a field of magic that was wonderful and fulfilling to be around. Magic wanted to be used, and he could not understand it clearer when his own magic had grown in strength when he exercised it like a muscle, continuously using it as a child, that made reaching the heights he reached now possible. It was perhaps the most alien form of energy, Atticus thought, the way that magic was energy yet at the same time so much more. His experiments had shown that it was not unlike the electromagnetic field, one where magic was a field of its that permeated every aspect of the universe and grew more potent when there was life, having compared the readings he had received from space. Moira had said that the precursor's principles of neural physics stated that the entire universe was living, validating his own findings that there was an inextricable link between life and magic, in a way that was beyond the comprehension of biological organisms. Other than the precursors, of course. And perhaps other than magicals themselves. And it made him wonder if his experiments were the beginning forays of how the precursors had mastered the universe, their links to neurophysical energy, magic, allowing them to create wonders that stood for billions of years. Their comments about beyond the comprehension of biological organisms could simply mean those who did not have access to neurophysical energy, especially given that they must have been biological organisms themselves. For how could a blind man know what a sunrise looks like when they have never in their entire lives gazed upon it? They could feel the heat during different stages of the day, they could hear the effects of the sunrise as the world woke up as the sun's rays hit down onto the earth, but they could never truly understand the sight of a new dawn, no matter how much they listened to other people's descriptions. Perhaps it was this that made it impossible for any other beings other than the precursors, at the time, to utilize magic in the way that they did. They had none of it, they could see none of it. And more importantly, they could feel none of it. And it had him pose many questions, such as how magic was transgenerational, that it could manifest itself differently as time and generations went by in different family lines. Some families excelled in different branches of magic, the power and skill that the generations before them built up, either through coincidence, through perseverance, or deliberate act, would permanently manifest itself, at least a small facet, into family magic. Family magic that was sentient in a small scale, able to judge who was rightly the heir to the family line, likely understood from the desires of countless generations who should be heir to their family's magic. And it was this that made him wonder if it was only coincidental of the similarity between family magic and the domain, which was said to store and capture the experiences of all those who lived in the universe, possibly an infinitely larger version of the primitive and instinctual version of family magic which captured a small grain of the life experiences and skill of those generations past. There were so many missing gaps in his understanding of the universe and magic, and perhaps what he was seeing was something far greater than he realized, compounded further by not understanding the kind of sentience magic had, despite the rough intuition he had that magic wanted to be explored, to be practiced, to be used, to interact in a way that didn't torment it. He remembered the agony that magic seemed to be in when Grindelwald had used it. The abominable magic he had released into the world desecrated that sacred relationship between life and magic, consuming both in a way that heretical. Killing people, using dark magic, sacrificing living beings. All of these did not desecrate magic, for it did not shatter the Trinity, nor did it shatter the links between life, magic, and death. Death was part of the cycle of the universe and necessary, and magic had no authority of how or why people died. Magic held no authority in the domain of death. Death was merely the beginning and the end of a cycle in a ring of existence and time. Black magic, however, black magic disrupted the natural cycles of life and death in a way that dark magic could never achieve, for it is the kind of magic that consumed or shattered life that was outside of the rules established in the universe. And on that day when Grindelwald unleashed his spells, his own magic incredibly tainted by the use of black magic, magic had howled in agony and rage at the desecration. It felt like a wound in the very membrane of the universe. This was part of the reason why he was uncertain of what this state of his was, if magic herself did something to him in willing compliance to his desperation rather than it being purely hyperpercipience. It could not abide by the abominable magic and thus responded to it using Atticus as a vessel. It was a neat little theory he had, a theory that would have severe ramifications and yet was one that he doubted he could prove. At least not now. Atticus' eyes fell back to the casing that was in his palm, and with mere thought, the casing unfolded itself to release a black stone that bore the symbol of the Peverils. The stone began to rise in the air above his hand, Atticus' eyes intently on it. It was the first time he was seeing the stone in this state of ultra-awareness. He saw, for the first time, a pure white color that stretched high into the sky, one that seemed to be utterly unending. Atticus slumped, nearly collapsing into himself. He had not used the stone for a very long time, and he'd never used it either when he'd dialed up his hyperpercipience to the maximum. How could he have missed this? He'd only seen this pure white color in one other spell. Homino Revelio. The human revealing charm. The only true soul magic spell that he had experimented on during his time at Hogwarts. Where he'd find out that none of the unforgivables were soul magic, merely magic that targeted the nervous system with a component that allowed it to bypass all kinds of magical shields, the same component present in the human revealing charm. And here it was, that same pure white color that signified the element that it was connected to, the soul. He swallowed harshly as his hands trembled, the stone falling into his trembling hand. What did that mean? Here it was, the very same color that was within the human revealing charm, the spell that targeted finding human souls. What did that mean for the dwarf that he had spoken to using the resurrection stone? Did they have human souls? Did he misunderstand, or were they, people he spoke to, truly them? Aurelac had said that they were mere shades of their past selves, that they were not the people they were in life, mere shades. Was Aurelac lying to him? Wait. He remembered Aurelac saying that the dead were not meant to return to this plane, that it was too uncomfortable to remain for long stretches of time. What was true, were these shades or were the true souls of the departed? Could he truly speak to his? It was too much. Father. He whispered, his thoughts fixed on his father and their moments together whilst his eyes cast up to the sky, to where the pure white color was heading towards. How typical that it reached beyond earth and into the sky. Moira had said that the stone accessed the domain, the collective library of billions of years of knowledge, of experiences, of so much more. Created by the precursors. She said that the imprints of those who had passed on were called upon the stone, the people themselves. Could she be wrong? Could the precursors have created something with neurophysical energy that transcended life and death in a way that was within the rules of the universe, where souls were located in a plane of existence separate from this dimension, among the billions years of knowledge, of experiences that they captured with their unrivaled understanding and capabilities? She had said that the ancient humans only knew of the domain because of the few records left behind by the precursors, so their understanding was hilariously incomplete, just as it was for the enemy of ancient humanity, the people who Moira had said were misusing the domain as a simple repository of knowledge when it was likely so much more. Son. Atticus stilled, his thought processes came to a standstill, the familiar lost voice caused him to be rigid as stone. He hadn't said his father's name even if he had thought about him. The stone could not have understood what he meant. Surely not. It must be his imagination, he did not see a. You've grown. He heard the same familiar voice again, and he shook as he brought his head down and sucked in lungful of air as he exited ultra-aware state he was in. The misty, ghostly figure of his father stood right in front of him, and Atticus cracked. Father. Atticus whispered, his eyes watering as he stared at the man that was so ruthlessly cut away from him before his very eyes, his thoughts on stone forgotten. He stood before Atticus like an otherworldly presence, his misty diffuse form held together like an imposing obelisk, one that was timeless and unchanging. Atticus felt like entire being was being condensed, feeling as the vast distances electrons orbited the nucleuses were shrink into nothing, electrons forced to rub against protons, so painful was the tightness in his chest and so agonizing was the kind look of his father's face. Marcus Sayer merely smiled at Atticus, his kind eyes shining at Atticus. My boy, I am glad to see you, but I hoped I wouldn't for a very long time. His smile widened, his ghostly orb slanted into smiling eyes. Of course, this is certainly a way to work around it. Atticus couldn't help it and a wet chuckle erupted from him. You know me, father, I like to be creative. Atticus gave his father a tremulous smile as his eyes glazed with a translucent sheen. The faint sounds of seagulls in the distance crept up in the silence between them, father and son, for a moment, content to let the moment pass without a word said. Marcus looked at the stone before he looked back at Atticus, a frown appearing on his face. How long have you had that? Years, Atticus confessed, dropping his shoulders as if he were a child, waiting for chastisement. Marcus' eyes widened for a brief moment. I see. The silence that stretched felt like an eternity. Atticus wanted anything, even a shouting lecture or telling off over the silence that seemed to permeate between them. How long has it been? A year, Atticus rushed to say and immediately clasped his jaws shut. Eternity seemed to pass as his father made no outward expression, until, finally, he spoke up again, shattering the disharmony that seemed to grow in that moment. His father made no outward expression before he finally spoke up again. Why now? His father asked finally, and it hurt him that it was in a tone that he remembered clearly, one of business and formality. It was distressing, an echo of a life last lived. Atticus swallowed harshly and looked away. I don't know, he said finally, unable to express his deepest desires to his father. What could he say? He wanted his father's advice on so many things. He wanted to let him know that the man responsible for his death and his parents was either dead or likely close to death, and Atticus would finish him off in that case. Above all else, he simply wanted to talk to his father. But why now? And not soon after he'd died? Could he tell his father that he was a coward? Guilt and shame over his mistakes had prevented him from calling upon him. Son, tell me what has happened since I passed on, his father gently coerced. Atticus looked at his father and saw the same indulgent face that he had when Atticus had endless questions which his father had indulged and answered, and before he knew it, he spilled it all of his struggles, his accomplishments, his uncertainty about what to do next, about many things now and to come. He told him about Illos, about Moira, and what he wanted to do with the magical world. His father raised his hand and Atticus stopped his explanations, and his father looked at Atticus with an indescribable expression, one that made Atticus cast his eyes down. Son, look at me. Why? Atticus said in a whisper, so I can see your disappointed face about everything I just told you about. The secrets I hid from you and the rest of the family, the lies I kept up about much of my life. Atticus closed his eyes as his voice descended into a level of strain that made it difficult to finish his words. He heard his father sigh. I could never be disappointed in you, son. Atticus' head snapped up, his eyes widening at the proclamation. His father had a look of regret on his face. But I do wish you had trusted us, me, more. His gaze grew sharper. That has always been your issue, has it not? Atticus was surprised at that and almost made to deny it, but he didn't. It was true. He didn't trust anyone completely. He had those he trusted with certain things, those who trusted more than others, but never completely. Not even Emily, his sister, or even his mother. All three people he would die for. All three people he would never completely trust. His father merely chuckled softly. We're not so blind to your faults, Atticus. I think we knew this from the moment you were born, when you disliked being touched even by your mother. Atticus resisted the urge to look away. He'd hated being touched by anyone affectionately, and at that time when he'd been reborn as a baby, he felt helpless in a way that brought back nightmares when he had been unable to fight back against his abusive father. It took far too long for you to grow at ease with your mother and then later us, but in the end, you grew to trust us. But that aspect of your personality always stayed with you. Even now, you have told me all this in the safety of my death rather than the ample opportunity you had whilst I still lived, his father said in a calm manner, no judgment creeping in his voice, but it still made Atticus feel terrible. I am not judging you, son, nor am I bringing this up without reason. Atticus looked at his father, who continued, you cannot live like you have done without causing yourself significant amount of issues in the future. This turmoil you feel, having people who can share in your burdens can make so much difference. Your mother. His father sighed for a moment before he looked at the sky, where the sun hung high, time of noon having approached. Your mother was my partner, my everything in our marriage. We shared everything, we kept nothing from each other. The corner of his eyes creased, fondness in his eyes clear to see. We have had our troubles. His father glanced at Atticus, a small smile apparent on his face, and yet we weathered through it and came out the better for it. He looked back at the noon sun, seemingly the harsh glare of the sun did not bother him. Through it all, we never stopped trusting each other, even if we disliked each other's decisions and even each other at times. Marcus turned to Atticus, and it pains me to know that you are stopping yourself from having that same kind of trust, the same kind of vulnerability with our own family, let alone your wife-to-be. I've started bringing them in, all three of them into my life and secrets. Atticus tried to defend himself. I know, but what about in the future? You brought in Anne and Sophia because they had a need for it, not because you wanted them to know, Marcus said pointedly, and Atticus knew he had him. And your lovely betrothed, Marcus said in an amused tone before he grew serious, only is to find out all that you have kept from her because you knew the dangers of keeping her in the dark. That is not true, Atticus returned a little heatedly. I may have kept her in the dark, but I would have told her everything once we were married. Atticus paused for a moment before he looked at his father. I even told her about our family magic without being married. How does that not signal that I am not trusting her with vulnerabilities, especially one that involves the family? And that is a credit to you, Marcus easily returned, once more surprising Atticus. Don't be so surprised. I told Anne before we were married too, he said in a wry smile. Oh, Atticus said, not sure what else to say. He'd thought he'd broken a lot of family rules from telling Emily. All I am saying, Atticus, is that continuing to keep secrets from those who you love and love you back is folly, Marcus told Atticus, drawing them back to the heart of the conversation. What you are doing now is good, all I am asking is that you try be more trusting and honest with our family. Tell them what ails you and they may well surprise you. Marcus turned somber. Tragedy can happen any time. Atticus clenched his eyes shut hard. I won't let it happen again, never again. I promise you that, Father. His eyes reopened, his glowing white orbs returned and magic began to rise around them and air began to turn turbulent around him. Marcus smiled and nodded. I know, and for that I am thankful, for the man you have grown up to be. Above all of your achievements, above all the things that I am proud of, is that you will take care of our family and that I can rest easy. Atticus' glowing orbs dimmed as the magic he had thrown up diminished, evaporated, after his father's words. That is because I had the best father I could have asked for to teach me about family and what it means, Atticus whispered, his tone saddened though his eyes shone with fondness. Marcus said nothing and merely smiled, his eyes showing everything what he thought of those words. Atticus grew hesitant, though there was a spark of hope in his eyes. Father, are you a shade or are you really him? There must be a way to bring him back. Especially if the precursors did something to transcend death. It wouldn't be an offense to death or to life, he was sure of it. Even if it was, his father could be an exception. Marcus Sayer looked pained. Son, don't ask me to answer that, please. Why? Atticus asked desperately, the rejection feeling like a hammer blow. Did he not want to be back with his family? Marcus Sayer shook his head. There are things you are not meant to know, not until it is time. Piss on that, Atticus said angrily. Your answer could help so much, it could have. Stop. Marcus Sayer raised his hand and Atticus obeyed, his angry words dying on the tip of his tongue. Atticus deflated as he looked at his father brokenly. Why? His voice cracked as he lost all of his composure under the gaze of his father. His father smiled sadly at him. Son, you have always been a wonderful boy. His eyes shined with pride, a look that Atticus remembered so vividly. In every sense of the word. You are able of creating wonders just as easily as you breathe, but sometimes you forget of when to stop. I don't understand. His father smiled knowingly at Atticus. Were you or were you not thinking of using my answer to determine whether you could bring me back? Atticus swallowed harshly and looked away, answering his father's question. Son. Marcus sighed. Death is final. Magic is wonderful and capable of true wonders, but the departed souls belong to the domain of death. Atticus' head swiveled towards his father. That turn of phrase. Do not seek to break that covenant. His father's voice turned grave. Nothing good can happen with meddling what should not be meddled or interfered with. That was as clear as any warning. Atticus closed his eyes. He knew that he shouldn't have asked, that he shouldn't have entertained the idea, but he just. Do you want me to bring you to Mother and Sophia? He finally asked, breaking the topic of conversation and taking it elsewhere. Marcus looked conflicted for a moment before he shook his head. No, nothing good can come from it. Marcus sighed before he smiled sadly at Atticus. It would reopen wounds and prevent them from moving on, as they should. Marcus looked at Atticus with a gentle look. Even you should not call upon me again, son, and you know that too. Atticus' complaints died on his lips as he closed his eyes. Destroy the stone, Atticus. The story of Cadmus has its roots in reality. It is better for both the living and the dead to let things lie. His father's gentle voice soothed him, the pain constricting in his chest unfurled itself ever so slowly. One more thing, Marcus continued. If Grindelwald's still alive, don't take any risks. Marcus said in a somber tone. Please. Atticus nodded jerkily. I promise I'll do all I can to eliminate him with minimal risk. He had no intention of getting into another battle like that again. His father smiled gratefully at his promise. I'll miss you, Atticus whispered before he reopened his teary eyes and looked at his father, who looked emotional as well. I know. I won't see you again, not for a very long time. His father simply laughed before he looked at Atticus fondly. I had thought so. You were always brilliant as a child. It's all right. Time means nothing where I am, his father said with a glint in his eyes, and Atticus' eyes widened at that before he also smiled. His father always helped him, even when he knew he shouldn't. Father, I know, his father said meaningfully, his eyes seemed to shimmer, and smiled at Atticus. Time seemed to cease for a few moments as father and son stared at one another, words not needing to convey the depth of their bond, even in death. Atticus' tears finally fell before he jerkily wiped his tears with his sleeves, not looking back at his father. "Goodbye father, rest easily," he said, and the connection ended, once more leaving Atticus behind, alone on the highest peak of Inishka Island. Atticus remained there for a brief while before he got up, flicking his hand, and the water and dirt on his robes vanished away. He slotted the resurrection stone back in its casing and held onto the stone for a moment. He was not at peace, not completely. Magic sung as he called it forth, liquid power once more coursed through his veins and the universe once more opened up to him. The dense magic swirled, twisted, and bent space around him as green, purple and white strands of magic surrounded him. He descended down the hill towards the small outcrop of forest and waded through the trees. The trees looked and felt saturated with magic, minuscule as it may be, and they pulsed with glowing golden and green hues. He came across a rock within a small locked lake surrounded by trees that were starting to bloom, small green leaves leaving their buds. He rose in the air and he cleared the water, and his right leg touched the small rock before both of his feet were planted. He disrobed and levitated his battle robes to a branch that hung in the distance before he sat down in a meditative pose. His defeat of Grindelwald and what still needed to be done. Politics, Illos, Emily, his family. His father and his last wishes. All of it, so much to do and to begin. He needed time to reflect, to disconnect from the now. It might not have been the best time due to this now, to take a moment for himself, but he needed it. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes and sunk into his magic, and the magic that surrounded him, the feeling of the magic that permeated the universe seeped into his being. He felt in harmony, in tune with the harmonious nature that surrounded him, as if he were a mere seedling in the great gestalt of magic, latching onto the gentle winds that swam in the cosmos. Peace crept into his porous bones, the soft sounds of nature and the gentle noises of small creatures waddling in the waters below him combined with the vastness that he connected to, a sereneness fell upon that was a balm to his soul. His troubled mind, his conflicting emotions, all of it petered out, fell away, as the vastness of the greater whole he was a part of. Acceptance suffused within him, the familiar touch of soothing wrapped around him like a warm soft blanket. Acceptance of the challenges he faced, of the path he would need to take and the subsequent roles he would need to play, and lastly acceptance of death. He would not disturb the cycle of the universe, the endless ring that encapsulated all that was and all there would be. He had been touched by death, granted the opportunity to be reborn, matched to a wand that carried a heartstring of basilisk, a being that brought death, and a hair of a thestral, a being that saw death and souls. He lost that wand in a duel against the man who perverted that cycle, a man who perverted life itself. A void now filled by magic and life, an association that he felt would run deeper within him than death had. He had done many things he was not proud of, killing a teenager merely based on the possibility of him setting about a chain of events that would have risked the magical world, the assassination of the Selwyn family with sarin gas, many more other such acts like it. He did not shy away from this side of himself. It was as much part of him as his admiration and commitment to life. It was a side of himself that he knew would never truly go away, the ruthless side that would not permit challenges or threats to his goals in life and family, no matter if he would have to wash his hands in rivers of blood. He accepted this too, about himself, of himself, and the burning ember of hope remained alit that he would do more good for the masses than he would cause them harm, to ensure life thrived even if it meant that he would snip away branches of the tree for its health and to allow for new growth. It was at that moment, the moment of recognition and final acceptance, that something changed. It was subtle, easily missed, but Atticus had not. At the very edges of his perception, he felt a chaotic eddy, one markedly different to the peaceful nature of the universe he had been submersed in. It looked like a mirage, one that showed him not a promised land but rather an abyss, one that had no beginning or end. It remained outside of his field of perception, just at the very edges, and it was gone just as sudden as it arrived, but not before he saw glimpses, mere momentary windows of something, almost as if it had been memories. Atticus remained in his state of being for a while longer, and despite the questions he had regarding the anomalous sight, they fell away like a gentle breeze before he knew it and once more refocused on his contemplations of life and death. He had lost himself, seeing his father first the time since the killing curse had struck him dead. Magic had no authority in domain of death, and he accepted that now. His eyes reopened, two white glowing orbs shone illuminated the dark forest as night had crept forth during his meditation. He withdrew his magic and once more the dark forest submerged into darkness, but not for long. Atticus separated his hands and raised his hand, palm facing upward, and a ball of light grew that brightened his surroundings. It rose in the air and hung above him. He outstretched his hand and the mirror phone flew into his hand. There was much to do. Dayton, he intoned softly. Dayton's surprised but relieved face showed. My lord, Dayton began. It's good to see you look so well, Dayton said with relief. Thank you, Dayton, I appreciate your concern. Atticus gave the loyal man a small nod. How are things? Atticus inquired, and Dayton told him. He told Atticus of the confusion and slight disarray his departure caused. He told him of Parkinson and the others keeping things intact, but also told him of the losses the forces in France had suffered. The reinforcement had come just in time before it had turned disastrous. I will be back in a few days, Atticus told Dayton, a pang of sorrow at the consequences of his departure wrung within him. He would make it up for the men who'd followed his orders. I'll inform the others. Dayton paused for a moment as he glanced at Atticus curiously. Are you? Dayton trailed off. Yes. I have had the time I needed to process things, Atticus told Dayton, who nodded in acceptance. Very well. Dayton said, and after giving a deep bow of the head, disconnected the call. Atticus stood up, the battle robes flew towards him and he outstretched his arms, allowing the robes to come onto him. He touched the casing on the necklace with his hand and the stone once more floated in the air before it fell to his outstretched hand. Rowena Ravenclaw, he intoned softly, and the ghostly mist began to form into the founder. She gazed at him curiously, her eyes held a deep penetrative gaze. You seem different, she finally said. I am. Somewhat, he allowed a small smile. Her eyes widened slightly before they narrowed. I see. She remained silent for a moment as she looked around her. Seeing that you do not seem to have any new inventions to show me, to request my expertise, she turned to him. I doubt you would have called merely for a social call. Her tone was prim and it made Atticus' smile widen before he shook his head. This is goodbye, he told her. She remained silent for a moment before her eyes fell on the stone. She trailed off. Yes. Her eyes returned back to his, her expression remained neutral before it turned warm, her smile though slight was there to see. I'm glad, she said finally. Atticus was tempted to ask why, but he thought better of it, already knowing the answer. People often had the wrong impression of Rowena, that she would pursue knowledge at all cost, without considering the impact on others, or even herself. Perhaps that had been the case in her youth, but not by the time of her death. She had recognized the folly of her youth and often cautioned him not to repeat them. I wanted to thank you, Atticus began, but she shook her head. What you gave me was payment enough, she told him, reminding him of the resolution he had brought to mother and daughter. And what is still left to be paid is a favor you will be granting me, and for that, I thank you. Rowena bowed to him, something that made him widen his eyes in surprise. She was once more upright, her graceful nature was there for all to see. It was a pleasure teaching you, Atticus Sayer, and I hope good fortune for you in the future. Atticus bowed to her, and it was an honor to learn from the greatest of the four founders, his eyes showing a mirthful quality, one that she caught, and he could see her eyes alight with slight amusement before he ended the connection. He gazed down at the stone. The final call he would ever make was complete. Rowena was someone who he considered to be as much a mentor as Professor Brown or Folly had been during his apprenticeships under them in Transfiguration and Charms respectively. It was only right he would say goodbye to her. He returned the stone to its casing and stared at the night sky, the soft rustling of the leaves adding to his calmness. He would heed his father's words. Now that he had a better idea of what the stone truly did. There was a large part of him that abhorred the loss of such an invaluable source of information, and the unanswered questions of how it was connected to the domain would haunt him. But he was not arrogant enough to believe that he would always have the stone with him or in a place of safety. As long as it existed, it could access whatever plane of existence souls remained, and if they could be called upon using this stone, worse can be done, for magic was infinite and limitless. Perhaps in a decade, a century, or 1,000 years, someone may come around capable of using the stone in a way that is abominable. No. It was best he heeds his father. He had one more use of the stone. Soul magic was esoteric and the manipulation of the soul was difficult. Now that he knew the stone could call upon souls with merely a name or connection. He could create a spell that will annihilate or banish souls, just as he had once feared he could when he'd experimented spells in the magical spectrum. It would be one that he would only use in the most dire of situations, against those who used black magic to desecrate magic and dared to sunder the cycle of life and death. That was the oath he bound himself to. Break. 24th of March 1943. Albus Dumbledore POV. He felt himself contract and twist, painfully as he was ejected out of Hogwarts. He just about steadied himself when reappeared at the gates of Hogwarts. He heaved as he clutched his knees, the pain of being ejected nearly barrowed him over, and it, for a brief moment, distracted him of what had come to pass, until he remembered. No, Albus shook his head in desperation, in shock as he remembered what he discovered. Gellert could not be dead. He turned around and looked at the castle, his rage returning as he remembered the horror of that monster who dared. Gellert could not lose to a boy, he was better than that. The boy was a seer, he must have tricked Gellert somehow, that was the only way Sayer's meager talents could defeat Gellert, for only he could truly do it. He must have seen a possibility to surprise Gellert if the paper was true or he lied. It must be a lie. Only he knew Gellert well enough to defeat him. It's a lie, it has to be. He murmured to himself, attempting to console himself. That whore will tell me the truth, she must know from him. He walked up to the gates but was nearly thrown back had he not shielded himself against the magic. The wards of Hogwarts bloomed in full strength and it forced him to stop. His eyes widened as the full weight of what Armando had done and quivered in rage, his magic boiled off of him. He dared to force him out from his school. He did not attack the children, his ire was with that monster and the devil spawn was no student. He would force her to tell him everything. He knew she and that boy were responsible for everything that had happened to him and now Gellert, he thought with grief. Tears ran down his cheeks. Gellert could not be dead. His eyes widened. Of course. He almost disapparated on the spot but halted, for a brief moment and took the opportunity to look at Hogwarts. The Imperial Castle stood beautifully in front of him. I will be back, he promised aloud. He did not know how, the fallout of his actions would be severe but he knew he could talk himself out of it. He would claim that he had been confounded and that it was an attack against the light, to push him out of the way to make way for the dark. He would claim that Lady Slytherin orchestrated the whole thing in order to ensure that the light's best defender would not be available to oppose her and his acts. It would not be hard to believe, his allies had already known that the attacks against his person, subtle as they may be in the imp, were all because of her. He had seen it happen, their influence rising and rising, with every victory Sayre won, he won more and more hearts and minds in magical Britain, no in the whole of Europe. He should have acted before they had entered a relationship, before she went under the protection of the Sayres which must have allowed her the opportunity to claim her wretched heritage that caused him to only dither further, his soft and cautious hand preventing him to do what was necessary. They were prodigies of their generation, not unlike himself and Gellert, and those who had the power could not resist impose their will onto the world, not having the wisdom or moral integrity they needed to resist that call of power. They'd succumbed to their power, the boys not being able to resist coming under her malevolent spell, for he knew that Slytherin's spawn had destroyed the potential for the light he had. Now, the boy would have to be killed just as she needed to die. She's corrupted him just as she had corrupted his Gryffindors against him, his former house. Her words were as slick and sweet as a serpent's tongue, able to turn those who were his against him, and if that was not enough, the deeds of her damned betrothed would do the rest, blinding his Gryffindors to her nature as an insidious dark lady, to be all because of the false belief that Atticus Sayre was a secret Gryffindor in Raven colors. No. He refused to believe that boy was anything but another Dark Lord rising to power, too far gone, further than even Gellert, for Gellert had the capacity to change. Power had addled Sayre's mind and he must be dealt with. What has he done to Gellert? He disapparated and arrived at the doorsteps of the rustic farmhouse and slammed open the door before he rushed towards one of the wooden planks before the fireplace. With intricate weaves of his wand, the wooden plank cranked open, the protective spells disabled, and with a flick of the wand, a small wooden box floated upwards. His tremulous hands reached out to the wooden box and he felt weak at the knees. The horrors of what he may find was nearly too much for him to bear. He had not realized how much he still loved Gellert, not until the sickening, agonizing moment arrived that he might have been killed. He had never believed anyone capable of defeating him, let alone kill him, and that mere thought. With a strength of will he did not think he could have possessed in that moment, he opened the wooden box and his eyes widened deeply. Oh, he sighed in desperate relief, his eyes closed as tears trailed his cheeks. He collapsed to the floor, clutching the necklace desperately. Gellert was still alive. He did not know his condition, only that the blood pact would have been destroyed had he been dead. He reopened his eyes and his trembling hands lifted up the necklace and his eyes widened. The magic that bound him and Gellert was weak. That could only mean Gellert was injured, perhaps even close to death. Albus stood back up. He could no longer delay, his eyes gleamed in determination. Gellert was still alive and that meant everything was still left to play for. He would heal Gellert and then capture him some time later, offering him to the ICW as long as they kept him alive to spend all of his years in captivity. He could convince them of this, that death was a relief that he should be denied to have, to spend his remaining decades in captivity and in solitude, forever denied a martyr's death. He would receive all of the accolades that he was due and he could begin his work. It would take decades but he would get there. Gellert would see the error of his ways once he had the time to think things over, to repent for his ghastly use of magic and his hunger and conquest. He would then bring Gellert back to his side after he died in prison under a new alias, and they would bring the magical world under his vision for the greater good. His informants at the ICW had already told him that they were uncomfortable with Sayre and the men he had marshaled under him. The loyalty he held of his followers, for he believed they were most certainly his followers, reminded them too starkly of Gellert Grindelwald, and they had been looking for solutions of how to deal with the boy. With proof that Gellert was still alive, it would forever destroy the credibility of Sayre and by proxy Slytherin's spawn, and he could work with those who wished to curb the boy to completely destroy him and his whore. He would use the wealth he had built over the years to turn everything and everyone against them. Yes. His mind whirled, thinking up plans and abandoning them with frightening speeds until his eyes coldly set before he closed them. He dived into his memories, replaying them over and over again until he whipped out his wand, his eyes still closed, and conjured a map. The details that showed on it were perfect. He reopened them and took hold of the map. All of his belongings were left at Hogwarts and he could not retrieve them for any period of time. It was lucky that all of his more important things were either at this safe house, the former home of his half-brother's maternal family, the Dipplesworth family. He had grown grim at the unstoppable rise of the whore and became suspicious at the news of the boy's escapades. If he had been that skilled, then surely she was too, and if that was the case, she could steal the necklace and use it against him. That was unacceptable. He twisted his wand, returning the wooden plank back to its place and put the necklace around his neck. She would get her due just as he would. He exited his bastard's half-brother's family home for the last time, having taken all of his belongings with him. He knew a few things of the safety measures the ministry had enacted to avoid being invaded by Gellert and his forces, and he knew that they had his magical signature on record. Whilst he could hide his signature, he knew that they would be hunting him, at least right now. He clenched his teeth. Him. Albus Dumbledore hunted as if he were a common criminal. He would set things right, he vowed. A few hours later he arrived at a low misty forest, one that was starkly different to how the weather was outside of the forest. He walked through the eerie forest, one that was as silent and as still as death itself, until he could see something in the distance. The open mausoleum appeared in the distance. Its marbled stone shone in the light of the dusk sun as the low mist seemed to surround it but not touch it. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows shone beautifully at the top of the building, and hope rose within Albus' chest. He felt the wards as he approached the edges of the building. He clenched his teeth. He was so close now. He would not be stopped, not now. He brought out his wand and slowly raised it as he unleashed control over his magic. His magic roiled from him like an unrelenting wave, one that thrummed with an incessant beat that was calm and smooth, unlike how it had been before, a raging storm of grief and misery. He methodologically poked and prodded at the wards, attempting to find a weak point to latch onto, his magic allowing him to feel the ward to a certain extent. He had never been the best at wards, his attempts were clumsy at best, mostly because he had considered wards to have elements within them that was distasteful. Most of the powerful wards were all blood-based and were wards that he would ensure to slowly phase out of magical Britain. His country did not need to use such archaic and dark magic. His magic grew to intense levels. Once had found a weak spot, power that had seemed calm now grew to a furious storm. He raised both of his hands, his wand tip pointing downwards. He stood like an ancient mage of old, one who would fill the imagination of when one thought of a wise knowledgeable mage, and with a flourish, he extended out his magic in a powerful wave that struck the wards, one that coated the surface of the ward facing Albus. He shone like a white star, his magic struck the world blind with its intensity and power. The density of the air doubled under the weight of his magic as more and more of his magic made contact with the wards, and after Albus had set himself, he pulled at the wards, his magic sinking into the wards like barbed wires before he ripped them off with a sudden and sharp moment, not unlike a crocodile ripped off chunks of flesh of a wildebeest in the savannah. The wards collapsed under sheer strain and pressure, the wailing magic dispersed back into the environment, and Albus sighed with a weary smile, satisfaction glittering in his eyes. So close. He muttered as he straightened his back and walked towards the mausoleum. Relief and exultation filled Albus as the view of the statue came into his line of sight. It was a statue of a prostrate man kneeling in front of the mausoleum, as if to beg for forgiveness. Just as Belzing had described. As he neared, he made out the name on the edge just below the Deathly Hallow symbol. Millicent Peveril. Albus spoke with whispered reverence. Finally things were going somewhere. All of his plans had seemed to be destroyed, his reputation was sundered. But there was hope. Gellert was still alive, and thus his path to ascension remained intact even if were difficult, but he had been here before. His father had cast a large shadow after what he had done to the three muggles that had forever tainted his sister Ariana. Muggle haters they had called him when he had started Hogwarts. They whispered about him, claiming him to be the same as his father. The dumb sheep blabbered what their parents had said about his father. But he had shown them his brilliance, his undeniable greatness. He had changed the very name of Dumbledore into something respectable, something revered. Until it was once more taken from him. But like always, he had hope, and he had himself. He would turn it around just like then. Armed with the Resurrection Stone and Elder Wand, nothing would be able to stop his ascension. And Sayer and his whore would pay for their transgressions against him. He walked past the statue towards the large wooden doors and whirled his wand around. It seemed like there was no hidden magic that could trip him up. He twisted his wand and the doors fell open, slowly, revealing a dark tomb room. He cast Lumos as he entered the hallowed resting place of one of the Peverils, even if it was a spouse. The room was bare, no hidden treasure was present. A large stone casket was in the middle of the room, one whose top plate was sculpted to a female form, not unlike how pharaoh tombs were made. He remembered the Peverils originally hailed from ancient Egypt. He walked around and stared at the woman's face. She looked plain, undistinguished. This was the woman who turned Cadmus into a grieving mess that killed himself? He raised his wand and pointed it towards the stone casket, and the tip of his wand crackled before it vanished away the top cover. His eyes traveled towards the open casket. A woman in pristine condition laid there, her hands seemed to cover something above her heart. He twisted his wand and disturbed the corpse from its rest, the arms creaked like an old set of doors, the sound almost made him wince, but he continued on as one by one the fingers were pried apart, until, finally, a black stone revealed itself. "It's here," he whispered in undisguised joy. "It's really here." He felt a deep connection with the stone, as if it was calling him towards it, begging, pleading for it to be used to speak to those who had long passed. To beg for forgiveness from his sister. His hand snapped forward and took the stone from the cold dead hands of Millicent Peveril and brought it to his eyes. The mark of the Peverils was upon the stone fin. Albus cried out and he dropped the stone. Deep agonizing pain shot through his arm, one that felt like he was being stabbed by 1,000 swords at the same time. Clarity entered his mind even amidst agonizing pain and his eyes grew horrified at his blackening hand that was soon growing. He weaved his wand with blinding speed, trying to stop the encroaching necrotic nature of whatever curse had ailed him, but it was to no avail. It would not stop, it would not cease. Those who seek the hallows should reap its rewards rung around him before a chilling feminine laughter rung around him, one that he recognized. No. He had been played. How? How did they know? No one but he and Gellert knew they had sought the hallows, he was sure of it. He dragged himself out of the tomb with as much energy as he could, the curse had passed his wrist and was fast moving up his arm. He had little time, he knew this. This was a withering curse, one that did not respond to any counters he knew. Aberforth. He croaked out. His brother would know. He had tried to find out all he could about healing after Ariana's death before he had given up and settled to run a dingy old pub. The nature of Ariana's affliction had him dive in the more darker regions of magic, much to Albus' disapproval. How ironic that this knowledge would be what could save him. He exited the mausoleum and stumbled in his steps. He was losing strength. He knew he could not go directly to Aberforth, they would be waiting on him. He was pale and sweating, his skin must look grey. With strength he did not know, he disapparated and arrived at a strangely built home and dragged himself at the door, his wand flicked upward with but the most he could manage, but it was enough for the door opened. Wah! He heard, the familiar voice of his most loyal was like heaven to him. He heard the fast approaching footsteps as he crashed to the ground, his breath hitched and straining. Albus! He heard the disbelieving tone of his soon-to-be savior. He gazed upward with his remaining energy, the familiar red hair was a blessing. He heaved as his eyes nearly closed, his pained breathing filled the silence forth. See call him. Tell him it's Ag with ring curse Albus finally managed before unconsciousness took him, the last thing he heard was the mocking laughter of his enemy, an enemy who he had brought to the magical world, blighting them all with her existence. Break. 25th of March 1943. He stepped onto the isolated rock that had waves crashing against it as he descended down from the air, a small bubble protecting him against the raging sea. He moved to one of the walls deep within the cave and pressed his hand against it, causing the stone to ripple like how a puddle rippled when a stone was cast in it. He took a step back and waited. It began to transform as silver-grey metal replaced the stone walls and formed into a thick silver-grey wall that, after a hiss of air being released, opened, the seamless nature of the wall having been split apart forming a doorway. He walked into the doorway and the door closed behind him. The room he was in was small but high, and though he felt no movement, he knew that it was the equivalent of a lift, one that was descending thousands of meters below the surface. The doors opened and he stepped into the familiar grey-silver corridors that marked out this subterraneous facility. He knew that Moira knew that he was here and likely informed his mother and sibling. So this is where I was born. Seems awfully grey, a soft feminine voice joked. He raised his hand and the holographic form of Alice appeared, who had dark hair and purple eyes. He had created her with plenty of help from Sparkly Dawn and Moira, but her personality was all his own making. He hadn't brought her with him during his campaign against Grindelwald, mostly because he did not want to risk anyone finding about her. Plus he wasn't all too sure he wanted to expose her young self to the grim realities of war. He was a kind of father figure for the AI, after all. She remained at his family's Irish cabin where his main lab outside of his trunk or this facility was. She worked extensively with his army of elves who had completed the tens of thousands of advanced golems who would be capable of completing semi-complex tasks with only the slightest of direction. The majority of his elves had been set on this task, of inscribing runes onto the golems that would take an ambient magic to power them, and this had been completed several months ago. In that time, Alice had coordinated the elves to Antarctica, to finally start to prepare the site there for the asteroid that was arrive there in the next few years. Emily had completed the arithmancy for the mass illusion enchantment that would be inscribed the diamond wardstones, which would be arranged in carefully placed locations that would allow for the asteroid to float mid-air and hidden from magical and muggle sight, leaving them free to work uninhibited on creating illos. The shrinking charms were already complete, their modification was far more efficient, and even if he had to use diamond wardstone batteries to power the charms to shrink the asteroid. It's a lot prettier once you see the forest. He smiled at his companion, mirth in his eyes. Well, from the way you described it, for those leaves to be purple, they must have come from a world surrounding a red giant. Alice continued to theorize as they walked, her words falling into the background as he continued to walk the long hallways of the facility. 10 minutes after walking, he arrived at the familiar bulbous room which led to an open hallway. He walked into the familiar main room that overlooked the massive ecosystem just outside the window. There were purple-leaved trees and plants with strange birds that he had come to recognize all too often. His eyes swiveled around and finally, he saw his family waiting for him. Moira towered over them whilst they stood in front of her. "Mother, Sophia," he said slowly and carefully, unsure of what else to say in that moment. For all of his increasingly profound understanding of magic, he could still be incredibly uncertain when it came to certain social and familial things. Like how to greet them after a long absence. His mother made the first move and walked towards him, her expression neutral until it broke into one of relief as she hugged him tightly. "Oh, I am so glad you're fine," she said before she broke off the hug and clasped his face with both of her hands, seemingly trying to inspect him. "You're thin," she said flatly whilst her eyes narrowed. Atticus couldn't help and laughed. "I've always been thin," he smiled at his mother. "I can tell you're not eating right," she said in a stern tone, though it only made him smile a little. "Mother," Sophia said, exasperated when she walked over. Sophia looked different, her hair was shorter, cropped with blonde highlights that truly stood out. Not only that, she seemed to have put in some muscle mass compared to the last time he had seen her. Atticus grabbed his mother's hands and held them softly before turning to Sophia. "Hello sister, you look well," he said warmly before he nodded at her hair new style. He asked her. She simply shrugged and she turned to look to Moira briefly before she returned her gaze back at Atticus. In her people's culture, warriors painted their faces to signal their commitment to their arts of war. I wasn't much of a fan of painting my face, so I instead settled on painting my hair somewhat. Atticus' eyes flickered to Moira, who seemed to be in a conversation with Sparkly Dawn before they turned back at Sophia. He let go of his mother's hands and turned to her. "It seems like we have much to catch up on." She smiled a little and nodded. "We do." She came forth and hugged just as tightly as his mother. "It doesn't mean we're fine, Atticus. I know you love us, but you have much to do to make up for what you did to me," she whispered in his ear, sobering Atticus up. He knew he had made the right decision hiding his family, but he would bear any of their ire with gratitude so long as they lived. She let go and spun on her heels and walked towards Moira. He watched her go with an introspective look on his face. It seemed like she was recovering well of the grief she held for Charles and the threat Grindelwald had made to her. "Moira did a lot of good work with her, Atticus," his mother spoke up, seemingly able to pick up his thoughts. He turned to her and saw she was looking at Sophia with a saddened smile. "It hadn't been easy, but she's getting there." "I see," Atticus said quietly. "No matter." She turned to him. "If you're here, then that means something meaningful has happened," she said with a knowing tone. Atticus grimly smiled as he nodded. "I will tell you all about it," he said softly to his mother, who grabbed his arm and guided him to Moira, Sophia, and Sparkly Dawn. They had settled down, and so Atticus began to tell them the state of the war, of his defeat of Grindelwald. He told them of the death of Xavier Charleston, something that hit Sophia deeply. She had met the man before during her time in the States and no doubt harbored some grief of the man Charles Etherington had called uncle. He told them the stark truth, that he nearly died fighting Grindelwald, and that had it not been for something he still could not truly explain, he would have died. It had upset his mother and sister immensely at the risk he had taken, and took their harsh words on the chin. He had expected no less. It took a few wise words from Moira to ease the tension before he asked Sophia in a bid to move to happier conversation topics. Sophia spoke of her training in ancient humanity combat forms, some that seemed to bear a striking resemblance to Krav Maga. She tried to rope him into being her dummy, but he politely refused, something that caused her eyes to glint, and he promised to himself to never be in a room alone with his sister lest he wished to end up on his back. He was willing to be screamed at, but he had no desire to be a tool for her to release out her frustrations on. His mother had asked if the war was over, and he told them the likelihood of Grindelwald surviving was high, his body having been snatched from beneath him. This caused both of them to tense up, his sister far more rigidly than his mother. "He's still alive?" Sophia asked lowly, clutching tightly to the cutlery. Atticus bowed his head. "Yes, I'm sorry, Sophia. I did not consider the possibility he might escape, not when he looked so close to death." His mother was about to speak, but Moira spoke up next. "That was a mistake that may well cost you everything," she said calmly. Atticus inclined his head, knowing the truth of her words. "I know." He met her gaze. "It's part of why I am here." Sophia and his mother looked at him with a confused look, but Moira understood. "You seek my people's weaponry," she stated. "And the satellites you have around this world that monitored everything for the last few 100,000 years." Atticus smiled grimly. "I see," Moira said contemplatively. "What are you talking about?" Sophia asked, a little frustrated. Atticus turned to her. "I'm going to use an orbital weapon to destroy wherever Grindelwald is, to avoid having to fight him once more." Sophia stared at him for a moment. "Why didn't you do this the first time?" she asked, and quickly added, "And don't tell me you needed others to see you defeat him. That might be part of it, but I know there's more to it." She paused for a moment, her face slightly twisting in bitterness. "After all," she looked around, "you kept all of this from us, your family." Tension grew as brother and sister stared at each other. Finally, the thing that kept the once close siblings apart was brought to light. "I understand," Atticus began softly before he turned away from his sister's gaze. He knew they needed to have this conversation. "Do you feel betrayed, Sophia?" Atticus asked after a moment before he turned to face her. "Yes," she immediately said, her face set in stone. "I told you about Charles, you even met him, something that I would never have done if I didn't trust you completely. The stone broke and hurt emanated from her face, but it seems like you don't trust me at all, not even mother. Atticus sighed and hung his head on the back of his chair, staring at the ceiling. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that. He trailed off. You did not think we would understand, the secret you have uncovered. His mother spoke up, her words able to articulate what he had struggled to say. He turned to his mother and nodded slightly. He did not trust them with the most treasured secrets, not because they were not trustworthy but partly because he did not think they would understand. He still had his own trust issues, something that was inherent to himself, but them not understanding was part of it. Not at the time, Atticus said with a sigh before his eyes flickered to both his mother and sister. But I was wrong. He admitted to them, his head bowed in a humble gesture. There was also the case of him not wanting the secret of all of this technology and knowledge to be leaked out should anything happen to any of them. He knew it was cold, but in the far recesses of his mind, he could not help wonder the disaster that would happen should either of them fall into the hands of those who wished to learn all of their secrets. Of course, he would wipe them out along without mercy, so he doubted they'd ever be able to act on it should they have somehow managed to find out. I was wrong to keep so many things hidden from you, and I see now that it does more harm than good to those who I love and treasure. Atticus paused as he looked up, hoping his earnestness shone through. Sophia seemed impassive whilst his mother looked at him with a glimmer of understanding. I can only hope you forgive me, and I promise I will not keep secrets like this from you again. Silence reigned for a few moments until Sophia broke it. I forgive you, brother, because I know it hadn't been long since you have known about all this, and because you're an idiot, she said with a small smile before she turned serious, but I won't forget so easily what you did. She clenched her jaw. I know hiding us away from Grindelwald was not a bad decision, but to do it against my will. Her eyes flared in outrage. What would you have me do? He asked of his older sister. Speak to me. Tell me. She hissed out angrily before she visibly got herself under control. It matters how you do what you do, Atticus. She stared at him. I love you, but you can be too much, whether it is secrets like this, she waved her hand, or doing things without consulting others. She turned to him, a fierce look on her face. To wake up in a strange place like that. She clenched her hands and Atticus winced. Yes, that wasn't the best way to do it. I am your older sister, Lord Sayer, or not, she said sternly. You do not make decisions for me. Never again, she said finally. And that goes for me too, his mother said after a heavy moment of silence. He understood. Truly he did. But they were his family. People he cherished more than anything in life. The love he bore for them was something he felt fiercely. All right, he said a little more quietly, his tone subdued. I will not surprise you like this again. His eyes flickered between his mother and sister as he drew himself up, a clenched jaw had set. But I will not permit danger to come to both of you if I know it is coming. You know that I am a seer, that I can see multiple possibilities. If I say you have to hide or leave, you will listen. Atticus' voice was stern, as unyielding as steel. I say this as Lord Sayer, his eyes firmly staring down Sophia. Her nose flared for a moment and she was about to say something. I won't let what happened to father happen to either of you, please, he said in a softer tone, vulnerable. Her protestations died out as a pained look passed across her face before brother and sister stared at each other. Only if you tell me the whole truth and I agree with the seriousness. She finally said, yielding somewhat. He inclined his head. I will. We will see, his sister whispered before she shook her head, her gaze on Atticus. I know you want me to take care of the family businesses, but I want to be involved in Illo's too. Atticus nodded, resisting an urge to glance at Moira. It seemed like they knew pretty much everything he had told Moira. He wasn't all that happy about that. He turned to his sister, who simply nodded to his unasked question before she began. I have already forgiven, my son. She smiled for a moment, but it didn't reach her eyes. But I can't say I can easily forget the kind of danger you have put our entire family by pursuing all that you did. Choosing to defeat Grindelwald alone, creating this island of yours, all of it. She shook her head as she stood up. I know you're now Lord of House Sayer, but you have to think of this family first. I might not have told you all of the worries you have put me through in our mirror calls, but there was not a day where I feared I would get a call from Dayton to tell me you have. She closed her eyes as she took a moment to calm herself. He was silent for a moment, contemplating the stress he had put his mother in, and for a moment he was unsure of what to say. He did threaten his family with his actions, put them in harm's way for an ambition and goal that he wholeheartedly thrown himself towards. Mother, Atticus struggled for a moment before he took a deep breath and looked at her with determined eyes. I promise you I will never put our family at risk again like I had done before. What I did with Grindelwald. He trailed off for a moment. It was selfish, he admitted, and she reopened her eyes and their gaze met. I hated him. Finally he let it out. Hated him for what he did to our family. He caused the death of our grandparents. His eyes flickered to Sophia, who had been the most affected by the death of their grandmother. Our cousins, uncle, and left your mother with a shortened lifespan. Atticus breathed out heavily, his hands were tightly bound. I wanted to see him die, he declared, his harsh voice almost seemed to growl. I wanted to see him die by my hands, to see the life ebbed out of him whilst all that he held dear was ruined and destroyed. Atticus' eyes began to glow slightly, though he did not notice, though everyone else did. I hated him that much, and though I needed the kind of influence his death by my hands would have brought me for the goal of Illos, it was not my main motivation anymore, Atticus confessed. And after a moment of silence his mother spoke up. I know, she said softly, gazing down at him with saddened eyes. I felt the same hatred you felt for him. She placed her hand on Sophia's shoulder, and I know that Sophia does the same. Sophia's eyes were wet and she nodded firmly in confirmation. His mother turned to him, her eyes now set hard. And you have done the Sayer family credit for setting out revenge and driving Grindelwald to near death, but I want you to promise me that you will never do anything this risky again. You are the future of this house. You have planned to take our people to the very stars, which cannot happen with your death. She paused for a moment and her tone took a softer stance. Do you understand? Your mother is not wrong, Moira added, unhelpfully. Taking the kinds of risks you took when you were not ready, especially if it took something extraordinary, she said with the slightest of narrowing her eyes, to defeat him is hubristic and full of folly. In war, honor and revenge do not matter, not when at the end all that matters who is left standing. First Emily, then his father, and now his sister, mother, and Moira? He would have found the chastisement funny if it wasn't so depressing. Did he really screw up that badly? It seemed that despite his plans working out, his relationships with those he cared for the most were being put under strain from the way he worked. He sighed. His father was right, he would have to let at least his family in if he wanted to ensure he didn't lose what he was trying to protect the most. He wanted to save the magical world, but it would mean nothing if he lost all that he cared for. I cannot promise you that I won't risk myself like that. They looked unhappy at that proclamation. Who knows what can happen in the future, to me or to you. What I can promise is that I will not seek out a fight that like this again, and will do all I can to resolve it without putting myself at a risk like that again, and will not hide it from you. His mother stared at him for a short few moments before she nodded. I will hold you to that, and sat down. After that, the situation eased out and the next few hours were pleasant as familial bonds reasserted themselves before he had found himself alone with Moira. You told them about Illos? He asked her, carefully hiding accusation. I did, she confirmed as she looked at him with an appraising look. They deserved to know. I know, he said, frustrated bulletin. But you wanted to tell them on your own terms. She interrupted. It was not good enough, she added. He wasn't happy with what she said until he stopped to think about it. Why would she say that? It clicked for him and he looked at her. They didn't understand why I was doing what I was doing, why I kept all this from them, and they needed to know something. Moira nodded. You have a builder's mind, someone who can conjure several different plans that weave together into a final achievement. But you lack the skills to understand where discontent can rise from, even from those closest from you. Discontent could have turned into dislike, which can turn into hatred. On a greater scale it can turn into a riot or strike, and then, eventually, rebellion, she said calmly. Atticus sat back in his chair. I could have truly messed up, he stated more than asked. You could have. But you did not, she told him. You are young despite your maturity and rare intelligence, mostly unfound in your kind. Atticus' eye twitched. He knew that she did not mean it in a harsh way, as her people were entirely on a different level, even from him. Despite the various rituals he had conducted that increased several aspects of his mental capabilities, he was still very much not at the intellectual level of advanced ancient humans. You do not have the life experiences you need to accurately assess and act. It will come, with time, she smiled gently at him, but if I were you, I would take a moment to assess things, particularly with interaction of those close to you, before you decide. Pebbles can make the largest of waves, after all, she finished. He took a moment to ponder it before he waved it away. He would take her advice on board, but he had more important things to discuss. The weaponry and the live feeds. He brought her back to the reason he wanted to speak with her. For the next hour they spoke about the weaponry and the live video feeds. The live video feeds were linked to a room within the facility that stored all that it captured and had all of developments of the last several 100,000 years. There were 11 small black orb-like satellites that were in geosynchronous orbit that were powered by solar energy. They were roughly 30 meters in diameter, tiny in the grand scheme of things, and had the capability of clouding their energy signature completely, courtesy to the unique black material that shrouded the orbs. Moira offhandedly said that this was likely the reason why they remained unbothered, despite knowing that the Forerunners had visited the planet on several occasions during her hibernation, even though the last time was over 200,000 years ago. Atticus couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it remained operational for nearly 250,000 years. The Forerunners, the Precursors, and the ancient humanity had all built to last, and he couldn't help but want to aspire to it. The video feeds were beyond anything he had heard of. It was capable of tracking the movement of a single bee even if it was under the cover of trees, shifting its dynamic feed in different spectrums until it could track it without issue. She would set Sparkly Dawn to focus onto the captured feeds into Mons, Belgium, and track every slight bit of movement. It would not give 100% certainty that they would be able to track Grindelwald, as they were looking at feeds that were not specifically ordered to track anyone, but the possibility that he might be successful was high. They talked about the weaponry and what might be most useful. Any kind of high-profile weaponry was immediately discarded. He did not want UFOs conspiracy theories happening because of his actions, and they finally settled on making it seem as if an asteroid hit wherever Grindelwald was hidden. It was primitive technology, to use magnetically accelerated metallic rocks, but it would halt any further inquiry. He hoped Grindelwald was far from any theaters of war because he doubted any of them would leave such a mystery unhidden. Not to mention the chances of affecting the timeline and possibly causing a catastrophic change of events that could cause Nazi Germany to survive could be high, something that he was utterly unwilling to allow to happen. The facility had limited manufacturing capability, and it could create easily a relatively primitive weaponry, a small orbital cannon, one that would be loaded with 3-meter diameter metallic rock which he would transfigure to have a dense inner core of tungsten roughly 1.5 meter in diameter. At most, it would have a speed relative to the Earth of approximately 70,000 km per hour, which would be enough, as it could create an impact crater almost 55 meters in diameter and 14 meters deep with the equivalent yield of 13 kilotons of TNT. That amount of energy should destroy anything magical that Grindelwald might have been placed around where he was, and the impact and heat alone should incinerate all living beings. He could only hope that Sparkly Dawn would find something to end this soon. Sophia and his mother had both agreed to stay a little longer until Grindelwald was finally dead. Soon enough, they had completed the plans, and he turned to a different topic. Moira, I will be bringing Emily here to meet you and to learn of ancient humanity, he told her carefully. The question was unasked, but they both knew it was there. She looked at him for a moment before she nodded. I expected this for some time, she told him. He wasn't surprised. She knew of her, and no doubt his mother and sister informed her even more. And? He hesitated for a moment. This is more a favor than anything else. She waited patiently, and he continued, at some point, I would like my great-grandfather to know about you as well. Moira smiled at him and tapped his hand. Your mother has already asked me this. Once it is time, I will meet my direct descendants. Atticus' lips twitched. Of course his mother would have asked Moira. He looked at her curiously. I'm surprised you want to. He said to her, you seem to have preferred to be alone, passing on knowledge but having no interest in the affairs of the world, let alone your descendants. Moira remained silent for a while. I have realized that I have been too content to watch life pass me by. She looked at him. Your mother has helped me in that regard. Atticus' eyes widened. His mother helped Moira? Moira continued, as you know, the way my people were reared was different compared to your own. How could Atticus forget? It had been fascinating to discover. Families did not exist like it existed in most human families, where parents cared for their children. No, ancient humanity had their children raised with other children whose parents had the same vocation, assignment as the other parents did. There were caretakers who would oversee these children from infancy to the age of 16, at which point they would meet their parents, who would impart familial history and offer the child the opportunity to succeed in their parents' field or allowed to go into another direction. It was a way to instill core principles of their society onto their children without the interference of parents, which ensured stability in the individuals whilst ensuring that the parents are not neglectful of the developmental stage of children, which could cause a host of psychological issues. It was something he was deeply interested in enacting, to some degree. We were taught mental control from an early age, which dulled the kinds of bonds that one should feel towards crush siblings or towards parents. She paused for a moment. It did not mean the annihilation of my people did not affect me. She met his gaze intensely. It left me hollow. She continued, Seth and our children changed that. I reared them with Seth contrary to my society and created powerful bonds to them that remain even now, though they are unfulfilled. Since they have departed from life, I have preferred to complete my mother's mission in solitude, waiting until I am released of my duties and can finally pass on to the next stage, finally fulfilling that yearning I hold to be with them once again. She looked away, a tender smile coming across her face. Your mother has changed my perspective. In a way I did not expect. Reminding me of days long past that need not be concluded. I do not have to be bound to this facility in solitude. She turned to Atticus. His mother had changed her perspective. He wondered. Or fixed in this facility, alone without the chance to make full use of my life until it was time to pass. With you almost free from this war of your kind, I can safely leave the facility in your hands. She paused for a second. Before I was given this duty, I was an explorer, much like my mother was before she was recruited into the council. She said to Atticus meaningfully, I think it is time for me to venture out to discover what remains of the ancient enemy or the shaping sickness, and find out if the galaxy is still an unfertile place. Her eyes darkened for a brief second. Or if there are any remnants of the ancient enemies that remain. Atticus took that in before he glanced at her. Are you really that concerned that we might come under attack once it is time? Did you not once say that the flood seemed to have been defeated by a weapon that was capable of even destroying precursor technology, one that consigned even the forerunners to possible extinction? We defeated them once, and yet they came back and have seemed to drive the enemy to such an extreme that they created weapons that wiped out entire worlds of life. Who is to say that they would not return a third time, with potentially no forerunner and certainly not my people to stop them this time? Her words had sent chills down the back of his spine. He remembered the horrors of the images Moira had shown him of what had befallen her people. To think those creatures could still exist. That is my purpose for venturing out, to seek out the answer to the questions I have long since neglected to answer, she added. When would you leave? Atticus finally asked. Within 3 years, she told him calmly. With the end of your war, we can utilize your time efficiently to create the few precious minerals and metals we need using your ability to permanently alter one form into another and to teach you the remaining of what you need to know in order to utilize the facility to its highest potential. He nodded. There were several precious metals and minerals that were extremely exotic and only existed under rare circumstances in nature, like how several of these metals needed to be around specific radiation from a neutron star to exhibit the properties that were needed for several different functions of the ship's systems and devices. Like ilmentus, which was a metal that housed the crystals that mitigated reconciliation effects. Reconciliation was the self-healing effect of space-time that eliminated any paradoxes that might occur. The severity of the effects of reconciliation depended on the amount of discrepancy of information from one place to another, as well as the strain on the local space-time membrane. These metals were able to channel the crystals with 99.999% efficiency. The knock-on effect of such efficiency reduced the strain on the local space-time membrane, allowing the possibility of creating massive structures to travel through slip space. The greater the mass, the greater the rate of discrepancy of information, the greater the strain on the local space-time membrane. This metal and the crystals were vital in making Illos capable of traveling through slip space. He had spent significant time with Moira to integrate the support systems, engines, and drives that would constitute within the sublevels of Illos, hidden from plain sight. She continued, the manufacturing hub has been active for the past few months with the steady stream of resources you have procured. She paused for a moment. It will not be enough to complete the fabrication Illos will need within the next 3 years. At the current rate, 7 years will be at minimum required. Atticus sat back as he thought it over. He had procured 2 different streams of resources, through the goblins and through the manufacturing and mining companies he'd purchased in the Muggle world. Unfortunately, with the war going on, there were only very few civilized nations that hadn't shifted their economy towards supporting the war, meaning manufacturing, and raw resources were heavily used in the manufacturing of weaponry and machinery. That meant that he could not adequately divert resources from those nations without gaining too much attention. However, the goblins had proved to be a significant boon on the other hand. They provided over 65% of the resources that he was having sent to the facility via a depot that his elves manned. Problem was, he was paying through the nose for it. The rates they charged, especially considering that it had to be discreet, well, he was lucky he could create gold. Through a complicated arrangement with the dwarves, who held a significant portion of the Sayer wealth, he purchased an actual depleted gold mine in South Africa where he managed to find gold veins that were untapped. And so his source of gold became known to the goblins, and in return for 30% of the annual yield of gold, they would provide him the equal monetary value of raw material. With the war not ending anytime soon, unless he wanted to spend time figuring out program arrays to mass permanent transfiguration of dozens of different metals and minerals to exactness composition required, which he could do but rather wouldn't, he would have think of something else. Several magicals that he sponsored for apprenticeships were in the final years of their masteries in transfiguration, and though he was tempted to bring them in immediately, it was probably a little too soon to bring them in on this secret when he planned on introducing some of them to Illos once the asteroid was down. Derek Saunders and Sandra Kilburn knew of his plans of creating Illos, so he was tempted to bring them in. Derek already was heavily involved in procuring management and overseeing development of his Muggle companies despite still being at university. What increase would you need? He asked her. 400% to complete the support systems, the drives and several other devices. It would fast forward completion within 22 months and give us the necessary time to integrate the systems within the world ship. Atticus blankly stared at her for a moment before he grabbed the bridge of his nose. How was he going to pull that off? He would have to see if he can source these raw materials from South America, but he knew that they could not sustain the quantities he needed. America and Canada likely could sustain at least some amount, though he would have to get creative lest they think that the companies were shipping towards the Nazis. If I remember correctly, other than nickel, it is tungsten, aluminium, molybdenum, rhenium, osmium, and iridium which are needed in the highest quantities of pure metals to forge the alloys. He asked of her. She inclined her head yes. We can use the excess material of the asteroid to source nickel along with whatever other quantities of minerals and metals it may hold, but from the surveys we have conducted on the nickel-cored asteroids, the majority of them are poor in prospect, whilst the asteroid belt in general barely holds in some instances 10 parts per trillion. To create the drones to mine the asteroid field would set back the completion date by at least 4 years. He frowned, his mind whirling on how to get around this new deadline. Each of those metals were required at least in tens of thousands of tons. His initial method of mass transfiguration required him to break down the structure and slowly induce change to reshape into the image he visualized. It was an exceedingly penalizing exercise, one that took substantial amount of magical power, magical investment. And that had been a purely wooden block, not a supermassive asteroid that would consist of a complex composition, let alone the rock and ore that he'd been changing that he would not have the benefit of temporarily. His eyes lit up. I would be able to create several mass transfiguration arrays, all programmed to transfigure into those specific metals using the molten rock that surrounds us, he told her. The facility in the outer core of the planet, just below the crust of the planet. Instead of changing huge swathes of rock from somewhere else and ship it, he could create an assembly line of sorts, one where molten rock and metal would serve to be the base material. His mind whirled as he thought on it further. If you could free up several different sections where the magma would feed into them, I can create arrays that will permanently transfigure them into what you need, using the same kind of wardstone I'd be using for the asteroid. He would use the time room he created in his trunk with the aid of Rowena, one that was being fed from a massive wardstone that recharged after 6 hours of use, which took over a week to charge from ambient magic, and gave 360 hours within the room itself, enough to complete the arrays. She thought it over. We do not have the space for any large volume, she finally said, nor can you create more than a certain tonnage at a time. The facility sits on a carefully maintained equilibrium, one where the buoyancy of the facility is dependent on how less dense it is in comparison to the outer core. That balance can easily be disrupted and the facility would sink. She warned before she paused for a moment. I will have Sparkly Dong calculate what we can allow. She turned to him. It likely will reduce the lead time, but I advise that you still obtain a source outside of your transfiguration. He grimaced. The goblins would have to fill that gap whilst World War II raged. The only thing he could think of was all of the annual yield of gold for at least several years. They would realize the position he was in, try and extort him for all that he was worth. He was already dreading approaching them for any source of mithril. He resisted the urge to groan. It will be done, he told her firmly, and after a glance, she nodded. Break. 25th of March 1943. Daily Prophet. Exclusive, Dumbledore attacks students at Hogwarts in grief-stricken rage. Was this in retaliation of his lover Grindelwald's death? By Rupert Scrimgeour. Image of Grindelwald and Dumbledore side by side in their youth. Nicholas Flamel POV. He frowned as he read the article. The news of Albus attacking students had been a shock to see plastered in the morning paper. The article spoke of Albus' cry of grief when he'd read that Grindelwald was dead and proceeded to attack the students and staff alike before he was stopped by Lady Slytherin before being removed from Hogwarts by Headmaster Dippet. Only a day after the monumental story of Atticus defeating Grindelwald himself. That had shocked both himself and Perry immensely, that Atticus had managed to defeat Grindelwald alone. They had underestimated the boy's prowess, and his ability to use propaganda to ensure he built a legend that would endear him to the public, something both he and Perry knew would be vital to their eventual plans. What are you frowning about, dear? He heard, and he glanced towards that direction. Perry was dressed in a rich blue dress, her silver hair rolled beautifully with each graceful step she took, her hands holding 2 cups of tea. See for yourself, he said calmly as he lifted up the front page of the paper in front of her, her eyes squinting for a moment before they widened. Oh, she eloquently said before she set the 2 cups on the table and sat down, taking the paper from his hands. Her frown was one more of concern than it was one of confusion, as it was for him. Albus had been his former apprentice, one that he had thought to have hold so much potential. He had liked the boy and shared more with him than he had with others. They'd worked together with finding the missing uses of dragon's blood and allowed Albus to publish his most famous contribution to magic, the 12 uses of dragon's blood. The boy had been incredibly bright, eager to learn, and Nicholas had found himself quite liking the oddities of Albus. Truly exceptional individuals were rare in their world. Rarely were there any individuals who sought to fulfill their potential without inflicting the world with conquest. He had thought he had found a kind of kindred spirit in Albus, someone who wanted to learn all of the mysteries of magic for the sake of it, rather than using it for his own ambitions and purposes. Of course he had not been blind to the man's faults, of which he had many, namely the kind of arrogance he held with regards to his view of the world, his sense of morality being the right one. It hadn't been something that Albus had voiced often. Their work never necessitated the matters of philosophy or the future of the magical world, but once a while it had crept up, and as time passed and Albus made himself into a renowned figure, it had filtered through to him. It seemed like he might have misjudged Albus, but he wasn't so sure. Not completely. The illusions the paper were making made it seem like he was a dastardly dark lord hiding in plain sight under a shroud of goodness and light, when in reality he doubted it was as plain or simple as that. No doubt that there was far more at play, and he already had reached several conclusions as to what was going on. I did tell you, Nikki, Perry said after she's finished reading the several articles that the Daily Prophet released on Albus. The main story had been the attack in Hogwarts, but it segued into a detailed report of the investigation Scrimgeour had led into Albus Dumbledore, supposedly as a result of his refusal to join the war to defeat Grindelwald. What they had reported was disturbing to say the least, none more so than the allegations of Credence Barebones, or infamously known as Aurelius Dumbledore, was in fact Albus' brother and could well be responsible for the death of the maternal family to the former Grindelwald follower. I did tell you there was something off about him, Perry said with an arched eyebrow. He resisted the urge to sigh. Yes you did, he said a little unhappily before he gave a flat look at Perry, but we both know that you always disliked him because of what happened with those Chinese vases. Perry gave him an unimpressed look. I'm not so petty to simply dislike someone because an alchemic accident, otherwise I would dislike you very much, she said with an arched eyebrow. No, I did not dislike him because of that incident, she said plainly before she muttered under her breath loud enough for him to hear. Even if those vases were 600 years old and priceless, she said in a clipped tone before she gave him a harsh look. He winced slightly at the look. Those vases had been gifted to them by Izam Khan in 1617 when they'd decided to take a little journey east, something they'd delayed for quite some time. In that era there were few mages in that region of the world, but those that remained had positions of power in the Kazakh Khanate, and even there, their names had been well known, so much so they'd been invited by the Izam Khan, the ruler of the Khanate. Peri had worked her magic, no magic was used, merely her charm and presence, and had gained a friend in the ruthless but cunning individual. Izam Khan had aspirations of making his nation into a centralized state, something that he would struggle and ultimately fail in accomplishing, had struck a chord with Peri, and she helped him as much as she could in helping him identify what he needed to do achieve unity and establish integrity of the state. As a gift for the wise counsel Peri had given Izam, he had gifted her priceless Chinese vases of the era of the Mongolian Empire, ones that had been made in tribute to the new rulers of China. Priceless vases that were destroyed in a careless experiment that was done with the proper wards established to the point that even magic could not fix them. The alchemic reaction saturated the vases with enough magic that any repairing charms or runes would not hold. No, I disliked him because of his behavior afterwards. Oh, he apologized, true enough, but he never made any attempts to show how apologetic he was for destroying my lovely vases. She gave Nicholas a dirty look. And now look, my dislike was not born out of pettiness but rather out of intuition. That was a lie. She very much really disliked Albus because of the vases. Showing how apologetic he was merely an excuse to just dislike because she wasn't certain about him. Amidst the confusing signals she was getting from Albus, he thought cynically. Nicholas sighed. Yes, dear Peri did have a knack for determining if the people they associated with were true or not, one she displayed time and again throughout the centuries. It had helped them tremendously avoid would-be thieves and those who sought to harm them. But you weren't sure, he spoke up, reminding her of the uncertainty she felt about him. She gazed him with a slight scrunched-up nose. No, I was not, she admitted before she turned cold, and that is a credit to him, that he managed to hide true nature even from himself, enough to confuse my intuition. Not able to fool Emily Slytherin, however, Nicholas remarked to his wife, and she inclined her head. She does have the Corleone sensitivity, able to feel things from people's magic that is able to penetrate towards their very being. His wife added. My own sensitivity is not as instinctual as hers is, it is far more learned after all than it is an inborn ability, she continued before she looked away for a moment. Her face had the familiar look of faraway thinking. They had met one such as Emily Slytherin before, Laurent Corleone, who had been able to discern who they were from their magical signatures alone. He had the kind of sensitivity that he could read almost all there was to know of someone's character and personality, and such could pinpoint anyone from a distance, making their attempts to hide themselves pointless. She had learnt enough from him, how things felt and how he saw things, that she managed to make version of it, a highly difficult to master version, but nonetheless it worked well enough for the vast majority of people. You're thinking what I'm thinking? He finally asked. She turned back at him, a knowing glint in her ancient eyes that the fall of Dumbledore so soon after the fall of Grindelwald is no coincidence. His secrets laid bare before all, just as the world is reeling from the defeat of Grindelwald, capitalizing on Atticus' newfound fame and renown. She said, amused, before she sipped on her tea. Even if it is all true, which I suspect it to be, mostly, even if it was too flamboyant with regards to the illusions of Albus being a hidden Dark Lord, Nicholas responded with a frown, I have to say I'm concerned at the lengths they're willing to go to deal with threats. Peri sighed before she gave him a small smile. I agree. Her finger tapped on the rim of the porcelain cup as she formulated an expansion to her words. It is something we will have to address with them, but I also cannot help but wonder if this was the only way for them to be shot of Albus' meddling fingers without outright killing him. You don't think they need opposition? Nicholas posed to his wife. Of course they do. She said in a flat tone. Whilst they are an impressive pair, they are but children. A child that is already an archmage and another that promises to be one, Nicholas muttered to himself, but it was loud enough that she heard. All the better that they have us, Peri replied to him, and he looked up. You think we will be enough? Nicholas pondered aloud. He wasn't so sure of that. When Atticus Sayre had taken them up into space, he had marveled at the boy's achievement. But more than that, he had been incredibly wary of the power the boy wielded at his young age. He was not like Albus, he did not believe that power automatically corrupted people, merely that it was a strong influence on people. People were never homogeneous, there was a variance of all types, and susceptibility to vices was one thing. It took a strong mind to be able to resist strong vices, and at times he did wonder if Atticus Sayre had the strength of mind to resist. Time seemed to prove Sayre was capable of it, but now, with the accolades he received and would receive with the defeat of Grindelwald, well, time he supposed would only continue to tell. We will, she declared firmly. And we won't find the resistance like you think we might do, his wife told him. Our reputation and our legend is more than enough to make two, even as powerful as they are, young people listen to what we have to say. She continued, above all else, Atticus Sayre is a conscientious boy, one who truly loves magic and vividly dreams to create a world of magic where the constraints that on us, socially, culturally and even magically, are no longer there. She flicked her finger and the nearly empty cup of tea refilled itself, steam rose from the hot liquid. He values meritocracy and wishes even the smallest of people to have a voice. His idea of a ruling body is unique in the magical world, even if it will have royalty as its leaders. I have read his ideas and the way he is shaping the ruling body. It would not work without having a very strong council far from the absolute power he could strive for. In anything, he tries to limit his own power to ensure it can work to its best. She kept her gaze at the hot tea even as she spoke. I find it hard to believe someone like him would not listen to advice that would help bring his dream island or world ship as he likes to think of it into fruition. She turned her gaze to him, an idea that truly shows his character. He wondered if it wasn't merely that made her defend him and his betrothed so much. After all, he had saved what Perry treasured above all else, even if they were mere remnants of they once had. Because he is unwilling to wage a war to bring all of the magical world under his rule and would prefer to do it in a prolonged way, offering all a home but under his rules and laws. Precisely because of that she nodded firmly before she waved her hand at the papers that laid adorned on the table, and the papers that had shown Atticus defeating Grindelwald floated in the air. How easy would it be for a person of his power to turn it against the magical world, to demand things from it? She posed to him. Nicholas sighed easily. He knew that archmages held a kind of magnetic draw that many magicals would be unable to resist. All magicals could feel their power, even the dullest and weakest of them all, and in the face of that power, all that had been impossible suddenly turned entirely possible. But that is what makes him so much more dangerous, Nicholas said to his wife. Of course, Perry said easily before she tilted her head, but we knew that, didn't we, when we agreed to join his plans to create a place where the majority of the things that ails our society is removed without war. And she continued, before you get yourself in more of a snip because your precious former apprentice proved to be exactly what you had hoped he would not be, you should be pleased that we might finally be part of a world again, one that already is paying dividends and changing, that once proved to be ever resistant to change. He smiled at his wife bashfully. He was a little annoyed that his apprentice had proven to be so disappointing. In truth, he had been perplexed at how she instantly warmed up to the boy in a way she had never to Albus, even amidst the early reports they'd received from Albus regarding the boy's character. She had liked Atticus Sayre from the moment she had seen him in Alexandria when he had been presenting his contribution to transfiguration for his mastery. They had followed the news of a young prodigy from the Sayre family with half an ear up until that stage, and once they had met the boy, they keenly kept themselves appraised regarding his progress. After all, they had always kept an eye out on the most talented, even if they rarely acted, and perhaps it was a fault of theirs. He had seen his wife's fondness for the boy grow as time went by, and it all exploded when Atticus had taken them into space, a first experience for the both of them, and told them of his plans to carve out a place for the magical world without needing to fight a war to defend or impose itself onto the Muggle world. At that point, they had long since been withdrawn, if not physically, then certainly mentally, from the affairs of the magical world. Atticus had shattered that for them both with his words and his deeds. And truthfully, he was happy for it, because he felt, for the first time in a long time, genuinely excited about the future of magic. They were at the forefront of a golden age, and both he and Perry would be critical. Already he had made several headways with regards to universal ley lines with the information that Atticus had obtained during his jaunts in space. Above all else, he wanted to see conversion of a massive asteroid into a flying living world that lived and breathed magic, to walk upon its soil, climb its mountains, and stand atop crystalline structures that would dot the skyline, whilst clear waters and rivers snaked the landscape with magical creatures that would roam amongst the bright green forests and tropical jungles. He had been doubtful of the feasibility of it, but he had learned to readjust his estimations of the boy time and again until he believed the boy when he spoke of doing incredibly difficult things. Atticus Sayre was a dreamer with a way of words and a will to see them happen, and he truly hoped that he would prove to be everything that Perry hoped him to be. "It's quite unlike you, Perry," Nicholas said over his teacup that he held to his lips. She spied him a curious look. "To hold such faith in someone we barely know, even if he has done us a great favor," he added. What Atticus had done for both himself and Perry was wonderful, one that would ensure that he would not find enemies in them, so long as he kept true to his character. However, Perry truly held faith in the child, to a degree that Nicholas found difficult to understand. He might have a jovial nature, but it was one that was colored with skepticism. She pondered his word for a moment before she took a sip of her tea, savoring the taste of her chamomile tea. "Are you not tired, Nicholas, of the constant rise of dark lords that threatens to upend the delicate balance that exists in our world, a balance that is unsustainable?" She turned her gaze at him, a fierce glint shone in her eyes. "We nearly lost our last descendants at the hands of Grindelwald, and in a century's time another may rise to finish what Grindelwald could not, even if none of them know their links to us. And worse, if what Atticus warned us could come true, exposure may well come at the hands of a Dark Lord who in his neglect allows the Muggles to learn of our world." She shook her head, "and we both know what kind of disaster would befall both worlds." Despite the reaction to Grindelwald's plan, despite the abhorrence and shock at the madness of it all, Nicholas could not help but think that his mad scheme could well have worked. In a dark recess of his mind, he wondered if Grindelwald's attempts may be replicated by another Dark Lord intent to pick up where he had left off. Atticus' warnings rung heavily within his mind as if it were the words spoken by an oracle. Given his seeing abilities, perhaps there was far more to it. Atticus had never said he saw a conflict with the Muggles, but if another like Grindelwald should rise, with the same philosophy and aims. He ignored those thoughts and refocused on the subject at hand, though they would not leave him, not for some time. You don't truly believe if their plans pan out that Dark Lords suddenly won't pop into existence? He asked skeptically. She turned to him with a raised eyebrow. Do you think either of them will allow such a thing? Not on the island, he answered with a frown. He could not see it happening. Neither would allow the world they built to be infected by the kinds of diseases that allowed Dark Lords to come into existence. Unless I could see them facilitating a rise of one somewhere else in the magical world if it suited their purposes, Nicholas said to his wife. Perry looked at him curiously as she thought it over. Perhaps. But what would be the point? Maybe to hasten exposure. Nicholas offered. He did not truly believe they would be so reckless, but anything was possible. I doubt they'll orchestrate a rise of a Dark Lord, not when they realize the problematic nature of taking in all of the magical world. She said with a wry smile. Even if it is the end goal. Nicholas' lips twitched. I know it isn't funny and definitely will not be if and when the moment truly comes, but can you imagine the sheer chaos of contending with the people who for centuries believed themselves to be at the upper echelons of ruling power suddenly finding themselves with little ability to influence the politics of the ruling council that Atticus intends to build with himself and Emily as royalty? The idea of meritocracy being what would allow ascension within the magical world that Atticus had envisioned was one that he was certainly looking forward to. He wasn't so sure if Atticus truly thought, however, of the sheer problems they will face with the heavy resistance of the magical world. Of course, he suspected that it would be decades if not a century in the future before the bulk of the magical world would move, allowing the necessary time to build a political and social framework on solid ground, but even so, he could see many issues with it. It would likely show him what kind of man Atticus Sayre truly was, how he would deal with the issues. She sighed a long-suffering sigh. Yes, I can. I can also see it being something that possibly we'll have to find a way to solve in the years to come. She set her teacup onto the table. This is what I mean with them being children. Both of them are immensely powerful, but sometimes they do not realize the intricate interactions that are required to uphold the very binds that bind us all. There is a quality in ignoring those binds. He smiled wryly. They hadn't been people to conform to society, and sometimes it was necessary to just evade those bounds. She nodded. True enough, but not everything, not all at once. They fell in an easy silence as both of them pondered over what had been said and what's left unsaid. Do you think he had to have gone this way? Nicholas asked his wife. Albus? No. I don't think so. But you know what he was like, he would not listen if he believed himself to be right, she said in a disapproving tone, which was more often than not. I have found those who are resistant to the opinion of others tend to be the ones who find change the hardest. She paused for a moment before she turned to him. Those comments he made about the girl may have a kernel of truth, certainly from what we know, but he seemed dead set in believing the worst in her. She did not need to be all that he accused her to be, and I fear what may have been had she not had a strong anchor in Atticus. Nicholas sighed as he leaned back in his chair, clasping his teacup in his hand. I did try to disabuse him from thinking her a dark lady to be. He shook his head. Somehow I don't doubt that he brought this to himself by making an enemy out of those two. Albus had claimed that he would not provoke either of them, but that he would act if he believed them to be nothing short of what he had suspected them to be, most of all Emily Slytherin. He had already thought her to a budding dark lady, dragging Atticus Sayre down to her level of cruelty and hatred, something that Nicholas knew deep down he would be unable to prevent him from believing to be true. The sounds of the bell rang delicately in the room and Perry got up. Well, time flew by. She said with a sigh. Finish up your tea. We still have a little amount of time before your staff meeting to take a quiet walk, she said with an arched eyebrow before she left. Nicholas eyed his tea and saw it had grown cold anyway and set it aside before following his wife, who waited at the door. He outstretched his arm dramatically. Wife, I present myself, he said with a flourished half-bow. Even though he did not see her face, he could tell that she was rolling her eyes and probably fighting a smile. He felt her arm snake around his, and soon enough they exited their private apartment. They walked through the long hallways of the central building, the tall ceiling that had moving specters of light that illuminated the halls with careful measured luminosity that was tied to the day-night cycle, turning brighter and dimmer depending on how bright it was outside. They reached the main hallway that overlooked the central courtyard, which was oval-shaped, the shape molded against the edges of the main building. Trees were wedded into the background of the courtyard with lusciously green grass lining the cobbled path that crisscrossed the courtyard, each leading to a doorway. There were seats and tables in the open-air courtyard, intended to be open to all during the day, free to relax in the serene environment that is intended. It was weather-controlled, wards that protected the courtyard against nature as rain, snow, and so on slid off a dome of magic that diverted snow or rain into downpipes that helped water the various plants and trees that were all around the campus. Even during the mornings, the courtyard was filled with students, young and old alike, including children younger than 11 who were taught by primary school teachers at one of the centers not far from the central courtyard, who taught them fundamental magical studies, languages, mathematics, and some of the sciences. As they walked on the smooth cobbled stone path through the courtyard, they received respectful bows of the head and nods before they returned to their activities. The excitement of meeting either him or Perry died out soon enough once they had gotten used seeing them on a daily basis. They walked past a young family of 4, the parents were no older than 30 and the twin children were no older than 5, and though Perry's gaze would appear to be smiling but more or less not particularly interested, he knew her tells better than anyone living or dead. He could see the joy in the slight creases in her eyes, the firm lips that she kept tight despite the sound of the 2 giggling children filling her with much happiness and relief. He felt the same, though not as deep as she did. He turned around his hand and wrapped his hand around hers, gently squeezing it as they left the courtyard towards the main building where the majority of the current classes were held. "I'm beyond relieved to see that a small part of us and our daughter still remains in this world," he told her. Painful memories of their daughter remained on his mind. She glanced at him with a soft smile before she looked ahead as they walked through the central plaza. A grand staircase stood imposing, made out of grey marble stone that matched the scheme of the interior walls of the main building. The wall was bare, of course, as there was little to celebrate yet, but he no doubt soon enough it would be filled with honored alumni who have contributed to the magical world. "As am I." Her face turned slightly into one grief. "I had hoped we would have been able to save more." She glanced at him, sorrow and sadness etched on her face. "If I had known." The noise of other people arriving stopped her from continuing that sentence and her face returned to neutral. However, he could feel the comfort she needed from the way she squeezed his hand tightly as they climbed the staircase. He and Perry only had one daughter, one that was born before he had discovered the Philosopher's Stone and used it, making himself and Perry barren and unable to have any more children. It was a price they had paid unwittingly and severely. Their daughter had refused the stone once she had known the effects and what it would entail, and with saddened grief they had let her go live her life. The lack of more children had not truly been ruinous, for they had descendants, as their daughter had children and their children had children. Unfortunately, all but one line still remained, a Swiss family that had found itself targeted until only the youngest of the family remained alive but imprisoned. Luckily they had been successful in scrubbing their history and links to their descendants, ensuring that none could wield their blood against them, but fate still conspired against them when they heard the horrors that happened to those who were captured. And so they asked Atticus to save a family, their family, which he did without further demand or question. For that, Nicholas thought, he would help the boy in whatever way he could, even if it meant he worked against him in some capacity or another. Soon enough they arrived at their destination. The rest of the morning was spent with briefing with their professors, several of whom had been given special disposition by the Irish ministry to teach their craft. After the acceptance of the Irish minister Conor Frary to allow the classified grey and dark branches of magic to be taught at Schott Institute of Magic and Science, or SIMS, he and Perry set about inviting several masters of those arts to come teach at SIMS, and all of their first picks had chosen to accept. Rituals, blood magic, shadow magic, shamanism and dark arts were now all subjects that were taught at the school, along with 16 different branches of magic, both newts level and mastery level. It had been quite the challenge to come up with a curriculum that shifted away from the traditional way teaching mastery level magic, but in the end, they succeeded quite ably. Most of the masters already had apprentices in various stages of their apprenticeship, which allowed them to serve as assistant professors in a paid salary that was quite generous. This allowed the workload of the masters to be significantly reduced, whilst also ensuring that the students had the necessary time with their masters and the apprentices to complete their degrees on time. In addition to that, whilst it was not mandatory for students to take on a mundane subject, it was encouraged in the way of reduced fees and scholarships. They'd found several squibs and muggleborns who had taken mundane degrees in America, Australia, and in the Isles who could fit in straight away in teaching scientifically illiterate students to eventually a graduate level by the time they attained their masteries. The mastery courses were 5 years long, 2 years longer than what they were typically. This was because mastery students were required at SIMS to provide research and magical development during their time at the school. This addition to the mastery program served several purposes. 1. It would help them establish themselves within the field they are growing in expertise and with a unique contribution to their field, whilst also retaining a significant royalty to whatever they created, thus setting them up financially as well. 2. It would allow them more time to get used to the mundane subjects they undertook, get used to the scientific way of approaching things, something that both he and Perry agreed was a useful way of approaching many facets of life, and it would be good for them in the long run to allow a different train of thought than the common way. Speaking of students, currently they had over 200 students on campus. Not many compared to the great schools of the magical world, but they had never truly intended to become a competitor for those schools, especially considering that nearly all of the students here were 17 and older, the majority being well in their 20s and 30s, those who had not had an opportunity to apprentice to a master but always wished to, one reason or another preventing from doing so. Those students were most eager to take advantage what was offered to them, most of them being from poor magical families with no nobility in their history, or muggleborns who had been denied opportunities because of their heritage. The fact that they offered schooling for children below the age of 11 was a huge bonus to their students, as it allowed several families to attend without concern. That is not to say the nobility scorned them. No, there were plenty of those around. The name Flamel had been a draw that many could not refuse despite the varied background of students and staff alike that resided at the school. They were the most resistant to take mundane subjects, but that was fine. As time passed, he expected in the coming years that everyone took at least one mundane subject along with a mastery. Arrogance and prejudice after all tended to be whittled away when your peers, no matter how much you disliked calling them your peers, did as well or even better than you did, and when they would begin to understand that mundane subjects would allow them to come up with ideas and understanding that would aid them with their magical studies, he expected much of that arrogance and prejudice to be significantly reduced. And the magical world would be all the better for it. With the war now seemingly at an end, Nicholas expected the number of students to increase quite drastically. The disruption the war had in the magical world had been severe and the number of casualties were horrendous, likely would leave many children and young magicals without their elders to rely on. They would offer to pay for those children to come and study at the Irish School of Magic, the younger ones at the on-campus primary school, whilst offering a full scholarship to those who wished to take their studies further. They had plans to expand the number of staff in the next year or so already, wishing to have at least 2 masters per subject, who would have their own apprentices, effectively quadrupling the number of professors at the school. Those apprentices would be offered a position at the school in the research center, one that would be focused on creating magic and artifacts for the consumption of the magical world, aiming to ignite a golden age of magic. They were already seeing positive results. When the day drew to a close, classes having finished and people retired to their own devices after dinner, he took a moment to walk around the large gardens at the other side of the campus. The garden was illuminated with floating balls of dim white lights that were about 5 to 10 meters in the sky. The garden was vividly green with numerous colorful flowers that he recognized. Some were magical but most were mundane. The trees that adorned the garden were all apple trees of differing kinds, something that Perry wanted the school to have. He heard a phoenix song and he smiled to himself. The evening sun was in its dying embers, the dim shine of the lights added to the peaceful song. He saw a woman sitting there, the bright red feathers of the phoenix obscuring her as the tail curled around the woman's neck. He walked up to the woman and spared a curious glance before he sat next to her. She had a crossword puzzle on her lap, intently focused on it. She came here not too long ago, allowed in on Atticus' recommendation. He'd heard of her, of course. How could he not? Credence Barebones, or Dumbledore if you like, was infamous even more so after his apparent defection. And the woman who had stood by the man, through good or ill, had become known to many people. Speaking of young Credence, his survival against Grindelwald by the skin of his teeth had been reported, deep within the papers, and it come to a relief to the young woman before him. Have you decided? He finally asked. She hummed beautifully, playing with the phoenix's feathers. Fox, he'd been told, as she kept her gaze on the crossword puzzle even as she spoke. The bird was very popular amongst the student population and was often one could spot students feeding the phoenix berries. Is the answer still the same? She returned. She looked up from the paper, her black eyes studying him intently. He sighed and met her gaze. It will be difficult, he told her. She smiled beautifully. Many things worth doing tend to be difficult. He laughed heartily. Not when it means having to deal with fools in the ICW, he said with a raised eyebrow. Besides, he might not agree, he warned her. He will. She stroked Fox's feathers. Especially when he learns that you are helping, she said meaningfully, a glint of happiness and gratitude shining through her eyes. Fox crooned softly, almost sorrowfully, as the phoenix's black eyes stared at Nicholas. He felt a little hint of guilt creep into him. He shot a dirty look at the phoenix. Cheating little flying rat. He looked back at the Asian woman who began to work on his crossword puzzle again. Damn his curiosity. He half glared at the phoenix. Damn the phoenix. All right. He finally said after a moment. I've changed my decision. He paused for a moment. It was going to be quite the hassle, he thought, disgruntled. The Irish minister won't be much of an issue and will support us after several concessions, no doubt. He hoped Perry would forgive him for many more dinners with Connor Frary and his wife. Though he suspected she would approve. She had a weakness for sappy love stories. And perhaps, he did too. Her head quickly rose and turned to face him. Thank you, she said, happiness shining through on her face. Fox crooned softly, seemingly approving of his decision. He stared at the phoenix, peace and soothing calm filling him. You better stay away from Perry. He muttered. He didn't need her armed with a phoenix. He'd never win an argument again. Break. Leonard Spencer Moon POV. He held his face in his hands. He remembered Dumbledore requesting the boy be marked as a Dark Lord for the slaughter that had taken place at the Prividetsy family home. He had nearly thrown him out the door that day. The absurdity of requesting such a thing against the oldest house in magical Britain when they were simply acting in self-defense in a way that was completely legal had been high. And now? He removed his hands from his face and gazed down at the papers. Albus Dumbledore, not the man you think he is. By Rupert Scrimgeour. It was the evening paper, once more focused completely on Dumbledore. The attack on Hogwarts had been shocking enough, but what had followed in this edition? Well, suffice to say it was grim. The connections to the acts that Dumbledore was accused of committing were allusions made by the reporter who, unfortunately, seemed to have a well of information that was proving him to be more right than wrong as time went by. The door to his office opened and Yaxley, the director of the DMLE, walked in and took his seat. His stern expression gave little away. Are the stories right? Leonard asked almost in a despondent tone. Unclear to say, Yaxley said, but things are leading towards that conclusion however. Yaxley paused for a moment. His magical signature has been captured at the Dipplesworth home. Leonard spied a glance at Yaxley. Why are you calling it still the Dipplesworth home? Shouldn't it have been returned to the ministry once the family line died out? Yaxley pursed his lips. It seems like someone had made a claim to the home through the ministry. Yaxley's eyes grew hard. And it seems like we are unable to trace back to whom the claim belongs to, and neither can we determine who exactly filed the claim. Given the unimportance of the home and the land it sits on, it would likely never been investigated had we not specifically looked at the home after the allegations made in the paper. Leonard groaned, unable to resist this time. It all adds up, he said as he once more placed his head in his hands. It seems so, Yaxley said. What a Merlin damned mess. How was he going to get out of this one? Rumors before Sayre defeated Grindelwald had been that he had been having secret meeting with Dumbledore discussing the war and Dumbledore's role in it. At the time he had welcomed it, the attention and publicity it had given him to be around a powerful wizard who could stop Grindelwald had been nice despite the imp's attempt to erode the public view of the man. It had been a good decision, to remain in good standing with his supporters, especially when Dumbledore's beliefs had been continued to gain traction, despite the negative view the imp had been spinning. That had been fine when the war had at most been at their doorstep and they remained out of it. Sayre's unilateral declaration of war had hampered much of Dumbledore's pull, even more so when Sayre had been racking up victory after victory. He had ensured the Daily Prophet wouldn't make such claims under his authority as minister, but here they were, they sprang this dragon dung of a mess without even informing him. What of the Dipplesworth inheritance? Leonard asked, unsure what it was he was hoping for. Untouched. Yaxley answered, there is an heir to the wealth as you know, small as it may be, and that might have well prevented any further foul play. Leonard nodded grimly. How is the search going? Leonard asked of Yaxley. Ongoing, Yaxley said brusquely. We have questioned the brother, but unless we can get him thoroughly interrogated, we won't get anything from him. Yaxley pointedly said. Leonard shook his head. He was already on thin ice. To authorize the use of truth serum or legilimency without consent would be illegal even if Aberforth Dumbledore was a half-blood. And Aberforth Dumbledore would be a fool to allow that to happen if he wished to protect his brother. No, we can't. It's off the table, Leonard said firmly, and Yaxley looked at him with a look he did not like. It was one of understanding of his situation and perhaps even calculation. Yaxley would not be the only one who smelled blood in the waters. Set everyone on him, I want him found. Leonard said finally. He knew the Auror department was already putting it as a top priority, the level of the scandal necessitated it. We are doing what we can, Yaxley said firmly. We have already tuned onto his magical frequency, but it seems like he's able to mask it to a degree, making this a lot harder. Not only that. Yaxley paused deliberately. I am uncertain if we can reasonably bring him in using non-lethal force, Yaxley said slowly, and Leonard blinked after a moment and looked at Yaxley with a serious expression. Why? He asked. Dumbledore is an archmage, one of prodigious transfiguration talent. Once he resists. Yaxley trailed off meaningfully and Leonard slumped back in his chair. He had not forgotten that little fact, of course not. He only hoped that the DMLE could figure out a way to stop him without needing anything from him. Over the years, they had worked hard to develop methods to stop powerful wizards from causing harm to Britain, and how ironic was it that the individual that many had placed their hopes in would ultimately be the one who would be targeted using those methods? He could only thank Mother Magic for having the wisdom of not letting him peruse the detailed defense plans in the event Grindelwald crossed the channel. Yaxley continued. He is reputed to be on the same power scale as Grindelwald, Yaxley said pointedly. How are we to contend with that with merely stunners? Not to mention you had dozens of our best shipped out for some unknown mission with Lord Black. Yaxley's eyes showed nothing, but Leonard could practically feel the deep interest in that mission. To say Yaxley had been unhappy when he had ordered well over 70 Aurors to go with Lord Black, would an understatement. It was, perhaps, the moment he had lost whatever slight loyalty the man had held to him. Leonard coldly looked at him. If that is what it takes, then I will authorize lethal means to subdue or eliminate Dumbledore. It actually would aid him significantly and remove a problem before it could grow into the final nails of his coffin. He had plenty of those surrounding him. Dumbledore did not need to be another. The things they had discussed, the things that Dumbledore wanted. Yaxley remained silent for a moment before he nodded. I will have it done. It will reduce the risk to my men and alleviate a lot of their concerns. Not to mention it would likely bolster their opinion of you once you told them that you fought for them to be able to defend themselves, he thought cynically. Good thing his allies have practically abandoned him after the second story was released. Leonard mused. Yaxley only grimly nodded. To think he swindled several Moodbloods. He shook his head. Leonard could only smile thinly at that. Yaxley was not in disbelief in the act itself, merely that it was never done before. Occasionally there were squib-born descendants of extinct lines that could claim a heritage denied to pure-blood families for some inextricable reason. It was not talked about and none of it was made public. Only the right families that had kin work at the ministry tended to know about such things. There once had been a squib born of the House Winterden, one of the 13 elder houses of the Wizards' Council, the governing body that preceded the Wizengamot, that managed to lay claim to the Winterton estate back in 1801. The Winterton family had been a matriarchal family, one that had special requirements in order to inherit head of House Winterton like so many such ancient houses did. Though the house was officially designated extinct many centuries ago, there were still a few cadet branches of the most ancient house of Winterton, and Xavier Charleston had been part of such a cadet branch. And yet, none of them could lay claim to the Winterton estate other than this Muggle-born girl, someone who seemed to have but a merest trickle of magical blood in her veins, and yet the family magic had chosen her. Suffice it to say, it had sent an uproar amongst the nobility that such a person could be counted among them, and before the year was out, she had died in an accident. As did the Muggle family she belonged to and whatever kin they could find. Since then, it had been abundantly clear that any such occurrences could not happen again, and thus any information of heritage tests was kept from those who came from the Muggle world lest they upset the balance of power and muddy their world. What Albus Dumbledore did was ingenious and at the same time vexing. That reporter managed to find one of the students Albus Dumbledore had introduced to the magical world, and upon deeper investigation had found that Albus Dumbledore had been swindling a lot of these squib-born descendants who knew nothing. From the investigations, Albus Dumbledore had managed to secure himself their wealth through dubious means. Scrimgeour, somehow, had found out the scheme that Dumbledore had played, testing Muggleborns for any unclaimed estates and swindling them out of that wealth completely unknown to them. Many purebloods would not have blinked an eye to that given they were merely Muggleborns, but it was the principle that this man was a deputy headmaster and supposedly of the light. That story had sunk any protests his allies might have had regarding the ruinous demonization Dumbledore had been receiving after Hogwarts, especially once the goblins had verified it to be true. They may not care about wizards swindling one another, but they did care about not being held to account for this. The DMLE swiftly put an order to put a hold on all of Dumbledore's accounts with their aid. He was already having his contacts see what he could do to seize all of his gains, for the ministry of course. He would certainly need it given how short his remaining stay as minister could well be. It only proves how dangerous he is, Leonard sighed before he gazed at Yaxley. Keep me informed of anything you find. Out of the things that had besieged Leonard, why this had to happen he could not fathom. Who knew that Dumbledore could have been involved with Grindelwald in that way? That he was Grindelwald's lover. Leonard fought the urge to despair, all that he had worked to crumbling around him. Yaxley stood up and bowed his head slightly. I will minister, and he left. Leonard sat there for a while, pondering on what he could do before he shook his head. There was little in his control at this point. It seems like he had no control at all, he thought bitterly. The Sayres, the Blacks, even the damn Malfoys had eroded all of his influence and power base to the point that he could little but tweedle his thumbs, hoping that they would destroy each other instead. Leonard narrowed his eyes as the gears in his mind began to shift. Perhaps, that was something he could do, and it would get their attentions away from him, leaving him free to work out a way to once more obtain the influence he once held in his early years. Despite the threat of permanent disgrace of himself and his family line, perhaps there was something he could do that return a modicum of control back to his hands. Break. Emily POV. She traced her fingertips on the stone as she made her way up to the headmaster's office. She reached out to the magic in the smooth stone that made up Hogwarts and hummed in response. It is, the first place that felt like home. The magic that welcomed her, the first of its kind she's ever experienced. She might have made a home with Atticus, but Hogwarts would always be some place special to her. The walls that chimed and soothed with rich magic seeped into its ancient stone, the generations of students casting their magic within its halls and rooms left an imprint on the grand school, one that built on the foundations of what the founders had done. The school had been a work of passion. None could highlight this more than Salazar Slytherin himself in the few entries when he had reminisced about the early days in his closing pages of his last book. The fallout between the founders was one that he regretted even if he believed himself to be right. The threat of Muggles and the dangers Muggleborns raised by them presented was something that was unwavering even at the close of his life. Emily bent her fingers and pressed them harder against the stone, dragging her fingers across the ancient stone like claws. She would ensure they would not be able to destroy all that her ancestor had built and would see to it that Hogwarts would remain standing 1,000 years more. She arrived at the headmaster's office door and she looked at the gargoyle. Tempest, she said simply as she spoke the password she was given. The gargoyle stepped aside and she proceeded into the office. Memories came to the forefront of her mind, of the first time she had been in the office. To ask if she could remain here during the summer instead of going back to the Muggles despite having been offered a place at the Sayres. Lady Slytherin, the familiar old baritone voice of Headmaster Dippet called out. She inclined her head slightly, looked up, and saw him standing there on the second floor. Headmaster, she said politely as she beckoned towards him and rose up the stairs. She got to the second floor and Dippet hobbled over to his seat behind a cluttered desk, filled with islands of parchments. Apologies about the mess, Dippet said in a hastened tone before he gestured towards the seat in front of the desk. Please take a seat, he offered, and she took it. Did I come in an inopportune time? She questioned as she eyed the documents. He shuffled in his seat in an attempt to settle himself before he looked down at her from behind his oval glasses. No, you did not. I had planned to finish this work before it was time for our meeting, but something else came up and... He waved lazily with his wand at the documents and they began to float before sorting themselves neatly into a pile before they flew away towards one of the shelves behind Dippet. Related to the incident of a few days past? She asked mildly, her tone gentle even if her eyes were sparkling with interest. His eyes grew darker. Yes. It seems like the ramifications of the incident will have a lasting impact for some time to come. He brightened up before he clapped his hands and folded them in front of him as he leaned forward. Whatever dark cloud had settled above him seemingly disappeared now. We're not here to discuss that. I'm sure you heard and said enough to the Aurors about it to last you a lifetime. He chuckled, though she could tell it was forced. He wasn't wrong, however. To say Dumbledore's outburst had consequences would be to say it was only a bit of rain during a torrential rainfall in the tropics. Aurors arrived 5 minutes later after Dumbledore had been evicted. Once one of the staff had been the foresight to call them, and she had been subjected to a series of questioning for the last few days. It had been quite fun to play the perplexed student who did not truly understand his outburst or the hatred he had shown her. She told the Aurors that she had always the feeling that he never really liked her, once more drawing to the interview she did when she outed herself as Lady Slytherin, but never did she think it was that bad. She told them she did think the grief he had shown likely meant that it was true that he and Grindelwald were closer. Parents and close family relatives had poured into Hogwarts. The sheer outcry against Dumbledore was delicious. She was quite certain she must have looked deranged in the last Slytherin hierarchy meeting when they'd discussed the impact of Dumbledore's words and actions. After all of these years, she finally got her revenge for the way he discarded her and plotted against her. She had been hailed a defender of Hogwarts and given the special award for services to the school, something that she quite enjoyed, especially given how much of it had been orchestrated. What she hadn't expected, however, was the articles in the Daily Prophet that came in the following days, the sheer character assassination that honestly surprised her. Scrimgeour truly destroyed his reputation beyond repair, and if the evidence he had brought forth was true. Out of all the things she wouldn't have expected him to do was the defrauding Muggleborns and orphaned children. So much so that she began to suspect that Atticus had planted that information, though how he would do that with the way the goblins operated, she had no clue. She would have to ask him. Yes, I am here to formally give you notice that I am withdrawing from Hogwarts, effective immediately, she told him. He solemnly nodded. I have been aware of your examinations in both Owls and Newts and have expected this, he sighed before he glanced at her with a small smile. Doesn't mean I do not wish for you to reconsider. I have spoken with Professors Folly and Slughorn, he said, peering down his glasses. They would like to offer you a dual apprenticeship in charms and potions. He flicked his wand and brought to her a piece of parchment. She took it and looked at offer. It was a formal offer and contract, a standard apprentice one, though one that spaced out the charms mastery to be completed after potions. She suspected she was going to be offered it by the way Slughorn had acted, but she was surprised by the offer from Folly. She glanced at Dippet. Highly unusual to be offered apprenticeships without the masters present, she commented. Dippet chuckled softly. That is my fault, he admitted to her. I wanted to offer you this myself along with an offer of my own. She leaned back in her seat waiting for Dippet to expand, which he did. I would like you to study defense against the dark arts under me, he told her seriously, once more surprising her. She knew that Dippet had written several books on Dada, many of them acclaimed, though they were largely forgotten in the midst of more modern popular books. That is not to say that Dippet's books were useless, on the contrary, they had actually been quite insightful, simply a lot more intellectually engaging, as they tended to be somewhat philosophical, which wasn't what most wanted from their Dada books. Dippet must have caused the slight look of surprise and smiled. I used to be quite the world champion, over a couple of centuries ago of course, and though I might not be spry enough to keep up physically, I do have a great depth of knowledge that I am able to impart on you. Why? She bluntly asked, her eyes intently boring into him. She remembered the first time she had been in here, denied the right to remain in safety at Hogwarts when the Muggles had been bombing London relentlessly. Had she not had the opportunity to stay with the Sayres, people Dumbledore could not bully in ensuring they retract their offer, she would have been forced to stay with the filthy Muggles and likely forced to hide out like a rat in one of the bomb shelters, or worse. The offer was great, to be offered 3 apprenticeships by renowned figures, even if Dippet was no longer truly known for Dada. He sighed deeply. Penance, he simply said, and she narrowed her eyes. For allowing Dumbledore to conduct himself as he did before he shattered his reputation. She bluntly said, her ire with the man before her rising with no intention on her part to rein it in. The portraits behind Dippet muttered disapprovingly at her tone and words, but she paid them no mind. She no longer needed to mince and mind her words against those who held a position of power. She had power now too. Greater than Dippet, greater than the majority of people in magical Britain. In magic and in social status. And for believing what he had said about your character, he said solemnly before he slumped in his chair, looking truly ancient now. She kept quiet, not out of respect for his age but merely to force the man to speed up whatever this guilt-ridden conversation was about. I was concerned about the effects of the Muggle world on the magical world. After all, many businesses and shops have moved from Diagon to Godric's Hollow to avoid the catastrophe that could have befallen them. The modified bomb wards that were placed on Diagon had been effective, for the most part, but it still showed how many people could have died had the threat not been taken seriously before. There had been plenty of families that resided in London that lost their homes to the bombs, their wards unable to take the energy and impact of the bombing. But Albus had convinced me that we should not break tradition and permit students to remain at the school when the ministry would have intervened had it been serious enough, just as it intervened to allow the majority of businesses and people in Diagon to move to Godric's Hollow. He sighed. The ministry did nothing. They did not and would not care, she said with a calm she did not feel. In truth she was furious. He inclined his head solemnly. That is true, and something I ignored in favor of Albus' counsel. One that could have cost you tremendously had it not been for the generosity of the Sayres. Yes, she answered simply before she drew herself up, her eyes intently meeting Dippet's. And you do not have to worry. I hold you no ill will for that decision, nor do you have to feel the urge to repay me out of guilt. She stood up, the offer in her hand. She looked at it for a moment. Perhaps if things were different. If things hadn't been tainted by the guilt of old men who did not care about an seemingly irrelevant child who wanted to a safe place to stay. Slughorn wasn't completely innocent in that debacle, having known she hailed from an orphanage. She had no doubt that Slughorn wanted her to be his apprentice for the prestige she would bring him. Folly, she could see it being more genuine, but she didn't doubt it wasn't completely because he didn't feel some kind of guilt. Any other time she might have used their guilt against them, but she had no use for any of them. None of them had what she wanted that she could not obtain for herself now. She had no use for pity or guilt. Not now. Not ever again. She turned to Dippet. You may give my thanks to Professors Folly and Slughorn, but I have to decline. She placed the offer letter on the table and met Dippet's sorrowful eyes. Just I decline your offer, she said respectfully before she turned on her heels and walked out. No longer did she have to bend to those like Dippet or Slughorn, to play the polite demure girl who felt honored to be in their presence. An hour later she walked out of Hogwarts with her possessions after a final meeting with her inner circle. They knew their roles and to continue her work within the school. The axe of Dumbledore had shattered the existing structures of Hogwarts, the opinion and the image of the Gryffindors. She might have done great work at mending relationships with the other houses and the Slytherins, but Dumbledore was the final blow that allowed the hold that Gryffindors held on the school to break. They had already been suspicious of Dumbledore and no longer viewed him warmly given the way he remained at the castle whilst an 18-year-old many of them knew was fighting a war on their behalf, which she enforced them into thinking. But now with Dumbledore showing far from the Gryffindor standard they had held themselves to, their confidence was broken and it was time for the Slytherins to offer an olive branch, to permanently end the schism within Hogwarts and create a unity against those who held no place in Britain. Like Dumbledore. Of course it would have the added benefit of ensuring that the Slytherins quietly ruled in the background. After she passed the ward line of Hogwarts, she took one last look and disapparated on the spot. She arrived at the top of a hill overlooking a small forest and made her way towards her destination through forest, walking a familiar path. She passed through a muggle-repelling ward and made her way to the cabin settled in between a small clearing in the forest she saw in the distance. She could hear the faint music emanating from the cabin, the familiar piece he liked to play when he was deep in thought. She arrived at the door and walked through. The wards felt welcoming to her as they always did now that she was recognized as part of the family, and she walked through the hallway, towards the living room that leads to the back garden. Her footsteps sounded off the ancient floorboards, light creaking and dull taps of sound emanating as she walked. The familiar sight of him plucking away at the harp that rested between his legs facing towards the gardens brought back memories to her, and she knew it was deliberate. Atticus cared about meaning. He could be pragmatic when he needed to be, but he liked to make grand gestures and do things in a certain way that held meaning. At least, it seemed, when it came to her. She sat across from him and watched him as he played with his eyes closed, his fingers dancing across the strings fluidly, his body swaying as he led one ending into another. He was getting better at it, she thought as she felt his magic attempting to enchant her into a lulled state. Waves of magic seeped into her. He was like those snake charmers, those who danced and played tunes in front of snakes, who could not help but fall sway to them, mesmerized and unable to look away. She let it capture her, enjoying the feel of his magic as he tugged at the strings with ever more feeling and ever more power, her heart racing at the same beat of the strings and the waves of magic that thrummed again and again. She wasn't sure how long she was like that for as he came to a close almost seemingly out of nowhere, and the piece petered out in a way that felt unfinished, waiting for another stanza to begin. He reopened his eyes and turned to her with a half-smile, his purple-green eyes shining brightly as they fell on her. He stood up, carefully leaning the harp against the foot of the chair before he came over to her, his movement fluid. He leaned down, her hair fell down his front but not in front of his face as he brought his hand to her face, his thumb gently caressing her cheek. She looked up at him with an impassive face, one that she wore carefully and did not reflect the excitement she felt, and he brought down his lips to hers with the softest of kisses. A tease she wasn't in the mood to allow. She broke her impassiveness and brought her hand around to the back of his head and gently but firmly brought him closer to her, their lips now firmly on one another, and before she knew it, their lips and tongues were locked with another, battling out like two great sea serpents in a mating ritual. They broke apart and Atticus stood straight back up, a small grin on his face, knowing full well what he did. She looked at him with half-lidded eyes. Did you have to seduce me like that? She asked in a questioning tone. Of course, he said plainly as he walked away. He looked over his shoulder. It's the only way I know for certain I can win when I play this harp, he told her. She got up from her seat and stood beside him, staring at the harp. I understand, she said demurely. He looked at her with a questioning gaze and a glint of mischief entered her eye. I understand that you need the aid of a magical harp to do what I. She stepped up closer to him, looking up to his face before her index finger rose and traced the contours of his cheekbone. Can do so easily, she said in a wolfish smile. The harp in question was Cana's harp, made by Cana Cludhomer, an ancient Irish druid who created the carcass of a ghost whale, a now extinct magical creature. She didn't know from whom he got it from. He only said that it was owned by someone who didn't appreciate it and that it did not deserve to be left unused gathering dust. Atticus frowned for a moment. You probably shouldn't be too proud about that. He held a look that made it clear that he was struggling to keep his lips from twitching. She narrowed her eyes. You better not finish that sentence. He simply chuckled before he flicked his finger. The harp rose in the air before it went flying towards the far side wall, but before it could impact, the wall opened up and revealed a hidden place, one that the harp flew into. The wall closed up and Atticus pulled her and stared down at her. You've been busy, he murmured softly, an intense look in his eyes. She hummed. I have, she said with a deliberate smile. Did you have to antagonize Dumbledore? He asked, getting straight to the point. It could have wrong. She tilted her head. Did you have a vision where it went wrong? She asked, genuinely curious. No, he admitted. I read the paper, reading enough to know you instigated his exit. I haven't exactly slept for the past few days. That is a weakness you'll have to fix at some point, she said with a raised eyebrow. He had a powerful ability but constrained to only form during his sleep. Surely there was a way to activate it in another way. I'm aware. There isn't exactly much on my version of seeing since it seems to be quite unique to my family. He looked at her with a fixed look. Nice attempt to change the subject though. She merely shrugged in his arms. I didn't actually have to do much to instigate him, she said with a frown. He was far more erratic than I expected. Dumbledore should not have reacted like that. She expected a reaction, to slowly build him into a rage causing him to attack her, but she never expected such an outburst. Atticus frowned for a moment. I wasn't completely sure if Dumbledore loved Grindelwald. I suppose this answers the question. His eyes darkened. The trap worked, I received the signal. Her eyes brightened, her lips contorting to a savage smile. Oh. She purred in delight and he expanded on it. It was a combination of a nasty withering curse, one of Egyptian origin modified to be more fast acting on those who were more magically strong, and a permanent spell modified to be strengthened significantly. Surely he's dead by now, she pondered aloud. He grimaced. I wouldn't count him out. His eyes darkened. Grindelwald survived. If he survived, Dumbledore could live long enough to be a problem. The last thing we want is a resurgent Dark Lord with a vengeful Archmage. They remained silent for a moment, digesting that prospect. Dumbledore's magic had been powerful and truly made her momentarily regret her decision to taunt him. She wasn't as strong as him, not yet, not when she still had several maturities to go through and to train her magic further. No more Hogwarts, he spoke up, breaking the silence as his arms wrapped around her. Yes, she confirmed, and she told him about the offer she'd been given. Did you ever consider accepting? Atticus asked. No. She said immediately. There is little purpose in apprenticing now, not when I could go to Sims and learn more from the professors and the Flamels in a year than I would in a day with them. True, he hummed after a moment as he looked at her but didn't press. Let's go, he said to her suddenly. To this mysterious place where your mother and sister are. She asked calmly, hiding her immense interest. He held onto her waist before he swung her around, her back against his chest. It's time you know the complete future, he said against her head, and soon enough the telltale feeling of apparition consumed her. Her eyes widened as she saw them arrive on top of a small outcrop of rock in the middle of the sea. Her foot nearly slipped against the smooth jagged surface of the rock. Atticus held firm onto her waist. Easy, it's not the most ideal place to apparate to, but it's preferable than potentially landing in there. She turned her head and saw where he was looking at. At the base of the rock, on their bottom right, there was a small cave, which she was barely able to see from her angle, that was repeatedly being smashed by the sea, flooding it again and again as the tide ebbed and flowed. The entry is there. She wondered aloud as she unfurled herself from his hands and moved alongside him where there was just about enough space to stand. Yes. Time has worn away this rock. He turned to her. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, this rock was a small island, not much larger, of course, but large enough I suspect that there was an easy route into the place. She narrowed her eyes. Hundreds of thousands of years. He outstretched his arm and after a second, a glowing trident spear materialized. She recognized it immediately. Skullslee, the weapon he'd slaved himself to complete. In truth, she was a little jealous of the weapon. Though, it seemed a little different. It had a black stone at the center of it, golden runes seemed to have been etched around it. He grabbed hold of it, spear and man glowed slightly with magic, a small but noticeable wave of magic emanated from them. It was a weapon of royalty, the way it glistened in the light and pulsed with magic. It seems like he caught her look of envy and smiled at her. Do not worry, I have one planned for you. His eyes gleamed for a moment and another surprise too. Before she could respond he tapped the butt of the spear against the surface, and a translucent bubble-like wave originated from him, and soon enough the waves that had crashed against the rock now crashed against the bubble. She eyed the spear curiously. She'd suspected it was like a focus, certainly he confirmed her when she'd asked, but she never really thought it could replace his wand. Not that he really needed either, but wands were much like an extension of oneself, their magic stretched further and made easier with a wand that suited their magic. Do you miss your wand? She asked once she tore her eyes away from the spear. Sometimes, he said softly, it's been a wonderful companion. Had it survived the sheer power I poured through it, I don't think it could have functioned nearly as well as it once did, despite the deep bond I may have had with it. There was a tinge of sorrow in his voice and she could understand. She palmed her wand, her long index finger caressed the smooth contour of the bone-white wand. Her yew and phoenix feather wand meant much to her. He extended his right hand to her. Shall we? He offered softly, and she turned to him and took his hand. They made it down the rock and onto the entry of the cave, where it looked like nothing was amiss. She couldn't really sense anything magical either, so it made her a little wary. Atticus let go of her hand and banished away his spear before he walked up to a plain-looking jagged wall surface and placed his hand on it. The jagged wall surface was replaced with a smooth grey wall with a flawless drop of illusionary magic. Or that was what she thought it was, despite not feeling a hint of magic. His look of bemusement as he glanced back at her made her suspicious. What was that? She asked of him. Not magic, he told her as the silver-grey wall separated, parting without any indication that they had been two separate sides. He walked into the opening and turned back to her, his face serious. She stared at him for a moment, wondering what she was about to see. Atticus' secrets, much to her loathing and grudging respect for being able to surprise in ways she did not expect, tended to be huge. Breaching into space, taking her up to see the world from atop, Illos, the fact that he'd seen her alternative self and what she could have turned into. For some reason, she thought that this secret may well be greater than any of them. She began her stride, slowly and steady. This will change your worldview of many things, Emily. He smiled softly at her as she crossed the distance. Things that seemed impossible, even to one who thinks magic can do the impossible, will no longer be insurmountable. He told her, his eyes fixed on her as she stepped into the strange box-like room. He took her waist, drawing her into him as they stared at one another. You once wondered why I always focused on both magic and science, though admittedly, I never expected really what the potential of science could have yielded until not too long ago, he admitted to her with a small wry smile before he grew serious once more. You will see today why with magic and science, there is nothing that can stand in our way. His eyes bore the same fire that he had when he told her of his ambitions. The doors closed behind her and for some reason she could not help but think another set of doors had opened. Break. Grindelwald POV. Agony. Awareness had brought to him a world of non-existence, a place where his consciousness swam in the seas of the void. Who was he? Agony had seeped into the cracks of his soul, helpless fear and rage thundered into his mind. Why? A distant echo of what senses he had remaining had rung within him, his body seemed to settle onto a hard surface. Gee. He heard, somehow, from someone or something, one of his senses seemingly working even if it diminished. If only that hadn't been the only sense that had increased tenfold. Waves of agony and harrowing pain hit him, that distant echo washed over him like a thunderclap, one that happened again and again. It felt unrelenting, the force of sanity breaking pain that seemed to engulf him, drown him. Please, no more. We do not beg, echoed in his mind, a familiar voice and a familiar strength. What did the voice know of his pain? We know pain like it is a son. We are Gellert Grindelwald. We do not beg. Gellert Grindelwald. The waves of pain ebbed away, if only for a moment, and he remembered. He was Gellert Grindelwald, the most powerful Dark Lord to exist. How? At that moment, a visceral assault of memories assaulted him. A cry out of rage and hatred emanated from him, but to anyone who had listened, it came out little more than a dying wheeze, but none could mistake the grave hatred that would mark ill tidings. S.A. escaped his charred lips, his half-burnt tongue could only slightly move in his mouth, but hatred fueled him, burnt within him like an erupting volcano, wishing to blanket the world into blackness. The void seemed to break, hues different from the total blackness began to form. Somehow he could almost see again, being able to make out the slight differences in forms through darker and lighter hues of shadows. He saw a figure loom over him. Can you me now? He heard, the familiar way of speaking enough to make him remember who was with him. He sounded out, the pain of speaking no longer debilitating. Good. Charms will, for now. Wheee. He asked, his tongue unable to sound out the more difficult letters. Bierenberg. De Gaulle said. So that place the man had thought a secret. You're lucky to be alive, de Gaulle said before he began to explain his current state. No wonder his sense were gone. He was little better than charcoal. He seethed. There was no subtlety to what he felt, the all-consuming hatred and desire for revenge had thrown all reason and ambition away. De Gaulle had told him the ritual could be prepped within the week, but he needed his consent. He knew de Gaulle's rescue was selfish and more than likely also a wish to see out the ritual they had constructed on him, someone who had little to lose despite the risky nature of the ritual and likelihood it was going to have side effects. But he cared not. He could only feel two things. Hatred and desire. They ruled within his shattered being and his thoughts were affixed on devouring all that his enemy held dear. Oh, it. He wheezed out, his voice sounding more like a hiss. Excellent, excellent. I will wake you when it's time. It became dark once more, the dulled pain that he had felt was gone and agony returned in full force, but, in that moment, the burning hatred grew larger than the pain he felt, fueled by knowing who it was who did this to him. Say aaee, he wheezed/hissed out, the exhalation of air, harsher and rougher than anything he should have managed. He returned to the shackled state of unconsciousness with nothing but a name and a glowing set of eyes fixed in his mind to go with his deep hatred that was soon beginning to define him. Chapter 64 Part I. Hello all, welcome back to the story, to the penultimate chapter of Arc 2, there will be 3 more posts, Part 2, 65 Part 1 and 2. There is a lot of assumptions being made, like how I am stretching the story, which I find a little funny given the scope of what is being written and how fleshed out it is being made. Stretching the story for the sake stretching it is far from what I aim on doing, and it makes for a worse story. But what it is even worse is a hasty conclusion. It is my writing style, I suppose, to weave and introduce a multitude of threads to culminate to an ending that is satisfying rather than one that happens all too often TV series or even movies. But that is your right to make such a comment, just as it is your right to give negative reviews. Without further ado, please enjoy the post. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 28th of March 1943. Arcturus Black POV. A putrid hue of purple crackled from his wand, felling the last of the enemy before him, the body falling into 2 pieces into a pile of rotting flesh. He spun around, his elbow close to his chest with his feet ready to shift into any direction, his eyes coldly surveying the surroundings. Ancient black stone spires laid broken in the main square of the castle, most of it having been reduced to rubble as battles had been fought around it and atop of it. In the corner of his eyes, he saw movement and he swiveled around, a curse crackling with menace at the tip of his wand. As he turned around, he saw the spell come towards him and he twisted his body around, letting the spell pass before he whipped his wand arm around like a whip, and the crackling spell that had rested impatiently at the tip streamed forward. The man raised a shield and his spell crashed against it, but Arcturus had not remained idle and unleashed a rapid spell chain, one that was instinctual and eventually tore down the man's shield and eventually through him. His eyes caught the black-haired Russian who combated several men on his own, a mad grin on his face even in the face of killing curses and spells that would kill him with ease. He dispatched with all but one with astounding ease, the swift and efficient nature of his movement held an almost graceful nature to it, a dance he perfected again and again. The man danced and pirouetted out of the way before he did the unthinkable, reholstering his wand as he closed the gap between himself and the last man. He slammed his fists into the man's midriff before he had dispossessed the man of his wand through a Muggle-like technique, an insult Arcturus would have killed him on the spot for had it been done to him, and the man crashed into the floor. With a quick flick of his wrist, the Russian took his wand again, and after a series of wand movements, he reholstered his wand, all of it taking less than 2 seconds. The air around Dachemov grew turbulent, the dust and ash around him picked up and began to swirl around him as he brought his hands together, an intense look of concentration on his face. A dark light with blue glowing wisps began to form in between his hands, his right hand above his head and his left hand below it, and his arms trembling from the effort seemingly. The dark light grew to a black orb that seemed to swirl in on itself, and just as the man seemed to pick himself up, Dachemov straightened up, his arms still in front of him before he twisted them around and pushed the wandless spell towards the rapidly panicking man who could not outrun or outdodge the spell and was sent flying backwards and fell onto his back. It did not stop there, as his skin began to glow with spidery blue-black veins and his face contorted into a silent scream of agony before small amount of smoke erupted from his mouth, and soon enough he was died, seemingly having been burnt inside out by the spell. Dachemov repalmed his wand, and though he seemed to have no real indication of tiredness, Arcturus spotted the forming of sweat and the slight quickening of his chest that indicated that it took much from him. Dachemov turned to him, his neatly kept beard almost seemed like the underside of a knight's helmet formed onto his face, and their eyes met. Dachemov's face morphed into a slow grin before he raised his wand and twisted around, looking for the next enemy to destroy. Arcturus' lips thinned for a moment before he too continued on to bring an end to this battle. He fought side by side with his cousin-in-law, Lord Caspar Crouch, and resistance whittled down as he fought and killed several more men. The battle had died out not long after he took down his last man, the remaining enemy fighters have fled or captured. He looked around the square and saw the damage their battle had caused. It was unfortunate but nothing that could not be repaired. The battle had been hard fought but it had been shorter than the ones he had fought lately. This was the last battle after a series of battles that had taken over the course of only 4 days. There had been heavy resistance at first, word of Grindelwald's defeat had not been believed by the most ardent of followers. By the time of this battle, he could visibly see that more of them had begun to believe the news but spite and anger was still high. Shame about the damage, Caspar said to him before he shook his head. They did not hold back doing as much damage as they could to the school. Arcturus glanced at him, likely from foolish hope their lord will come back and praise them for continuing to deny us prizes. Or more likely out of spite and anger. Caspar smiled thinly. Grindelwald would not remain this long hidden if it didn't mean he was dead. Even showing himself as injured but still surviving Grindelwald would be enough to drag out this war for years to come. Perhaps Arcturus aloud doesn't change the fact that the ones that are continuing to fight are mostly those who he elevated beyond their station. They have the most to lose regardless of Grindelwald's final insane and suicidal intentions. They'll get what is coming for them, even if they have escaped. Their names are known as are their deeds, and bar a few, the majority of them will not have a spickle of influence they had in the last few years. Caspar surmised. Arcturus inclined his head before he mused. It'll take decades for tensions to whittle down. Not that he cared. They were unimportant in the grand scheme of things. They had nothing he wanted beyond perhaps their skill with their wands, which he would possibly employ once they settled into the underbelly of magical society where most of them would go into hiding in. My lords, he heard and turned around. The man was a tall bulky man with strawberry blonde hair that fell past his shoulders. He wore a no-nonsense expression that fitted his face like a glove and had a voice to match. Director Sodisgaard. Arcturus nodded to the man. He was the recently appointed director of the Norwegian DMLE after Arcturus and the coalition of forces, one that consisted of British warriors, his allies and their allies, and lastly mercenaries his family had a close relationship with, liberated the Norwegian ministry and driven away the Grindelwald loyalists. The Black family had friendly relations with several Scandinavian families, mostly because every few generations, several Black family members would go to Domstrang instead of Hogwarts with the purpose of building alliances. Several of those members would end up marrying into influential families, allowing the Blacks to keep a foot into the politics of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, where the highest population of magicals were in Northern Europe, outside of Russia. Though, given the atrocities against the Russians, it may no longer be that the Russians had the population advantage. Cassiopeia had kept a close eye on the affairs of Norway and Sweden, ensuring that if an opportunity had presented itself, they could capitalize on it. As such, they kept close contact with the disenfranchised nobles who had resisted Grindelwald's pull for decades previously and had thus been punished, severely, by nobles who had taken the opportunity to weaken if not destroy their enemies. When the news of Grindelwald's defeat had reached his ears, 12 hours before Imp had been released, he'd begun to organize what he and Cassie had planned, to profit from the chaos that the beheaded movement would wrought upon Europe. After obtaining the best orders from the British ministry, who were all too keen to fight now that Grindelwald was dead, they'd acted quickly and liberated the Norwegian ministry first. The Norwegians held some of the strongest magical bloodlines in Europe as a result of being descendants of ancient Norse mages, often spawning some of the strongest magicals in the world, and he knew that many of those families who had been suppressed by their fellow countrymen and foreign invaders were but waiting for a moment to take revenge, something he offered and many took, especially in the wake of Grindelwald's death. They'd cut a bloody path through Scandinavia, one that he no longer had much control over now that the rebellions were springing in every little enclave, something that was happening all over Europe. But that was fine, it left Cassie to secure what they wanted hidden in the chaos. After all, there were many Grindelwald sympathizers that would not be missed if all of their possessions and members were dead. We've secured the school, most of the students are fine though there were casualties, the man told him before his eyes darkened. There are several students unaccounted for, many of whom will be problematic. Anyone in particular? He questioned. Out of the notable deaths and absences, only the Lamskjær heir is dead whilst the Helmeisk, Gunnarsson and Heland heirs and daughters are missing. Do you think they took them when they escaped? Arcturus questioned seriously. If so, we can chase them, my friend, he offered to Sodisgaard. Sodisgaard smiled briefly before he grew serious. I cannot ask it of you, and unfortunately, we need your men to secure the castle whilst we go and deal the remnants still in the country. The children will have to wait. Arcturus nodded. A shame. There's been enough noble bloodshed to last generations. Sodisgaard's eyes darkened. Just so. With the fall of the last significant resistance in Norway, we can finally put the rest of the country in order. Sodisgaard extended his hand to Arcturus and looked at him meaningfully. Norway is grateful of House Black's assistance and will always be welcome to receive members of your house, he told Arcturus. Arcturus smiled thinly and took the man's hand. He'd arranged for Sodisgaard to be elevated to interim director, and he doubted that the man wouldn't be able to make it his own. Sodisgaard was not the only man who would receive the Blacks warmly, not after the way his house had helped the Norwegians, and with careful cultivation, the Norwegian ministry would be receptive many of his ideas and suggestions. Just as he and Cassie wanted. The ICW should not poke their noses in Norwegian affairs now with the liberation of Dimstrang and the restoration of the ministry. Arcturus commented. Sotsgeard's beard almost twitched in annoyance. Hail to Frigga for small mercies. The last thing anyone needs is their overbearing presence. With the Scandinavian nations putting their countries back in order, the ICW would not have the opportunity to make them effectively client states under the umbrella of the ICW like they had done in several Central, South American nations and in Southeast Asia. They parted ways and he walked away with Caspar Crouch until one of his family's vassals came to him. Caspar bowed his head and left him with his vassal. Arcturus threw up a privacy charm and stared sharply at the young man who began at the queue. They're secured, my lord, he said quickly. He glanced around for a moment before he continued. Unfortunately, Damsgaard's granddaughter died in the fighting. The young man grimaced. We were unable to heal her wounds in time. Arcturus' lips thinned to an imperceptible line before he spoke. We will have to make do. Arcturus paused for a moment. Witnesses? Arcturus inquired. The young man gulped but nodded. No witnesses were left alive, he told Arcturus. Arcturus stared at the man for a few seconds before he nodded slightly. Good. I want them moved within the hour. It will be done, my lord. The young man bowed and left, leaving Arcturus to his thoughts before he shook it off and walked towards the far side of the castle. It was a messy business what he was doing. It was unsavory, that was undeniable, but if he did not, he would never have another opportunity like this again. He came across Dachemuv, who seemed to wait on him, and Arcturus met his gaze unflinchingly. Dachemuv, Arcturus acknowledged coolly. My lord, Dachemuv said with a mocking smile. Arcturus wished to wipe out that smile of his face. Dachemuv was powerful, certainly, but Arcturus was no slouch. It would be narrow win if they fought. Dachemuv's wandless capability were irrelevant when Arcturus was faster and more powerful, only his unpredictability and reckless behavior made it a much tighter prospect than it should likely be. He had hired Dachemuv to assist in his endeavors. The man had taken upon himself to raid in Grindelwald-held territories on his own, a death sentence for most, but given the man's background as little more than an assassin, it was to be expected. Even so, though he was effective, it was a waste of the man's talent, as he could be far more of use in an assault with a large force, as evidenced tonight. Dachemuv's smile fell off, a hard expression replacing it. My tasks have all been completed. Tell me what I am owed. Arcturus stared at him for a moment before he looked past him, towards the frigid mountains in the near distance. He kept quiet for a few moments before he spoke up. She is in Granada. He glanced at Dachemuv. Alone. She believes Grindelwald to be dead and no longer sees any point in this war. Dachemuv chuckled, and it was far from joyous. It was one of bitterness. He walked away from Arcturus, but not before leaving a final word. War for those like me and her don't end. Not really. The sounds of his boots marked his retreating form, leaving Arcturus alone as he gazed out into the distance. He betrothed Druella Rosier to Cygnus, garnering an alliance of mutual interests. His payment, however, had not been a substantial dowry, but rather the continued whereabouts of Vinda Rosier, a French cousin of the English Rosiers. Lord Rosier had not been keen on betraying blood, but Arcturus could be persuasive. He doubted Rosier would look at him the same way again. He held Vinda Rosier partly responsible for what had happened to his father and brother, and would lose no sleep at what Dachemuv would do if he prevailed over Rosier. Many had thought him to be soft, unknown to the finer nuances needed in a Lord Black. He'd allowed many to think that whilst he gave those in the traditionalist faction the green light to vote as they pleased, they were wrong. His own desires had come second to the House, as it should. House Black never allowed a threat to their power to exist, at the very least unimpeded, yet the lack of adult blacks in his generation would have made it too risky a prospect to get directly involved. A line of thinking that proved to be correct from the memories he'd seen of the battle between Sayre and Grindelwald, a battle where it truly showed him the stark differences between sorcerers and archmages. Grindelwald's death and the near immediate disgrace of Albus Dumbledore finally freed him to act with totality. He had already planned to liberate Durmstrang prior to the defeat of Grindelwald, but now they could operate without any true concern, bar one. He narrowed his eyes. Atticus Sayre proved to be far greater than he had imagined. The near unbelievable powers he displayed against Grindelwald proved that. Atticus Sayre was a different threat to House Black's power, one that was still undetermined as to what his plans were, but he could see that the typical method of subduing or eliminating him would not work, should it become necessary. He was neither a benevolent archmage nor was he a dark lord to be. His lips curled in a grimace. And with his possible abilities as a seer, he would see betrayal coming should it be anywhere near as effective as Cassiopeia thinks it might be. In all likelihood, if the boy was a seer, then the best chance to eliminate the threat he may possess may be now, before he grew up to harness the full extent of his powers. Family tradition dictated that he act against Sayre lest House's black position is threatened. Age-old history demanded that ruthlessness of him. The Lord Sayre was still a boy, no matter how unbelievably strong he was at the age of 18. The problem was, there was the bond of blood, and there was a millennia-old pact between the families that he was loath to destroy. Atticus Sayre may not be a threat, in the conventional sense, to their power. Cassie believed that his entreaties to the Mudbloods was one of necessity, to stave away the destruction of their ways. That his infamous beliefs, about magic, purity of blood, science, Cassie believed that he had a plan that he was working on with the Slytherin girl, one that meant great change for their world. Above all, the boy seemed to promote harmony amongst wizards and witches, to bind them all into one singular people. He was not a fool to believe that the boy was magnanimous, but he could not see any immediate dividends unless it was a long-term plan. A long-term plan for what though, he did not know. The boy loved magic, that was clear, and from all of his interactions, he had seemed to dislike politics. But then again, it could have been a mere facade, something he would not discount despite the years of conversing with the boy before he rose to prominence. The boy had proven to be a snake in raven clothing, and Arcturus did not doubt there was a deep cunning in the boy. A son of the Sayres never was a dullard. Chances were the boy saw something that made him change his mind, starting when his father had changed his approach and informed the ministry and himself about what the Muggles would do and were capable of. What was he trying to achieve? Arcturus shook his head. He was a patient man. He would unravel the boy's secrets and determine then his course of action. Should it prove that the boy was someone who was truly a threat to House Black, he would act. Blood ties and ancient alliances be damned. A few days later, he met up with his sister on an island in the Ionian Sea, one that had been in their family for centuries and was unknown to both Muggle and magical society. They had several such locations, even in the Caribbean, that allowed them complete privacy. Sister, he greeted as he walked into the balcony, who was looking over the guardrail towards the men while were working on completing a building. They would not remember working here once they left the wards. The contracts and oaths they swore would ensure the secrecy. They would only remember being paid and would be several thousand galleons richer. For many, this wasn't their first job for them. Out of those who worked for them the first time, a surprising fourth of the number repeated working for them again, not caring that they did not remember when the pay was so good. Archie, his sister said as she turned to him. How are things progressing? He asked of her before he offered her a glass of wine. She took it from him and met his gaze just fine. She smiled devilishly. She swirled around and looked down again. The families are aware that someone holds their members and heirs. The hints that I have added have made them think that they were betrayed by some of Grindelwald's followers, namely Dukasvki. Arcturus hummed as he stood next to her, watching the work unfold. They don't suspect. She glanced at him. Some suspect there might be more to it, but my work is solid and without a hint of evidence that suggests otherwise. He looked at her and saw a ghost of a smirk on her face. It helps that we have Dukasvki in our custody. Makes it a lot easier to stage our play. He smiled triumphantly. Dukasvki had not been an easy man to capture, let alone find. It was only the fact that they had kept an eye on him before Grindelwald had been defeated that allowed them the time they needed to take him before he disappeared for good. When will we begin to approach them? Arcturus asked. Not for a few weeks at least. She pursed her lips before she drank of her wine. She smiled in contentment. He could understand, it was a good glass of wine. She turned to him. We'll have to be careful not to allow any thoughts to emerge that can make us seem complicit. Naturally, he drawled with a raised eyebrow. How do you expect us to get involved then? From their perspective. His sister liked plots upon plots, likening herself to a spider weaving her prey into her webs. She rarely involved him in the finer details in her plots, though she ensured that he was kept informed of all major decisions affecting the house, but generally, she had the freedom to do as she pleased, in the name of House Black. Some may be aghast at the freedom he was giving her, but he knew that this was the best he could expect from Cassie. Plus, he did not want that mind of hers turned against him. Being siblings certainly did not mean as much to her as it should. Well, it's not a secret their children are gone, and no doubt the news will leak. She smirked before she grew serious. They are Grindelwald sympathizers, even if they did not pick up a wand and bear his symbol, something that will protect them from the ruinous fines that other families will no doubt receive, but it will not be forgotten. Help will not be given to them, not without destroying much of the remaining of their disgraced standing and wealth, and that is where we will come in. The families they'd taken children from were those that they could not so easily remove or coerce. Those who had been deeply involved in Grindelwald's plots and had wealth were either eliminated root and stem or would be eventually and their assets absorbed into the house. These families fell into the category of being ancient families with substantial wealth but never committed to Grindelwald in any particular way. It meant that they needed to approach things in a different way to gain their allegiance, one that they would replicate in Britain though with different means. He had plans for those who they had proof on that collaborated with Grindelwald. There were only two most ancient families that were chief collaborators, only one of whom that he could squeeze in the future, whilst the rest were noble families who wished to secure a higher position than they were currently at. The Selwyns likely were annihilated, likely by the Sayres, who had been the chief conspirators of the Godric's Hollow plot that were British, which allowed them to effectively vassalize them, and that only left the Green Grasses alone, who the ministry suspected were involved. With the disgrace of Dumbledore, all those who were associated with him had lost substantial political capital. The McKinnons, the Browns, and so on did not look good in the view of the public, and the imp was capitalizing on that. Much to the benefit of his house. Those who had supported Grindelwald, even tacitly, were looking nervous, and it left him the opportunity to force them under his banner in the traditionalist faction, the only faction he knew would be able to counter Sayre and Slytherin for years to come in the Wisengamot. Even if the boy was not interested in politics, his betrothed was, and that he knew would mean that he would have to act fast to be able to ensure that they would find opposition in him. He knew that Sayre's ideas would not be received well by the majority of the old guard, who would see their power base dwindle into irrelevance should the boy's ideas of meritocracy flourish. He had no doubts the years ahead would see many flock to his banner in anger and fear. The political landscape of magical Britain was a monolith that would move for no one, and many idealistic lords and ladies were defeated, beaten down by the rampant corruption, a facet of the ministry his house was guilty of encouraging to prevent it growing beyond the remits, beyond the limited authority the nobles gave the ministry, and eventually consigned to a long list failures unable to recognize that not even power or money could untangle the web of deceit, corruption, and flagrant self-interest that was the ministry. And it would be something he would encourage to hamstring whatever plans the two of them had. He would lean on Spencer Moon to aid him in his plans. Arcturus brought his mind back to the matter at hand. Is there not a better way? He glanced at her. If I were them, I would suspicious at this offer of aid. She smiled. Of course, and they will be as well. There is no getting around that. She sipped on her wine. It is why we will have to be as mercenary as we can be. They might become bitter, Arcturus grunted. Which would defeat the purpose of this whole exercise, to gain the allegiance of both sides of Norwegian and Danish nobility. Something they will lose when they're reunited by their children. She spied at him. We'll have to make sure the children's stay is unpleasant. She sipped once more on her wine. The trauma of their stay and the extraction will linger in their minds and that of their parents for a long time, which will only aid us in the long run. She smiled thinly at him. We'll be their heroes, and that is something we will continue to cultivate down the years. They remained silent for a moment. How certain do you believe their plans extend globally? He asked of her. She turned to him, her eyes dark with total certainty. She declared, I know for certain that they are building their influence. The imp is only the beginning. Their radios are used all across the world, and they have a channel reserved for their own purposes. She turned away from, clenching her wine glass. I've heard that they were also heavily involved in the extraction of mudbloods from German Muggle camps meant to exterminate them. She continued, the only benefit I could see from him doing so was to ingratiate himself even more with the blood traders and mudbloods when the news is made public of his acts. MACUSA will undeniably make certain it will become public soon now that Grindelwald was dead and his movement destroyed. Something that once more will get him seen as a savior in the eyes of the public. Arcturus grimaced. She hummed in an irritating tone. Indeed. He's fattening up his public image to gargantuan proportions, and we have no idea why. He's a Sayre. What does it matter what the public thinks of him? She shook her head. It's infuriating. She finally said after a moment's pause. To not be able to completely understand what they're doing, what they're hoping to achieve with all of these moves. They looked onto the building site in uneasy silence. At least we know for certain he won't wage a war like Grindelwald did. Arcturus broke the silence with his musings. Perhaps. But it would have been easier to fight than whatever this is they're preparing to wage. She pursed her lips. We'll have to be smart back home. The population adore him, and from what we know, he will be looking out for any signs of anyone disparaging him or his betrothed in the public forum. Arcturus merely sounded out. She looked at him curiously. What is our endgame with them anyway? I know we need to oppose them, lest they completely dominate everything, but what will we do when we find out what their plans are? Join them if they prove to us they are preparing for a war with Muggles, or worse, a civil war based on blood purity. You're not thinking of it being neither of those things? He asked her. She grimaced. I can't see a reason to position himself as a savior in the eyes of the public without it being something that appeals to everyone. I would have thought he might want to become a ruler, but that doesn't fit with what we know of him. Arcturus twisted his face in distaste. There are too many unknowns. Let's just secure ourselves with alliances and we'll deal with it when it comes up, he told his sister. She hummed neither approvingly or disapprovingly. You're going to have to do something about Orion, she said suddenly. He growled. I know. She spied at him from the corner of her eyes. Either get him back into the fold, away from her, or disinherit him and try again with Cygnus. He gritted his teeth. Cygnus was a good son, a worthy son of the Blacks, but Orion was the more magically powerful, and one who was currently wholly in the half-blood's pocket. All our efforts will mean nothing if at the end it all falls into their hands. She said before she walked back into the cool shade the interior of the beach manor offered. He knew what he had to do to Orion unless he wanted to let him go and disinherit him. That would only break whatever remaining ties Orion had with him and give her his son. He put the glass of wine to his lip and with a smooth action, drank the remaining liquid in one gulp. He scowled. He had promised to himself he would not do what grandfather Phineas had done to the family. But what choice did he have? The sour expression fell off his face, replaced by a hard, stony look that signified to the world of the decision he'd come to. Arcturus always did what was best for the house, even if it meant that he betrayed himself and his family. Break. 28th of March 1943. Albus Dumbledore POV. He opened his eyes wearily. His eyes squinted against the influx of bright light and he felt his mouth to be drier than he'd ever remembered. "You're awake," he heard grumbled out. His eyes readjusted and saw his brother Aberforth sitting there in a chair across from him. Water, he croaked out. His brother stared at him for a moment before he conjured a glass with water which he floated to him. When it arrived near Albus' face, he seized it and drank greedily. The cold taste of water had never felt so pleasant, to the point his eyes were closed in contentment. He reopened them and began to utter thank why his eyes fell onto his right hand and he dropped the glass onto himself, but he did not care. His right hand was a decrepit, deformed, blackened form that he only now realized he could not feel. He brushed his sleeve upward and saw that it extended past his elbow, stopping just before the bulk of his bicep. He tried to clench his fist, but at most he could only close it with almost no strength. "It's permanent," his brother spoke up, causing Albus to break from the horrified daze he was in. He sat up in his bed, leaning on his good arm. "Nothing can be done?" he asked as he turned to his brother. His brother looked much like him, only he wore his hair and beard longer to the point that no one could make the easy connection that they were siblings. He also looked older despite being his younger brother. "No," his brother said flatly, his expression completely neutral. Albus' mind whirled. It must not have been a true withering curse then. They were abhorrent pieces of magic that were astoundingly difficult to counter. The nastiest had their bases in ancient Egyptian origin, who were famous in their necromancy and deep understanding of the soul and magic. He had never been interested in that particular branch of magic, always having considered it to be a brutish way of cursing people when there were far more eloquent magic available that could do the same job but without the painful death it guaranteed. Albus sighed before he stared at his hand again. "At least I'll live. I thought I was going to die." "I wouldn't celebrate just yet," his brother interjected. Albus turned to his brother, who wore a neutral expression. Dread began to fill him. "Why? The curse, it's still going to kill you," his brother told him. "It's a nasty withering curse. I had to look up where it came from. It's Egyptian in nature. It has latched onto your magic, and unless you find the person who placed the curse, it's permanent. I've managed to halt its progression, but you don't have much more than a month. 2 tops." Albus closed his eyes. "I know who it is. If it not Ms. Riddle, then it is certainly Sayer." Once more he rued not dealing with them when he had the chance. "Who did this to you?" his brother inquired. Albus shook his head. It would be best for his brother not to be involved in this. "It doesn't matter. They won't lift the curse. Not without forcing them to do it. And in this state." He could feel his magic aiding whatever Aberforth had him drink in his unconscious state. It felt weaker than he could remember. "Always with your secrets, even as you lay dying," his brother said scathingly before he audibly breathed out, "Well, not that it matters much anyway." Albus turned to him and met his angry look. "It looks like all of your dirty little secrets are being outed anyway." He turned and picked up a paper and threw onto Albus' lap. He frowned deeply as he read the headline. How did they find out? He'd been careful in his actions. He'd created an alchemic potion with the Barachero shrub, from a flower native to Colombia. The seeds, when powdered and extracted, contains a chemical that destroys free will utterly and completely, in a way the imperious curse could not manage. The individual would not recall events during the state they were in, or be able to recall sometimes even days prior to the potioning. The alchemic potion enhanced that and allowed for him to control every facet of the individual's psyche. Because it was his own creation, there were none who could tell the symptoms that they would display, and goblins cared not about the odd behavior of humans when he brought muggleborns into their banks in this state. He'd allow them alone with the goblins, who would test them and arrange meetings with them to discuss their accounts. Without fail, he would know of it and give him time to dose them again once it was time. It helped that he had a complicit goblin at Gringotts who kept their involvement out of it. 20% share of the wealth went to the goblin he imagined likely was dead now. He had them transfer the galleons and other valuable artifacts and books out of Gringotts and into the dwarves of Switzerland and close the Gringotts account, ending any further goblin interest. As their legal magical guardian, he could sign it off and allow them to make this decision despite being underage. Is it true? Did you swindle poor kids of their rightful inheritance? Aberforth asked accusatory. Albus did not dignify that with an answer. How long have I been out for? He looked at the paper and saw that it was dated 25th of March. He was at least unconscious for a day. His brother scoffed. I'm not telling until you answer my damn question. He slammed the table and gave him a withering glare. Albus was tempted to leverage his condition against his brother, but the look in his brother's gaze made him realize perhaps he would not find much success if he went that route. I did not swindle those children, Albus told his brother. They left it to me in safekeeping until they were of age. By the time they were of age, they were discontent with the magical world and cared not to use their wealth to partake in what they saw as an unjust society. They only asked that I use it to change things for the better, which I had planned to. He sighed before he looked at his arm. It seems like I might not be able to, he said bitterly. Aberforth barked out a laugh. Pull the other one. He shook his head before he loathingly looked at him. Don't forget I was there when Mother taught you how to lie. Albus looked coldly at his brother. It is the truth as I know it. Aberforth let a poisonous smile creep onto his face, and that doesn't make any less of a lie. The tension between them was fraught with hidden meaning and broken ties. It's been 4 days. Aberforth finally said. 4 days since your pet weasel came rushing to me about you almost being dead. He glanced at Albus' hand. Had I arrived 10 minutes later, you would be dead. 4 days. With how weak Gellert was, could he still be alive? Where is Septimus? Weasley? I've obliviated him. The poor lad doesn't deserve to be involved any further with your mess, his brother grunted. It was left unsaid that Aberforth didn't either. Albus looked at his brother. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. His brother looked away from him disgusted. Don't thank me. Thank our parents. I could not give a single damn about what happens to you, not after finding out how much you have shamed our family more than people believed father ever did. You've swindled children, for God's sake. He shook his head before looked at Albus with betrayed eyes. And after all this time, you still love that man after all that happened with Ariana, to the point you lost your damn mind and attacked Hogwarts students. I did not attack Hogwarts students, Albus said, offended. If I had, no one could have stopped me. Aberforth scoffed. Dippet managed to easily enough. Albus resisted the urge to win CE. It had not been his proudest day, to lose all sense in such a way. Had he kept his marbles, he would have made Dippet unconscious and extracted Riddle on his way out of the castle. And I don't hear you denying you don't care for the bastard either. A harsh look in his brother's eyes made him turn away. I do not love him, Albus denied, but even to him, it sounded weak. Aberforth laughed bitterly. I curse the day he came to Britain. I lost more than one sibling to him. You have not lost me yet. Albus said quietly. They remained in silence for a brief few minutes, intently gazing at each other. Their relationship was a broken one, but they were still brothers. They were all they had left of their family. Despite everything, you still came to my rescue, Albus said softly, but his brother looked away disgusted. Beyond saving my life, I am grateful to know that you still care enough to not let me die. Aberforth turned to him, an inscrutable look on his face before his eyes fell onto his dead arm. Was it worth it? Whatever you tried to find. Albus closed his eyes. The cruelty he suffered from his former students was beyond what he could have imagined from anyone. To dangle such a hope in front of him, only to lure him to his death. It was evil. It would have been worth suffering 1,000 times the pain I felt, he answered truthfully. He wanted to bring about his vision for the future, but equally, he wanted to beg his sister for her forgiveness, to know she did not hold him responsible. Aberforth's eyes flickered with emotion as he began to understand. There was only one thing they truly regretted more than anything in life, one of the few things they had in common. Do you mean it? Aberforth asked him. Do you truly mean that you are not lost to me? Aberforth was uncharacteristically sullen. It was hard to reconcile this version of him to the bitter man he'd grown to become. It was said death brought families together just as easily as it shattered them. Perhaps his near death could do what he could not in health. Yes, Albus answered honestly. His brother looked away, gazing out of the window, seemingly mulling something over in his mind. Then forget about him now that he's dead. His brother finally said, his voice slightly more fragile, something he had not heard in his voice since the day he broke his nose at Ariana's funeral. Aberforth did not look at him as he spoke, his eyes remaining fixed onto something outside of the home through the window. There is still time for you to make amends. He remained silent for a few minutes, a silence that seemed to stretch until he finally met Albus' gaze again. Give those poor people their money back and let them all know that you're dying. They're not going to stick you in Azkaban when you only got a few months left to live. Come back with me and we'll figure it out. His brother tried. Albus met his gaze and saw the genuine attempt of reconciliation. He almost said yes in that moment. He had wanted little more in the wake of his sister's death. But he had kept his distance. Not only to give him space, but he had been fearful that Aberforth would tell the world about his secret relationship with Gellert. Something that passed as time went by, but nonetheless he had always thought that perhaps one day he would destroy his life out of spite. Albus began. Could he really go quietly into the night, surrounded by the last of his family? No. He could not accept his death. Not when he had barely lived. Not when there was much he had to do. I cannot, Albus said with guilt and weariness, his eyes closing. The tension in the room grew and Albus felt Aberforth's gaze burning into him. I see. His brother finally said, a tone of ice and betrayal mixed like an unholy concoction of bitterness. There would be no further entreaties from his brother ever again. Albus knew this in his very soul. Not even his death is enough to pry you away from him and his poisonous greater good. His brother's voice was dead, no emotion in it. He felt something crash into his lap and saw that it was his necklace. It still showed Gellert as alive, thankfully. Gellert had always been supremely talented in dark curses. If anyone could break this withering curse, it would be him. Aberforth got up. This place belonged to a friend of mine. Aberforth's lips thinned. He's been dead for a few years. It's not registered in the ministry, so as long as you don't do any magic, you'll be fine. Aberforth made his way to the door, his steps on the creaking wooden floor rang prominently in the air. You're leaving. Albus couldn't help but ask. Aberforth glanced over his shoulder. There's food for a few days and your wand is on the table downstairs. Aberforth looked forward. Don't come looking for me. The next time I see you, I'll let the Aurors know. He opened the door and left, leaving Albus alone with his thoughts. Albus clung onto the necklace with his left hand. There were several divination spells that he could use to divine Gellert's location. He had little else to live for now. There were few wards that could stop him from finding him, and should he be desperate, he could always use the darker variety. Albus looked once more at the paper, all of his dirty secrets revealed to the world with bitterness and anger. It would become difficult to come back from this, even if he brought Gellert in chains. At most he would retain his freedom, but never again would he be looked at as anything but a cheat and a liar. He stared at his cursed hand. He had little choices available to him. He could betray Gellert once they were both healed, attempt to rebuild a semblance of a quiet life, or... He closed his eyes. Could he truly betray his ideals, to use power to rule over everyone in the name of the greater good? For once, Albus did not have a clear answer to his own question. Break. Drackle POV. The ancient stronghold shook again, dust and small parts of old stone broke away from the ceiling, raining down onto the great hall like a mild winter snowfall. The doors to the great hall opened and a blur passed through before it stopped in front of him, revealing Carolina, who he had tasked to discover how many were attacking. It hadn't been noticeable they were under attack, not at first. It started with nearby hubs of vampires, those who were too weak to be in his coven but were under his control, which went quiet within hours of each other. It had been suspicious, but he had marked it as largely irrelevant, even as he dispatched several of his stronger subjects to investigate, thinking they would be able to deal with whatever they faced. They all went missing, which caught his attention and heightened their state of readiness, believing that they were under attack from one of the rival covens that hated him and decided to take advantage of his current depleted numbers. Until he saw the bodies of his vampires. Their mangled, decapitated bodies that showed clearly that there was some kind of magic involved, making it impossible for vampires to have done this. He knew then his failed gambit with Grindelwald had come home to roost, not entirely unexpected given his attack on the French, but he did not expect it to come this soon. Oh, he mused to himself, the incandescent rage he imitated simmered underneath his dead flesh even as he marveled and wondered at how terribly wrong it all went. When Grindelwald came to him with the gift that all vampires craved but only few could understand, he could finally have what he had achingly yearned for. The return of their souls. Drackle was old, perhaps the oldest vampire still alive. He'd been born in 322 AD near the coast of the Black Sea to a small tribe within a large nomadic kinfolk many had now taken to call the Huns. He did not remember too much of his human years. His perfect memory gifted by his vampiric nature did not allow him to recall that period of his life with the same clarity as it did the 15 centuries after, a factor that aided him to understand the depth of his loss, but he remembered enough. He remembered riding his first horse as a child, likely no older than 6. He remembered the first time he killed another human as a teenager. He could recall being part of conquests that sieged and burnt down villages, towns, and even a city. And he remembered having magic. He had been a mage, once upon a time. Not like those old Roman war mages who wielded wands in destructive ways, or present-day mages who could perform greater variety of magic than had been possible in his day, but old Wiccan magic that was primitive and limited. Nonetheless, he had magic and he remembered using it. It was that fact about him that had attracted the attentions from a vampire of Gothic nature, who he learned centuries later likely could have been amongst the first of vampires, a consequence of a Roman mage dabbling in black magic at the behest of a powerful Roman senator, and so he was turned into a vampire. Vampires of weaker constitution turned into little more than animals, hunting and killing until they were disposed of by muggles, magicals or vampires themselves. He remembered the overwhelming hunger he felt, a hunger he did not understand nor ever satiate completely, even if he drank rivers of blood. He had been close to losing himself to his hunger in those early days, but rage, which had been growing dull though he had not realized at the time, had kept him focused. He had felt the loss of his magic keenly, a phantom limb that ached. A loss brought to him by a vampire who had amused himself in turning mages and seeing them lose their sanity. Drackle, however, had not lost his sanity. His Hun heritage had played to his advantage when it came to hardship, to death and loss. Eventually he killed that vampire and roamed the world, hunting for answers that give him a reprieve of the craving that grew duller with time but always present, always within every fiber of his being. Emotions became something that he vaguely remembered and tried to imitate, though it was nothing but empty, not unlike a starving man would imagine the smell of spices and perfectly roasted lamb as he ate the rotting bark of a tree. He had learnt that the craving and the need for blood to sustain oneself was a consequence of a shattered trinity, an outcome of a ritual conducted in the night that wished to create an immortal and obedient being, stronger and faster than normal humans or mages, but went wrong somehow. The mind, the body, and the soul combined to form the self, who you were. The ritual had destroyed that by violating nature in ways he still did not know. The name of the mage who had done this was lost to history. He no longer possessed his own soul, and his body, though strengthened and faster, always sought to reconnect with the piece that was missing, and human blood was the closest thing in existence. Magic and blood were deeply tied into one another. Blood held special power in magic, All magical beings knew this. Blood could be considered to be liquid representation of life, the nectar that coursed through the veins of living beings. Was it any wonder that shattered imbalanced creatures such as he needed that nectar to sustain themselves whilst the life-giving touch of the sun turned poisonous? Magic always required balance, a balance that would be forced if it did not exist. Without the Trinity, he was not truly alive, but with his mind and body intact though changed, he was not dead either. Without his soul, he was akin to a shell without a host, immortal by a fluke of magic that required blood of humans to sustain itself, feeding from the life of others to have a facsimile of life himself. It was a cruelty that was unbearable to many vampires when they are turned, especially former mages who all have a greater connection to their souls because of their magic. They tended to be the most vicious of the recently turned vampires, losing their sanity and reason, and rarely did any survive the early months when their emotions still lingered. It was why there rarely were vampires of magical descent. When Grindelwald had come to him with the offer to return their souls to them and proved that it was possible, to refuse would have been to accept existing as he was now for eternity, always remaining shattered. He'd known that Grindelwald would have rescinded the offer upon his victory and likely attempted to destroy them all, but he'd been confident enough to plan for such an eventuality and would have set things in motion to forcibly make Grindelwald to carry out their agreement. He was not a stranger to backstabbing and manipulation. The risk of all-out war with the mages should Grindelwald fail had been more than acceptable. Anything was more acceptable for the chance to have his own soul again, to possibly even feel again. The news of Grindelwald's defeat and death had reached them almost a week ago, and for the first time in over a millennium, he imagined Grindelwald's death as impactful as the loss of his magic and soul would have felt to him when he'd just been turned all those centuries ago. All of his efforts and the deaths of the vampires under his control had been in vain. France had been a failure despite the high death toll they'd caused. A full 2/3 of his strength had attacked France, and by the end, only a tenth of that number returned to him, speaking tales of a man wielding a seemingly indestructible sword that could cut down any of them with ease and speed rivaling any of them, leaving them weaker than they'd been in since the vampire wars of dominance 600 years ago. "My lord," Carolina whispered, her words carrying an undertone of urgency, "there are only two as far as I can tell." Drackle narrowed his eyes. "You're saying that 2 mages are all that are killing all of our fellow vampires?" Drackle's voice was low and an icy coldness washed over the room. She dipped her head, trembling before his terrifying gaze. "Yes," she whispered. "The Sayer boy is wielding some kind of spear and enchanted machinery that can spew fires hotter than I have witnessed before, possibly worse than even cursed fire. But he isn't doing much himself." This wasn't good, Drackle mused inwardly. If Sayer was here. She looked up, her blood-red eyes showing a hint of fear. Vampires had a sense of self-preservation, one that could be mistaken for fear and anger when it was in reality akin to what an injured lion would feel in its bid to survive. She hesitated for a moment. "The young girl is the one responsible for killing the most of us when the enchanted machinery isn't. She fights like a dark mage with cruel brutality. We can't seem to get close either." Drackle clenched his jaw, though the expression on his face did not change. Before, he'd sent vampires out to seek out aid from other friendly covens who he'd informed of the possibility of their souls returning to them, and none had managed to get far from the ancient castle. Somehow they were trapped here, and their enemy possessed means to kill any that escaped. That meant the only way to survive was to find and kill most of them, which was why he had sent out groups of vampires to hunt down and thin the group assailing them before he'd speak with the survivors, determine how they were accomplishing these feats and if an end to hostilities was possible. With the death of so many of his coven, he was vulnerable to an assault by rival covens that detested his influence over them, which had been why he had suspected it to be them. He'd forced them to abide by a set of rules in the outcome of the vampiric wars, one that they chafed under. Like any apex predator, vampires believed themselves to be at the top. He did not disagree, but even the largest hornet could be overwhelmed by a mass of bees. And so he'd ensured all vampires kept to the shadows, and those who did not, faced true death. He'd set up a permanent elder council, headed by the oldest and most powerful coven rulers, as a way to reduce the tensions that arose from his victory and rules. Of course he'd elevated several covens that were younger than many others who were older, but it had been his right as the ruling elder. His decision to support Grindelwald had been independent, with a few covens joining him, but most did not, though he had earned the tacit approval of the council, who lost nothing at the gambit. Win, and vampires would no longer be constrained in the shadows. If he lost, with the inevitable testing of his strength, he needed to make peace with the magicals, something he knew now was not going to happen. He had not expected for him to be here, let alone come here with only one other. This changed everything. In the wake of Grindelwald's death, he did all he could to find out more about the boy. He'd been aware of the boy's actions against Grindelwald's forces, but he could not have predicted the boy was powerful enough to be able to defeat Grindelwald. Grindelwald was powerful, even if Drackle had lost his magic, he was still a magical creature and he could sense the power he possessed. It was power unlike any he'd felt for almost a millennium, though it was far darker than the one he remembered. The tinges of black magic in his dark nature had added to the reasons why he refused him the first time. It was ironic, in a way. The one who Grindelwald resembled in strength had been capable of doing a similar feat to what he had accomplished, despite being opposites in magic and in temperament. "Miriam." None save one other vampire would know of that name and understand. The true name of Merlin Ambrosius, who he'd met not long after the man had forcibly changed the very nature of goblins when they'd been defeated by the first wizard coalition. An act that was taken to be called as the humbling of the goblins, one that ended major conflicts between goblins and wizards and allowed goblins to survive without posing a continued threat to the magical world. He had not cared about any of that, only that he'd been able to change the nature of a magical race. Miriam had been approached, but to his disappointment found that for all of the man's power, he did not have the knowledge or an idea of how to return a soul. It had not been a completely useless meeting, however, given that it led months of conversation regarding Drakel's early centuries of life. It had been the first and only time he'd spent such close proximity with a living human without draining them, though they had both known that Miriam's strength in magic meant that vampires posed little threat to him. A strength that Grindelwald almost matched. And for Grindelwald to have died, it meant that the boy was on their level. Someone who was here for total eradication with the way he and the likely Slytherin girl were slaughtering vampires. Gather the remaining vampires and bring them to the Great Hall, Drakel ordered. His black and red eyes grew as vibrant as cooling volcanic glass. We'll stand a greater chance here. She got up and bowed before she disappeared in what would seem like a blur to normal eyes. He placed his arms behind his back as he walked back to his seat. His gambit with Grindelwald had failed and he was likely going to pay for it with his life. He tilted his head in quiet musing whilst he clenched and unclenched his fists behind his back. He would not make it easy for them. Emily POV. She spun underneath the reach of the knife-like fingers which whistled in the air. The vampire snarled. Its sangria eyes glittered with ravenous, murderous hostility as it leapt back over 24 meters away. Its razor-sharp fangs glistened in the light of the flames that surrounded them. It landed onto its feet and blurred forward once more, her eyes tracking the creature with difficulty, but she could see enough. Emily's wand flashed a crimson color, a long tendril of a fire crackled as she pulled at her arm, the tendril of burning fire lashed forward and caught the midriff of the creature, all of it happening in less than half a second, and halted its advance. The vampire's face contorted into an agonized snarl as the fire seared into its flesh. It clawed at the fire, and subsequently at its torso, but it was to no avail. She drew back her arm and swung it away from her body. The tendril of fire that constricted the creature grew taut due to its elastic traits and swung the vampire into the air. She cancelled the tendril of fire and with a wide arc of the wand, she slashed towards the vampire. A dark purple-blue spell careened from her wand which bisected the creature in uneven halves with its left arm lobbed off as well. The vampire howled in pain as the upper part of its body crashed onto the cold stone, still alive, still conscious despite its lower torso several meters away. She glided towards her stricken down foe with careful, graceful steps, the sounds of her armor clinking beautifully and in rhythm of her steps. Blood splurted from its mouth, the vampire now realizing the full nature of its situation. Her lips curled in satisfaction. The look of realization in the eyes of the vampires had invoked a deep pleasure from within her, the moment they knew they were going to die at her hand. With a jerk of her wrist, a silver flash streamed from the tip of her wand, separating the head from the neck, and it fell with a wet thud onto the cold stone. She stared at the lobbed-off head whose mouth was ajar. The skin began to grey, whatever magic kept the thing alive was leaving the pieces of the body, desiccating before it would turn into ash within the hour. She mused to herself she might bring Eileen Prince some vampire ash for her birthday. It was one of the rarest of ingredients and illegal, only used in 2 known potions. Eileen probably could find many more uses for it. She tilted her head upward, the whizzing and whirring sound of the drones above her caught her wary attention. The room darkened with the death of the flames that Atticus conjured, causing the drones to slowly become alit with a white glow whose touch that stretched far into the distant dark reaches of the long hallway. The drones were made from a silver-grey metal and added to the sleek oval body they had. Its front had what looked like a perfect dent in it, but it was far from the case. It was the opening port of a kind of energy that she only had the barest of knowledge of. Beam made out anti-particles that bombarded real particles it came into contact with. The reaction between the energy and the matter caused the areas of where the vampires were hit to literally be destroyed out of existence, and if they were hit enough, their bodies would combust in on themselves, turning into a bright red white hot color before all that remained was a black mark in the place they stood. It terrified her. Those drones had killed 5-fold the number of vampires she'd killed, and she knew they could have done it much quicker, only increasing her incredible unease around the things. She never thought it possible that there were weapons that could annihilate atoms of her body, and if there was a large enough attack. It made her method of immortality pointless, for she could be completely destroyed should such a weapon be fired against her. Only a few days ago she would have scoffed at magic-less machines capable of such power, something she was utterly disabused of as her worldview was shaken once more. She heard Atticus' footsteps behind her and she glanced over her shoulder. His magic was subdued, but she could sense that he was teeming with magic even if he was aglow as he normally would be. His face was stoic, his eyes dark, his long hair he artificially grew longer, hung past his shoulder, draped his face like his cloak draped his body. He was adorned in silver-grey armor, which was polished and seamless with blended sharp features that marked its surface difference from age-old armor of the Middle Ages. It was made of adamantite, but it was far from the only thing that it was made of. the technology within it made him a veritable super weapon even without his magic. There aren't any more nearby, Atticus said before he turned his head, a frown worn on his face, towards a wall on the left side. A holographic display formed around his face, one that permeated through the solid structure of the walls. The remaining vampires have congregated in a large room, Atticus said to her. It seems like they're gathering for a last stand. She glanced back at the corpse of the vampire, a distant look on her face. When he had taken her to meet Moira, she had never expected such a story to be told to her. A story of ancient humans millions of years old, an empire that encapsulated billions of stars and that sailed the stars as easily as man sailed the seas, connecting hundreds of thousands of human worlds to each other. A story of greatness that was reduced to one of destruction and utter humiliation. She wasn't sure what had come upon her, the feeling of rage on behalf of a people long extinct, save for a single member, a people that were closer to being Muggle than magical. Perhaps it was the fear within her that spoke up, that for all the power she might possess, what should she do in the wake of such overwhelming technological might? Even the structures of these precursors who were made out to be godlike beings with unimaginable magical powers billions of years old, which had pleased her immensely to found out it was possible to live that long and was certain magic was responsible, could be destroyed, structures of immense size and awe-inspiring indestructibility annihilated, proving that magic was not an answer that could solve everything or undefeatable. It also highlighted what could lay beyond this world, the dangers of non-human enemies and nightmares like the flood that were worse than any magical disease or creature. She finally understood Atticus' obsession with space, the need to expand outward, to inhabit a world of their own and to create a collective people that could rise to the untold dangers that they would face. She understood now that being the greatest which wasn't enough, would never be enough. Just as they were superior to Muggles, out there, in space, there could be beings that could crush them as easily as one would crush an ant under their boot. A feeling of dread that thought had inspired that had not left her core being even now. He told her that he hadn't known of Moira until he'd already been to space, something she believed, but that he'd always felt a calling to it. Perhaps it was his seeing abilities had manifested in a certain way that directed him towards that obsession. Magic did work in strange ways. Moira's people themselves did not understand it well enough, even if it called it something else. Which had pleased her. Moira's people may have accomplished great things without magic, but they would accomplish far more with it. Things they were already starting on. She glanced at her body. She wore armor of the same kind of metal, though it was lighter and nimbler though no less strong. Atticus had made these in his trunk version of the time room, and one that was further enhanced by that mechanical elf, Sparkly Dawn. Tiny runes were inscribed into her armor that masqueraded in curving lines when in reality they were runes that made it as near as destructible as she could imagine. She lifted her arm and tilted it, glancing at the screen that lit up on the inside of her arm. Within the armor there were minuscule power cells that powered shields, tracking technology, and even a small weapon hidden in the back of one of the arm braces. Moira had insisted they kept a non-magical weapon in their armor just in case. Speaking of Moira, she did not trust the woman at all. She felt closer to a Muggle but was not. Not quite a squib either, but something in between. But that wasn't what she did not like about the woman, it was the fact that she was completely closed off from her magical senses. She did not feel like a void, but more like a closed wall where her legilimency and sensing abilities could not pass through, at least not passively, and she was not too keen to test the woman who held technology that could obliterate the entire world. She glanced at the drones again. She did not trust the woman who gave all of her people's accomplishments to Atticus and his family, even if they were her descendants. If it were even true. Why favor one type of human when they were both the descendants of her people, according to her? If Emily was terribly blunt, she suspected the Muggles would have far better use for it than Magicals would, and despite Atticus' drive for Magicals to pick it up, she knew that they'd never devote all of their time to understand her people's technology and science. Magic would always come first, even if technology was more powerful. At present, Atticus' plans for colonizing a world out there made it apparent that they would have to create a society that fully fell under their rule. To survive what was out there could no competing governments or societies that would weaken their kind. It also meant she would have to curb her loathing of lesser magical breeds. She could see the advantage of goblins in their future world, warriors that could fight and craft weapons and ships when they met other space-faring civilizations. Even Vila could have their uses other than being whores. She shook her head, ridding herself of the musings that had flittered in her mind for the last few days, to the point that she'd almost forgotten that they'd needed to deal with the vampire situation. By the time 3 days had passed, spending all of it learning all of the secrets, history, and plans that Atticus had kept from her, even if she could accept he could not have shared it without the agreement of Moira, a woman despite not having magic was perhaps the most dangerous being alive right now. They'd allowed Atticus to remain out of sight for too long. He could not simply show up after going missing for so long, and so she concocted this plan of theirs. To annihilate the vampires responsible for the bloody massacre of France, the name that was soon becoming popular to use to describe the attack, and bring his preserved head to the French ministry and to Atticus' forces. Atticus was already cherished for freeing the country, but this would cement his reputation there, which only suited their plans. With the population of France, Britain, and Ireland staunch supporters of her and Atticus, they would have over 60,000 mages in their sphere of influence, one that would grow over time as she'd work to bring as much of Europe under her influence. It also helped that she wanted to express herself fully without restraint, and vampires proved useful targets. Let's go and finish this off. She turned halfway as she flicked her wand upward, carrying the desiccated half of a body with her. Which way? She asked him. He nodded to the other end of the hallway. That way before we turn a right. She saw Atticus look at her with an inspective gaze whilst she walked past him. They walked in silence for a few minutes. Have you gotten out what has stressed you for the last few days out of your system? He asked her as he locked step with her. I've not been stressed. She denied and looked at him with a mild glare. Atticus' lips began to twitch upwards as he tilted his head. Really? He asked skeptically with doubtful eyes. During this whole excursion, you fought with a relentlessness that honestly scared me a little, he said with slight humor. She looked away from his amused face. He continued, not to mention some of the way you killed them. She heard the disturbed tone in his voice. I mean, did you have to cast that filthy curse at that vampire? It didn't even kill him. She glanced at him and saw him looking a little green, causing a side of her lips to curl upwards. Which curse? She asked innocently. I did cast a lot of curses after all, many of them quite vulgar, she said in a humming tone. The modified entrails curse, he said in a slight reluctant tone. She frowned. I think cast several modified versions of that curse. She turned to him with a deadpan expression. You're going to have to say it to make me remember, she said, meeting his gaze. He looked uncomfortable, which amused her. He was fine with bodies and parts of them laying all around him, surrounded by pools of blood and guck, but as soon as it is a pretty nasty curse of certain body sections, well, he turned into a little pansy. The protruding one, he said through gritted teeth as he looked away from her gaze, not even a clemency seemingly able to suppress the embarrassment he showed with slightly tinted cheeks caused by saying only half of what was protruding. She wouldn't use that spell again, that was for sure. The shock value was quite great, but then she'd have to see something like that again. If it looked that disgusting on vampires, she definitely wouldn't want to see it on humans. Ah. She said in an understanding way that fooled no one. I just wanted to cause a distraction, she shrugged. That was all. She finished in a way that signaled she didn't want to pry even more, not now. He looked at her and seemed to pick up on that. Have any more attempted to escape? She questioned him and he shook his head. No, no more. They've figured out they can't escape and can't kill us either, forcing them to retreat with what numbers remains, which probably the only real move they have left. The drones have a pretty much complete view of the compound and can see the slightest of movements dozens of miles away. He explained. Her face twisted in displeasure. She wasn't sure why she felt like this feeling of being dissatisfied. She'd always enjoyed holding overwhelming power over the heads of those beneath her, but there felt something unfulfilling in the way all of this had been done. She banished that thought away. They weren't here to showcase their magic anyway, just to come away with Dracul's head and to elevate Atticus' status amongst his soldiers once more. After a few more turns, they arrived at the door and Atticus began to draw more of his magic. The world began to bend around him slightly as his eyes began to glow brightly white. She shivered from the sensation, the tingling warmth that seeped deep into her, deeper than through her skin, flesh, or bones. She let off her reins of her magic as well, that twisted and swirled around her. Magic hummed in her veins, a throbbing network of power that lied just underneath her skin, waiting to unleash agonizing death to her enemies. There are 12 vampires there. He glanced at Emily, but she cut him off from whatever he was going to say. I won't make any mistakes, she said sharply, their eyes intently on each other before he nodded and let her take lead. She smiled at him warmly, genuinely for a moment as her hand traveled to her cheek, a slight caress that trailed the contours of his cheek before she withdrew her hand, her expression shifting into a one of coldness, and she turned towards the door. She loved him, but he was worried too much. She glanced back and saw the drones become camouflaged, disappearing from all sight. She could still sense them, the slight vibrations they made echoed in the dense magical air they both created as they unleashed some of their magic. She threw the decapitated body piece through the door, the sound of the crumpling body echoed in the large hall as it skidded across the stone floor. She looked at Atticus in the corner of her eyes as she walked through, with him locking step with her as they made their way into the hall. His face nearly overshadowed by the glare of his intense glowing white eyes, the magic they exuded was palpable. She turned away from him and looked around. She saw the ancient look of this hall, this hearth, cobbled worn stone with long beams of dark stone that held up banisters made out of wood, as if to throw a mockery at the ancient myth of what could destroy them. On each side of the wall were rows of candles that burnt brightly red that gave off an ominous atmosphere. She turned her eyes forward and saw several vampires standing beside a high throne. She could sense the animalistic fear and predatory intent, two contradictory emotions that seemed to pulse around each other like two ravenous wolves intent on forcing one to submit to another. It was too even at this moment to tell which would dominate. She intended it to be the former. Her eyes finally fell on the man sitting on the throne, his black robes hung from his frame like thin drapes hanging behind windows, silhouetted figures that hinted but did not show, just as the menace he exuded it poorly hid behind the bored expression his face wore, a face half hidden by long black hair as he leaned against his elbow which was perched on the armrest of his throne. The bright red hue that the room was showered with did not hide the paleness his skin showed, as if mere light of flames could not tinge his winter moon skin. He sat languidly in the seat though his eyes, two pools of merciless violence with pale red vapors that shone and danced in the black waters of his eyes. They kept walking, closing the distance as their heels echoed like the drums of war in the deathly silence all fell prey to, the tenseness of the situation rising and rising as the distance closed. Drackle shifted his position slightly but it was enough to make her stop, her eyes intensely surveying the slightest of movement. She was not as fast as a vampire, not yet, possibly not ever, but at this distance she cleaved several of them in half if they rushed her. If you wanted an invitation to my humble home, I would have eagerly sent out an invitation. His voice was soft and seemed to hover in the air. He sat up straighter in his chair, his hands lay on the armrest at ease and without tension, but she knew he was primed. His eyes flickered between the two of them, intensely studying both them, on Atticus more than he did her. Her hand clenched slightly tighter on her wand. She hummed beautifully. We didn't want to bother you, she smiled, her teeth bared as she spoke. The nearly silent hisses of the lowly creatures at the insult and mockery was music to her ears. Besides, we didn't want to ruin the surprise for you, in a manner that is respectful of your ways. Her lips drooped and mellowed, one twitch of the lips away from curling into a venomous smile. His eyes snapped to her, a silent stare bore into her, one that could shake and thrash the nerves of many with the sheer intensity and warning that shone through in those unearthly, inhuman eyes. To her though, it was merely entertaining, a ringing sense of amusement at the annoyance the creature must feel. And you mean by that? There was no curiosity in his question, both knew the answer, all knew the intent of what she had said. Her eyes glimmered as her lips curled into a predatory smile, her top lip drawn back to reveal her incisors. The tightening around the corner of his eyes was enough to tell that he felt insulted at the gesture, and she went for the kill. To prey on the weak, to put inferiors in their place by reminding, and feasting, on them. Emily's eyes grew dark, her magic rose in dark wisps that seemed to strangle the light out of the room. The red flames of the torches darkened, as her magic began to suffocate the air out of the room. One of the vampires blurred forward, its fingers curled in a claw-like shape readying itself to claw out of her face. Its head exploded into ash whilst she drew her wand, a gnarly blue spell streamed forward, hacking the decapitated corpse into 1,000 little pieces before she vanished it away before any of the pieces fell on the ground. She tilted her head slightly to the side, her half-lidded eyes turned towards the group of vampires who stood deathly still. An overwhelming animalistic fear overtook any predatory instincts they may have had. She smiled in the light of the red flames of the torches, her black eyes shone with a red glow around the rim of her pupils. Drackle felt like nothing to her, like he was a void in space except a sense of dangerous air that he seemed to naturally exude. Drackle leaned back in his chair, his cold eyes staring down at her intently. I see. And there is nothing we can do to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. Her smile turned vicious as her eyes flittered around the room, meeting the gaze of each vampire present who struggled to not look away. There is, she said in a soft tone as her smile shifted into one of rich sweetness like honeydewed milk. Drackle narrowed his eyes but seemed to wait what she had to say. Her magic began to rise from out of her, a turbulent wave of magic shone out of her as her eyes took on an unholy gleam of magic. You can bow. Drackle's eyes widened significantly and he snarled before he leapt out of his chair. The distance between them was eaten in half in less than 4/10 of a second. The rest of the vampires also began to blur forward in that time. Red strobe lights filled the room, flashes dominated the room like stars winking out of existence as vampires were destroyed in fiery white-hot flashes before they were nothing more than black marks on the ancient stone floor. Drackle had been hit by several of the beams in his lower half of the body, losing some of his momentum, and with an incredibly fast flick of the wrist, she cleaved off his head from his body, but she wasn't fast enough to deflect away the claws of his hands. Thankfully Atticus had remained focused and banished away the remnants of Drackle's body before it could reach her, crashing onto the floor. She turned around and saw him with an outstretched hand and gave him a blinding smile. Thank you, my love. His lips twitched. My pleasure, he said with an amused shake of the head as his magic receded away, the glow of his eyes banished behind the familiar purple-green eyes. Her fingers twitched and the separated head of Drackle towards her. Her wand rose and with a series of wand movements, a glass began to form around the head before it was sealed shut. That should preserve the head for at least a couple of days, she said before she turned to him. She flicked her finger and the separated head floated towards Atticus, who took it with his hands. He looked at it intently as his lips thinned. She watched him curiously. The way he looked at the creature's head. You're thinking of your comrades? She asked as she closed the distance between them. He glanced up at her. I am. Though I agreed that you could give the death blow, I very much would have liked to have killed the thing for what he did to my comrades, he said with certain emotion flickering in his eyes. Her hand traveled to his face, stroking away a lock of his hair from his face. I'm sorry I took that kill from you, she said sincerely. She had all but demanded that she got to kill all of the vampires including the leader. She hadn't thought that he might have wanted to do it himself, albeit for a reason that she wouldn't have done it for. He cared about his comrades in ways she could never care for her own. She understood loyalty but none other than Atticus had hers and even that she did not completely understand. It's all right, he smiled warmly at her as he took her hand and kissed it. In the end, it does not matter who kills him, only that he is dead. She nodded at that before she looked back at the throne behind her. What do you think will happen with the other vampire covens? They won't be happy Drackle is dead. She mused aloud. Likely not, he agreed, but I doubt they'll act. At least if they had any sense of self-preservation. If they don't. She turned back to him, closing the gap between them. Coldness crept in his eyes. If they threaten the magical world, either with war or by acting up against the Muggles, they'll be eradicated. Completely. It won't take long to find their hiding places with Moira's technology. She never wanted him more than in that precise moment. She loved the way he looked at her, the warmth and love his expression exuded at times, but sometimes, the cold ruthlessness he expressed sent shivers down her spine. Sounds fun, she said with a slight smirk as she brought her face inches away from his face as she stood on her tiptoes, causing the coldness in his eyes to disappear. His lips twitched. Probably would be, he chuckled softly. His eyes sparkled in a certain gleam, a midnight stroll in a dense forest under the starlight, hunting bloodthirsty vampires. She hummed beautifully as the corners of her lips tugged at the thought. Sounds like a lovely date, she murmured as they moved their heads closer to each other until he finally leaned in and kissed her gently on the lips before he wrapped his arms around her waist. She melted into his warm embrace. Embers were stoked within her into awakening inferno as their kiss grew more passionate, more unrestrained. She finally broke away as she came back to her sense, prying herself from his lips as she leaned back, licking her swollen lips. As much as I like kissing you, I'd rather not befoul myself in a creature den like this. His eyebrows raised. You didn't have any TR. Her finger was placed on his lips, something that amused him quite a bit from the way she could feel his lips moving under her finger. We agreed that would not be mentioned again, she said with a mild glare. At times she couldn't resist her urges, and he most certainly knew how to play on it. In even the most unsavory of places. He raised his hands in defeat and she removed her finger from his lips. Of course he acquiesced in a teasing tone, but she ignored it. She glanced around. Do you want to scour this place for anything valuable? She said in a tone that made quite apparent that she would very much like not to spend more time here. No, I have already checked it out earlier. There are some signs that there could be gold in one of the basements, but it is of no value to us, really, he told her, and she nodded. They made their way out of the castle, towards a clearing at the edges of the castle grounds where the rescued group were. She stared with blank eyes at the 14 Muggle women who were unconscious. Where we will leave them. They'd been used as live blood bags for the vampires. There had been several that could not have been saved given that potions wouldn't work on regular Muggles, so they'd given them a mercy killing. These women should recover just fine in time. At the doors of a nunnery. She turned to him with a frown. He shrugged. It's a dangerous time period for people, and I'd rather leave these women at the mercy of other women rather than men who might take advantage of their obliviated state. She hummed noncommittally as she stared at the Muggles. You're a bleeding heart at times. They're only Muggles, she said uncaringly. But still human. He reminded her as though she needed reminding. She remembered what these humans had done to her. They might not be the same ones, but they would turn out the same if they had known of her magic. And they're innocent, he said in a firmer tone. That matters. She glanced at him for a moment before she looked away at the other unconscious creature. Are you certain you want to keep that thing alive? She said curiously. He recognized the creature immediately and had stopped the drones from killing her, though the others she'd been were all killed. He sighed. Not entirely. She's almost completely vampiric, but she has a soul. I don't know how that is possible. Plus. He trailed for a moment. I remember now what her name was, is. He stared at the unconscious tied-up creature. Amelie Cantona, he said. She frowned. She didn't recognize the name or the family name. Muggleborn. He shook his head. A French pureblood, I think, who had been in Belgium months ago the last time she was seen. She eyed him intently. Strange that you would know her. She wasn't trying to accuse him, though from the way he was looking at her it seemed like he doubted it. He smiled at her. She was a lady friend of one of my comrades. Lyra Seelamontagne. He stared down at the creature. If Amelie still has a soul when vampires don't, then that means she's something new. He was looking at her like she was a puzzle. Will you tell this, Lyra? Emily asked. Not sure yet. Atticus said in a frown. I think I ought to. Especially since a familiar face can draw out the humanity in the creature. Emily hummed. Could be similar to werewolves if the creature has a soul. Atticus turned to her and she expanded further. We know that the werewolf curse changes someone on a fundamental level. That means that their magical pattern has been changed, something that has changed the magical frequency in which their magic operates. And she paused for a moment. It is very likely that if this creature still has a soul, her condition could be reversed. Atticus nodded. I thought that too. He looked thoughtful for a moment before he shook his head. Let's finish this off and head to France, shall we? He asked her and she nodded. Break. Ramirez POV. Pop 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 pop. Quiet, Ramirez hissed out as the last of the men arrived at the marked site. The sounds of Muggle machines and men barking orders filled the night sky. Ramirez popped his head up and spared a glance all around him and saw there were no one there. He got himself up from the crouched position he was at behind a metal contraption he did not know what it was and disillusioned himself. They were atop on a rooftop in a military base in Germany, deep within their borders nestled somewhere near Munich. He looked over the edge of the building and saw thousands of soldiers and hundreds of vehicles, used and unused alike. He looked into the distance and saw several buildings, all of them huge. He grimaced. He walked back to his men. I think we're at the right place, he told his men. Problem is, we'll have to scour every building to make sure we don't miss anything. If the enchanted machines are located in multiple buildings, we'll have to split up and make sure tag them all, Sanchez pointed out. It will also increase the risk of discovery, which is the last thing we want, another said. Doesn't matter anyway, the ICW will sweep across this base at a later stage when we can find out how many know about magic and erase their memories, Jacobson noted. It does if it means they're more alert if we screw this up. Ramirez said with narrowed eyes. The last thing we need is them prepared when we come back with a full force or even more Muggles knowing about magic. And wasn't that a disaster? After the battle between Sayer and Grindelwald, his men had stayed behind whilst the majority of the Knights of Mimpost went and aided the men in Paris against the vampires, taking the prisoners to a ICW compound that held prisoners of war. At that base, everyone was interrogated with truth serum to determine their scale of atrocities. Most were guilty of murder, but some were truly apprehensible. The ICW did not have the capacity to house all of the prisoners, so many of them would be extradited back to their home nation, provided their ministry is stable. They would be penalized, heavily, and they will be kept on record, magical signature, their blood, every way possible that would make it easy for the ICW to come down on them, hard, should they ever think of joining another Dark Lord. The ones that were truly too abhorrent were not permitted to live freely, or at all. Nevertheless, the interrogation had yielded significant results and had led to much of Grindelwald's secret bases to be discovered and dismantled all over Europe and even in the Middle East. They recovered millions of galleons from these bases, including several 100,000 galleons worth of potion ingredients. But most importantly, they discovered that Grindelwald had given the Muggles enchanted weaponry, a crime that horrified many. Grindelwald hinted at it in the published quotes between Sayer and Grindelwald, a fact that he found incredibly suspicious, especially given how quickly the news broke out, but they never could have imagined the depth of his treason. They were lucky enough to capture several men who worked personally on the weapons, and they discovered how badly things could have gotten had the other Muggles discovered how much of an advantage these weapons really were. Grindelwald made them nearly impenetrable, to the point that even magic would have difficulty destroying the things. It had sent the ICW into a frenzy. What was even worse was the scale of the secret of magic was out. It seemed like the majority of the German command knew about magic along with a substantial amount of ordinary Muggles, and that nearly caused a widespread panic. Grindelwald's ominous plans about wishing to set Muggles and Magicals against each other in his quest of ruling whatever ashes remained had sprang in everyone's minds. All other operations were halted and teams upon teams of ICW obliviators and Aurors that were capable of the spell were sent across Europe, interrogating Muggles that were brought into the secret and obtained further names before wiping their memories. Ramirez did not think it would end for several months to come. All right, let's split up and get on with it. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can call reinforcement in and pick this place clean. He barked out, and soon enough, they were all split up and on their way to strengthen the statute once more. Break. Celia Montaigne POV. She glanced around her whilst she stood amongst the crowd in the same building they had quartered for themselves when they'd liberated France. It was even more magically expanded now. The newer members they'd picked up along the way had increased their original numbers quite significantly, well over 400, even with the recent losses they suffered. The days after the vampire attacks went by quickly. Time had waited for no one or their grief. Most of the remaining members of the Knights aided in the aftermath of the attack that decimated much of French ministry and many people around the magical quarters. It seemed the best use of their time now that the war was effectively over. The vampires had attacked all of the magical quarters in Paris. Their goal seemed to be total destruction and death, with the way they killed over 100 people. Luckily, the attack had come late in the evening, and with the previously looming threat of Grindelwald, many people still not did trust that the French ministry was able to protect their people, which had been proven right. The bodies of her comrades had been all found, magically preserved, and sent on to Britain or elsewhere for the respective funeral rites to be carried out. It had been painful to see so many comrades that had fought with her for so long lie there dead at the very last battle of the war. She saw Potter, Bones and Ms. Black at the left side, whilst Hirohito, Harfang, Parkinson, and Lockhart were just across her. There were a few others as well that she could see from her location, and she suspected that everyone really was here. They'd been asked to come here for a final meeting by Lord Sayer, who had finally arrived. A frown came across her face. She couldn't help but feel slightly betrayed. Why did it take so long for him to come here? Had he forgotten about them in the wake of Grindelwald's victory? Dayton had said that he was coming, causing everyone to stop the plans they had of returning home to be delayed until after he'd arrived, but as the days went by, there was a quiet discontent about where he was, why he was taking so long. She had read the papers that marked out his victory over Grindelwald, the instant legend he created in the wake of that battle. He was a modern Merlin now, the teenage hero who triumphed over an evil greater than even Morgana and Escrides. The public loved him. Even if there were whispers and careful inquiries about where he actually was. He'd been almost gone for a week since that fateful battle, and people could not help but wonder what happened to their hero. Even the French public who, perhaps for the first time ever, truly liked an Englishman, couldn't help but wonder. He'd arrived at this very building when there had been only a few of them there present and had asked people to spread the word that he wished to talk to them, that he wished to explain his disappearance. He hadn't stayed long and left to go to the French ministry, and news had traveled fast, even beyond borders now, and dozens of reporters from all over had lined up at the French ministry, where he'd been rumored to have spent several hours to speak with the French minister. Not long after, they were all here waiting on him. She wasn't sure what he would say. Would he apologize for not coming directly to help them against the vampires? Had he been here, their death toll would have been far less than it had been. They had looked out for each other, hadn't they? Why couldn't he have done it again? Maybe Clark would have still been alive, making her call him an idiot over a game of wizarding chess. She blew out air from her mouth, dangling away a lock of her out of her face before she brushed behind her ear. She knew she was being unreasonable. The man had just defeated Grindelwald at the age of 18. A man who killed so many powerful mages like it was nothing, and the way the people who had seen the battle, he had been close to dying until he miraculously managed to find some kind of power to help him survive and eventually defeat Grindelwald. A traitorous thought creeped into her mind. But, then, isn't that what is wanted from their commander, their leader and idol? To be more than just any other man, like he had proven so many times when he'd saved all of them at least once from death in battle? Clark was far from the only one who idolized Lord Sayer, but he had been one of the most ardently loyal amongst them all. Yet it had not mattered, dead at the hands of some bloodsucker, his body desecrated at the creature's hands and fangs. The hubbub around her quieted and her eyes snapped towards the raised platform at the front of the hall where he had finally arrived, reminding her of the powerful presence he had. She was not the only one who had concerns regarding his disappearance when he'd been needed. Never enough to truly stop believing in him, but enough to cause chinks in the armors of their perception of him. All of them remembered how different he was. Where others of similar noble birth had an air of arrogance and entitlement, concerned over material things and perception, he seemed like none of that mattered. He would treat someone like Mycroft Bulstrode the same way as he would a Muggleborn like Rodney Hanks, and Clark. He never asked anyone of anything that he would not do himself, talking with people with an ease and camaraderie even if they were of the lowest birth or ability. To him, it only mattered that you chose to be here fighting alongside them all, to fight with him, even if he did not know at times that many only remained for so long despite the risk to their lives because they believed in him. The faith in him might be shaken a little in a number of them, but their respect was still there. She studied him carefully as he walked to the center of the stage. He had an expression of grimness, one of solemnity, though his radiant purple-green eyes shone as always with vibrancy and power. His hair was longer and fell over his shoulders. He wore a plain set of dark robes, perhaps naive from the look of things, far from the green combat robes he typically wore. Perhaps it was what he normally wore, away from war and death, she mused to herself quietly. "Found you, lass." She heard the familiar voice of Harfang and looked towards the direction of the noise. She saw his head sticking out of the crowd he was wading through as he neared her. She allowed a smile appear on her face which was genuine. She liked Harfang even if he was as gentle as a mother bear. He'd taken upon himself to stick around her and she found herself slowly becoming accustomed to it. He wouldn't replace Clark, of course, and Harfang never tried that, but it made the blow she felt at losing her friend she came to view as a brother a little less painful. "Couldn't last a while without my absence, could you?" She teased him a little as he arrived next to her. He gave off a quiet chuckle. "Not so much. Just here to make sure you don't brood yourself to death." He bumped his arm against her shoulder. She hummed skeptically as she eyed him. She didn't quite believe him. "Did Parkinson get tired of you?" she asked leadingly with mirth in her tone. The reaction told her enough and her lips twitched in amusement. Parkinson and Harfang had different temperaments, like day and night really, but they both secretly enjoyed the conflicts, and though Parkinson may viciously deny it and Harfang might joke about it, they were friends. Even so, prolonged exposure to each other tended to make things a little too passionate. It was kind of like watching an old married couple at times. "It was best we listened to our glorious leader away from each other," Harfang said diplomatically, causing her to giggle a little. She glanced at the platform and saw Lord Sayer about to speak and gestured towards him, ending any further conversation. The room had descended into deathly silence. He did not say anything for several moments, his unique eyes surveying all of them. "The Knights of Mimpost," he spoke, his smooth powerful voice carved through the hall with ease, where even those at the back of the hall could hear as if he were just beside them. Men began to unconsciously stand at attention, something she almost did before she caught herself when he said the name of their group. He looked away to the side for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. It was just a way to push us rise to the occasion at first. His voice trailed off in an eerie quality as his right arm went behind his back. To call ourselves knights. To embody within ourselves the qualities of the symbolism of what a knight should be. Individuals who gather strength from within themselves to fight for honor, for justice, and the innocent against the relentless forces of evil. His voice grew stronger as he spoke. His eyes snapped back at them, his vibrant purple-green eyes trailed around the hall with intensity as his hand rose in the air and gestured towards them. It became more than that when we fought side by side against Grindelwald's forces in France, striking and harrying down the enemy until we liberated the very lands we stand on today. Lord Sayer's eyes gleamed, his voice shook with passion as he clenched his left fist high in the air. The hubbub of the crowd rose just as the passion in his speech grew ever more, the strength of his words sinking into the flesh of all present. It became more than just a way to rise to the occasion when we fought in the halls of Genelum, in the cold lands of Switzerland, in the marshes and the river lands of Slovenia and Croatia. Our blood, sweat, and tears shed in the name of freedom, justice and righteousness. Memories of the battles they fought side by side played in the forefront of her mind. Lord Sayer raised his arms, as if to beckon them into his embrace whilst he looked to them with eyes filled with a maelstrom of purple-green eyes that burned with passion. The Knights of Mimpost has become a name of brotherhood, defenders, and heroism, those who saw the face of evil and did not wither under its presence but rose above it, looming over it like a mountain and crushing it under the weight of our noble character. We have defied overwhelming odds and laughed in the faces of ugliness and barbarity when we liberated country after country, all whilst we defeated Grindelwald's finest when no one else could. Lord Sayer's electrifying words jolted all into a rapturous cheer. Knights! Knights! Knights of Mimpost! All roared victoriously. Lord Sayers were alight before they settled into a warm fire as he signaled the hall to quiet down. The hall was once more deathly silent, so silent a pin could drop from one end and be heard at the other side. Many of you have wondered why I chose Mimpost, what the significance of it was. The room was hanging on over every syllable he uttered. It was a wordplay for Post of Mim, the alternative name for Yggdrasil of the ancient Norse mythology, the world tree that stands at the center of the cosmos, connecting different worlds from various parts of the cosmos together by its tremendous branches. He paused as he began to pace away from his spot, his arms behind his back. He glanced at them as he paced. I had chosen Yggdrasil to represent magic and the realms as the different peoples of our kind, all united and connected by magic. And all of you stand before. A flash of pain crossed his face as he stopped briefly. And those who we have lost, he said with a heaviness that was felt by all in the room before he continued to speak and pace, have become greater than my wildest expectations. You have become the very inspiration I had hoped to achieve with the symbolism behind the name the Knights of Mimpost. He stared at them all with glowing eyes that seemed to be able to bore into their very souls. You have fought in the name of honor, justice, the innocent and for magic and her children. You symbolize all that I had hoped to achieve with what I had asked on that auspicious day in the Weisengamot when I called upon you to answer magic's plight and stand beside me as we drove him to the edges of the world before we sent him to the damnation he so richly deserved. He fiercely said, his voice teeming with satisfaction, something felt by all. We have achieved that, and we have broken his evil grip onto magic and our people with nothing but our will, power, and our togetherness. She and her comrades broke out once more, cheering in victory. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing, he said over the cheers that began to die down again. It is because of us that Grindelwald did not triumph. I may have cast Grindelwald down, but that triumph belongs to us. All in the room could feel the depth of his sincerity, that he believed it. All of you, all of whom who hail from different backgrounds, poor or wealthy, from different blood statuses, Muggleborn or pure blood, from different lands, British or otherwise, you all threw away your differences as we fought against a man who ideals sought to divide all of us. Europe is free because of us, my comrades, free from tyranny, free from an evil dark lord that threatened to engulf our kind into a war against the Muggles that would leave destruction in its wake. You represent the greatness of Mage kind and what is possible when we come together in unity, and I hope in time we do not have to fight amongst ourselves once more, when there is far more to unite us than there is to divide us. We are all children of Mother Magic, and I hope one day that we can honor that truth. Lord Sayer paused, his passion withered as an expression of solemnity take over as he dipped his head. And as we speak of truth, I will also confess something to you all. I have failed you. Her eyes widened at the proclamation, and she wasn't the only one shocked by those words. I owe you my life. One of them cried out, you never failed me. I owe my life too. So do I. More and more shouts and denials of Lord Sayer's proclamation rung around them. Lord Sayer's eyes had widened at that, genuinely surprised at the fervent denial of his so-called failure. He smiled warmly at the men before he signaled them to quiet down. Thank you for the words, he said in a sincere tone. He continued, I have never shied away from telling you the truth, my comrades. He had a solemn expression as he said that. When the first of you joined me in this war in the wake of the Wiesengamot's refusal to join the war against the evil of Grindelwald, I told you that war was ugly and that we would see a lot of ugliness. He paused for a moment as his eyes surveyed the room. We saw much of that ugliness in the hearts of the men we faced, and we have seen the barbarity and cruelty they wielded against those who stood against them. Many of whom bear the wounds of that cruelty are here with us today amongst us. Lord Sayer glanced around, his eyes falling on the ones who had been imprisoned in Jerusalem and other places like it. But what I have also told you was that we were going to win, he said in a firm tone before it was washed away by a solemn countenance. Though we have won the war, the cost that it took was high, none ever more so than the cost that our fallen comrades, friends have paid, especially at the eve of the end of the war. Dead men do not win, and in that, I have failed in keeping the promise I had given to them. She glanced at Harfang, who met her gaze. He looked serious for the first time tonight. She quizzically raised her eyebrow, but he shook his head. Many of you wonder where I went when I left the battle at Mons. She snapped her head back to Lord Sayer. Why I wasn't in France when you needed me, he said with a pained look. She clenched her fist at the reminder. He had a distant look on his face as silence stretched. All my life, I have loved magic more than almost anything, yet in that moment, I never felt more grief for it. He turned to them, guarded eyes flittered across the room. Grindelwald was evil, as were his plans for what he wished to our kind. That is undeniable, just as it is undeniable that he had to be stopped, and it isn't why I felt grief. No, I felt grief because of how many had died at the ambitions and ideals of one man, how many magicals had died because one man wanted to rule over the ashes over it. I felt grief at what Grindelwald had wrought onto our kind with the great power he had, the intelligence he bore, when he could have used it to help advance our people into the next golden age, where wonder and awe could be brought into the world with new ideas, new magic, and philosophy. Lord Sayer said in a powerful voice, one that teemed with restrained passion. He believed his power made him the superior of the rest of our kind, when in reality it should have made him the best of us all, to elevate the weakest amongst us so that they can rise to excellence not just for themselves but for the magical world. Lord Sayer paused for a moment, gazing around the room. Many of you had kneeled in front of me that night. Lord Sayer had said in a soft tone. She had heard that was what happened. She hadn't been sure what to think of that, whether she would have done the same. Something that took me by surprise and that had concerned me. I did not want you to kneel to me because you saw my power, my strength, and believe you had to kneel before me. Lord Sayer's face flickered for a moment. It reminded me too much of Grindelwald. Murmurs rang out as said that, and she could see the looks of discontent and dismay on many who were fervently loyal to Lord Sayer. That is not to say I did not appreciate the gesture, Lord Sayer said delicately, but it is not a choice to make suddenly. He said in a solemn tone. She raised her eyebrows. Is he implying freedom? Freedom is something I cherish greatly, and the last thing I would want is for you to bind yourself to me only because you felt like you had to. He stopped for a moment, letting the depth of his words sink into them before he continued. I did not understand the depth of the power I had, and with all that happened with Grindelwald, with the grief I bore for the tens of thousands of magicals that lay dead, He sighed deeply. I felt like I had to process it, just for a day. He glanced at them, which became two, which became four. His eyes grew into crystallized power. Magic began to swirl around him as the room thickened with pressuring magic. I did not know what happened exactly in France until much later, and by that time it was far too late, he said in barely restrained anger as his eyes flashed with purple fire. But that didn't mean it had to end there. His left hand rose in the air, and with a flick of the wrist, that is why I hunted down the ones responsible with my betrothed, Lady Slytherin. A head in a glass jar came floating from the back until it was in Lord Sayer's hand. He put his hand forward and she saw the midnight black hair that matched the blackness in the red-black eyes of the pale head before them. It was a grim sight, and she couldn't help but smile. A dead vampire was a good vampire. And it seemed everyone in the room agreed as the volume of approval rose. This was Lord Drackle, the vampire responsible for attack on France and whose coven participated in the attack. Lord Sayer's eyes were hard, glittering like emerald and amethyst gems. They're all dead, every single one of them. That brought on a raucous cheer. Many of them wanted to hunt down the vampires and kill them all, but having their leader do it for them was just as good. It is my penance to the 67 men and women who died at the hands of this creature. He said with a grim countenance. You are wrong. She shouted aloud, much to surprise of everyone, and herself. Lord Sayer's eyes met hers, and she wanted to slink into herself to escape that penetrative gaze. She drew herself up higher as she gathered her composure. You are wrong, Lord Sayer. You said that dead men did not win, but that is wrong. She shook her head. Dead men can win, and Clark, she said in a faltering voice before she took a deep breath. Clark did win. He won when you killed Grindelwald, and he won when you killed that. She nodded at the head creature you killed in the name of our fallen comrades. He won when his faith in Lord Sayer was repaid, she thought to herself. Clark would have been happy enough to know he mattered enough to Lord Sayer to avenge them. Hear, hear, rang all around her. Lord Sayer stared at her for a brief moment before he smiled warmly at her. Thank you, Lyra, he said gently. She flushed a little before she nodded firmly at him. To know that the vampires are dead brought a great deal of peace to her mind. And that brings us today to the conclusion of this meeting. I have kept this quiet as I did not want the attention. He glanced at Dayton, who suspiciously was looking elsewhere, but I have been reminded that you all could use the ease of mind of what happens to the families of our comrades who have died. Since the beginning, I have set aside a fund for the family members of those who have died so that they are not left adrift and in hardship because of the sacrifices their parent, sibling, or child had made for the magical world. They all received and will receive 50,000 galleons, and any children left behind will be given scholarships to their schools of choice. It is the least I can do for our comrades, our friends. This caused many to smile happily, if a little surprised, probably as surprised as she was as the amount of galleons, which was huge. Many of the ones that died had not come from wealthy family, yet still answered the call of duty despite knowing their deaths could cause issues for their families. 20 to 30 years of salary would truly be a godsend for those families. To know that those families were taken care of was a relief to her and to many. Our comrades may have died, but they are not forgotten, Lord Sayer said firmly. Hear, hear. She shouted with everyone else. As the hall quieted down, he spoke again. And that brings me to you. His eyes roved around the room. The Knights of Mimpost was a group that fought for a righteous cause against tyranny and evil, both of which have been defeated. It is no longer needed, he said with a pause before he smiled slightly, but that doesn't mean it won't ever stop being a brotherhood. Or sisterhood. Harfang bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone to him, her. He was pointing at her and at another female who bore a red face, though from the way she was looking at Harfang for so being called out, it was probably not one of embarrassment. Pealing laughter rang around them, one that Lord Sayer joined with a wide smile. Or sisterhood, he said with a nod before he grew a little serious. Many of you are nobility or have opportunities to go home to. Some of you may even have ideas of some kind of business that you wish to start that I'll happily help you with generous terms. He paused for a moment as he looked around. But those of you that don't have any of that? Well, I have always been more of a builder than I was a fighter, and you are welcome to join me. He tilted his head to the left, a full blooming smile on his face as his eyes gleamed like starlight. She looked around and saw the excitement on the faces of many who she knew would accept the opportunities that Lord Sayer was going to give. She had enough of fighting for the rest of her lifetime, she was sure of that. The black robes of hit wizards had never really looked good on her, and she wasn't keen on returning. Lord Sayer's vague words didn't reveal much, but she knew it was an opportunity she couldn't pass on. Break. 31st of March 1943. De Gaulle POV. He hummed in a jaunty little tune as he painted the side of a naked woman face that was in an enchanted sleep. Hey, ho, hi. What is that over the Hori Zizuhan? He sang beautifully as the tip of the paintbrush flicked up as he jerked his wrist up, finishing the runic sequence that started at her throat. Is it a broom, broom, broom? He sang before beginning to whistle as he got up from his crouching position. He twirled on the spot, a little bounce in his step. No, no, no. It's too quick, flying too slick, it must be a flying carpet, young cadet, zoom zoom zoom. He glanced around the ritual section of the large room as he hummed the rest of the song before his eyes fell upon Wendy, who had been staring at him. The humming died in his throat and he cleared his throat. I didn't realize you were here, Wendy, he said, a little embarrassed as he adjusted his glasses on his face. No need to look at me like that. Wendy made no noise nor any outward physical reaction, but he knew she was judging him. Bah! He exclaimed dismissively. What do you know of good music? He said with a glare. You're just a hunk of flesh I crafted into living. He waggled his finger at her. My songs and my singing is great. After putting Wendy in her place, he looked at the ritual before him. At the center of the ritual was Grindelwald, surrounded with a spiral runic circle connected by 7 runic arms that each led to a magical within the center of each runic circle, which itself was linked to 6 other magicals. The 6 that orbit around the 7th will stabilize the strength of the rituals as they channel their life force and a small bit of their magic into Grindelwald. A perfect use of the 7x7 principle. A feat that would have proven impossible in just a single runic language, and this was effectively a multi-matrixed runic scheme that incorporated several different runic languages to combine into this complex ritual. In an immensely complicated ritual such as this, which was non-standard, that is meant to say the configuration of the ritual was in a septagonal shape with hexagonal pattern around each point of the septagon, far from a standard normal runic circle, it was necessary to use bridging methodology for it to work as intended. Ha! How ironic is it that the greater degree of success for this ritual is all because we are using Sayer's universal bridge that he submitted for his runes mastery. De Gaulle chuckled at the irony that the universe played out. What Sayer's mastery submission allowed was that it bridged the multiple languages within a runic scheme, stabilizing the scheme without affecting its effectiveness, allowing the full capability of the runic scheme to flourish without the disjoint that might have happened otherwise. His head snapped towards the exits, his eyes narrowing into slits as his mind whirled. Impossible, he snarled. No one should be able to know about this place. The wards had picked up a trespasser in. His eyes widened. The wards were down. For it to be done so fast. He ran out of the ritual section and towards the doors before he glanced over his shoulder. Wendy, go greet our friend, will you? he said in a sharp tone, and the lumbering creature growled before it turned around and sped away on all four limbs. He unholstered his wand and pointed it at the exist, disabling the wards for a moment before flicking his wrist, opening the twin set of doors. She ran through and he resealed the door and enabled the wards again. When she didn't arrive back within 15 minutes, he grew worried. Wendy should have been capable of getting rid of their rude interloper unless it was him. An explosion rocked the large room and he stood at attention, the tip of his wand glowing with a violent sickly green hue. The remnants of the doors had shattered inward in the room and had spewed dust into the room, making it difficult to see who was coming. Why they had to come now, a day before the night of the ritual, he did not know. So unlucky, he murmured to himself as he stared at the dust cloud. I'm curious. I have not read about this creature anywhere, he heard someone say in a sophisticated manner as they exited the cloud of dust. His eyes goggled at the sight. Wendy was afloat in thick metallic wires that constricted her body, but that was not what made him speechless. A man with graying stark red hair and beard walked in with the most offensive robes he'd ever seen. They were in a rich yellow color with pink teddy bear plastered all on that yellow background. Looking at it just reminded him of the time he'd been as scatterbrained as an irrumpant horn explosion when he took that particularly hallucinogenic potion. He'd been particularly embarrassing that day, having attempted to swoon a Pegasus mare into mating with him. Thankfully he hadn't been successful and he didn't have any little centaurs running around. He snapped out of it, "Who are you?" De Gaulle demanded as he raised his wand higher. The menacing glow of the killing curse that was at the tip of his wand shaded his face in a dark expression. The man looked startled at that as he set Wendy down. "You don't recognize me?" he asked in disbelief. De Gaulle scoffed. "I would have remembered an offensive man such as you." He looked at the man up and down in a disdainful way. "I would have rid the world if only to save it from your awful dress sense." "Escrides save me, what are you thinking, man?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Escrides save me," the man said after him with a baffled expression before he visibly regained his composure. "I am Albus Dumbledore." De Gaulle's eyes widened in recognition. "Ah. So you have heard of me but not seen me before, quite peculiar." Dumbledore said in a musing tone. "I would have thought most of Gellert's followers would have at least been able to recognize me on sight." "Gellert?" De Gaulle wondered in bafflement. He was on first-name basis with Gellert? "You've never seen an image of me before?" the clearly addled man asked De Gaulle. "No, I don't read any of those nonsense papers." De Gaulle dismissed before he eyed Dumbledore. "Gellert," De Gaulle said in a demanding tone, "you speak of him as you knew him personally." Dumbledore's bright expression fell and a much more guarded expression arrived, unsettling De Gaulle. It wasn't so much the change but the cold look in the man's eyes. "Yes, I did, once upon a time," the man said before his eyes looked past De Gaulle. "He is here, is he not?" De Gaulle unease grew more but didn't let it show. "You've arrived at the wrong place, Mr. Dumbledore. I'm afraid Lord Grindelwald is not here." "He is dead after all," De Gaulle said in a thin smile. The cold eyes in the man hardened into crystal clear glaciers. "I know he is here, I know he is barely alive. You will take me to him." The man's magic ruptured out of him in a maddened fashion. The pressure he exuded was immense. Nowhere near what he had seen of the boy or Grindelwald, but comparable enough. "Avada Kedavra," De Gaulle said through gritted teeth, and the sickly green curse streamed forwards towards Dumbledore, who looked impassive. Dumbledore's wand rose in the air and Wendy intercepted the curse before the ground began to rumble, causing De Gaulle to panic. Wait. He screamed and the rumbling ended. He heaved heavily as he clenched his wand tightly. The stability of this place wasn't all that high. It protected against the heat, for sure, but if too much of the place was destroyed, it would all unravel and he would not lose all that he saved in this place because of Grindelwald. He wanted to see through the experiment, for certain, but not the cost of his precious research. "I will take you to him. You can kill him if you want, or take him, I don't care, but you have to swear an oath you will leave this intact and me alone," De Gaulle said in a hate-filled voice. He hated being backed into a corner, but he knew he could not win against this man. He had heard enough that Dumbledore was meant to be Grindelwald's equal, not that he expected it to also mean possibly that, and he would rather cut his losses than lose everything. He could always try the ritual with someone else, or himself. Wendy's temporary corpse was thrown aside, revealing the man who had hid behind her. He stilled forward, his right arm behind his back whilst he carried his wand in his left. "And what makes you think I will do that? If you don't, I will blow up this place," De Gaulle said in a maddening furor, his eyes gleaming with hate behind his glasses. "If I am to lose everything, I will make sure you lose everything." That halted Dumbledore's approach, but it did not change his neutral expression. "You may think you could bind me, disarm me, knock me unconscious before I do, but, if you know that I am one of Lord Grindelwald's followers, then you most likely know who I am," he said in an insane tilt of the head, the whites of his teeth glistening under the light of the room. "De Gaulle," Dumbledore murmured aloud, causing the grin on De Gaulle's face to widen. They said nothing for a minute. "You will swear an oath not to interfere with what I have come here to do?" Dumbledore tried. "No." De Gaulle refused. "I set the rules in my house, Dumbledore," De Gaulle snarled, spittle exited his lips as his face contorted into a ugly hate-filled look. You will abide by my rules or we all die. He screamed at Dumbledore. This rude man was ruining everything, he was lucky he was allowing him this much. Once more, a tense silence filled the room until, finally, I will swear the oath. Dumbledore finally agreed, a wary look in his eyes. Know that if I find any loopholes in your wordings, I will do it anyway, de Gaulle snarled. I hate being cheated. Dumbledore said nothing but the tightening around his lips said enough. Dumbledore swore the oath and after careful examination, de Gaulle could not find anything wrong with it. The time constraint of 72 hours was fine. De Gaulle stared at Dumbledore for a moment before he palmed his wand. Follow me, I will take you there. He didn't wait for Dumbledore to follow as he made his way to the ritual section. He quickly flicked his wand to one of the walls and once one of the runes glowed, he sighed satisfied. He might not be able to match wand to wand with Dumbledore but he could surprise him. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore's voice boomed like an angry thunderstorm. De Gaulle twisted around and looked at the angry expression on Dumbledore's face. He stood at the farthest reach of the ritual septagon near a cluster of sacrifices. A ritual, what does it look like? De Gaulle said in puzzlement. He had heard Dumbledore was quite the magical prodigy. Surely he knew of sacrifices of this. This is foul. How can you even attempt to do something as black? He stilled any motion as his eyes fell to the center of the ritual, his eyes wide. Oui, de Gaulle said in a sing-song voice. That is Mr. Grindelwald if you are wondering, de Gaulle shrugged. Dumbledore's face grew pale, his hands trembled as he closed the distance to Grindelwald. De Gaulle was a little perplexed at Dumbledore's expression. Sure, it was shocking to see the all-powerful Dark Lord like this, but that kind of expression was a bit too much. Dumbledore fell to his knees and de Gaulle almost thought he'd seen wet eyes from the man. Probably excited that Grindelwald would be easy to kill. He's almost dead, de Gaulle said nonchalantly. You'd do him a mercy really if you just killed him. Dumbledore's head snapped to him. What happened to him? He boomed, taking de Gaulle aback. Dumbledore's face had tears streaming down his face. De Gaulle's mouth was agape. This wasn't the look of a man wanting to kill or even capture. This was a man grieving. Wait. De Gaulle said in repressed excitement even if his eyes hid none of it. It was true. You and Grindelwald. De Gaulle laughed uproariously. Oh, the big bad Dark Lord was like that, was he? Hilarious. OWHE. The hairs of her body stood when he began to feel waves upon waves of grey-yellow magic crash into him. The pressure in the room grew to unbearable levels and he began to struggle to stand still. His knees threatened to shake as the pressure of his magic continued to grow. Tell me, the command in the voice reverberated in him. He managed to just about glance at Dumbledore, who looked like a newborn star with how tangible magic was now. Stop, tell. Rual, he managed to croak out and the pressure withdrew, causing him to gulp huge amounts of air as he keeled over, grabbing his knees. Well, that was more like Grindelwald. He shook his head as he eyed Dumbledore warily. He was stronger than he had indicated before. Dumbledore's cold eyes grew harder and de Gaulle began to speak, telling him everything, from the battle to the condition he'd managed to rescue Grindelwald from to what he planned to do with the ritual. Do the ritual. Dumbledore commanded, startling de Gaulle more. De Gaulle shook his head. Can't. Has to be tomorrow night. Otherwise the effects of the ritual can become too unstable. Dumbledore didn't look pleased at that explanation but seemed to accept it. What about the sacrifices? He couldn't help but ask. Dumbledore was meant to be the super-moral, holier-than-thou light wizard. Dumbledore's eyes flittered around the sleeping witches and wizards before he turned away. It is for the greater good. De Gaulle laughed and laughed at that. Oh, what entertainment! The day had passed quickly and soon enough it almost time for the ritual. He'd regaled Dumbledore stories of his half-brother, something that seemed to annoy the man, much to his amusement before the man had rudely decided to remain in the ritual room, studying the runic components keenly. Before that though, he'd asked a few times about the price on Grindelwald and naturally de Gaulle lied about it. He said that Grindelwald would only retain a fourth of his magical strength during the few months he had back at his peak physical condition, which would allow him to find a more permanent solution to his problem. No need to make Dumbledore worry about what it would truly do to Grindelwald, not even he knew exactly. In that time, Wendy had resurrected from her little nap, much to the surprise of Dumbledore and much to his own smugness. Finally, the time of the ritual was almost upon him when Dumbledore cornered him, demanding more of him. You're hiding something from me, I know it. Dumbledore looked at him with sharp eyes. He felt a legilimency probe which he violently broke off, making Dumbledore wince slightly. My mind is my own. He hissed out angrily, agitating Wendy, who began to growl menacingly at Dumbledore. She began to stalk towards him, her large lumbering form drew closer to the ground, signaling that she was in stalking mode. Dumbledore raised his wand wearily at Wendy, which only made her agitate more. He was tempted to let it play out, for the insult of attempting to mess with his mind. He could get away with it, especially with the surprise he had primed. Grindelwald might hold affection for the fool, but he would not need to know. Disposing bodies were nothing difficult. Decisions, decisions. No, it would ruin his fun after he restored Grindelwald. He was quite curious to see how sane his old friend would be after the ritual. Seeing a former lover probably was a better test than whatever else he could have come up with. He raised his hand and Wendy stopped. He glared at Dumbledore. Do that again and I will let her feast upon your rotting body. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes but lowered his wand. And to answer your question, of course I'm hiding things from you, de Gaulle said in an exasperated tone. You're a nosy little Horenkind. He muttered the last word to himself before his voice grew louder. I don't like you and you're here because somehow you have a connection to your lover boy, a strong one, that which only means it's probably blood-based, kinky. Making a nuisance of yourself. I have many secrets that I don't want to divulge to someone like you. But if you're talking about the ritual, you know all that I know. You're the third person who knows as much as I do now, so you tell me, what am I hiding? De Gaulle said in a snide tone. The price. Dumbledore said with narrowed eyes. It's not enough. De Gaulle rolled his eyes before he gave Dumbledore a disdainful glare. And you're the ritualistic expert then, are you? I have done rituals before, many of them with Gellert. Doesn't mean a Dementor's willy. De Gaulle snorted before he waved at the ritual. A lot of this is theoretical and something it took a very long time for both. Gellert, he said his name in a mocking drawl, something that Dumbledore bristled at much to de Gaulle's amusement and I to figure out. De Gaulle paused for a moment. If you want to have a crack at it, go ahead. He waved at Grindelwald's blackened husk of a body. Know that if this ritual isn't done in next few hours, it will take weeks to set up again. Time your lover doesn't have, de Gaulle said with a mocking smile. He could see Dumbledore wanted to hurt him. De Gaulle felt a keen sense of pleasure in that. Dumbledore stared at him and de Gaulle met his gaze. If anything happens to him, Dumbledore warned. Vaunted light wizard that turns a blind eye to probably one of the blackest of rituals in existence. What entertainment? De Gaulle scoffed and waved him away. Yes, yes, you'll paddle my behind. He glanced at Dumbledore and winked. I may even enjoy it. Dumbledore looked away in disgust, making de Gaulle laugh. The clock stroked 3 minutes to midnight and de Gaulle stood by Grindelwald's body. He removed the stasis field that was around him and Grindelwald wheezed awake. He placed several enhancement charms on him that was intended on pet animals going deaf or blind. Humans hadn't been compatible due to the strength of the charms, but for someone like in his condition? It's time for the ritual. You know what you need to do, he said loudly to Grindelwald. Yes, he wheezed out and de Gaulle stepped away from the circle and hastened out of the outer tiers of the runic scheme. Dumbledore looked on with wary eyes. Dumbledore had not wanted to meet with Grindelwald again in the condition he was in, preferring to wait until he was back to what he was like once. De Gaulle couldn't wait to see how much of that Grindelwald would remain. As the clock stroked midnight, the magical energies began to rise until it grew to a turbulent maelstrom of magical energy. The hairs on his skin had stood out at the deepening energies of the ritual. The enchanted sleep the sacrifices had been were ripped away, jolting them away. They looked panicked, fearful and unknowing of where they were, but soon enough, it was time for their part to begin. Many of them tried to escape, but it would be to no avail. The ritual was locked in and they were going to die. Their screams and pleas filled the air. The turbulent magical energy seemed to grow and turn darker as the tangible fear they exuded tinged the magic of the ritual, just as required. Monstrous! Dumbledore whispered seemingly to himself, but it was loud enough for de Gaulle to hear. De Gaulle hummed, and yet here you stand, unwilling to do anything but watch their suffering. All for your lover, de Gaulle goaded, but Dumbledore did not say anything in response, and all he did was close his eyes. De Gaulle scowled, disgusted at the man. All that power he had, and he was this weak. Whatever did Grindelwald see in this man? Crackling of magic distracted him and he once more paid attention at the ritual before him. The magic of the ritual turned darker, near black as shadows began to swirl within the confines of the ritual scheme. A deep unsettling feeling washed over the room, as if dread was made manifest. His skin began to feel clangy, as if a film of sickness had coated it. De Gaulle frowned. There should be no leakage of the magical energies within the ritual circle. Howls and agonizing screams erupted out of the mouths of the sacrifices, flesh tearing echoed in the room, like someone was running a rake down their backs until one by one, they fell silent. The shadows that swirled around engulfed the entire ritual into blackness. Crackles of magic and deep red glows of what seemed like swirling glowing blood circled around the outer perimeters until they dove into the blackness. A massive wave of magic shattered the confines of the ritual, shaking the entire room and blasting de Gaulle off his feet, his head crashing onto the stone floor, dazing him. His glasses were off his face and he could not find his wand either. He gasped, desperate for air as oppressive magic the likes he'd never felt before washed over him. He heaved himself over onto his back and saw. A figure made of shadows stared down at him with two orbs that were sickening red. He felt the repulsive touch of his magic, if it was magic, worse than any black magic he'd ever come across, and it seemed like it was withering his very being from just being in contact with it. G. Grindelwald. He croaked out before the cold embrace of unconscious claimed him, though before wondering if perhaps he had been a little too successful in his experiments this time. Chapter 64 Part 2. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think of the ending, as I'm sure many of you will be pleased. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117, where we are now in the final arc of the story, which returns to world building. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Break. 30th of March 1943. King George POV. So their war is over, he surmised across from Churchill, who huffed before he drank from his glass of whiskey across from him. George leaned back in his chair and took the moment to take in his Prime Minister's appearance. His weathered look, the deep grooves of sunken skin beneath his eyes and ever-growing saggy skin underneath his chin as this war dragged on despite the hope that laid beyond the horizon, did not escape George's attention. He was a man who held strong opinions on many topics, so much so he'd been viewed as a radical before his ascension to Prime Minister, opinions that left the impression of an unwavering man. An image came to mind of Churchill standing alone against the harrowing incoming storm on the cliffs of Dover. It was the impression that many of their countrymen held. Though, as George got to know the man more intimately over the years, he knew it was not as easy as that, as things tend to be. He held a mask before the world, one that he'd seen occasional slip during their meeting, one that hid the restlessness and depression that he was prone to. A mask that heavy use of drink supplemented, though that seemed to change as their fortunes in this blasted war did. Yet as much as this war seemed to take a toll on the man before him, there was a vibrancy in him that had been missing from him, no matter how much he seemed to have tried to hide it. George knew that Churchill believed they could win completely and totally with the Americans entering the fold. With Montgomery's forces breaking through in Tunisia, striking at the Mareth line, American tanks defeating the Germans at El Guetar whilst their own forces broke through in southern Tunisia, the hope lay there for their eventual victory. Later than the war the Magicals had fought, but nonetheless a victory that was coming. More or less, Churchill said in a complicated tone whilst his face twisted slightly. As you know, the young Sayer Lord defeated the wizard Nazi in single combat. George's eyes darkened at the mention of that man. His worst fears had come true. When he had first learned of the existence of the magical world upon his ascension to the throne, he'd been mystified and awed, but later turned to horror and no small amount of fear when the dissatisfied wizards and squibs that Chamberlain had found told them of the powers their kind held. They could alter the minds of others, burn them alive with but a word and a stick, and yet do much, much worse. No secret could be held against them if they so wished, no act of depravity could be spared if they so wished, even pitting family against each other by putting them under a mind control spell. And it seemed that this, Grindelwald may well have done this to the German leaders, perhaps even Hitler himself. The assigned wizard, Underhill, that the British Ministry for Magic attached to the office of Prime Minister had been subverted into becoming an agent for the Crown. The oath of silence he'd taken was expanded upon once news of Grindelwald's defeat had become known to them through the Daily Prophet and the Imp. He now swore fealty on the pain of death to the Crown, and had thus told them of the capricious behaviour of the British Ministry, of the intent to ensure that no news filtered through to their world about the possible hand that Grindelwald had in causing this war, or the plans he had for both worlds. They failed. In no small part to the growing protection they'd outfitted themselves with. In the past month or so, they'd made substantial progress in outfitting a loyal cadre of wizards that were bound to the government and the royal family, with Mr. Cameron and Mr. Johnston being critical in that endeavour, who'd found some more like-minded individuals who still held loyalty to the Crown. For the time being they still had to be careful, for they could not adequately protect their interests and their minds with the small group of wizards that now were loyal to their king, and so they had made sure that they remained under the radar of the wizards that had come to inspect Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, Number 10 and several other homes of high-ranking officials and commanders. The insult was paramount and it was treasonous. He had found more evidence of the duplicity of the wizards, the exact accord to which they had bound to since 1707 when Queen Anne signed and ratified it as Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, one that had been referenced in the few treaties that he had found earlier which had informed him that he was as their sovereign. An accord they have broken time and again this century, and perhaps even as soon as it had been signed. He'd found a copy of the charter that was signed, and it was as clear as daylight as to what the relationship between himself and the Magicals should be. The Ministry for Magic was born out of the inception of the Statute of Secrecy, where institutions were required for self-governing separate from the normal world that the Wisengamot, the wizards' version of the House of Lords, were not equipped to deal with in its entirety. That charter allowed the British Ministry for Magic to become a dominion, the same status as Canada or Australia had within the Empire, where he presided as the head of state, the same title he held in 4 other magical societies in his empire, including none more so than in the British Ministry for Magic. The minister was required to seek audience with him, to request to govern magical Britain in his name, not the charade that Spencer Moon had concocted when he'd become aware of the magical world. It was something that all but forgotten by all, it seemed. Not even within the magical world were there any books or information about this forgotten fact. A deliberate act to remove any hints of the influence the Crown held in the British Ministry for Magic. Before, there had been a royal court wizard, a tradition that stemmed from the days of King Arthur. This court wizard would be the voice of the presiding king or queen of the day and the bridge between the ever-distancing worlds. One that may not have existed since the death of Queen Victoria, his great-grandmother. George wondered if the assigned wizard was a mockery of the esteemed position of royal court wizard. As he learnt more of the magical world, it would not surprise him. He was unclear as to what happened, not even his current staff of wizards were able to find out the truth as to what could have happened for a near-total collapse of the royal influence within magical Britain, Ireland, and beyond. They had told him that his father in his early days had some influence but that seemed to have withered away quickly. The diaries of his great-grandfather, Victoria's husband, provided little support, and the nature of the survival of his diaries and the treaties that had been signed only suggested that there had been a concerted effort of near-total erasure of the royal families and their staff of their knowledge of the ancient accords that bound the magical world to the kings and queens of Britain and its dominions. His father had signed the treaty that made magical Ireland a dominion but had done little else. It seemed that after that act, any involvement of his father in the magical world had ended, something he was eerily coming to recognize as one of deliberate act, not unlike as to what happened to the erasure of his family's power and influence. He had wondered why the staff still knew of certain things, and even Underhill knew not the answer to this question, and it seemed it may be left unanswered for some time. Not even the staff had any idea as to why they knew certain things. The opinions that wizards held, as Mr. Cameron was oft to make clear, that non-magical peoples were little better than animals, seemed to stretch to even him and his royal house, their very sovereigns. It seemed that Spencer Moon's attitude towards him was not unique and likely something his forebears since perhaps his great-grandmother had to accept. Something he would not. He had struggled with the idea of magic in God's earth. Scripture had warned against those who held magic, to never suffer a witch, and gave warning about their natures. A struggle that he was slowly overcoming, and had begun to realize that the boundaries between the magical world and the normal world would break, one way or another. Grindelwald had proven the fragility of that boundary with his actions and his plans. It was why he truly believed that Grindelwald had something to do with the nature of this war, the brutality that it was fought with, and the zealotry the Germans held that a generation ago would have made the majority of Germans balk with disgust. If these wizards could wipe the memories of what seems like an entire generation of royals and government to hide the power he and his government held over the magical world, to the same people they are beholden to, it did not surprise him if Grindelwald truly warped the German minds to commit acts of evil the intelligence officers were reporting to the higher echelons of the government. If anything, the way they viewed normal God-fearing people as little better than animals proved that they would hold no compunction over genocide. They were already, directly or indirectly, promoting the idea of genocide over one group of normal people. And it was something that hardened his heart as to what he would have to do. There was now the bare bones of a subdivision within the secret intelligence service that would only grow with time, and one that would be dedicated with keeping the government and the royal family apprised of the developments within magical Britain. He may accept these wizards amongst him, for they were not the same as the duplicitous wizards that broke the accords, but nonetheless they held the same powers that man ought not to have. They were a necessary evil, an evil that would shield his family from their kind. They would protect the royal family against the wizards and ensure that the moment took for the worst, they would receive forewarning and be able to act accordingly. It perhaps would not happen in his lifetime, not so soon after their war, but eventually. Churchill continued, breaking George out of his dark thoughts. Since his defeat of Grindelwald, the multiple fronts have collapsed, and the European governments that supported him are in disarray and in midst of widespread retributions from the ones that had suffered under the thumb of Grindelwald supporters. I'm surprised to find out the defeat of a single man could collapse an entire war effort, George commented with a frown. Ha! Churchill barked before he scowled. If only it were that easy for us. Hitler's death would do little to stop this war, except for perhaps several other officials dying in the power struggle that would happen. He shook his head. The wizards, he said the word with disdainful tone, are far from like us in that regard. It seems like Grindelwald was all that bound the movement together. Churchill pursed his lips. Not unlike, I suppose, a warlord. George nodded. He could understand that. There were plenty of such individuals in history where men were able to call untold number of men to their cause only for it to shatter upon the death of said individual. The British Empire had often recognized such lightning rods and did their best to eliminate such problematic individuals. Speaking of problematic individuals. And what of Atticus Sayre? George questioned, his eyes lighting up with a hint of interest. Is there any news on him? Atticus Sayre was one that held George's interest and had done ever since he had discovered of the ancestry the boy held and the call to arms he had sent out. The Sayre family had once held the dukedom of Leeds and had done so since the 1300s, even if the title was dormant at present, and remained one of the few families who still paid the agreed fee directly to the crown to keep their titles unassigned and left the door open if things changed in the future, allowing them to resume their peerage. He wasn't entirely sure what to think of him. He'd seen the images of that battle, the Battle of Mons, one that truly shook his worldview of what magic could be capable of. They'd sent one of their deep cover intelligence officers along with one of the wizards in their midst, and what he had reported was shocking. He could not enter the place, not even approach it, as there was some kind of magic field wards that cornered off nearly a 5-mile radius area, but the pictures that the wizard had taken for them said enough. The entire battlefield was dead, the earth was chaffed and cracked, deep spidery cracks into the once green and fertile fields now turned into a barren desert were apparent to see. There were half mountains stretched across the field, whilst there were gaping holes where you could not see the bottom of them, showing that they were capable of carrying mountain-sized earth and throwing them at each other. It was monstrous, the kinds of power these people held. Yet he had shuddered to think what could have happened had the boy not defeated the madman. This ICW could have lost the war and leave him to aid the Germans without opposition. A war where magicals were aiding the German war efforts completely, bolstering their weaponry and espionage to the point that even the efforts of the Americans would prove little worth, eventually leading to an Allied loss, leaving Europe and Britain under the control of a fascist regime. Only for it to be pitted against the magical world in a war for survival where only one of their peoples would survive. For that, saving tens of millions if not hundreds of millions lives, the young Sayer Lord had his gratitude. Yet, the very idea there was a man, one barely out of his adolescence, capable of such power was frightening to George. His fear had tapered off when he had read the boy's words, but it only highlighted his skill in manipulation and propaganda, a feat that seemed that the magical world did not quite understand yet. It was impressive, to tell the truth, the way that no one truly questioned why the imp were able to break the news of Grindelwald's defeat less than 18 hours after the fact, with images of the battle itself. It was a masterful but simple use of propaganda, to break the news before others and to write the story of what happened in your favor. The Secret Intelligence Service had worked overtime with the information that the wizard agents had provided them, and they managed to pull an impressive profile on the boy, one that did not fail to intrigue him. He was a childhood prodigy who seemed to exalt the sciences and had based several of his theories and discoveries on physics and other sciences. It was something that several of his wizard agents had noted to be highly irregular amongst the so-called pure-blood nobility, to be praising anything Muggle. It would have been seen as offense by many people, yet this boy did so without much concern. It wasn't the oddest thing about him either, for the boy seemed to almost worship magic from the way he was quoted in his early years, and it seemed to be a running theme all throughout his life. He was odd beyond even the tales that he had heard from the normal-born wizards. Perhaps some things did not change, even amongst normal people, geniuses tended to be odd. It was why the intelligence service believed him to be a Class 1 threat, one of the same class as Hitler himself. His ability to call men to his banner, his genius and his power made it clear he was not someone that they could leave unmonitored. They were not capable of monitoring him now, but once the war was over. He has been confirmed to be in France just before I arrived here, according to the information our agents could pick up in Diagon Alley, Churchill told him, a scowl on his face. It seems information travels fast. No doubt Churchill was likely somewhat envious at the speed news traveled in their world. Where he has been and what he has been up to, no one knows. Churchill gave him a meaningful look. It still hasn't calmed down, the fervor with which his name is praised. His disappearance act seems to only strengthen their worship of the boy. George wasn't surprised. It seemed like the boy had ascended to messianic proportions since his defeat of Grindelwald, and it wasn't confined to magical Britain either. The Irish magicals seemed to wish to claim him due to his family's ancient history on the island. It only highlighted the importance of keeping apprised in the boy's movements. The boy may preach to all about the right to freedom and justice, but words were wind. They had already seen the rise of a charismatic leader in Hitler and his ability to warp entire nations to his cause. They would not allow another to rise in their shadows. We will continue to do nothing for now, George said finally after a moment's pause. I understand the concern you feel about him, believe me, I share it too, but we are in the midst of a war that we are finally getting somewhere in. I do not wish our attentions to be split any more than it needs to be. Churchill grumbled under his breath but nodded his acceptance of George's decision. Now George said in a commanding tone, his eyes peering down at his Prime Minister. On to the war, he said with zero levity and with a blank look. Churchill straightened up and began to speak on the developments in the war, neither of their minds focused on magic and wizards any longer. Break. 30th of March 1943, Emelisa Infirmerie du Malaise Magique. Credence POV. He sat up in his bed reading the French Chronicle when he heard a commotion outside the doors of his room. Calling it room was like calling a prison a home. He was little better than a prisoner sitting in a waiting cell, counting the moments until he was imprisoned with no end in sight. Not long after Sayer had defeated Grindelwald, the majority of the forces went to France to aid against the vampires, whilst the bulk that remained with the prisoners were ICW forces. The ones he had fought with and the ones that had come. And it had been the ones that had come that had him arrested. The commanding officer had outranked Ramirez, who, to his credit, had protested the treatment he had been given yet did nothing else once he'd been ordered to step aside. He hadn't been surprised in truth. He knew that the ICW would not hold to their agreement, and the conversation he had with the commanding officer, Kalinastos, made it clear that the contract that he had signed had been contingent on him aiding in defeating Grindelwald, something they claimed he had not done. He had read the contract again, and though it had made clear that he was not expected to defeat him, it was expected that he'd make significant contribution to defeating Grindelwald, something they had argued he had not done. He had not the energy to argue that such a claim was false, that it had been his sacrifice that allowed the stage for Grindelwald's defeat to occur. He knew that they would not listen. He knew they did not want to listen. His mind went back to the bitter moment of when Charleston had said they only needed to hold on long enough for help to arrive. He died to give Credence time to live long enough, to delay Grindelwald long enough for aid to arrive. Xavier's faith in the short moments before his death had been unwavering, full of faith. Faith that had been repaid with the arrival of Atticus Sayer, who eventually defeated Grindelwald single-handedly. To this day, he did not know how Xavier knew that Atticus Sayer was coming, or how he knew that Atticus Sayer would be able to prevail over Grindelwald. In many ways he was envious of Xavier, to see such faith repaid when all the times he had placed his faith in something had come up not, fraught with disappointment and bitter betrayal. Only his faith in Nagini had remained, and yet that may soon come to end, even once he managed to escape this cursed place with or without Fawkes' help. Without the ICW's aid for a cure, it would not be long before she lost the remaining parts of her humanity. No one else existed as far as he knew that would be willing to aid them in his quest to cure her. The bitterness that he felt was strong, the betrayal by the ICW felt worse than any other betrayal. He knew he had done terrible things or allowed to happen, things that he would never fully forgive himself for doing, but he wanted to redeem himself by fighting against the man who had been a mentor, had been as close to a foe. The door opened and his head snapped towards the noise, his wary and guarded eyes widened as he recognized who it was. "Apologies if I have awoken you," he said smoothly before his eyes traveled to the papers in his hands. "Though it seems like my apology is not needed," he said with a slight smile as he walked over to the chair across from his bed. The man's eyes fell on the chains on Credence's ankles and frowned deeply at the sight, and he stopped walking for a moment. The ICW wanted to prevent him from escaping and had placed upon him magic restricting chains that made it difficult to feel his obscurus. Eventually he would have overpowered it once he healed from the multitude of injuries he'd received from Grindelwald, but it didn't mean it wasn't effective. It slowed down his healing substantially as well, likely by their design. "Well, that is unacceptable," he said simply before he waved his hand and the chains clinked open with no effort. He let off a shuddering breath as he once more felt his magic more freely within his body. The metaphysical bounds that his magic had been in were released, and he smiled unconsciously at the familiar thrum of his magic, and that of his obscurus parasite that writhed within him. The familiar rage that it gave off was a welcoming feeling. It had been too long since he had felt what now had become a part of his being. He glanced at the young man who now took his seat across from his bed, intently gazing at Credence. The smile fell off his face and wariness shaded his face. "Why are you here?" he asked Sayer intently, his eyes narrowing. He couldn't help it, there was something about Sayer that felt off. Even his obscurus parasite felt calm in a way that he did not understand. Sayer smiled briefly before he looked away. "She's in Ireland, you know," he said in a calm tone. Credence stilled, startled by the random comment before his magic began to writhe under his skin. An angry fear rose within him that he only just managed to smother as his mind whirled with why he would mention Nagini. "How did she get there?" he asked in as calm a tone he could manage. "I arranged it." He turned to Credence with a tilted head. "It was the best place for her." Credence wasn't sure what to think of that. Why would he involve himself with Nagini? The cynical part of his mind knew why, because of him. A bitter anger broke through its restraints. "What do you want?" he bit out angrily. "I will not fight for you, or whatever cause you want to champion," he said in a derisive tone as his eyes blazed over in anger. Would he see the true face of Atticus Sayer, the manipulative successor to Grindelwald, rather than the so-called savior the world seemed to regard him as? He'd seen the power this being held, the kind of power that could destroy entire nations. Grindelwald had once nearly set Paris aflame with but his mastery over Protego Diabolica, and he had heard it took Flamel and the Scamander brothers all of their power and effort to dispel it before it truly went out of control. And that had been when Grindelwald had not even been trying. This, being in front of him, could do so much worse than that. Sayer only smiled, and it was a kind one at that. His long hair swiveled as he shook his head. "I do not want you to fight for me, or to fight at all." He looked at Credence sympathetically. "I do not think it is who you are anyway." Credence reared back in shock before his face twisted into a snarl. Who is he to think he knows who Credence was? He didn't even know who that was himself. "Who are you to tell me who I am?" he roared at Sayer. "I fought all my life," he said in an angry snarl. Memories of his childhood, the inner demons he fought as he was beaten, abused time and again with no one to help him. The memories of when he fought to survive as Macusa Oris tried to kill him, the memories of when he'd killed so many in Grindelwald's name even as it tore him up to do it. He had fought all his life, in one way or another. "And you shouldn't have had to," Sayer interjected in a soft tone, breaking through to him. The turbulent and charged magic that he was whipping up slowed as Sayer began to exude magic that somehow seemed to soothe the rage and pain he felt. Sayer's eyes shone with the kind of understanding that sent him reeling. How could he understand? He was born to nobility, never hungry or beaten. Yet, such understanding did not come from nowhere. Credence knew how to spot lies, falsity. He was no longer blinding himself, and those eyes, those understanding eyes, were far from false. "You are right," Sayer said in a commiserating tone. "I am no one to tell you who you are. That is a matter for you to find out, and perhaps you are already on your way to do that," Sayer said in a small smile before he lost it and looked away, a distant look in his eyes. "My grandparents were in New York that day, you know," Sayer said, startling Credence once more. Credence did know. He knew it all along. He had wondered why Sayer had saved him when the death of his grandparents, while had not occurred by his hand, had occurred in part because of him. I know, Credence said in a growl, the anger he felt slowly dissipating. Is that why you're here? To threaten me with Nagini because of what I did? He said in an angry tone, though what he felt was far more despair and guilt than it was anger. Was Nagini going to suffer because of his sins like he had thought she might for so long? Sayre turned to him, his vibrant purple-green eyes bore into him in such a way that made him feel naked. No. He said simply before his face softened. I do not hold you responsible for what happened to my grandparents. Their deaths were a tragedy, but then so was the circumstances of what happened to you. Sayre said kindly, and Credence gritted his teeth. He had heard those kinds of words before. To blame you would be petty of me and rather short-sighted. Sayre shrugged before he looked at Credence again. I am not threatening Nagini, nor have I placed her in danger. In fact, she is in one of the safest places in the world. Where? Credence demanded. The Shit Institute of Magic and Science, Sayre simply answered. Credence leaned against the back of his bed, looking away from Sayre. He'd heard of the school, though only vaguely. He knew that it was a different kind of school, one that seemed to wish to study the higher forms of magic but also Muggle science. In truth, he'd once been fascinated by science. He hadn't been allowed to learn much of it, the Barebones family having believed that such nonsense was not necessary and rather ensured they'd learn about scripture and other books that they deemed appropriate than allowing them to read about notions that godless heathens were trying to promote with their falsities. Once he had learned that he was magical, he had all forgotten about science. Instead, the world of magic had gobbled him up. It had been why Sims had been a curiosity for him, and certainly to Nagini. Especially when they'd learnt that the Flamels were there. People who they could never approach for help and never tried. To think that Nagini was there with the famous Flamels, the few people who could potentially cure her. He turned to Sayre, a cautious look on his face. Why? He simply asked, a question that was packed with a number of questions within itself. Sayre tilted his head before he stared at the ceiling, a small frown was adorned on his face. Chances. He began in a soft tone, a word that floated airily from his lips, one that seemed to take an age to dispel. Chances are often hard to come by, especially in our world. People are locked in their social and blood status, and there are very few opportunities to escape it. He paused for a moment, his eyes seemed to impossibly darken only to reveal embers of glass drifting off in the cold sea. And then there are those who do not even get the chance to have a chance. The words made him almost shift in discomfort, the familiarity of the words rung heavily in his mind. I have been lucky, far more than I have any right to be. I have been born to a family where love was present, in all kinds of ways. Sayre began to smile slightly, and Credence couldn't help but feel burning envy. His smile fell off. And I am all too aware of how fortunate I was to be born in such a family, no less in a family that holds tremendous influence and power. He turned to Credence, a passionate fire burning in his eyes. Such awareness makes me responsible when I see those who could do so much but would never get the opportunity to rise to meet their potential, to possibly exceed it. His eyes almost glowed with the ferocity with which he spoke. How many people have within them to become great magical theorists, to become great transfiguration masters, podiwaners, charms masters, and mistresses? Far too many, and they'd never get their opportunity. When I see these people, and when I see those who have a burning light within them that is scarred, fraying at the seams, hoping, praying at a second chance to do something meaningful with their lives, to be allowed to be more than what and which family they had been born into, I cannot help but want to help, Sayre said with such conviction that it seemed to ring into the world. He continued, even if they are unaware that they wish only but a single, second chance. Sayre's eyes bored into Credence's. He couldn't look away, his heart felt like it wanted to jump out of his chest whilst he held a tight grip onto the bed covers. There is much broken within our world, it can be utterly cruel, unforgiving, and has left many people broken and disillusioned with a world that holds so much beauty. Sayre said with a wistful tone before he looked away. I want to give people this chance, to help them become better versions of who they could be rather than being who they were forced to become, at their own or at others' hands. He turned to Credence, his face morphing away from the passionate look he held into one of neutrality, though the glimmer in his eyes never faded. That is why Nagini is there, he said in a soft tone. Credence felt his grip relax as he breathed a sigh of relief through his entire body. He looked down at his hands, the scars of the battle he fought were very prominently there. His arm would never heal, he would never have the same motion of movement again, yet such loss felt nothing compared to the relief that he felt that Nagini had a chance of living a full life free from the curse that maligned her family for so long. The Flamels were there. His eyes closed as the familiar dream played out in his mind. The home by the beach in the Philippines, a dark-haired toddler waddling along on the sandy white beach, laughing as Nagini chased after him mimicking a monster, her hair flowing like silk as she smiled widely despite attempting to look mean. It began to fade as he knew it was a dream that could not happen. He could not consign Nagini to the life he'd force her in if he took her away with him on the run from the ICW. It broke as he. And why you're going there too, Sayre said, and Credence's eyes snapped wide open and met Sayre's gaze. What? Credence said in disbelief. Sayre's lips twitched in amusement. It had taken some effort, but with the Flamels' influence along with my own not too shabby influence, his eyes shone with small amount of mirth. The ICW was, convinced to drop the charges and to assign you a punishment that has the full backing of Ireland, France, and the Flamels. Credence frowned. I don't understand. You're going to become a professor of defense against the dark arts for the next 20 years. Someone will come and pick you up tomorrow morning, Sayer said, and Credence couldn't help drop his mouth in disbelief. Sayer continued, of course you will not be allowed to leave Ireland for more than 2 weeks in between academic years, and even then, you're required to specify where you're going to the Irish DMLE. Should you go missing willingly without any evidence that suggests otherwise, you will be hunted by the ICW with the original charges being filed against you. But I have never taught anyone, Credence protested, still dazed by the ridiculous offer. We are aware, Sayer told him. That is why you're taking your mastery from an elderly master and shadowing him. He doesn't have many years left and only took the post as a favor to Pernell. Sayer leaned forward. It is a second chance, Credence, and a chance to teach those who had never had to fight to survive, to impart on them the responsibilities that comes with magic. Credence swallowed harshly and looked away. He'd never seen himself as a teacher. He knew much about fighting, what it did to you, what it did to others. What could he teach others other than what not to do? It is a chance at a peaceful life, true, one that isn't quite the freedom that you wished for yourself and Nagini, but it is a new beginning. Nagini is being helped by the Flamels, and whilst she is being helped, perhaps you can help yourself, unburden yourself with all guilt that you feel, guilt that I have felt rolling off of you from the moment I met you, that weighs you down by helping others from making the mistakes that you made, educating them away from the pitfalls that happened to you. Sayer paused for a moment, allowing Credence to digest all that was said. The confirmation that she was being helped by the Flamels was a bittersweet moment. The fact that Sayer could feel his guilt wasn't so surprising. The young man was annoyingly capable of seeing through him, and it explained much. He'd heard that Sayer had the ability to pull people into his sphere, and he had thought he was like Grindelwald. When the others had kneeled before him, he had thought he was seeing the same story playing out again. Grindelwald used his charm to ensnare others into his cause, to make them believe that all was doomed without him, without fighting for it. He had thought Sayer had the same character as Grindelwald, to lie, cheat and prey on the fears and weaknesses of others. It was worse. He offered hope. He had seen it on the faces of those who had kneeled and rose as Sayer spoke to them about not being superior to the men who had fought alongside him. He had seen the hope that he caused to bloom in others with his words as he spoke about how they bled together, how they'd won together. It was the kind of hope that inspired of unwavering faith, and it was overwhelming. Was this what Xavier felt before he died? The unwavering faith he had, the hope that seemed lingered on even in the wake of his death? The same kind of hope that Sayer offered? I don't understand. Credence finally whispered, fighting the deep emotions he was feeling. Why bother? You know that I will never fight again, not even for you ever after you do all that you promise. He met Sayer's gaze. Sayer simply smiled for a moment before he raised his hand, which began to glow before a crystalline structure began to form in his hand, one that seemed to resemble a city with towering features, pieces of small crystalline shards flying in orbit of the structure. I want there to be more people who can see the beauty of the world, of magic. He said in a soft tone, one that verged on being a whisper. Those who were born to magic often forget that magic is miraculous, that its beauty holds no bounds, its possibilities are endless. Sayer looked almost reverently at the crystalline structure before he looked up, and Credence was stilled at the dancing emeralds in Sayer's eyes. It was almost like he was sucked in amongst the stars themselves, bright specks of greens that danced in a sea of eternity. You were once promised, no doubt by Grindelwald, to be taught magic, something that had been denied to you until you were in your 20s. You have seen much of the magical world, the beauty of it, the cruelty of it. What I wish for you to see is that there are people who want more of the beauty to exist, to be made to exist. Sayer smiled gently before the crystalline structure vanished away. He stood up. I see in you someone who can truly appreciate magic for what it is, and I believe that you would see it once you are unchained by the mistakes of the past. He turned away and made for the door, but stopped for a moment. I believe that this is who you are, Credence Aurelius. Someone sees the beauty that is magic. In time, you will too with this second chance. Sayer said before he left and exited through the door, leaving Credence to his turbulent thoughts. As the door closed, he let out a shuddering breath as he trembled at the chance that was being offered to him. Becoming a professor of all things. He who had never the opportunity to be formally taught magic at any school had now the opportunity to teach at what could become the most prestigious school in the entire world. A possibility of a cured Nagini with whom he could finally have the family they'd long been denied. Professor Credence Aurelius. He whispered, in a sense of peace washed over him. Perhaps that was who he was meant to be. Break. And POV. She looked at the holographic display of Illos, one that showed several different tiers. It showed the inner tier, one that would have all of nature and living spaces, the sub-tier tier that would have vast array of technological systems, and most obvious the drive that would allow the world ship to sail the stars, and the outer tier that would form around world ship, protecting it against the harshness of the nothing that existed in space. Well, according to that metallic servant, space wasn't a void and actually wasn't nothing, just very diffuse. She didn't really have a mind for all that kinds of things. Sophia was better than her, much better. She'd taken to the languages of their predecessors like a duck to a water, much like she learnt their combat techniques with ease. At least that had been what it looked like to her. According to Moira, Sophia was doing great for an unenhanced human. Apparently their warriors, their versions of aurors and hit wizards were enhanced much like one would do rituals to enhance themselves. According to Moira, whilst Atticus was physically strong wasn't that a surprise, learning that Atticus had done many rituals under her nose he did not compare to their top enhancements. He'd be middle ranked though his reflexes was better, Moira told her. She stared at the creation before her. She still had trouble believing how so much changed in less than a year. She had known so little of what her son was up to. Marcus, what would you say about all this, she wondered to herself. The doors hissed open and she turned to it. Moira walked in. She waved her hand and the world ship disappeared in a complex array of tube-like systems she had no chance of guessing formed before her. Sorry, I didn't know you'd be coming right now, Anne told Moira. Moira smiled at Anne. Do not worry about it, she told Anne. Anne made to leave but Moira spoke up. You may stay, if you wish. She asked Anne. Anne thought about it and nodded. She had planned to find Sophia who had last been reading on some Atlantean tomes that Moira had sequestered before its fall. For the next few hours she watched as Moira concentrated on what she called secondary systems that would be the failsafe if the primary systems failed. Much what Moira had said she couldn't quite grasp, like when she talked about nullifying frequency harmonization and so on. The doors opened and the metallic servant, Sparkly Dawn, entered. They turned towards the servant. Seeker E. Prakushma, we have found the localized neurophysical energy signature of the target, 10087, designation Grindelwald. The strange disembodied voice of the servant voiced out. Certainty? Moira asked. 99.79%. The secondary target 10089 designation Dumbledore was found at the same site less than a cycle ago at a dormant volcano in the Weisizian Sea. Weisizian Sea? Anne asked confused. Moira turned to her. What you know is the North Sea? Anne nodded her understanding. Atticus will need to be informed of this development, Moira told her, and Anne nodded grimly. She couldn't believe what happened with Dumbledore. To think that man attacked her future daughter-in-law. A cynical part of her mind thought the girl probably wanted Dumbledore to attack her. Her despise of the man was no secret in their household. She liked the girl, she truly did, but she thought she was far too much at times. Moira sent a communication message to Atticus with but a few taps on her wrist. Sparkly Dawn left not long after. What Sparkly Dawn mean with energy signature? Moira smiled at Anne. Despite not knowing much of the terminology, your intuition and ability to ask the right questions is excellent, Anne. We can find specific frequency of energy signatures of magicals. As you know, we have devices in orbit of this planet, and after seeing the battle at the place you know as Mons, we have been able to register his signature. After that it was merely a case of tracking any spikes of that frequency. Anne's eyes almost boggled. You can detect anyone? Without magic? Moira tilted her head. Is it truly such a surprise? My people were not unfamiliar with what you know as magic, and I have also spent a lot of time amongst the large amount of data I have collected on your people, none more so than the Atlanteans. Anne supposed not. Still, does Atticus know you can do this? He does not. He did not ask. Moira told her. Anne sighed, exasperated. Fine. She shook her head. He'll definitely will want to know this, to know that technology could track magicals. Moira thought on it for a moment. I will inform him, she assured Anne. Anne nodded before a thought crossed her mind. Did you use it to track your children when they left? Moira looked almost a little startled but nodded, almost sheepishly. If she didn't know a little better, I did. She admitted. I wanted to know if they were safe. Anne smiled at that. Bet you saw a lot of embarrassing things? She coyly asked. Moira smiled at that, mirth creasing her eyes. There was this one time my eldest son. Break. 30th of March 1943. Charles Potter POV. He watched as Atticus spoke the assembled men who he had the pleasure of knowing for more than half a year, all of whom he could now not help but feel wary of. Emotion had seeped into every word he spoke, so much so that he seemed to ensnare every ounce of attention towards him, as if they were all moths to a flame. He had this ability, this draw that made people listen and then want to hear more as soon he was finished speaking. It had not been apparent at first, though perhaps he might have been clouded by his earliest memories of Atticus, of when he had seemed this quiet if brilliant student at Hogwarts that shattered all expectations with ease. Just as he shattered Charles' expectations of his leadership qualities despite of his youth, several years younger than even he, and he was amongst the youngest of their group anyway, and because of his seemingly quiet contemplative nature. And he continued to shatter expectations, even possibilities, with the way he could use magic. The crowd exploded in protestations as all voiced their discontent and disagreement at the notion that he'd failed their fellow comrades, though he imagined many felt as if he was far more than a fellow comrade. He'd seen how the relationships evolved from one where they'd followed him because he offered a way to fight against Grindelwald to one where they fought for him, even Atticus did not acknowledge it actively. He glanced at Doria, who smiled at Atticus, told them that he was paying the families of those who had died, collectively well over 20 million galleons, a sum that would leave nearly all but a few families in crippling debt. His family was one of them, though 20 million galleons would be keenly felt by future generations. He knew that Atticus may well feel guilt for the deaths of their comrades, Charles did too. Far too many faces amongst the crowd were missing, men and women he'd drank with, who he remembered seeing in the halls of Hogwarts or in the streets of one of the alleys before he'd taken to call them comrades, even friends, but somehow he felt that it cheapened their deaths, as if their worth could be measured in mere galleons. It was unfair. Charles knew this, but he could not help feel this way from the way everything had gone, from the moment he'd seen Atticus' power at Genelum, in their battles when he'd finally used more of his skills to practically save everyone from death, when before he had done it in a far more limiting way, saving far fewer people, one that signaled that he'd been hiding his power, to the detriment to many people, and ever more so when he'd seen him combat Grindelwald with the kind of power that still shocked him even now. He was not ignorant to the words that Atticus spoke, he listened. He knew that Atticus at some level believed what he said, that he truly fought for and stood for freedom, justice, and for the magical world, yet Charles never had been able to shake away the feeling that there was so much more to his words than he let on. After Atticus finished his speech, Charles left the building after briefly speaking with Doria, who wanted to speak with Atticus for a brief moment, though he wondered if she'd get the chance given that everyone wanted to speak with him. He waded through the magical quarters of Paris, which was being rebuilt once more in the wake of the vampire attack, an attack that had proven to be utterly deadly. He knew that had Atticus had been here, instead of the rest of the forces, despite numbering in the hundreds, he'd have been able to save many more lives than they'd been able to, no matter how uncomfortable that simple fact had made him. That a single man could prove to be more powerful and capable than hundreds of battle-hardened men and women combined. Using magic that only tales had remained of, long dismissed myths and impossibilities were now realities as Atticus distorted and warped the world to his whims under his power. The worst thing about it, he had not been the only one capable of it, Grindelwald had been capable of it, showing that any realized archmage could do it. The dangers of such truth likely few would realize. How many would see what they had been capable of and seek to find such magics themselves? To wield them and use them as Atticus and Grindelwald had done? One that left an entire area for miles dead and saturated with dark and vile magic? He should be ecstatic that there was one like Atticus able to fight against the evils of those like Grindelwald, but he wondered truly, did he even know Atticus? Did anyone know him? There had always been something that marked him different than others, beyond the many attributes others would identify. It was the look he'd have, those faraway distant eyes that seemed to hide tremendous secrets, ones that occupied his mind nearly all the time. He hoped it was far from what he thought his friend could be thinking of, dreams and thoughts of uniting the magical world much like Grindelwald tried, that his words that might did not make right were mere soothing words, like the words one would say to a man who lay dying in the battlefield, asking if he'd be all right when you knew he was going to die. Those kinds of thoughts had occupied his mind. When he'd heard raucous cheers filling the streets, he'd looked and saw Atticus with the French minister, and he saw that he wasn't there alone with the minister either, beyond the aurors that escorted them, which they all knew were unnecessary. Emily Slytherin was there too, something that only made him even more wary. The announcement that the vampires that attacked France were dead was met with an ear-deafening cheer. Atticus spoke to the French citizens with perfect French, speaking to them of that horror they faced with the forces that threatened to destroy the French spirit, something they faced with utmost courage and nobility, and he hoped that France would remain strong for many years to come. Slytherin spoke up next and told the crowd that she could do nothing but help when Atticus had told her of what he planned to do next, and hoped that the deaths of the vampires would bring them peace, and praised the French resilience. The crowd had lapped it up and cheered them both even more. He couldn't help but smile, whether it was bitter or sweet, he did not know. He caught the gaze of Atticus and was almost startled into battle readiness when he felt something filter into his mind. "Meet me where you once said lions made excellent hunters." Shock traveled through him before his face settled into a stony expression. To think he was capable of legilimency of this scale. He wouldn't, would he? He thought as dark thoughts whirled in his mind. He knew the dangers of legilimency, the capacity the most skilled had in the mind arts. They were able to inducing emotions into others, fear or joy, it mattered not what kind. Even perhaps feelings of loyalty. It was hours later, the early hours of the 31st, when he'd climbed up the stairs of the building they'd stayed at during the early days of France's liberation. Just as that time, Atticus sat on the edges of the building with his legs hanging off, his eyes cast down at the magical district of Paris. "Charles," he said in a calm tone, not parting his eyes away from the magical district below him. It was always eerie how he knew someone was coming. He'd silenced his steps, obscured his smells, all of it, yet Atticus knew someone was coming. He could not detect any wards, and he did not think Atticus would set one up just to seem mysterious as much as such a thought amused him. He took a seat next to Atticus, his feet hanging off of the building just like his friends did. "Atticus," Charles returned, glancing at him from the corner of his eyes before they fell upon the magical district as well. They remained in comfortable silence for a while as time passed. The soothing quiet of the magical district was like music to him. He supposed, in many ways he'd have to get used to this kind of quiet. They'd fought in many battles, often several in the space of just a few days, and never had they gone more than 2 weeks or 3 weeks without a battle, and when they did, it was several within a week at least. Charles knew that he'd killed many people, and it was something he had not completely processed. It was easy to chalk them up as the enemy, but they were just as human as they were, even if many of them barely deserved that description. Doria had helped much in that regard, to help ease the unease he'd felt so often. He wondered if it was anything like the grief Atticus said he felt at the lives that were lost because of Grindelwald. Did Atticus blame Grindelwald for the deaths he'd caused? Or perhaps he did not care at all, perhaps. Ask your questions, Atticus said in a soft tone before he turned to Charles for a brief second. I know you have many of them. Charles turned to him with narrowed eyes. Your skill in legilimency, did you use it on our friends and comrades? It seems like I have underestimated your distrust of me, Atticus said in a musing tone. Charles' lips thinned. It wasn't so much that he distrusted Atticus per se. Not since we've verified that they genuinely wanted to fight against Grindelwald. He said in what seemed to be in an honest tone before he glanced at Charles. I used it to determine if they were spies for Grindelwald or anyone else. It mollified him somewhat, but he hadn't dropped his shields. He knew it was likely futile, but he'd keep it up if only for a measure of safety. Why did you show it to me? He asked curiously. You could have kept it a secret and I would not have known any better. Atticus shrugged. I could have, but eventually people would know I am capable of legilimency. I'm pretty good, but there are others who are better at it in occlumency than I am. He glanced at Charles. And I trust you with it. He said in a calm tone. You make it sound like you'd be using it all the time, Charles said with a frown, ignoring the comment that Atticus trusted him. Legilimency was illegal to use unless you were licensed to use it. It was a forbidden art, and occlumency was barely legal as well. Only those who seem like they wish to do my family harm. Atticus said calmly. Now that I have defeated Grindelwald, there will be many who will seek to harm my family because they cannot get to me. Grindelwald had shown that it was possible to strike at my family. Atticus' eyes darkened. I never want that to happen again. Charles looked away from Atticus. He could understand that sentiment. Fleamont had been attacked by Grindelwald's henchmen for his stances, and it made him furious. He'd seen plenty of malicious Grindelwald followers who would not hesitate to take it out on their families. How did you learn the magic you know? Why did you learn it? Charles asked, finally getting to the heart of the matter. He'd long suspected that Atticus played a greater game and he knew nothing of it. He wasn't entitled to know, just as Doria had told him when she'd chastised him for his mistrusting tendencies of his friend. But he needed to know, if only for his ease of mind. Curious that you actually asked that, Atticus said with a slight smile. No one else had asked but you. He glanced at Charles, a curious glint in his eye. Much of the magic I used against Grindelwald has been of my own creation, the way I use transfigurations, the devastating spells, even the lightning, Atticus said before he looked up at the cloudy night sky. No one will be able to exactly replicate what I have done, not without understanding magic the way I do, not without understanding how the universe works the way I do. He turned to face Charles. Understanding how the universe works, he thought with an inward frown. He wasn't too shabby with magical theory, but the way Atticus said it. Though the kinds of magic Grindelwald used. Atticus shook his head. That, I'm afraid, are likely to be far more common than you think they are. Much of it is likely lost, but once something is written. Atticus trailed off, leaving behind an uncomfortable silence. Charles had thought about that, the kinds of awful magic that Grindelwald used, though he had not truly thought of where it may have stemmed from, and it left him uneasy. As to why I learned or created such magic. Atticus said in a musing tone before his face grew serious. I am a seer. He told Charles matter-of-factly, as if he were merely reading out a sentence from a book. You're a seer? Charles asked, surprised. He'd heard the rumors that many within the Knights believed at least somewhat in, but to hear it confirmed. I am. Atticus' face shifted to one of mild sheepishness as he scratched the back of his head, though not a particularly talented one, at least at the moment, he admitted to Charles before he grew serious once more. But the visions I had since I was a child had always been one of war and death. Even if I did not know the context of them, something seemed to pass through his mind with the way his eyes darkened. Charles felt pity for his friend. If he had seen the kinds of battles they'd fought over the past 6 months, as a child, no wonder he had been such a quiet child, despite the arrogance one would expect from someone of Atticus' station. I've always known one day I would have to fight, my vision had always made that apparent. It was why I've always pushed myself when it came to magic. Atticus' lips twisted in an almost forlorn-like smile. Though it helped, I truly loved magic, making it a relatively easy endeavor to push myself. Atticus stared at the cloudy night sky that began to thin, revealing smatterings of stars. It does things to you, seeing war and death as a child. It made me all too aware that life is fragile, and made me see the things that divide us a people, as magicals, are far too petty and inconsequential to what problems we will all face together, no matter how much some of our people disdain other magicals for the minor differences they have. What do you mean? Charles asked with a frown. This war was not the only thing I have seen. Atticus said with a tone of bitterness that surprised Charles with the strength behind it. I have seen wars distant and near, in both worlds. Not too long from now, the Japanese will be beaten into submission by 2 singular bombs that will destroy 2 entire cities, killing hundreds of thousands of people. I have seen a war fought not by armies but by ideology, armed by the threats of those same bombs, but in their thousands only many times stronger, some even hundreds of times stronger. I have seen the Muggles hold the world hostage with these bombs, both sides committing to mutually assured destruction, aptly named MAD, as they play with the lives of billions and all life on Earth with their political games and struggle for dominance. I have seen dark wizards attempt to become dark lords. I have even seen a dark lord attempting and succeeding to weaponize blood purity into a call to arms, causing civil wars that tears entire societies apart. Atticus' tone as he explained was one of deep solemnity and tiredness. Charles swallowed harshly. There were more wars to come? Muggles killing hundreds of thousands with just 2 bombs? He wanted to deny whatever Atticus had said as the words of a lunatic. Yet, it explained so much. All the times he seemed to get that look in his eye, like he was lost in his thoughts. Was he seeing things in that moment? Charles had never taken divination, something he'd have to do after tonight, but he couldn't help but think Atticus was telling the truth. Is that what you're planning? Charles asked after a moment to stop all of this from happening. Atticus laughed mirthlessly and simply shrugged. I can't stop history, Charles, he said meaningfully. I am a single man, yes, a powerful man, but I am nothing compared to the streams of time. I might be able to change some things, but I cannot change the hearts and minds of the entire world. Atticus shook his head. No, my days of war and fighting are over. I am a builder, Charles. I have always been one in the core of my soul. They remained silent for a moment, allowing Charles to think over all that had been said. He wasn't naive enough to believe everything Atticus had said without a pinch of salt. But if even half of what he said was true, they would all be in for a difficult time. Charles stared at the North Star for a moment. A builder. He knew that Atticus was playing a greater game even if he said that he was no longer fighting. Everything he knew of him suggested that simple intuition was a fact. All those speeches, the words he said about Mother Magic, the grief he said he felt at the deaths of all those families because of Grindelwald's actions and followers, all of it suggested that Atticus would not remain idle and watch the world pass by. His words held a deeper meaning now that he understood more. What are you going to build? Charles finally asked, breaking the silence between them. Atticus let a smile bloom on his face, one that seemed genuine especially with the way his eyes gleamed. A home, Charles. Atticus turned to him, his smile morphing into a grin. I want to build a home, one where the prejudices, reclusiveness and the hatred of the past and present can be washed away by a sea of hope, inquisitiveness and passion, he said in an enthralling tone. Where blood status does not matter, where magical beings can live in harmony, in fairness with each other without anyone impeding on their rights and freedoms as sentient beings, as magical beings. Atticus said in a wistful tone. I wish to build a civilization that isn't a dead end like the one our world is at present. One stuck to the past and past achievements with no agency or desire to elevate their society as whole into something greater, something that would make Mother Magic proud to call us her children. Charles' eyes widened at what Atticus had said. Of all the things he could have said, he could not have imagined he'd say this. Cold pragmatism took hold of him. And what would it take for you to do this? He asked skeptically, a wary feeling washed over him. Are you going to force the ministries around the world to change into this utopian version of the world? They'd fight against it, with all of their might and resources, to the point it could become as bad or even worse than the war against Grindelwald. Atticus simply smiled before he looked away from Charles. People always think you have to take from others in order to have something, he said in a musing tone that bordered on sounding mirthful. Perhaps that is the case with the Muggles. Atticus raised his hand and slowly the air twisted into a spiral before a miniature phoenix began to coalesce in his hand. Its bright radiant red feathers were striking, as was the piercing cry it let out. But not with our people. We can create from anything, we can create from nothing, Atticus said with a fiery look in his eyes before he turned to Charles. Magic offers great possibilities, and it is in those possibilities that we can offer a home that takes from no one but takes in all that wish for a world that embraces them and one in turn they can embrace completely. The magical world as it is now is heading towards an endless spiral that not even I can save it from. They will not change, the foundation that it is built on, the very structures that upholds it is rotten. Dark lords like Grindelwald will always rise so long as the broken corrupt system that promotes bigotry, inequality and hatred remains in place. It is a cesspit where those who believe they can dominate over others find many like-minded others. Atticus' eyes began to resemble more like swirling mass of power than they did eyes. I will build a new home, away from it all with all those who wish the opportunity to build something new and something great. Charles looked away from those striking eyes and stared at his street below, his hands tightly gripping on the edge of the building. It sounded too good to be true. Far too good to be true. It's a nice dream, Charles said in a soft tone before he turned to Atticus, a hard look on his face, a nice dream that could just as easily turn into a nightmare. Atticus hummed. True. He agreed quietly before he fell silence for a brief moment. But I doubt it, he said with a quiet conviction. The conjured phoenix climbed onto Atticus' shoulder and made trilling sounds, as if to soothe Atticus. And to leave the magical world to deal with what you say will happen without your aid. Charles shook his head in anger. If another Dark Lord with the power of Grindelwald rose, they'd all be in a world of trouble. He knew that magic liked balance and that another archmage who could fight against this Dark Lord likely would rise, but he couldn't help but feel betrayed. He agreed with Atticus that there was much that was wrong with their world, but wasn't Atticus meant to be the symbol of hope? One that could inspire everyone to be better, just as he had inspired all of the knights with his words and adherence to duty? He no longer believed Atticus to be like Grindelwald. He seemed to be every bit as genuine Charles feared he may not be. That he was a force of good for their world, and it hurt him to think that Atticus wanted to leave the world they fought to protect for so long and so hard behind to make his own version of it. Didn't it deserve a chance to become better? Wasn't that why they, in part, fought against Grindelwald and his ideals? Practically all of the magical world worships you. Don't you feel a responsibility to try to change all their minds instead of running away? Charles said in a quiet plea, hoping to get through to his friend. The dream his friend had was wonderful, but it wasn't needed. Not yet, hopefully not ever. He could see so many people leaving with him from Britain, their home, the best and brightest. Atticus could change their minds, not through violence or force but by simply being who he was. Atticus stilled at what Charles said, and for a moment he regretted what he said, but he squashed that feeling down. Atticus turned to him with a look that took Charles aback. It was one of pity. 5 years. He said softly. 5 years until it is time for me to go build the home that I can proudly call my home. In that time, I will remain in Britain and try to uplift all the societies that wish to listen and work with me to create a just, peaceful, advancing society. He paused for a moment before he continued. I will do all in my power to work within the system, never straying from it. If it works, I will not abandon the magical world as it is now and do all I can to change it into a society our descendants can be proud to call home. Charles stared at Atticus for a moment. It was far better than he could have expected. All right, Charles said finally. I will do all I can to help. I believe in the kind of world you want to create, Atticus, but I believe we can do it here. He gestured into the distance, not somewhere out there. In the place of our ancestors, the place our families have fought for generations to protect. And when I prove to be right? Atticus asked softly with a tilted head. When the monolith that is the British ministry, all of the ministries of Europe, decide to choose hanging on to power to advance their causes, to line their own pockets over making our society better. Atticus posed to Charles, staring intently at him. What will you do then? The question had hung in the air for some time. The gentle breeze of the wind did nothing to dispel it away from him. He heard the doors to the roof open and glanced at it and saw that it was Atticus' betrothed. Atticus rose from the edge of the build and climbed down the ledge. Then I will join you, Charles said with a sigh. Fleamont would hopefully come too. He glanced at Atticus back. I do not believe it will be necessary to leave, and I hope to Merlin you are wrong. Atticus glanced over his shoulder. So do I. Though the way Atticus said it made it clear he thought they would have to. By the way, Charles called out, stopping Atticus from leaving for a moment. He peered over his shoulder. Are you going to get a wand at some point? You're making us all look bad, Charles asked with a hint of humor. None of them had failed to see him use wandless magic so casually. It was something that was filtering into the public as well. The phoenix on Atticus' shoulder trilled before it vanished into specks of gold dust that the wind carried away. Atticus held a mischievous glint in his eyes. No, I won't. I'll be all right without a wand, and I'm quite curious to see how many will take on the challenge of using magic without a wand, he said before he and his betrothed left. He shook his head. It wouldn't surprise him if he expected others to be capable of it because he was capable of it. He sighed and remained behind for some time as he sat there with his thoughts. Not too long after, he was joined on the roof by Albert, Bones and Doria. They sat next to him. Did you hear all of that? He asked aloud. We did, Doria said in a prim tone, and he glanced at Bones, who simply nodded. He stared at the thin ring that was behind his ear ring. They'd concocted a plan that allowed them to overhear his conversation with Atticus. He didn't change your mind if that is what you're wondering from what we could tell, Doria said in a biting tone. He grimaced. That had been the secondary purpose of the eavesdropping, to ensure that they heard all of what they'd discussed. He'd been worried about Atticus' skill in legilimency, and he wasn't certain about his character, so they made some precautions. Precautions that Doria disliked but had agreed with eventually only because the risk to Charles was too high, even if she did not believe Atticus would do such a thing. What did you think about what he said? Charles quickly changed the topic. He knew he had to make it up to Doria for betraying her friend. He'd also make it up to Atticus as well. He'd meant what he had said. Unexpected but not overly so, Albert said contemplatively. Albert had thought that Atticus had grand plans in some way or another. The fact that he is a seer, though. Albert looked a little disturbed. Muggles killing so many with just a bomb, it seems inconceivable, but I remember rumors Grindelwald had warned that they would do this, it had been a large reason why many joined his cause. Albert said with a sigh before he continued, it seems like there is much to be concerned about. It makes sense if he saw all of this death, this war, Doria said quietly. He'd always been a morose child in many ways. Uninterested in many things boys his age should have been interested in. They remained quiet for a while until Doria broke it. Did you mean it when you said you'd join him if the ministry proved to be too corrupt to change? Doria asked Charles. Charles met Doria's eyes and nodded before a small grin appeared on his face, one that hid the awfulness he felt. It sounds like a wonderful adventure, don't you think? Doria smiled a little. It does, doesn't it? She mused a little. Atticus had always been a dreamer of sorts, at least from the way he spoke of magic. She tucked her hair behind her ears as she gazed into the distance. He'll create wonders if he's allowed to, she said softly. He didn't doubt her words. Atticus seemed capable of anything. He only hoped Atticus was also capable of being very wrong. I fear for Britain if it doesn't change, Albert said quietly, drawing their attention. He continued, if what Atticus said is true, about this Dark Lord who would use blood purity as a weapon, I can see it becoming a bloody civil war. Already the tensions are high and Atticus isn't helping in the matter either with his speeches about blood status. Albert sighed before he glanced at Charles with a grim look. I can see his popularity with the public truly threatening the Wizengamot. Even with Lady Slytherin by his side, it will not be enough for change to become truly possible. With that, I can see this possible Dark Lord gaining significant power with these nobles backing him. That thought left them all uncomfortable. More people would leave with him then, Doria said with a sigh. If what he had seen will happen, Charles said in a murmur. They remained quiet for some time. At least we know what his plans are, Albert noted before he looked at them with a contemplative look. What do we do? Well, I'm going to help him in whatever way I can, Charles told them. I meant what I said. He shrugged. He'd do all he could to prevent another Grindelwald from rising. Albert smiled a little. So will I. He stared at the North Star. I like the idea of a more equal, just Britain. And it is not possible. He trailed off. It was a tall ask, they all knew it. Justice was hard to come by within the Wizengamot, and when it did, it was because someone or something had more enemies than it did allies. Then we could build a home with Atticus. Doria finished his sentence. Either way, it'll be an adventure, Doria said with a twinkle in her eye. Charles laughed as he brought his arm around her arms and she settled her head against his shoulder. 5 years. He whispered. Break. Dumbledore POV. His ears rang as his eyes flittered open, consciousness returning to him slowly but surely. He felt hot, almost unbearably so. The sounds of crackling fires, of grinding noises filled his ears as the ringing dimmed away. Wah, he gasped as he lifted his head. He was atop of a lone peak of stone amidst a sea of molten rock, one that seems to heat up the very pillar of safety he laid upon. Moonlight streamed down from the massive hole that had opened up above them. Pieces continued to crumble away as the stability of the underground facility continued to deteriorate. The shield he'd conjured around, one of the strongest ones he knew, had done its job and protected him from the explosion of magic that shook the very foundation of this mountain, no volcano. It had not been too terrible, at first. A massive wave of magic had shattered the confines of the ritual, one that continued to travel and blasted almost everything away by the sheer force. He slowly got back up to his feet, and twisted his wand around him in a tired fashion. His body ached from the force that sent him into unconsciousness. He looked to his right and his breath hitched as he saw the abomination that taken over the form of his lover. Grief threatened to swallow him whole. Gellert, no, the creature levitated in the air, surrounded by tendrils of fires that seemed to sprout from the cooling rock. He was shrouded in blackness, though it was better to say he was completely black, and almost incorporeal with the way strands of blackness combined to give him form. Holy chains that Albus had attempted to use to constrict the creature had still remained, though it seemed to make little difference as the 2 walls he'd attempted to bind him to were no longer there and 2 pieces of rock floated in the air, connecting the creature to those rocks. When he'd peered into those soulless red eyes, he knew then that Gellert was dead, for what worn his skin was far from the man he once knew. No attempts to get through to him had worked, and they had fought, however brief it may have been. The creature had unleashed some unholy black magic to shatter the light-imbued chains and in the process destroyed much of the facility. He took grim satisfaction that de Gaulle was dead, though it was fleeting. When he'd seen the blackened husk of Gellert, he had lost it. To see his strong Gellert to be reduced to such a pitiful state. He had known that de Gaulle was lying to him, that the cost of what they'd planned to do was too high. How wrong he had been. The cost was disastrous. Gellert died the moment the ritual had begun, for he could not see anything human in whatever that creature was. He reeked of death, of rot. The creature's head swiveled towards him, bright furious red eyes stared him down. Albus. The creature's voice was a cacophony of howls, agonized screams, and despair. It was monstrous. And he had stood by and let the ritual happen, an evil he knew would forever mar his soul. Distant noises seemed to grow in intensity, even to the point of drawing the creature's attention. Do not say my name, you foul creature, Albus shouted, even though his heart ached and the creature's attention returned to him. To see his Gellert turned into this. The noise grew even louder. His wand wavered in his hand as he stood against the foul being that stood before him. I will destroy you, demon. You wear whatever remains of ge whatever Albus would have said next was cut off as the entire place rocked in a massive explosion that destroyed everything close by. Albus Dumbledore died within an instant, the legend he once promised himself he'd carve out died an ignoble end, an end that winked out in less than a blink of an eye. Break. 31st of March 1943. They stood afloat thousands of feet above the sea, their eyes cast down at the slowly crumbling volcano that lay in the far distance. He glowed as magic bent around them, a kaleidoscopic maelstrom of magic surrounded him as his eyes glowed bright white and glowing lines marred his face. He could feel the shifting molecules within air, the uncountable minuscule vibrations of the molecules that changed and quickened with the input of energy he was exuding with massive quantities. He peered down at the volcano, his eyes carefully taking in the sickening twisted form of black magic. It was horrific to see the awfulness with which magic had been twisted. He could see an ocean of black magic settling onto much of the surface of the right face of the crumbled volcano, like a dense poisonous gas that choked the very life of everything. How much longer? Emily said, and he glanced at her. She was afloat as he was, though not under her own power, not yet. She was adorned in the same armor she'd worn during their attack on the vampires, just as he was. They would not need it. He glanced at his arm and said the countdown. 9 seconds. He told her. She breathed out and he glanced at her. It didn't surprise him that she could feel the malignant magic that Grindelwald exuded even from this distance. He'd seen this night a few nights ago, just before they fought the vampires. There had been possibilities of a battle, but none of them would end well for them. He'd seen the vision that had prompted him to omit things from Emily once more, of her surrounded by a white raven and a red crow, and he knew he could not take any chances. Any battle between him and whatever Grindelwald was seemed endless, as if they could not defeat the other. That could only mean that whatever powers Grindelwald had was a worthy match for the power he held. It was a good thing then that no battle would occur, just as he had promised his family. A sonic boom shattered into the air and a red-hot slug streamed down at a velocity of tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. It almost blinded them, the explosion that occurred. The volcano cracked open completely like an egg as superheated gas and smoke rippled through the air with the speed of sound. Another slug fired and streamed down, and then another, and another. In total it happened 8 times. The once tall volcano had been devastated into a flatland with rivers of molten stone and rock. He turned to Emily. It's time for you leave, Emily. He said in a grim tone. Emily looked at him with cold eyes he met before she relented and began to transform. Her face began to elongate, vibrant hues of blues on a background of dark nearly black color began to replace her pale skin. Her neck grew and grew as her body contorted into a long thin form. Her arms shifted and feathers began to sprout whilst her legs merged with her body, whilst her ankles and feet began to elongate before they turned into knife-like dagger claws. Her wings flapped powerfully before she clicked her beak sharply and a hiss erupted from her beak as her serpentine tongue tasted the air. She stayed like that for a moment before she flew away. He watched her retreating form for a moment. Her animagus form, the alchemy was a form that suited her well. Atticus raised his arm and Skullsly came to his call and began to climb high into the sky. He stood amongst the clouds, the rays of the moonlight hit his armor in such a way that it was gleaming like a white star. His hair was aloft, floating gently amidst the weightlessness his magic caused to happen within a sphere around him. Crackle. A small crackle of lightning formed around his left hand which held onto Skullsly. It was slow, at first, before it grew into a veritable storm of lightning as his body shone with dancing streams of lightning. The magic that coursed through his body, his own and that of nature's, thrummed and hummed like a soft gently purr of a well-engineered engine. The complex interactions of the universe around him slowed, as if it stood still waiting, watching, as he stood at the precipice of a great and terrible act. He let of an inaudible sigh and a ripple of power tore through the air. Lightning streaks of green, purple, and white hues began to paint the clouds with which he stood amongst. The dancing streams of lightning began to twist around his body like liquid vines of power as thunder began to boom around him. The thin diffuse clouds began to twist into thick cauldrons of ominous grey clouds as his power began to rise and rise. The clouds began to crack with thick glowing purple-green spidery veins and the sounds of thunder grew to humongous proportions, as if it was trying to drown out the earth with its furious cry. The world dimmed to near blackness, the lights of his lightning, his magic and the red glow of the smoldering lava that lay where the volcano had once been were the only sources of light, as if to signify 2 ends of the world, 2 realms of opposing nature. Enormous tendrils of lightning began to form and struck the sea with ear-deafening thunder. The smell of ozone filled his nostrils whilst it began to rain. At first, droplets had only formed until only moments after raindrops the sizes of tennis balls began to furiously pelt the earth and sea below. His magic seeped deep with the weather system of the world. He could feel the atmospheric pressure, the moisture in the air, the electric charge that was in his complete control. Where before nature magic had once fought to struggle away from his control, it now beckoned him, welcomed him as he were long-lost kin. He did not know if it was because of his elemental ritual, because of hyperpercipience granting him near unrivaled control over ambient magic, or because of what happened against Grindelwald. In the end, he supposed, it did not matter as he stared at the cosmic energies that permeated through reality with blinding and awesome array of variety and colors. Howls and whistles of the storm that twisted and raged around him dimmed away as his heartbeat slowed, seemingly reaching a near infinitely slow crawl amongst the march of time. The world began to slow, just his heart slowed. The incessant claps of thunder that seemed like miniature explosions and strikes of thunder that seemed more like a forest filled with a sea of white-barked trees all slowed, the gears of the world slowing down as if it had run out of precious fuel. In this moment, he felt as if he were at the center of the universe, a lightning rod for magic herself, her hand of judgment. He looked down at the sea of smoldering lava. He saw the dim blackness that still radiated despite all of the attacks that were equal in explosiveness to nuclear bombs. Whatever Grindelwald was now, he was far from living. He was akin to an infection, one that was rotting and made all that it touched averse and no longer conducive to magic and life. It was a good thing, then, that he was the one to burn it away. His arms began to rise to his sides, the dense magical field that surrounded him magnified to unleash a torrential sea of magical power, the lightning that struck at the world with blinding, terrific strength grew to monstrous proportions, their thickness growing thicker than even the Empire State Building, so devastating was the power that he unleashed into the world. The sea began to boil away at the sheer power that it was being assaulted with. The world was torn asunder as reality began to bend in shifting, twisting turns. His face no longer held thin glowing lines but was alight with a maelstrom of purple, green, and white swirls of moving power. His hand tightened around Skullslee, which began to glow blindingly silver with 3 gold and purple stars at the top. The center of the spear glowed a faint white, the black stone with which he imbued his spear with thrummed at the power that it was feeding hungrily at. The story of Cadmus had rung in his head. Cadmus had died according to the stories to magical exhaustion because the stone had pulled on all of his magic in his desire to bring back his wife. He had never used the stone beyond the time frame his ancestor Orlac had set for him. Whatever draw it took of his magic must have been minuscule and possibly could have been exponential had he passed it. Perhaps it took more because of his wish to bring back his wife. His magic had responded and the stone had gleefully taken as much as it could. It was that idea that caused him to investigate if he could weaponize it, to invert the connection the stone had to the domain, to the souls of all those who had died. If it could call upon the souls of the deceased, could it not, instead, banish souls to the domain? And so, Skullslee became the medium with which to channel huge amount of magical energies, feeding it into the stone whilst the runes that he'd etched into it inverted the main function of the stone. He raised his spear higher, the furious rampaging storm around him reached its zenith, a peak with which the world became little more than a sea of lightning, one that submerged the world with blinding light. The thick arcs of lightning that howled and raged from the sky began to bend, twist as if they were little more than leather whips. More and more massive tendrils of crackling lightning began to bend and twist, compacting into thinner tendrils yet somehow seemed to exude just the same amount of terrible power before they snapped towards him, and all of that potential power, all of that energy crashed into the tips of his spear in a whirring, whizzing crackling noise that seemed to deafen the very universe. His arm began to tremble as burns began to form around his fingers which were tightly coiled around his spear. The thousands of thin tendrils began to peter out, the streaks of lightning that had torn the world asunder and boiled the seas away dissipated, though faint remnants of scars across the face of the clouds remained, ones that glowed faintly purple and green. He twisted his wrist around until the tips of his spear were pointed directly below. His arm continued to tremble, the sheer amount of magical power that his spear contained felt like it burst at any moment, not even the siphoning strength of the stone could take more. Black tendrils began to stretch into the sky as a figure began to coalesce above the cooled, wet rock. Even from this distance, he could see the glowing red orbs of Grindelwald. He saw the reddened core of his soul, nothing that bore any resemblance to a normal soul remained. His white orb settled in hardened glass as the tips of his spear began to glow, liquid like blue-white globes of energy seemed to almost drip from the tips of his spear. Grindelwald rocketed upward, a lance of darkness shot towards him. With an outcry, one that reverberated in the deathly silent night, a thick beam blue-white light spewed forward as an explosion of whirring, buzzing, arcing sound erupted around him. It was huge, the beam of almost liquid magical power that spewed forward, a lance of light that was akin to God's smiting, wrath and righteous punishment made physical. It crashed into Grindelwald, who had tried to move away but could not. No one could be faster than the speed of light. The sound of the crash thrummed in the night sky, the crater that had formed grew and grew with each second that passed. Atticus' arm throbbed with the strain of the power that was being unleashed, and he knew that it was time. He gave a single last glance at his spear. His spear was the conduit of that power, and the trigger for the inversion. It likely would not survive whatever happened. He felt a pang of loss. His spear, his wand. He returned his eyes towards the now 100-meter crater that seemed to continue to grow amidst the assault of his power. He drew back his trembling arm, ever so slightly, and brought his right hand to his mouth and bit into his index finger before he brought it to the activation runes on his spear. It glowed vivid gold, and he didn't have much time. With a strained cry, he threw his spear towards where Grindelwald was and quickly brought his arms in front of him and clasped his hands next to each other before a pulse of super-condensed lashed forward and propelled the spear at near the speed of sound. Atticus rose further into the sky like a missile and soon enough, a thunderous explosion happened causing him to look down and he saw a bubble of misty white light grow and grow until subsumed the entirety of the land on which the former volcano once stood upon. It reached 1,000 meters in the sky and he could hear harrowing, eerie howls and moans of somethings. It was almost as if he was hearing people. It caused shivers to run down his spine as he watched the misty white bubble ripple and shake to the tune of those disturbing howls and moans. It was almost 20 minutes later that the bubble began to fade away and it was another 20 minutes away when he saw no magic emanating from the island. He saw Emily flying towards him and shifted back whilst she applied charms to keep herself floating. She stared at him for a moment. "It's ridiculous the kind power you have," she said flatly, calculating glints shone in her eyes. It made him laugh a little awkwardly. "I know," he admitted. "I don't know how I got here, to be honest." That was the truth, it seemed to have snowballed from the days when he tried out northern magics. He had never thought he'd reached this level, at least so fast. She sighed before she gazed down at the island. "Shall we?" she asked him without looking at him, a curious look adorned on her face. He twisted his fingers and floated her closer. He wrapped his arm around her waist and flew down towards the crater which was filled with ice-cold water and was continuing to be filled. He set them upon an outcrop of rock. He frowned at the body of water but before he could say anything Emily stepped forward. She walked towards the edge of the water and kneeled down, her hands touched the surface of the water. "Ah!" he murmured softly as he watched magic begin to surround her. He watched as near-invisible tendrils of her magic submerged within the body of water, shooting in a fast pace in a searching-like pattern. He watched her work with a glint of pride in his eye. She'd come far since she took on the water elemental ability, her control and ability was ever growing. She hadn't told him what exactly the ingredients were in her ritual, she remained annoying silent on that topic but nonetheless he was proud of her. Something rocketed out of the water and with a wet thud crashed next to Emily. Emily rose and twisted her wand around, cleaning herself in the process. Atticus walked forward. "How is it?" he asked her. She turned to him, a smirk on her face. "Easy," she said in a typical arrogant fashion. She grew more serious however and she held a contemplative look on her face. "It's becoming more and more natural the more I use it. It's like..." She paused for a moment. "Like using runes. The more you use it, the more you understand, the more you can do with it." Atticus nodded. It was not quite like that for him, it had been more of a struggle, like building himself up little by little, moving from one weight class to another until, suddenly he could lift a mountain. Yes, it was not as natural progression as it should have been, he mused. "He's healing," Emily said with an alarmed tone, the tip of her wand crackled with a dark curse. The torn black skin of Grindelwald seemed to be healing, he could see bones slowly but surely grow and saw tendrils of muscle begin to form. Atticus stared at the body. He was perplexed. He couldn't see a soul or anything that resembled a soul. He frowned. "He's not alive," he said aloud. "What do you mean?" Emily's head snapped to him. "Exactly what I said," Atticus said with a sigh. He turned to her. "That last attack banished his soul to the afterlife and I can see no soul within that body." He could see the gears in Emily's mind turn. The light on the tip of her wand dimmed before she holstered it away. "Then why is his body healing?" Emily wondered aloud. "Surely if your attack destroyed his body to this degree and that final spell removed his soul then he can't have any magic to repair the body. Without the soul, magic had no direction even if the body held magic. There had been enough studies made on Dementor victims to prove that. Unless whatever was done to Grindelwald used magic to heal his body." Atticus said with a sigh. "What kind of ritual could do that?" She wondered with fascination as they watched the ugly corpse of Grindelwald heal almost completely. He only roughly resembled a human being, arms, legs, a mouth and nose. The rest of him was blackened and ashy, not unlike a lump of coal. A ritual that has no right to exist. Whatever they did made something horrific, and terrifying. He admitted. Emily turned to him with surprise in her eyes. "As I told you, any battle between us did not show victory, or defeat. No doubt if he's able to heal like this, I wouldn't be able to defeat him in any conventional means. He survived all those slugs like it was nothing and probably would have survived my hammer attack," he said in a grim tone. "Wasn't that terrifying? That there were the kinds of magic that could make something as unstoppable whatever Grindelwald had been. Cruel Matadus," Emily intoned as she struck the corpse of Grindelwald with a blood-boiling curse. "What are you doing?" Atticus asked with a frown. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes seeing if he heals from dark curses. Atticus returned his eyes to the corpse and saw the blood within Grindelwald's corpse boil. It continued on for a few minutes until it stopped, much to Atticus' surprise. Emily hit Grindelwald with 2 more curses, a dark curse that froze the inside of the victim and a bone-demolishing curse. Grindelwald healed completely after a few minutes each time. "Fascinating," Emily murmured, a glint of intense hunger entered her eye, something that he recognized all too well. You can't keep the corpse, Emily, he said, exasperated. Emily looked at him with a frown. Why not? His healing abilities are beyond our own. We can find a way to replicate it. Atticus raised an eyebrow as his eyes darted to the corpse and then back to Emily, who rolled her eyes. Yes, whatever ritual he used is a terrible idea, and I have no desire to replicate whatever disaster that ritual is. She said in a patronizing tone before she continued, merely to see if there is something about the magic that lingers on even in his death. Ah, that made sense. She'd told him about her studies in figuring out a way to anchor their souls to their bodies. If there was even a speck of DNA, in theory, the body would reconstitute itself using magic. It was a fanciful idea, one that he certainly thought was possible, for there was little that was impossible in magic, but it seemed it was an endeavor that could take a very long time to solve. Something that could be hastened by the study of this body. His face scrunched up in a pinch before he looked at Emily, who looked at him with narrowed eyes. He couldn't really refuse. Not without causing her to be pretty pissed off at him. She wanted him to support her. Why did she have to be so interested in creepy things like this? All right, fine. He conceded, and she smiled in triumph, though her eyes did not seem all that happy. I'm glad I've got your approval, she said in an innocent tone, one that made him grimace. Well, it seemed like she was unhappy anyway. I'm just concerned that whatever they did could undo the banishing, he admitted to her. Her expression shifted as something dark passed across her face. And could it? I don't know, he admitted. For all his ability to see souls, he was still very uneducated in it. The possibility exists, though. Emily surmised before she stared at the corpse. She remained silent for a little while. Fine, 1 week. Then we fire the thing into the Sunday. She glanced at Atticus, and he knew that was the most that she would concede. He nodded his acceptance of the terms. She twirled her wand and Grindelwald's corpse floated into the air. She narrowed her eyes in concentration. It seems like his body is resisting transfiguration, she said with a hint of awe and disbelief in her tone. Atticus' eyes widened before he raised his hand and attempted to change Grindelwald's form. It began to twitch and almost changed, but it still resisted. Atticus couldn't help but laugh. Truly, if only he hadn't been a damn psychopath. He shook his head. Even if he hadn't been, he would have been a problem for our future goals. Emily said pointedly. He wasn't one to follow others. Atticus said nothing to that. His eyes widened. His spear. He outstretched his hand and willed his spear back to him. He could feel the most tenuous of links, and it shot out of the water and into his hand. Cracks ran down the spine of the shaft, and the left prong of the trident was missing. He could feel the weakening magic within it. He looked at the resurrection stone and saw that half of it was missing, and the other half, which was still embedded in the spear, had turned completely white. He touched it and could feel no magic within it. He wasn't sure what to feel. His spear felt weak and likely couldn't even withstand a powerful spell before it broke in half and the resurrection stone. He'd never speak to his father ever again. He'd accepted before, but now that it was reality. A shame, Emily said as she moved closer to him, her hand caressing his arm. He turned to her and saw hints of warmth on her face, and he gave a small smile, one that she reciprocated before he turned to his spear. He knocked its butt against the cooled glass like rock a few times. It did its duty. I'll see if I can repair it, if not, I can make another. Probably a better one too. Make you one too at the same time, he said as he turned to her. She hummed beautifully as she stared into his eyes. One fit for a queen. She teased. His smiling eyes looked down at her with a small mirthful grin. One fit for an empress. Her lips twitched in amusement and warmth. I like the sound of that. Her face morphed into one of pensiveness and made him almost frown. What is it? He asked her. Our greatest enemies are dead, we reign at the top. She looked at him. The public loves you, and there is no one who could deny us anything. She smiled widely as her eyes gleamed with triumph. It was true, Dumbledore was most assuredly dead. If not in the attack, then most certainly by the hammer or the soul banishing ward. Illos can finally start with all of our attention, Atticus said with a happy tone. I can finally start our plans for magical Britain and Ireland, Emily said as she stared past his shoulder. We can remove all of the remnant links with the Muggle world, build up a loyal base of FO. Atticus raised his eyebrow exasperatedly. Allies and future subjects, she corrected with a playful smile before she grew serious. Enemies will reveal themselves, political and other kinds of plots will be arraigned against us. Her eyes shone with excitement and coldness. There is much to do, she said finally. He smiled wearily at her. This would be her natural playing field, and unfortunately he had to play. There was no rest for the wicked, he mused. We also need to get married this summer, she said aloud. Everything running through in his mind came to a screeching halt. What? He asked with wide eyes, but it didn't seem like she heard him. Your popularity has never been higher, and to hold a wedding now would only further increase our presence within the minds of the public. Her smirk grew. The number of politicians, businessmen, and influential people who would wish to come to our wedding will be great. Wait, Atticus said hurriedly, we're not even out of our teenage years and you're still 16, he stressed out. I'm only 18, Emily. Emily looked at him unimpressed. So? She simply said. He would forever deny, he spluttered. So? What do you mean so? She grabbed both of his cheeks and brought his head down, staring intently in his eyes. I love you, Atticus, I have before I even knew what that strange feeling was. She said softly, whilst it is early and admittedly I'm also thinking about it in a political manner, I do want to marry you, I have done since I agreed to the betrothal. Atticus looked at her surprised. Really? He asked, a little concerned. She had hated the idea at first, to become a wife. He'd promised her that they'd be equals and that he'd never treat her otherwise, and the contract showed that. Yes, really, you idiot, she said in a warm tone before she pecked on the lips. She moved away. I never hated the idea of binding myself to you, in my mind we were always going to be together after that Beltane night, she said in a soft, vulnerable tone. I only hated that you would hold power over me, in more ways than you already do. She gently caressed his cheek. He closed his eyes as he felt the love in that simple gesture. I love you too. He murmured quietly as he touched the hands that were on his cheeks. All right, he said softly as he reopened his eyes and met Emily's eyes. We'll marry this summer. He agreed. Her eyes shone with a kind of happiness that was rare. You do realize that my mother will want to plan everything? He said with a smile. Emily grimaced as she let go of his face. It's not her wedding. Atticus laughed, loudly at that. Yes, I'm looking forward at how that argument will go. Emily's face pinched in a certain way before it soured, likely thinking of how adamant his mother will be. It's not her wedding, she said again, though it sounded far more petulant than she'd likely ever wanted. Atticus snorted as he walked around Emily to the corpse. Maybe we should delay. He heard Emily say behind him, causing him to get into a fit of laughter. Chapter 65 Part I. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Without further ado, please enjoy the post, and as always I'll ask for you to please let me know what you think. I read every review and consider every comment. Salem, the speaker of truth, I agree somewhat. Ideally I'd have the time to spend to truly familiarize with the historical figures, but I can't really do that realistically. I mean, historians spent years doing that and often only get an impression of who they were through the perceptions of others. I think I stylized Churchill in this manner. The king's perception is fair enough, I think. The Jabberwock of ounce, glad you liked that part. It's a satisfying part to write, even if it can be a little difficult. Masters James, he's finished the rituals. Emily hasn't, but will in the near future, but won't be shown, too much to cover. Dorimax Te Storm Jawerado, as always, thanks for the reviews, I can always count on reading your, often very positive, reviews. Naruto, I don't know if you're the same Naruto that always leaves a comment, but I appreciate the positive messages even if they're often at most 2 words long. Winky face. Huge ass, of course can't respond to reviews without responding to you. As always, thanks for the comments and know that I appreciate it. Reading what you think might happen or what you are looking forward / hope happens is fun to read. Ha ha ha, good catch. TBF, a lot of my work would probably be an editor's wet dream. I mean, I churn all of this out without someone else looking at it before I publish. Sometimes I shudder at the thought of editing the Odyssey of a Mage part properly. It definitely needs a pimp my ride kinda makeover, though obviously a lot less tacky. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117, where we are now in the 2nd chapter of the final arc of the story, which returns to world building. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Break. 3rd of April 1943. Heroes of Britain return home triumphantly. By Cordelia Smith. Ever since the news of Grindelwald's defeat at the hands of Lord Sayer, the anticipated return of the heroes of Britain has created an atmosphere of palpable excitement and impatience, something that could not be more so felt than yesterday afternoon at the ministry as a huge crowd gathered to welcome them home. Picture of the crowd gathering. The crowd broke into loud cheers as over 200 members of the Knights of Mimpost arrived from the International Fleur from France, where they received the Médaille de la Valence CPG-4 for full breakdown, and leading them was none other than Lord Sayer, defeater of Dark Lord Grindelwald. He received the loudest cheers as he waved to the crowd, and he had this to say: I am gladdened to see you all to welcome us home. Our time of war is over with the death of Grindelwald, and now comes the time of peace, hopefully everlasting. This marks the end of the Knights of Mimpost, who formed as an answer to Lord Sayer's call to arms. Perelius Parkinson had this to say: the Knights of Mimpost has achieved what it had set it out to do, bring an end to the tyranny of Grindelwald. Our fight has ended, but the symbolism of what the organization means lives on. CPG-6 for more. The impact of the Knights cannot be understated, and the crowning achievement of the organization's leader, Lord Sayer, will ensure that it will always be remembered at home and abroad. The now permanent French minister, Lucas Peltier, had this to say about their contributions to France's reclamation of their independence: without their efforts, our country would have struggled for much longer, and we would have lost many more French citizens to the hands of butchers and foul creatures. For that, they have our gratitude and deserve no less than our most honored awards. This commendation many of our brave countrymen received has raised questions amongst the public, none more so than this probing question. When will these brave heroes from Britain will receive their orders of Merlin from our ministry for their contribution? Lord Sayer, may Merlin bless his soul, deserves his first order of Merlin, there is no question about that, but I think all those other men and women who fought with him also deserve something. A shopkeeper from Diagon Alley. Lord Sayer, the minister is ready for you, the nervous secretary said, breaking him out of the Daily Prophet article he was reading. He glanced at her and offered a gentle smile which made her blush slightly. He closed the paper and placed it on the desk before he got up. Thank you, Miss Everline, he told her, and she looked a little faint as he walked past her. He knows my name. He heard her whisper to herself. He walked through the doors and was soon in the spacious ministerial office that every minister since the inception of the ministry had held. The minister was seated behind his desk, intently gazing at him whilst he sat back in his chair, attempting to give off an air of ease. It was in vain. He could sense the hints of trepidation that he was holding in, much to Atticus' amusement and quiet satisfaction. Atticus' eyes broke away from Spencer Moon and they travelled across the room, taking in every last detail. It was an oval office surrounded by walls carved out of rich mahogany woods that gave the office a dilute degree of power, one that came with age and wisdom. An office wasted on Spencer Moon. He heard the quick footsteps of the secretary and the doors closed behind him, taking it as a key to continue walking. Spencer Moon remained silent even as Atticus took the unoffered seat opposite the minister until he broke that silence as soon Atticus got situated in his seat. Lord Sayer, the minister began slowly, I would like to say, welcome back home, and to let you know what you and your fellows did for this country is commendable, and for that you have the gratitude of the Ministry of Magic. Spencer Moon finally said with an easy smile, causing Atticus to quirk his eyebrow. Spencer Moon gave off an energy that was apprehensive and nervous but oddly determined, deeply in contrast with his genial smile. The minister had invited him to come in today late last night. He knew that it was unavoidable, the nature of both of their positions warranted it even if neither liked it. No doubt that Spencer Moon would never want to see him, and he felt the same. Spencer Moon's actions towards his house and more specifically his mother during that debacle in St. Mungo's made him persona non grata with House Sayer. Something he knew. It must hurt him to play this song and dance. He had, perhaps not completely but enough, staked his security on Dumbledore, which has crumbled completely from underneath him. Politically, he was weak and an easy scapegoat to give to the public when uncomfortable questions were asked, especially with regards to why the ministry remained neutral for so long. Of course, the fact that there were many within the Wisengamot that did not want to pay or send men to fight in the war and actively voted against all but the most inconsequential bills against Grindelwald would quietly go unmentioned. For Spencer Moon to open up with a statement such as that, well, it was obvious what he wanted. Atticus smiled thinly as he sat back in his chair, his fingers caressing the armrest with a slow deliberate act. Does that also include the personal gratitude of the minister himself? He asked as the lines of his eyes sharpened, the thin smile he bore suddenly looked a lot more predatory. The smile adorned on the minister's face became fixed, strained but regained that easy air he was trying to pass off. It does, Lord Sayer. After what Grindelwald had deviously planned to do to the magical world, I think you most likely have the gratitude of all but the most ardent supporter of the madman, Spencer Moon said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Of course, Spencer Moon continued, that we all managed to find out about his plans the next day mere hours after your defeat of the man is a miracle in itself. He hadn't narrowed his eyes, not quite, but the accusation was plain to see in his words and in his eyes. So that is how he wanted to play this? He'd been well aware of the oddness that the more notable politicians and astute individuals would note with regards to how the news was broken to the public. Higgins had been brought to the Auror department on several occasions to be asked some pointed questions to how he managed to get those images in the first place. Their plans ensured that Higgins could never spill anything that they didn't want anyone to know, and his status as a pureblood protected him from the treatment he would have received otherwise. Higgins had personally destroyed what he believed to be the equipment that was used, and he had sworn an oath to that effect. They would never prove he had a hand in it, and that was all that mattered. Atticus' smile only broadened. Yes, I had not known that the imp had such capabilities to spy on us to that degree, though in this instance I'm quite glad they were capable of it. After all, they've shown the world how dangerous Grindelwald was. Spencer Moon caught his emphasis, and Atticus sensed his rising heartbeat, as if he were truly only just realizing who was opposite him. Quite, Spencer Moon finally said after a few long, uneasy seconds. Why am I here, Minister? Atticus asked with a long stare. I have much to catch up on, and whilst I am quite appreciative of being invited into your humble office, Atticus' lips curled upward, I am in no position to leave my duties unintended for any unnecessary frivolities, I am sure you understand. Spencer Moon glared at Atticus, the sounds of his teeth grinding almost were audible before the minister visibly relaxed himself and clasped his hands, placing them on the table, and met Atticus' gaze. I don't like you. The minister said in a simple statement of fact. Atticus leaned forward, slowly, his hands gripping the armrest as his face twisted away from the smile he wore, so slow and yet so sudden, as if autumn never existed when his face turned from summer to winter, the cold hard look in his eyes fixed directly onto Spencer Moon's alarmed eyes. The feeling is mutual, he said in a soft whisper, one that did not hide his intense dislike of the man before him and could be heard from the most distant reaches of the room. Spencer Moon visibly resisted the urge to shiver under the intense stare but smiled thinly before he nodded grimly. Now that we have both admitted our enmity with each other, I will be plain. Despite heading into war without the approval with the Wiesengamot and the Ministry, an act that should see you punished, Spencer Moon lips thinned in consternation before he continued, I'm well aware such initiation will only see me thrown from this office faster than I can say gobbledygook. Spencer Moon took a deep breath before he fixed Atticus with a glare. Not to mention your ownership of the imp, no matter how much you will say otherwise, you own that paper will only ensure my disgrace will last beyond my lifetime. Spencer Moon said that in a bitter tone. As much as your realization of the position you are currently in, Atticus said in an uncaring tone as he leaned back in his chair, it doesn't explain why I am here, Minister. An alliance, the Minister said simply. Atticus tilted his head indicating for the Minister to continue on. It does not take a genius to understand that the political landscape of Britain, of Europe has changed completely with your defeat of Grindelwald, and I offer to aid you in your plans for the future. Atticus chuckled as he leaned back into his chair, his index finger tapping onto the armrest. What makes you think I have any plans? He mused to Spencer Moon, who scoffed. Please. We both know that someone like you doesn't go away into the abyss, Spencer Moon said firmly. As much as he would like to was left unsaid but made clear. All right, Atticus said after a moment's pause, let's consider this notion of yours that I do have these imaginary plans that you think I have. Atticus' gaze turned impassive. What makes you think I'd allow you to remain in that comfortable seat of yours? Spencer Moon smiled grimly, because if I'm gone, there is no guarantee that you'll have someone in this office that will work with you as much as I would. Spencer Moon leaned forward, his gaze unblinking. The Wiesengamot may be singing your praises at this time, but it will turn on you the moment you begin to change things from the way they have been for centuries. It wasn't something he was unaware of. The Wiesengamot was almost entirely selfing and rarely enacted policies that benefited society as a whole and served as a will to further their economic interests whilst they stifled progress. Any threats to their power would be something they'd fight against almost like a combined entity. It was why Emily's actions at Hogwarts would become vital for the future. Unfortunately, that power and loyalty she held on the heirs did not translate over to the current lords and ladies, which meant they'd have to rely on his popularity for the present. Spencer Moon continued, oh, you will have your family's alliances, even new ones, but both progressives and traditionalists will ally against you if only for the fear they will have that you hold too much sway and power. You overestimate the opposition I could potentially face, Atticus said in a calm tone. He knew what Spencer Moon was doing, opening up with an aggressive stance only to offer a mutually beneficial alliance that was purely based on what they could do for each other, regardless of their intense dislike of each other. He'd survive and Atticus would gain the necessary bolstering support they'd need to dominate the Wiesengamot. It was tempting. Spencer Moon chuckled cheerlessly, and you underestimate it. He said pointedly. Let's not forget that Albus Dumbledore had deep ties within the progressive faction, especially with Lord Mackinnon. Atticus had known that Dumbledore had already had his fingers in the progressive faction, so it wasn't news to him that he was speaking with Mackinnon. The fact that Spencer Moon knew, though. He imagined Spencer Moon probably planned on allying with them given his nature. Interesting to see where things might have headed. If Dumbledore hadn't been the fool that he was, Atticus could have seen Dumbledore at the helm of the faction gaining more power with no little amount of support from the Ministry itself. Especially since Dumbledore could have been a counterweight to Atticus that would have proven likely more palatable to many individuals within the Wiesengamot, especially to the Mackinnons and their allies. The enmity between House Mackinnon and House Sayre was not significant, but it wasn't insignificant either. House Mackinnon took advantage, successfully, during the most perilous era of his family and usurped the DMLE Dragonhide contract when it seemed his house had gone extinct. It hadn't ended there either, as the Mackinnons had made moves to take over all of House Sayre's dragon sanctuaries and ranches around the world, only being halted from succeeding by the remaining but still powerful vassals of House Sayre. It ended once Henry Sayre was affirmed as the heir Sayre and under the protection of House Black. Since then, no business, marriages or alliances happened between the two families. The change in House Sayre's stance from neutral and uninterested to actively influencing magical Britain on a political level likely will feel threatening to them. I may not know what they might have discussed, but I do know that they are wary of you, especially since you are betrothed to Lady Slytherin, someone who they bear a significant antipathy towards, which I believe will only increase once she joins the Wiesengamot proper. And there is the traditionalist faction who will fight tooth and nail against you if you seek to bring into existence what you have espoused often enough in your words and deeds. And what makes you think the traditionalists would be opposed to me? Atticus asked curiously. There were many reasons why they would be opposed to Atticus in the future, but as of now, he hadn't acted politically yet. Spencer Moon spoke with a pointed look. They will not suffer Muggleborns and half-bloods being given greater rights and opportunities equal to that of pure-bloods. Atticus sensed that he was repeating what he heard rather than it being a simple analysis. If they truly thought that he was aiming to change the social structures of magical Britain, he could see them aggressively oppose him on all fronts. He'd turned away from genuinely committing to that as he had no desire to remain in magical Britain even if he made the right noises. Why would he make magical Britain a permanently better place when he wanted people to leave with him? He already planned on creating a powder keg when he'd complete compiling the truth about the returnees and the lie of being Muggle-born with Emily. Ever since he'd told the Muggleborns that were in his confidence back at Hogwarts, he'd wondered what to do with it. Benedict had once warned him about the impact such findings could have, not only the magical world but also on the family itself. Now though, he had the safety he needed to protect the family against the backlash. It would be the beginning of the change of perception they'd cause. That witches and wizards were different to Muggles on a genetic level, a cousin branch to the more numerous mundane humans. It would cause short-term destabilization which suited their plans, but in the end it would allow for greater cohesion when people began to realize what it meant. Emily wanted to use the reactivated magical lines for her purposes, to populate the Wisengamot with Muggleborns that were, hopefully, descendants from extinct houses that had permanent seats within the Wisengamot. If even 2 or 3 of the extinct lines were reactivated, it would change the balance of power within the Wisengamot, something that Emily was counting on to get around the problem of lack of influence over heads of houses in her fledgling alliances. With the natural allegiance that would come from these newly made noble witches and wizards, they would make the groundwork of elevating those loyal to them. Eventually, slowly, they'd grab total control over magical Britain once unrest was high and move the entire population of magical Britain over to Illos, but that was around the 1970s and the 80s when they'd use the possibility of nuclear war becoming more likely. He had told Charles he would give magical Britain 5 years when he confessed his plans to leave to build a nation away from Britain, but that had been a lie amidst a calculated albeit risky admission. He was going to leave in 5 years' time when he'd tell the public, who would become accustomed to him being in the public eye along with his inventions and companies, that he worked hard to make their lives better, but that the opposition he faced was too great and thus decided to no longer impose himself on the country. With the speeches he'd make, the businesses that would marginalize swathes of Wisengamot families, the evidence he'd provide about Muggleborns and family magic, all of that would make him a visceral enemy of the conservatives on both camps and would cheer his departure, yet at the same time alienate the public. Emily would remain behind but remain firmly neutral and seem at odds with him. By that time she should be able to be at the very least on the board of governors, an excuse she'd use as a reason to stay behind, whilst in the background she'd continue what she did best. But that was for another time. What Spencer Moon was no doubt referring to was that word has spread significantly during his time away from Britain, and a significant number of Muggleborns and half-bloods had sounded out several of his employees for opportunities. As agreed with Connor Frary, the Irish Minister of Magic, he'd set up several businesses in magical Ireland that were focused on creating products that Atticus knew would become a success. One of them was the magical answer to television. The recording crystals he'd created were the base of M-Vision, the name of his television. They'd work on a higher band of magical frequency, similar to how his mirror phones worked, ensuring that they would not accidentally interfere with radio signals and allow the Muggles to glean in. And that is where the many half-bloods and Muggleborns that Saunders had recruited in the last year were coming in. A significant proportion of them were skilled enough in runes to replicate the runic schemes that fixed charms, which included the modified Protean charm, to the crystalline surface of the M-Vision, the MV. He already had several squibs, Muggleborns, half-bloods and even some purebloods attending theater schools in the US who were keenly interested in pursuing a career in theater and movies, which would become a staple in magical society in no time. Alongside with the Irish Magicals, they've been working on mass-producing thousands of M-Visions, M.Vs, tens of thousands of mirror phones, and the second-generation magical computer, one based on the simplistic computer he'd created to run the satellites that searched for specific deposits of metals that Alice helped him to improve dramatically. These were the most eye-catching products that would soon hit the market, whilst others less impressive products like wizarding versions of board games like Monopoly or silly things like Enchanted Slinkies were there for entertainment. He was going to go the American route. An eventual cultural victory. There were other impressive things that were close to being complete, like the framework of a networked system that was entirely magical, based on the intangibility of sympathetic magic, but they were some years away. Magicals were not needed to work in factories. It was in truth wasteful and utterly pointless when he already had the capabilities to set automated factories that only needed a few magicals at most to oversee the production process and quality check. But it had a purpose, beyond economic reasons. This was the beginning of his Mage tech revolution, to give a platform for individuals who worked on these things to come up with their own ideas or their own execution of ideas. Whilst they worked, they were granted admission to SIMS to further progress with their magical and scientific studies in return for a 10-year working contract that bound them to his companies. They'd also receive 30% of the profits for any successful ideas they might produce during this time. He had many ideas but little time to bring them into existence, so these people would do it for him. When, the pure-blood nobility felt threatened by his businesses and complete domination over these new sectors, in addition to the belief that he was aiming to empower who they believed were their lessers, he could see them banning much of these new advancements on a flimsy basis, further increasing the tension between them and the public. The problem was, he had no desire to ally himself with the ministry, and there was no immediate need to protect his businesses. He'd already taken care of the legal basis 2 years ago when he'd received licenses to sell magical products of the rough description much of his Mage tech would fall under. They were under the same protection the Hogwarts Express was in, and they'd never ban a staple of the Hogwarts experience without being desperate. When it came to dealing with the factions that were set against him, he'd trust himself, his family, his allies and Emily to navigate the pitfalls of politics over an alliance with a man he detested and knew not to be trustworthy. Spencer Moon must have realized this, on some level, when the silence dragged on, causing him to continue on with a forced calm that didn't hide the uneven tone in his voice. This potential alliance of ours would be able to mitigate much of the problems you would face. Your faction combined with the seats of the ministry would be able to compete with both the traditionalist and progressive factions, and at the very least with the aid of the independents who I can easily bring to our side with some concessions stymie them from passing or revoking any bills that do not align with your plans, Spencer Moon said simply, his hands stapled firmly together into a collective mass of straining muscle. You will have this support of the ministry itself to aid you in your plans, whatever they may be, in return of your total support of my ministership and re-election. It paused his thoughts before his mind whirled for, considering everything he'd heard, witnessed, and sensed from the man. Spencer Moon was desperate, and there had to be more to this ridiculous gambit than an alliance. He knew that the public weren't impressed with Spencer Moon, and though he could trigger a vote of no confidence and likely succeed, this had the smell of something else. There was an undertone in his words that made it clear that was a plea for more than just political support, and it wasn't Atticus that was triggering it. No one but a single person knew of his more ruthless elements of dealing with problems outside the battlefield, and he'd worked hard to make sure none could even think he was capable of it. Spencer Moon's reactions to him were proof enough that he didn't think Atticus a major threat to his life, which was all the indications he was getting in this request of alliance. He was tempted to use legilimency, or he could. You're afraid, Atticus said with eyes that bored into Spencer Moon's soul, aglow with assessment and calculation. Not of me? Well, perhaps a little. His lips twisted into a mocking smile alight with amusement and mockery before he grew serious once more, the lines of his mouth smoothed out into a pristine canvas. But you are afraid of something else far more than you are afraid of me, he said in a musing tone, one that charged the air in the room with tenseness from the way Spencer Moon reacted. Atticus narrowed his eyes at the reaction. This is more than a simple alliance. You want the personal protection I offer. Spencer Moon flinched at that, proving it to be true, though he remained silent for a moment too long. He was tired of this meeting. He glanced around as he breathed out slightly, his eyes once more seeing the threads, tendrils of magic that filled the room with greater clarity. He glanced at Spencer Moon and saw his soul before he looked away, searching and analyzing every inch of the room. He saw little that concerned him for what he was going to do next. The panic button that was on the underside of desk by Spencer Moon would matter little. It seemed that he wanted this meeting to be as secretive as possible. A terrible decision on his part. Whatever secrets he'd string out of Spencer Moon would ensure his silence, and if not, he'd be able to explain his way out. Fame and reverence had its privileges. He couldn't obliviate Spencer Moon, not without the ministry being able to pick it up quickly after the measures they'd put in place since the Godric's Hollow attack. Granted, normally Spencer Moon would have little to be worried about, as everyone was searched comprehensively before being admitted to this office, but he didn't need any items or a wand to get the answers he wanted. They may know of his wandless ability and the fact that he didn't carry a wand, but they didn't know that he could effectively form his magic, in a way that they would be unable to determine since there would be no recognizable spell residue, to do as he bid. The closest approximation was controlled accidental magic. Still, it was risky. It could be nothing, but his intuition rarely was wrong. He hoped this wouldn't break that streak. His eyelids dropped halfway as he tilted his head sideways. He turned to Spencer Moon, who made out to speak, but Atticus spoke before he could speak. He voiced out, his word laced with magic, infused with a command in the very structure of the word he spoke. Magic within the room rose, ever so steadily, and the air grew constricting as the pressure on Spencer Moon grew. Spencer Moon's eyes looked panicked, but he couldn't resist and soon enough began to speak of his meeting with Lords Black and Malfoy. Atticus' expression grew grimmer. It had been unexpected to see Arcturus Black act, and for him to do so in such a manner. Spencer Moon also told him of his secret that greatly surprised and disgusted him in equal measure, and how Arcturus was using it to blackmail him. As Spencer Moon continued to speak, he spoke of Arcturus' firm grasp on the traditionalist faction that reasserted the position of leadership and direction of House Black, and that Spencer Moon thought it was a move in anticipation of Atticus' rise to utmost prominence. He agreed with that assessment, though he didn't see the full picture of Lord Black's movement. It was far too soon for anyone to know what he and Emily planned. Spencer Moon finished, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Thank you for educating me, Minister," Atticus said calmly as the magic in the room receded, though his anger was far from cooled. What did you do to me?" The minister gasped as he looked at Atticus with fearful eyes, his knuckles bare white as he gripped tightly on the edges of his desk. "Nothing really, I only asked you to speak," he said with a smile on his face, one that didn't reach his eyes. Spencer Moon's eyes widened. "Why, you put me under the Imperius." His hand traveled to the panic button. "I wouldn't if I were you," Atticus said easily. "I doubt you'd want people to know about your little secret." It stilled Spencer Moon. What?" he stammered as his hand withdrew from the button. To say that I am surprised of your late-night activities would be to understate it, he said conversationally, though his eyes were stormy. The greens in his eyes danced turbulently as his fury rose like a raging storm that ebbed away from him with furious intensity. To think you could fall so low, Minister. You have no evidence. Spencer Moon regained his composure as he forced out those words. I can have you arrested right now for doing what you did to me and no one would believe you of this accusation. Lord Black would be ecstatic to know that you were imprisoned. His attempts to regain control over the situation were pitiful. Atticus laughed before he looked at Spencer Moon with contemptuous eyes. You could never manage to pull that off. It would be far more likely that you would strung up and hung with your intestines by the public than I will ever have the luxury of seeing the insides of Azkaban when I haven't cast any spell on you. He leaned forward, his voice now little more than a furious whisper. You offered me an alliance with only the intention to sell out any secrets you gleaned from me to Arcturus Black. Invisible tendrils of magic to leak out of his skin as he struggled to contain the wrath he felt in this moment. And to top it off, you would have switched sides as soon as it became politically expedient to Arcturus Black, but then planned to lie to my face. His face twisted in a furious scowl as his eyes burned with unhidden wrath. Spencer Moon withdrew in on himself, fear prominent in his expression. As you'd claim that Arcturus Black blackmailed you into betraying me, all in an attempt to set us against each other, all so that he will have further use for you and wouldn't use the evidence he holds against you. The bastard thought he could game the situation he found himself into his advantage, hoping to leverage himself into a position whereby Arcturus Black would be forced to offer concessions that would allow Spencer Moon out of the corner he was pushed into. Atticus breathed out loudly. The heavy presence of his magic withdrew once more, though it didn't stop Spencer Moon from quaking in his seat. He got up and adjusted the sleeves of his simple-looking robes before pinning Spencer Moon with a contemptuous look. You were mistaken to be more afraid of Arcturus Black than of me, even if he had evidence of that disgusting habit of yours. Atticus raised his hand slowly, methodologically twisting his hand around as his palm faced upward. A sickly green glowing hue began to surround his hand, which caused Spencer Moon to look as if he was going to faint. It was an illusion of the real thing, of course, but Spencer Moon, after all he'd done to the man, likely wasn't in the state of mind to consider that. This is the last time you involve me and my family in anything, is that understood? He said with a voice as soft as feathered pillows, even though the implications were as clear as a dagger to a throat. Spencer Moon only stared at the sickly green glowing hand, causing Atticus to sneer slightly, and spoke again. Is that understood? His voice was crackling, the furious undertones could not be ignored, and the minister nodded rapidly. Why, yes, he said with a tremulous, shaky voice. Swear it, Atticus commanded, knowing that he had little leverage over Spencer Moon. Any evidence that existed likely would have been destroyed by either the Minster or by the Black family by now. He couldn't kill the man either, not now or later, no matter how much he wanted to kill the man for his evil predilections. IISS, swear not to involve yourself or your family in any of my schemes. The minister managed to creak out. A binding glow surrounded him, his eyes wide at what he had just done. Fear-induced magical oaths without wands were not impossible to obtain without a little bit of help, not if they felt genuine regret and wanted to keep to it, which Spencer Moon would feel just to get out of the mess he made. The glow of his hand receded. Do not worry, Minister, Atticus said in a hard tone. I will remain quiet on the activities you love partaking in, he said with no small amount of disgust before he met Spencer Moon's gaze, who flinched under the weight of his stare. That is, of course, contingent that this meeting never happened. Spencer Moon regained some of his earlier bravado. Yes, he said in a voice full of bitterness and fear. This meeting never happened. He agreed before he added whilst looking at Atticus as with new realization. You're just like him, aren't you? Atticus' eyes grew cold as his emotions deadened. This is the last time we meet, Minister, any more ambushes will not be good for your health. Spencer Moon swallowed harshly but nodded tersely anyway. He turned around but stopped, though not looking over his shoulder as he spoke again. I expect to see nominations for first, second, and third order of Merlins soon. He began to walk away. I will send someone with a list, he said finally before opening the door that led out of the office. Atticus offered a smile to Ms. Everline as he left, and soon enough he was away from the damned ministry and back at Sayre Manor. As he walked the cobbled path towards the front of his door, having elected to take the long route, his mind was awhirl with the information he'd gotten. He resisted the urge to chastise himself for acting so blatant with Spencer Moon and knew he should have handled it differently. Yet, the information he'd gotten was worth it in more ways than one. To think Spencer Moon was such a monster. Those like him rarely were able to resist their urges, and he'd soon enough provide him the evidence he'd need to bury the bastard in Azkaban. He may even halt his plans to get rid of the soul-sucking abominations just so that man is left catatonic during his time there. Normally he knew that Spencer Moon would not be persecuted for what he's done, it would only scandalous and would forever taint his name, but that didn't matter to Atticus, and he would make sure they all knew that lest they invoke his wrath. He sighed deeply as he let himself cool off. It reminded him of what he'd need to do about certain elements of the magical underground havens. He shook his head, refocusing on what he learnt from Spencer Moon. His face soured. The fact that the man had the temerity to compare him to Grindelwald. He was not like him, not at all. Yet with what they planned on doing, was it any better? No. He couldn't get hung up on such thinking, not now. Not when he needed to think on the changing political landscape and the new players they would be contending with. It seemed things would not be easy. Life rarely was, he sighed. What he and Emily were doing and planning was part of the long game. They had time. It was a compromise reached by them as Emily wanted magical Britain under her rule in whichever form it took, and taking the entire population to Illos well ahead of the expected exodus was good enough for them both. It also helped that meeting Moira seemed to have affected her significantly, making her more agreeable in certain ways. House Black, however, could become a major thorn in their sides. He grimaced. I need to speak with Benedict and Mother, he muttered. They knew more about how House Black and importantly how Arcturus Black would react. Benedict's wife, his great-grandmother, had been a Black, so the man likely knew much about the family. He wouldn't say it out loud, but this new development worried him. He should have seen it coming. The Blacks were the political family for centuries now, and his rise to prominence has made them put things into motion as an answer to him. They likely knew nothing, but there was a chance they knew enough to feel the need to act like they'd done. For a moment he regretted telling Charles about his plans for the future. He suspected that Doria likely knew by now what his eventual goals were, and only a few words to her brother would make things more difficult than it needed to be. It wasn't the first time he'd thought about that night. Charles was not an enemy, but could easily turn into one if Charles believed that he was gearing up for something like what Grindelwald did. The last thing he'd needed was an enemy with the influence that Charles had and would have. He couldn't simply kill him either, not without it having much greater ramifications. And, if he could not win over someone he had earlier almost considered a friend of, then what chance did he have with hundreds of thousands of magicals who were all different from each other in little but significant ways, yet all could prove difficult to convince just the same? It was a test of faith that perhaps he did not need to be underhanded in everything. Let's see, Charles, Doria. He murmured softly as he got to the door of the manor and clicked it open. Break. 6th of April 1943. Emily POV. The doors parted and she stepped through, her gaze immediately drawn to the sight before her. It was dominating, its size unfathomable. She stared at the black mass through a screen that tinted out all light but the most extreme ranges of ultraviolet light. Golden tendrils rose from a broiling, churning sea of mass that seemed to reach and reach until being forced down by an invisible hand as it brightly collided with a point not far from where it rose, yet she knew it was as far apart as at least several times the circumferential length of the Earth. She'd been forced to reevaluate a great many things, and never more so than her own place in this new reality she found herself in. She had not completely believed the success of Atticus' ambitions of eventually moving to another world without muggles, even as she'd looked upon the Earth with her eyes in orbit. Illos, she believed, would be the pinnacle of their successes. A city greater than Atlantis itself. A city of magicals that she would rule with Atticus by her side. Yet her eyes were truly open to the possibilities on the day she met Moira and learned of her people. An entire galaxy was now open, and, from what she learned from Moira, from that machine and the records, it was more terrifying and destructive than she could have ever imagined. The fear she felt at the prospect of returning to Muggle London during the height of the war, was amplified to untold proportions when she learnt that Moira's hundreds of thousands of years old civilization spanning millions of worlds had lost a war against another species despite wielding weapons that could destroy entire worlds. An enemy which may yet still exist that despises humanity and is so powerful that they can reduce an entire species, trillions in numbers, into a mere handful of thousands and would devolve them out of spite to humiliate them even further. Then there is the possible survival of a disease that can grow and grow as it consumes all life it encounters until it gains superintelligence, becoming an enemy that cannot be defeated without sacrificing almost everything, as it seemed the defeaters of ancient humanity had to do to push the abominations back. To be the greatest witch in all of existence was not enough. To rule over the entirety of Britain and then the magical world was not enough. What did it matter if in the end they were destroyed by an enemy they were not prepared and strong enough to fight against? It was the final blow to her outlook that all that mattered was their strength, their power. Followers would not make a civilization that could contend with those kinds of enemies. It had to be more. Greater. They needed to craft a civilization so great that could withstand endless enemies they'd face, a civilization so long-lasting that even time itself would wither before they would. She understood now clearer than ever that domination and fear would crumble whatever society they'd build under the merest pressure that was exerted, alien or otherwise. Their reign over the magical world had to be built on stronger foundations, on unbreakable foundations, one that strove for individual and collective greatness. And both she and Atticus would need to do their parts to enable this. They needed to become exalted, revered, for their long-term plans to succeed, and that meant she had to change. Fear would not be enough to succeed in all of their plans. She could no longer be someone that people feared because of her strength, her power, and did as she bid because of that fear. No. She needed to become better. Someone beyond them, someone they could have faith in. So much so they would do as she bid, not because of fear or duty but because they held undying loyalty to them. It did not mean, however, that fear would not have its place in their plans. They had many enemies amongst their own kind that would have to be dealt with. Her near black eyes glistened like volcanic glass. Fear would be wielded against their enemies like a sculpting knife with utmost precision and purpose, a song of undeniable futility echoing in their hearts and minds as she came for them like a wrathful god. Their enemies would come to fear them, and when they were down and beaten, looking up at her from where they were laid out, she'd give them a single opportunity to repent, one that they, and others would remember. After all, cruel gods were never cherished as much as merciful gods were. She brushed a lock of her hair behind her ear as she stared at the broiling mass of superheated gas that made life possible. Her mind went back to the vow she'd made to herself, back when not even the magical world had offered an escape from the namelessness she'd been born into. A vow to dominate, to have the magical world revolve around her and kiss the helms of her robes to remind them that she was superior. That she would stand above them all. Alone. Her eyes flickered to Atticus, who sat on a bench right in front of the large view screen, staring at the sun before she turned her gaze on the same sight once more. The sun's surface was rolling, flowing deceptively like a horizonless ocean with gentle, swaying motions. Yet, here she was in a vessel that sailed the void between worlds and stars, millions of miles away from both magical and muggle worlds. And not alone, with someone who, in one single but fateful meeting, changed the course of her entire life and, with him, would change the entire course of their people to greater and grander heights. How things changed from that day, that vow. It's done, she said calmly as she glided across the floor with fleeting steps towards Atticus. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes remaining on the sundae. And so ends the legend of Grindelwald, he murmured with a kind of breathlessness that left her curious. She sat beside him, her gaze once more on the darkened sundae. It's a shame we won't see him drift towards the sun, she mused aloud, though I suppose we would not have seen much in the glare of the sun. I think it's poetic, in a way. He said quietly. That he disappears into the abyss alone and forgotten. She asked as she turned to him. He gave a small nod though said nothing more. She stared at him for a moment, taking in his strange solemn attitude. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You're brooding, she said flatly, her tone carrying hints of accusation and questioning. He glanced at her for a brief moment, and she met his gaze with a raised eyebrow before he looked away and at the burning sight that was the sundae. I'm thinking about history, he said with a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. And just wondering about what will be written about the things we will do. She remained quiet for a moment as she thought on where this was coming from. You're concerned about being perceived like Grindelwald? She asked with a raised eyebrow. When he'd come back from meeting the repulsive fool of a minister, he'd told her all that he'd learnt from the man after forcing the man into speaking. He'd also mentioned that the fool had compared him to Grindelwald, which had angered him. To think it was still bothering him. Not so much, he said as he turned to her with a frown on his face, as if he was looking at a complex puzzle that he couldn't quite figure out despite being close to doing it. The opposite in fact is occupying my mind. Rather. He trailed off for a moment before he continued, rather that if we succeed, history will be written about us in a way that will never show the ugliness of the things that were done to get there. They'll never know that the very bedrock that is underneath the foundation of Illos, is made out of depths and scales of manipulation that would horrify them all. His chest deflated as he inaudibly sighed. History will paint us as different from Grindelwald when in actuality we are but the different side of the same coin, conquering the magical world not through force but by manipulation, lies and influence. His eyes looked conflicted for a moment before he continued as a faraway expression came across his face, one that showed a level of unsureness she had not seen from him for some time. Our actions may save the magical world and cause it to advance and rise to greater heights than ever thought possible, but it does not hide the truth that it is built on lies, that it all came down to two people who believed they had the right to. He paused for a moment as his voice trailed to a level of quiet that was slightly above a whisper. Warp people's perceptions and their way of thinking to something they approve of. He looked almost lost as he said that. And in the end, people will love us for it, not knowing that they were the product of years and then generations of slow manipulation shaped into a society we directed into existing. She looked away from him, back at the sun as she digested what he said. She knew that he would not waver from the course they'd set even if she could hear the doubts in his words. They both knew that they were on the precipice of no return. The last window of backing out there was for them, but they would not be who they were if they were not the kinds of people who would continue on once a decision had been made. They had declared their path long ago and nothing, not even themselves, could prevent them from carrying out their plans. Not now. The fact he was speaking of history was proof enough. This doubt was a result of the last threads of the deep morality he felt, the deep morality that held him back. Threads that would snap, not by her hands but by his own drive to succeed. What does it even matter really? She said after a while. She could feel his eyes on her. When it comes to influencing people, is it any different than how anyone is taught? What we are taught by parents or teachers who all have their own versions of truth of what they say and teach. She tapped her finger on the bench for a few seconds. What we are doing is perhaps purposeful but it is not malicious, she said with a slowly creeping upturn of her lips before she lost it, a serious expression draping her face. Truth is based on perspective and on what fits in man's web of beliefs. That is all what truth is, no more no less. The truth as we know it, the lies that would enable the creation of Illos are irrelevant. She leaned back slightly as she set her arms behind her, her gaze fixed on a particular sun spike. What does it matter if the truth we know as it is does not correspond with the truth all others know it is in the future? What does it matter if history 1,000 years from now will not show or tell about the rivers of blood and the systematic manipulation of generations it took to create the greatest civilization in the galaxy? She turned to him, her eyes filled with fiery determination. They will know that it is because of us we are free from persecution and destruction by the hands of Muggles. They will know that it is because of us there is no such thing as mudbloods or half-bloods or pure bloods. They will know because of us that the entire magical world is at peace and in harmony on worlds filled with magic and magical beings. Her lips drew to a thin, nearly unidentifiable line. They will know because of what we have created and promoted that there are policies, education, and culture would leave even the wealthiest noble of today rife with jealousy, a world filled with untold advanced magics and technologies that leaves all magical life fulfilled with a level of richness never seen, heard, or witnessed before. Her eyes drooped as she stared at him with a level of intensity that would make even the hardiest of men tense up under her gaze. That will be their truth, and it is the only truth that matters. Objective truth does not exist, Atticus, and you know this. She said with a tilt of the head. It is better than the wars that would have to be fought in order to ensure our people's survival, she added a little more quietly. If lies and manipulation are needed to ensure it, so be it. To her it mattered little. In the end, the vast majority of their kind would be better off than they would have ever been otherwise. A long moment of silence reigned between them before Atticus smiled, one that was more accepting than it was happy. He nodded. I hear you, he said in a soft tone before he turned away from her. I know it is the right path to take, the one that leaves the least amount of death, that waste as little as possible magical blood. He trailed off for a moment before he drew himself up, visibly steeling himself before he turned his gaze at her. The familiar passionate emerald fires that danced in a sea of purple returned and struck at her. In the end, it does not matter what the bedrock on which the foundation is built upon is. His eyes began to glow, brightly like two spiraling galaxies, and the greens in his eyes flashed like evanescent supernovas. Not when the foundation will be pristine, not if it enables the magical world to survive and importantly thrive for 10,000 years and more. She smiled at that, her eyes sparkling with agreement. She knew that they would both do unspeakable things to ensure their plans succeeded. It was the burden of those like them. They held power to change the world. Others like Grindelwald sought to rule over what was left of the magical and muggle worlds with an iron fist. Those like Dumbledore sought to change the world to how they thought it should be. She and Atticus would instead build the world they envisioned, just as they would build the very people who would become the foundation of the magical world. No more, no less. Break. Eden Macmillan POV. 8th of April 1943. Lord Atticus Sayre, defeater of Grindelwald, urges lasting peace and reconciliation. By Hubbard Higgins. Lord Sayre continues to make a tradition of ensuring memorable Wizengamot sessions as he spoke passionately about it being time to strive for lasting peace and asked for there to be a genuine attempt at reconciliation throughout all of Europe. In only his second session in the Wizengamot since his famous call to duty speech on the same day he was sworn into his family's seat, he responded with vehement disagreement to Lord Cornfoot's petition to the Wizengamot to claim recompense from the German and Austrian ministries for the damages suffered in the attack of Godric's Hollow last year, who had secretly aided Grindelwald's rise to power years before the coups in the middle of the 1930s. This comes after the ICW has been reportedly seen to take a hard stance with both nations that many in Europe see as complicit in the tens of thousands of deaths and near destruction of the Statute of Secrecy. Many nations such as Magical Russia, Hungary, and more have made their voices heard as to what penalties collaborators should suffer, and their demands just fall short of total dissolution of their states, though in practicality they would become little more than a territory of the ICW instead, along with the total and complete confiscation of their lands and wealth. Lord Sayre, however, did not agree with Lord Cornfoot's petition or with the demands against Germany and Austria. Many of you cheer Lord Cornfoot's petition, that we rightly are owed recompense for the deaths and suffering we have been made to bear. I know plenty of the cost we have paid at the cowardly attack that took over 100 lives in Godric's Hollow, yet I cannot agree with his assertions that we are owed by the people of Germany and Austria. This caused naturally many within the Wizengamot to protest until Lord Sayre was asked why he thought that way. Lord Sayre said in response, the ones that planned and aided the attack on Godric's Hollow are guilty, that is undeniable. They are the same people who allowed Grindelwald to rise as fast as he did, helping him gather as many followers as possible by threatening and coercing entire peoples in supporting him. They should be found and punished accordingly. However, it is short-sighted to subject entire nations to the faults of a few, and none more so than those who had been forced to join Grindelwald under the threat of having their entire families slaughtered, their families reduced to little more than a footnote in history, just as so many others have been made into in this dark chapter of magical history. Who here can stand and say they would resist and fight when their child held captive by the same people who rendered entire family lines extinct without a single shred of remorse and with utmost dishonor? Lord Sayre asked of the Wizengamot, which quieted down severely, so silent was the hall that one could hear a pin drop. One Wizengamot member asked what he expected then to be done. Lord Sayre responded. It is a simple matter of discovering who was complicit and willing and who was not. I can only ask the ICW to heed this and to question fairly and justly, so that those who are guilty pay for their crimes and those who are innocent do not. Jeers and outrage had erupted within the chambers of the Wizengamot, and Chief Warlock Gore had to repeatedly silence the Wizengamot before Lord Sayer continued. I am not asking for absolution. No man who contributed to the horrors that I have seen in the bases of Belgium, of Switzerland, deserves such absolution, far from it. Such evil cannot be permitted to exist freely within magical society. But what I am asking for is a genuine attempt at reconciliation and peace. We are a proud and noble race who can carry slights and anger for generations. Who among you lords is willing to suffer another war because we were heavy-handed to those who were deceived into following a madman? Heated discussions continued within the Wizengamot as Lord Sayer's statements proved to be as well. He's gotten better, Theodore Part8 said with wide eyes as he looked up from the paper she'd read earlier in the morning. Not quite as bombastic and explosive as his first speech in the Wizengamot, but definitely better. They were all sat at the Ravenclaw table in what seemed to be another morning where everyone was occupied reading and discussing the same paper. Marcus Roll flicked a bean at Theo. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear you say that when we're at the wedding in a few months. Theo ducked underneath the bean. Can't believe it'll be the first time we'll see him in over a year. And that is he is getting married. To her of all people, Marcus muttered a little quietly, but they all heard. Are you not grateful she saved us all from the big bad Dumbledore? Theo asked in mock outrage, though she could see that there was a hint of annoyance in his tone. Professor Dumbledore never had any intent to cause them harm, only her, but the papers made it seem like she saved them all. Headmaster Dippet saved them and her from the oddly behaving professor, not her. Eden pressed her lips together at the reminder. That was odd, the way all of that happened. To think that Professor Dumbledore behaved like that. She didn't really believe that he was a secret Dark Lord. Her father made sure she understood that. More that it was a personal vendetta by the Slytherin girl, and that Professor Dumbledore was set up like many other progressives thought what happened. It did not really matter though, as everyone else seemed to hate him. The Muggleborns for the thefts Professor Dumbledore was accused of doing, and the Purebloods for the fact that he was in league with Grindelwald, that he was more with Grindelwald. So you have all received invitations? Nymera asked with concern, changing the subject. Not personally, Eden responded. Yes, my parents were invited to Sayer Manor, where he gave them invitations personally. Mother said that he was looking forward to seeing me again. So did my mother, Theo said with an easy smile, though he probably actually meant it when he said that to my mother. Marcus narrowed his eyes at the slight, but before he fired back, Eden spoke up. It's a bit strange to invite heads of houses just so you can give out wedding invitations. Theo waggled his finger, but you know that Atticus never did things the traditional way. Theo crossed his arms. I remember when he added pistachios to dessert. He shook his head dramatically. I mean, that just tells you enough about the ridiculousness he sometimes comes up with. She looked at him with a bemused expression as Marcus began to speak, intently ignoring what Theo just said. You girls got your invitations yet? Not yet, Eden admitted. She couldn't deny that she was a little hurt by that. It could just be that your family is almost of a similar stature as the Sayers. Marcus tilted his head curiously. It could just be that you'll be among the last because of it, as a way to honor your family. As far as I know, no most ancient and most noble house has yet been invited. He shrugged his shoulders. It was a good point. There is still quite a bit of time to go yet, she said finally before glancing at Nymera. She wore the same tired, worried expression ever since news of Atticus' defeat of Grindelwald spread to the world. She'd clammed up every time anyone asked her what was wrong, and at times Eden wondered if the rumors of her family's deep allegiance to Grindelwald were more than true. She'd known that the Green Grasses were silent supporters, but sometimes the way Nymera had changed ever since the beginning of their final year at Hogwarts had her really concerned that there was more to it. Your father hasn't yet been invited to Sayer Manor, has he? Marcus asked Nymera. No, she said in a hesitant tone. Not yet, I don't think. She hesitated for a moment as she glanced at the paper. Do you think he means it? Nymera asked with concerned eyes. About peace and reconciliation. Eden looked at Nymera for a moment, but before she could speak up, Theo answered. Who knows? He shrugged with a serious frown, an expression that ill-suited the jokester. I'm not sure if he's still the same boy we befriended. It was something that seemed to get under Nymera's skin, a reaction that often happened when Atticus was discussed. Though none of them had ever discussed it out around Nymera, the rest of them had, and they all thought that she must feel ashamed for her family to have financially aided Grindelwald. It likely wasn't easy on her, and they did their best to distract her away from the war. He hesitated for a moment before he continued. A lot has changed since he left Hogwarts. He said in a somber tone. It was true. Atticus' father had been brutally killed, his mother nearly died, he'd gone to war, practically liberating entire countries with only a few hundred men until he defeated a Dark Lord all by himself. He was a hero unlike anyone she'd ever heard about. Except for the obvious hero to all magicals. And wasn't that odd? He was no longer just their prodigious friend, though Eden hardly thought he'd ever been just that. She sighed as she looked at the paper that captured Atticus in a rather great image. She once hoped that maybe there could be something there between them, but that never manifested. We should go see him in the summer, Eden declared. I'm in, Theo said with a shrug, but she could see the interest in his eyes. No doubt he's forgotten how to joke and laugh though. Theo mock frowned. Don't worry, he'll do that soon enough. As soon as you speak and say anything, Marcus said helpfully as he patted Theo's back, much to her amusement. Theo glared balefully. Ha! Ha! He said as he shrugged off Marcus' hand and they began to argue amongst themselves. Whilst she wanted to see her friend, she also wanted to find out about Sims. Her father had said it was a political gimmick, that no one would want to go there once the novelty wore out in a year's time, but if there was anything she knew about Atticus, is that he took education seriously. Sims probably was amazing and she wanted to go there if it was anything like she thought it might be. Break. 10th of April 1943. Great work Tweenie, he said with a happy smile as he turned his gaze away from the report. Tweenie beamed proudly, his small figure was firmly at attention with his hands behind his back as he struggled to contain his happiness at the praise. The elves all did their duty, Master, it wasn't just Tweenie himself, the elf said humbly. Atticus got up from his seat and walked around the desk and perched down on one knee, his face level with Tweenie's as he placed his hand on the elf's shoulder. I know that Atticus offered a gentle genuine smile, but I also know that you made sure of it as I knew you would. He said kindly, and that was enough for the elf to begin to tear up and jump him, startling Atticus in the process. Master Attorney is so good to Tweenie, to all elves, the elf cried out as he hung fiercely onto Atticus. He tapped the back of the elf awkwardly. There, Tweenie, he said with an uncomfortable tone. He'd hoped the elf would have grown out of the infantile way his species were like if they were more educated and allowed to pursue more than just serving magicals, but it seemed like a few years wouldn't be enough to break even the best of elves out of this habit. Tweenie suddenly jumped away and bowed his head. Apologies, Master. Tweenie forgot himself, he said in a sniffing tone. Raise your head, Tweenie, it's all right, he reassured the elf. Tweenie raised his head and stared at him with tear-stricken eyes that seemed to almost burst with the depth of emotion he felt. Tweenie wiped at his eyes with his hand and Atticus' expression darkened at the reminder of the injury he'd gotten in the service of his family. Tweenie had lost a finger during the attack at Prividetsi home that couldn't be mended. Tweenie stopped wiping at his eyes and Atticus' dark expression fell away as elf and human met each other's gaze. You may go now, Tweenie, he said with a small smile. Please inform all elves involved they may take a day's break. His lips began to twitch. I'm sure you have much to catch up on with Odyssey, he said in a coy tone. Tweenie's cheeks burned dark green as he shyly looked away from Atticus. Not today. Odyssey busy painting. Atticus smiled widely at that and his companion's reaction. Ah. He said understandingly. Yes, it's probably best not to disturb your lady friend in times like this. I know from experience, Atticus said in what he hoped to be in a sage tone. Tweenie looked at him with a surprised expression. Mistress also throw paint at you? Is that what Odyssey did to you? Atticus couldn't help but let mirth enter his voice. Tweenie shuffled his feet. Miss Odyssey did not like me seeing her painting before being finished. He looked at Atticus with conspiratorially eyes. Tweenie thinks that Miss Odyssey is too shy about her paintings. His eyes lit up. But Tweenie thinks anything Miss Odyssey does is good, he said vehemently. Atticus smiled. What does she paint? He asked, genuinely curious. His elves had taken some time to get used to having the freedom to pursue any kind of hobbies, but eventually they took to it vigorously. Some liked learning new languages, the more obscure the better, a remnant when he'd gotten them to learn different languages for their spying duties, whilst others enjoyed things more standard, things like knitting or gardening. To hear one of the elves taking up painting was a balm to his soul. He saw Tweenie struggle with the decision to out his little lady friend's secrets, and Atticus was about to reassure Tweenie and to forget about it, but Tweenie spoke up before he could. She paints mountains, all kinds of mountains. Sometimes she paints dirty laundry the size of mountains. It's really good. The elf nodded confidently. Atticus' eyes were alight with happy mirth and nodded. I will have to see it at some point, Tweenie. He paused for a moment. If she wants to show it, of course. Tweenie beamed at Atticus before he realized something and looked a little panicked. Miss Odyssey will be angry at Tweenie for telling Master her secret. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, I promise, he reassured the elf as he got up. Thank you, Master, Tweenie said relieved before he bowed and popped away. Atticus stared for a moment at the spot where Tweenie had been. What would they be like if they were allowed to be more than just servants? To be beings with all the rights afforded to humans? Many purebloods believed they were lesser beings, little better than cattle, but he did not agree to such idiocy. They were smarter than people realized, their ability to grasp onto languages and runes was answer enough. There was a purity to their species that he was hard-pressed to see in any other sentient race. He really needed to read the books from Atlantis to see what they actually did to create the species, if they created the elves. Maybe he'd find a solution to their enslavement and break them free of it. It was the least he could do for them, for Tweenie. To give them a choice that many of them never had and never would even think to have it. He also knew that to break the conditioning of centuries would take years if not decades. Atticus' smile evaporated as a worn expression fell upon his face when he glanced at the report for a brief moment. He flicked his fingers and the report floated towards him. The wardstones were all planted in their designated places, calculated with arithmancy. It was what he and Rowena were working on during his last year at Hogwarts. They discovered the full extent of all the ley lines that crisscrossed the world through the ley lines that ran beneath Hogwarts. There were 144 wardstones buried at least 100 meters deep in their designated locations that were at the intersection point of at least two ley lines, and pleasingly to the eyes, it was all arrayed in a geometric pattern that left no gaps. It had been difficult to find locations where there weren't any magical settlements, and he had to readjust his calculations several times and settle for lesser ley lines and intersection points that were deep underwater. His elves thankfully were creative enough, and he'd made them the necessary equipment to complete their work. It was worth it. They were sympathetically linked to receivers and satellites in geosynchronous orbit whose sole purpose was to use the wardstones as a coordinate system and relay those coordinates. A coordinate system that would pinpoint the slow burst of magic from children. Atticus went into his pocket and brought out a crystalline stone that took all of the space in his palm. He pressed his finger of his free hand on the center of the stone before he took his hand away from stone, and it remained aloft in the air as it began to glow. Soon after, a bubble formed around it that showed the familiar image. The beautiful white clouds that couldn't hide the distinctive sight of Earth. What he made was an expansion on the Hogwarts Book of Admissions that Rowena made that could seek out and invite students to Hogwarts to a global level. The ley lines that run underneath Hogwarts covered all of the British Isles and a large portion of the North Sea, and as such, it could only allow Rowena to record the burst of magic of 11 or almost 11-year-olds hitting their second magical maturity in the British Isles, which he also included in his network thanks to Rowena's help. It would record their locations and names in the Book of Admissions. Ley lines were constant, they did not flow, though they could be redirected in some form, but they were akin to spider webs. He stared at the globe for a few moments. Like spider webs, when something is caught on the web, it affects the entirety of the network and it instantly travels through the ley lines. His system worked on the same principle as the Book of Admissions did. It caught the burst and located the place and name of whomever affected the web in the frequency range of what is typically associated with the first magical maturity around 7 or so years of age. The first magical maturity primed the magical core, whilst the second maturity stabilized the magical core. This also meant that the magical frequency of children until 9 to 11 years of age was at the ceiling of the higher limits of frequency band in which wizarding magic operated in before it settled down in the normal range. There was no reason why the enchantment could not capture these bursts of magical maturity, given that you only had to adjust for it, which he had done. Age 11 was practical for wand magical class as the magical core was stabilized after the second maturity. The problem was that magical children located at the fringes of any magical society slipped through the various nets of magical detection that were arrayed around the world. Just like he thought the Norwegians might not have detected the attack against Grindelwald on that volcano because it was far from any civilization, magical or otherwise, he was certain that were many magical children that were never picked up by any ministry or agency. Currently it was baseless, his assumption that many of these children did not live to adulthood, but he had this nagging feeling that he wasn't wrong. The disturbed feeling he felt so long ago when he'd heard about that family in Sudan came to mind. A red light flittered on somewhere around the Himalayas. Alice Atticus intoned softly to the silver armband that he wore, and the AI came to life. Her black locks flowed beautifully and seamlessly as she looked at him with those distinct familiar eyes that were completely purple without green flecks. Alice turned around towards the globe. "I see the system is online," she mused curiously. "Can you connect to it?" he asked of her. She glanced back at him and nodded before her eyes closed. Within the stone there was a small crystalline computer that was basic in function, working only on binary code and stored only the coordinates, name of the location and of course the name of the individual. "Bavarupa Bitsa," Alice finally said after a moment. "She lives in an isolated village in northwestern Nepal." He frowned for a moment. "Don't we have any elves in the region?" Alice nodded. "We have several in India who are marking down hunting grounds of several magical creatures. They would be able to investigate within a few hours." He nodded. "Have them investigate and use Moira's satellites." Once the elves had completed the carving the runic schemes on the golems, he'd set a third of them to begin locating magical species where they'd had last been noted. India was a place which had many magical species, many of them either avifauna or serpentine. The subcontinent did not have any magical reserves and instead protected their natural habitats from muggles and poachers, which was something he respected, but eventually he'd be moving all of them to Illos. At first only a small population to sustain at Illos, and then all by the time of Exodus or when their habitats were being destroyed, whichever came first. "Keep me posted on what they report and inform them they are allowed to interfere if the life of the child is at risk," he said finally. Alice nodded. "And in the future?" She tilted her head questioningly. "There will be children in places that we may not have any elves nearby. We can use Moira's satellites to hone in on them." He paused for a moment before he looked up at her. "Do you have the processing power to split your attentions enough to monitor these children?" "I do," Alice confirmed. "I can set the necessary parameters that will minimize my overall reduced performance." He nodded. "Let me have a chance to review the parameters. I want to make sure that we capture enough scenarios to prevent any missed indicators to their health and their lives." She nodded before she blinked away back to the hub in the facility. Atticus stared once more at the globe as he thought on what he'd be doing. He knew roughly what areas of the globe fell under the purview of the local ministries, and which areas were practically unmonitored. In many parts of the world, Muggle-born children were taken from their parents and their existence erased from the Muggle world. It was only in most of Europe and in Macusa that Muggles, even though they were realistically Squib-born, were allowed to keep their children and brought into the secret of magic. He had a choice, one that he was vacillating on. He could take the difficult choice, to depend on the love of parents to accept their child and see where the coin falls, or Several lights dotted the globe once more and he closed his eyes for a moment. Or he could do something unspeakable to those families and the children, denying them all choices. Choices that he, someone who firmly believed in the right of free choice, of free will, would deny them. The hypocrisy was laughable. It wasn't the first time he was hypocritical, but it was perhaps the most jarring instance. He was already infringing on the right of choice with the plans he had with Emily regarding the schools and orphanages, but this? He walked towards his seat and slumped into it, eyeing the large stone that he was gripping tightly on. But what could he do? Muggleborns were killed in Eastern Europe, if not parents and villagers then certainly by Eastern European ministries. The rare few that live to adulthood are rarely allowed to be taught anything more than fifth-year course material. He scoffed. Was it any wonder that those countries tended to have the highest number of Muggleborn Dark Lords, which they used as an example as to why Muggleborns were scourges to be rid of? The small amount of information he had on the rest of the world suggested that it was rare that Muggleborns were found outside of developed countries, which incidentally would also have the most organized ministries. He knew it to be false. Human migration has happened for tens of thousands of years and magicals were around since the very beginning, or at least near enough to it, of the forced devolution of humanity. Squibs, though considered a much more recent problem even if he was skeptical of that, likely happened throughout the ages. Moira had said that Atlantis was by far the greatest concentration of humans for thousands of years, numbering around 40,000 magicals at its peak in an era where the total human population was less than 1 million. 4% of the entire population of the human genus. His current estimate of magical humans was about 0.1%. She wasn't sure if Atlantis had housed 100% of all magical humans, but it likely was very close. Most of those people had died during the catastrophe that fell upon it, but enough survived to disperse across the globe, giving rise to the current magical population that were native to lands across the globe, as far south as Australia to the cold lands of the Arctic Circle where there were a few Sami magical tribes. That meant these survivors had to have eventually intermingled thousands of years earlier with Homo sapiens for the ancient civilizations to have risen with magicals in their midst. So even in the most remote populations of humans, there were likely some tribes that had dormant magical genes. He really needed to come up with a better name than that to describe the tangible genetic sequences that were only waiting for chance to happen. The chance of two squibs with the right genetic codes meeting and procreating to produce a magical child. He glanced away from the crystalline stone and into the distance. It was odd, in truth. Moira had observed at times he felt like she was running a long anthropology study, which probably is true, that magic could only manifest itself when at least 3 identified DNA segments were complete and carried the right instructions and activated genes. At that point, not even Moira or the entire sum of her people's knowledge was enough to explain what happened next. According to her, her people had done experiments on the DNA of their more gifted members and they couldn't manipulate those key markers with any success. Biology was only one element that was necessary for magic to manifest itself. Magic went beyond mere biology. It was funny in a certain light, that Moira's people didn't understand neurophysical energy beyond a certain scope outside of science and biology, yet his people had a greater understanding on a metaphysical and universal way. The notion of the Trinity came to mind. What wonders could his people do when they combined both trees of development, he mused. He shook away that thought and gazed back at the crystalline stone. With the astronomical rise of Muggle populations in the next century, that meant those chances would become far more frequent, which brought its own issues in relation to the viability of the statute of secrecy and technological progress of the Muggles. The population Muggleborns and half-bloods will far outpace the population of purebloods in this century. It was already happening in magical Britain, where the population of Muggleborns was a higher percentage than any other time in the last 1,000 years. It also meant that magicals born in the Muggle world to unaware squib descendants were going to be high, including in those unmonitored regions. His door opened and he looked up. "Ah. Here you are," his mother said with a strange expression on her face that confused him for a moment until he realized why. I thought it was time," he said quietly to his mother, who strode forward and sat in a chair opposite him. She nodded sadly. It was. She looked away from him and her eyes trailed across the room. "Marcus would have chastised you for not using the Lord's office the moment you were affirmed in the Wisengamot," she said with a saddened smile. They fell silent for a moment, comfortable in the presence of each other, of parent and child. "What are your thoughts on what other ministries do around the world with regards to Muggleborns?" Atticus broke the silence after a while. She met his gaze with a curious lilt of her head. "What do you mean?" "I mean in terms of the ministries that take magical children from their parents, wiping out the memories of the parents and their presence in the Muggle world," he expanded. She furrowed her brow for a moment as she thought on it. "I think it's probably the best solution to a difficult problem if it is done right," she said after a moment. "I'm surprised to hear you say that as a parent yourself," he commented without judgment. "I would have thought the idea of someone taking your children would be horrifying to you." Anne shook her head. "Even though they are only Muggles, it is horrifying to me." She sighed as she paused for a brief second, seemingly gathering her thoughts. "I can't imagine losing you or Sophia and not even remember it," she said in a disturbed voice before she visibly gathered herself. "But, it is better for these children to be with their own kind than they should be with people who don't understand them and could even fear them. Even when they do cherish them, Hardly ever any Muggle-born remains in touch with their families here in Britain, and these Muggles are the more tolerant, she said with a pointed look. The stories my family used to tell me about the Muggles in my family's ancestral lands in the Balkans make that very clear. She looked at him curiously. What brought this on? Is it about the orphanage? She questioned him. She was referring to the magical orphanage that Emily was funding. It now had everything it needed in preparation for the summer. Quite a few Hogwarts students had asked for a placement there, many of them weren't orphans either. It was a large plot of land and could easily house 2,000 to 3,000 students, and they were now looking into taking in orphans from mainland Europe that lost all of their close relatives in the war. He shook his head no. He sighed and began to explain what he was doing. She remained in quiet contemplation after he'd finished for a little while. You should speak with your Aunt Viola, she said finally, and he understood what she meant. Before she became the head of education in Macusa, she used to assess the homes of Muggleborns to determine whether or not the family would accept magic, and if not, the children would be placed into foster homes with the parents and others memory charmed. It's a huge undertaking though, he said with a grimace. She shook her head with a saddened smile on her face. It is, but you're also not thinking of the consequences. Macusa has a tried system that benefits everyone, including the children themselves. Many of them may be attached to their parents, but as they age and grow up in a loving and safe environment, they come to realize the faults of their parents on their own. She looked at him with a frown. If you take these children from their parents without just cause, they will resent you for it. She quirked her eyebrow. And I doubt you want highly trained wizards and witches with a grudge against you. He grimaced. He did think about that. Other than his annoyance at his hypocrisy and his sense of morality, it was what was stilling his hand. He'd have to memory charm the children as well for this not to have disastrous consequences. It was a boundary he was not willing to cross. No, memory charming the children was out of the question. He would not commit that evil. Yet, he truly wanted these children learning in Illos for more than just to offer them the best the world could offer. They would become the backbone of his society, the first ones that would be raised in the culture and societal norms that he wished would take root within Illos. But it mattered what foundation Illos was built on. He remembered reading once about the stolen generation, the Aboriginal children that were removed from their families in Australia for over a century. The effects such actions had on these children and their descendants had still been felt in the 21st century. Disconnected from both societies and cultures, high levels of stress and mental conditions, and it was passed on from one generation to another. Intergenerational trauma. Would he be inflicting Illos with those kinds of traumas if he did the same? Would he be building a tainted Illos with deep cracks within the foundation made from trauma and pain? Of course there were nuances there, as there ever was. These were children with skin color, facial features, and so on amidst a people who looked different from them and treated many of them in deplorable ways. Something that he would not ever allow. It was of little comfort, his supposed firm stance on ensuring that children of different blood statuses and skin color wouldn't face discrimination or feel different in Illos. Not when the ideas and the subsequent hard choices he'd have to make to deal with the complex problems occupied his mind. How was he going to balance all of this social engineering with even a shred of his morality intact? There was little doubt that what he and Emily intended with children was to condition them into a different mindset, way of thinking and morality that was different to current magical society. Those raised in Illos would be the backbone of a new culture and society that he was creating, shaping it and enriching it as denizens added to it. Those in the orphanage Emily was building and the children that would be enrolled in the pre-Hogwarts schools would be primed to be open to a wide variety of ideas and knowledge that should make them far more accepting of Illos and what it will stand for. Yet, those children taken in those circumstances to Illos would never really be of Illos. It would not be home to them and they wouldn't embrace it. And that was the mild potential consequence of what his actions could yield. The truth was, should he rip them away from their parents, as his mother said without just cause and acceptance of the child, it would yield a result that he far from willing to suffer. An unstable society was intolerable. These children already had a foundation and were not blank slates even at such a young age. He remembered all too well this fact from his previous life. He'd already been set on his course by the time he was 5 or 6 years of age after the abuse he'd suffered. He did not doubt that happier and loved children would also have a foundation that would prove to stick with them for the rest of their lives. He turned to his mother. He already knew the effects that love could have on a child, and the differences it made to him was startling. He knew what he'd do if it had been ripped away from him. He smiled warmly at her. "Thank you," he said, thanking her more than the advice she'd given. "I know what to do now." She nodded kindly at him. "Good." She got up from her seat. "Now, it is time for you to come down and help prepare for the wedding," she said with a pointed look. He sighed. "All right," he said in a morose tone as he got up. "Don't be so glum," his mother said in a tone that was annoyingly indicative that she was pleasantly amused. "There is much to do in such a small amount of time." He glanced at her and saw her judgmental expression. She wasn't all that pleased they'd decided to marry this summer without any input from her. He tried to blame Emily. Her shock-betrayed expression was priceless, but his mother wasn't having it. It seemed to backfire a little on him, much to Emily's satisfaction, and his mother forced him to participate in the painfully minutiae of organizing a wedding befitting their station. Benedict was suspiciously absent during those sit-downs. Shotgun weddings weren't a thing yet, but he was seriously contemplating convincing Emily to agree to it. Surely she was just as tired of it as he was? They'd only been back just over a week and they'd had 8 meetings about it already. What are we discussing this time? He said with a depressed tone as he got to the door where his mother was waiting. She snaked her arm around his in a forceful manner and he began to escort her down the hall towards the sitting room by the garden, the de facto wedding planning quarters. She hummed beautifully, "We're discussing the effects of the wedding invitation letter." Her eyes lit up in excitement. "I'm of the opinion that we should using elegant cursive text that flies off the letter and returns back to it after hanging in the air for a little while," she said with a happy expression. "It's simple and minimalistic." It would be simple and minimalistic if it was just ink on a piece of parchment. Of course he didn't voice this as he continued to smile at his mother as she continued to rattle about the design of the envelope and what she thought they needed. "Only a few more months," he sounded out in his mind repeatedly as they descended down the stairs whilst the other part continued to obsess on what he'd have to do in the next few weeks. A couple of weeks later he arrived at the head office of his shipping company in Exeter, Endrian Shipping Company. They had the necessary legal approvals and licenses to ferry goods now, which they had begun by importing essential goods from India as part of the British Merchant Navy. Emily had completed the memory crystals, devices that would be able to hold knowledge lifted from the minds of Muggles, and as such he had a wide array of knowledge from Muggles that many of his employees were now utilizing to great effect. What Emily did to improve his initial designs was to refine the capabilities of the device to the point that it could parse out the irrelevant memory and emotional threads that connected with the useful knowledge. It was a neat thing she's done, though she was already having Alice look at it to see if a remote way of taking knowledge was feasible. As he walked through the building, he saw familiar and unfamiliar faces. Many of these were squibs, though there were a sizable bunch of Muggleborns of an older generation who were far more entrenched in the Muggle world than the magical. Finally, he arrived at the boardroom and saw Derek and Sandra there with a number of senior members of his companies. After the customary greetings, they began earnestly and begun their reports of the health and statuses of the companies that they were currently representing. Angkor Manufacturing Ltd. Endrian Shipping Company Ltd. and Tilsdale, a law firm that operated in both the Muggle and magical world. Prior to the war, the manufacturing company previously had been a middling company that contracts with several automotive companies to produce components and sub-assemblies, which was something they continued doing for the war effort except for trucks and tanks. Since they'd taken over the company, they've massively expanded it at relative great expense and was now capable of producing aircraft engines and tank engines. The majority of the staff were Muggles, but the senior personnel and management were all squibs or Muggleborn. Tilsdale was the law firm headed by Mylan Tilsdale, who was from a minor pureblood family, only 200 years or so pure, and wasn't fanatical about purism. He didn't care about blood status as long as he got his own company, as he'd never had the influence or the capital to be anything more than freelance or work for the ministry. He'd seeded the man's law firm and awarded him lucrative contracts in return for prioritization and grooming Sandra Kilburn as an equal partner within the business, which he was more than happy to do. Soon enough, the board meeting was over and he was left with Sandra, Tilsdale, Derek, and Matthew Hale, who entered after the meeting ended. He'd met up with Matthew Hale 2 weeks ago and brought him into the secret of Illos. He seemed to be appreciative of the plan after he'd explained that no, he was not going to conquer the world. His suspicions disappeared, for the most part, when he'd explained what Illos was and told him of where they were with things. He wasn't too disbelieving, not after the flying boats he'd created that the man used to carry out the rescue, and certainly not after the feats of magic Hale knew he was capable of. Grindelwald's death at his teenage hands proved that. What had surprised him, however, was that he'd adopted an orphaned Muggleborn girl from amongst the Jewish children he'd rescued. Which he'd been surprised about for a brief moment before he realized that it suited him despite his mercenary background. He had a deep sense of responsibility despite his thorny exterior. He wasn't surprised a little girl managed to squeeze through to his heart. He was here because he had a network of contacts that he once more wanted to utilize today. "I'm sure you're all curious what this is about, but I will preface and state this meeting falls under the aegis of the Isleway secrecy contract," he said as he stapled his hands in front of him. All but Hale unconsciously straightened up. Atticus sighed out deeply and began to explain the problem. On average, over the last few weeks, there were 23 children that reached their first magical maturity. Over the course of a year that meant roughly 8,500 children. Europe, Macusa, and Africa represented 65% of where these children were located, and over 80% of the children were located in places that had ministries of magic or places that ICW influences. Nearly 20% of magical children were located in regions that were unmonitored, which was astounding. He'd used the weeks between this meeting and his conversation with his mother to speak with his Aunt Viola and to familiarize himself with the ICW modus operandi when it came to the stature of secrecy of children located outside of magical oversight. It could be chalked up as fix it once it makes a loud enough noise and keep an eye out on any more noises in the area. If the rumblings of magic became loud enough for the ICW to pick up, they'd go in and mind whammy everyone and their grandmothers and monitor the area for the next 2 decades for any more magical births. That meant any places that didn't make any noise and quietly, resolved the issue would never be picked up. Not to mention the places that were decent enough not to kill children would have untrained magicals, and they all knew what that yielded. Ignorance and uneducated people can allow beliefs and faith to greatly misunderstand things. The ones that became skilled enough in their uncontrolled magic to become some kind of holy or evil figure would eventually be picked up by the ICW. The last thing they needed was another so-called prophet or worse. What happened to those people though, he had no idea. Texts on it were frustratingly sparse. Nevertheless, just over 4 children per day were reaching their first magical maturity in the unmonitored regions, just over 1,500 children per year not accounting for population growth. It was a relatively huge figure, and he couldn't find anything on what happened to these children. "I can't believe you've set up your own system of accidental magic and to this degree of accuracy," Tilsdale said with a shake of the head. "Everywhere else, a complex array of wards that are painfully tied together over many years is used that captures any spikes of magic not hidden under wards within their borders. Even underage use of magic is only possible because of the monitoring charms on wands required by international law, and here you are saying you can monitor young children to this degree." Tilsdale spied at Atticus. "I would have trouble believing you if not for all that I've seen and know what you have done and plan on doing." Hillsdale sighed. "I'm glad that mind of yours is geared towards building things than it is conquest." Hillsdale had been read into his plans a week or so ago when Sandra had vouched for him. He'd been disbelieving at first about Illos until he was convinced by the evidence, and then later excited by the challenge of helping to write a constitution and legal basis from the ground up. It was a legacy anyone would be proud to leave behind, especially if Illos became what he hoped it would be. From a legal standpoint, it is a grey area. The reading in of Muggles to the secret of magic is left to the auspices of the individual ministries, that is, they are who can set the terms as long as it falls within the boundary of the statute. It is why there is a wide variety of policies around the world, from informing Muggles about magic when their child hits age 11 to taking children from their parents as soon as accidental magic is caught to. Hillsdale shuffled a little uncomfortably in his seat to doing neither of those things. Sandra's eyes tightened up at that. "Yes," she said in a prim tone that reminded him somewhat of McGonagall. She continued, "Given that these children reside in areas that are unmonitored without any oversight from any ministry, there is only the precedents that the ICW have set, like the 1808 Aguilar case." She looked around the table and saw that no one knew other than Hillsdale what she was referring to. The 1808 Aguilar case refers to the incident that occurred in the remote lands in Argentina at the time part of the Viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata, where there had been no oversight from any governing bodies of those regions at the time. A child, no older than 8, was discovered to be magical and subsequently subjected to a lynch mob that tortured him for over a week until he managed to escape his tormentors with a powerful bout of accidental magic. Before he could be recaptured by the Muggles, the ICW finally had been able to arrive and erased any evidence of the incident. They amended their statutes and policies that allowed them to monitor locations across the world if there were high incidents of magical children being born. Depending on the situation, whether or not it was necessary to read in the Muggles or take the children away, these children would either be given citizenship by the closest ministry under the direction of the ICW, or the ICW would take them in themselves and place them in a home in Alexandria should the parents prove to be unsuitable. She said finally. "The ages of these cases have been varied." Hillsdale picked up from where she left off. She nodded her agreement. "Though we are not a representatives of a government." Yet Saunders helpfully supplied much to the amused annoyance of Sandra, who continued. "We can use this grey area to avoid punishment," she finished. "Good. That means we can argue our way out if it needs to happen," he said. His relationship with the ICW was not one he was too sure about, and he'd rather not put himself in their crosshairs any more than he needed to. "So that makes my presence here obvious." Hale spoke up for the first time. "You want me to organize teams who would be willing to go in the middle of nowhere to do what exactly?" Hale asked with a piercing gaze. "Should the parents prove to be suitable and accepting of magic and of their child, I want to bring them over to Britain, Ireland, or America." He nodded to Saunders before he turned back to Hale. "Once we've set up a manufacturing company there in the next 6 months, they will be granted low-skilled jobs that requires minimal training whilst their children get the best education possible. It won't go under the radar if so many of these children are sent letters of admission years later with clearly foreign backgrounds," Saunders said with a frown. "Then there is the issue that many of the places these people are from are not white. Most people in those countries aren't exactly welcoming of these kinds of people. The children won't be going to any established magical schools. They'll be going to Illos," he declared firmly, "and to the racial issues, they will be working amongst squibs and other foreigners like themselves. The native squibs will help socially, I'm sure of it." He dismissed. "But Illos isn't ready, is it?" Sandra asked, surprised. He turned to her. "No, it isn't, but it will be by the time they'll be of age." For the moment he turned to Derek. "They can be enrolled to private all-through school we've established here in England. It taught all children from the ages of 3 to 19. Derek nodded. "It is up and running and we've had our first squibs enrolled to the school," he said with a smile. One of the things that he'd tasked his elves to do was to obtain a copy of the birthing registry of St. Mungo's. Almost all magicals went there to give birth, even the hedge witches. It was one of the better policies of the ministry, to give free medical care for pregnant women. They'd managed to trace a few hundred squib children from the ages of 8 to 16 based on their sudden appearance at orphanages and would continue to monitor it. Quite a few of them retained their memories, and from what he heard they were doing a lot better when they realized what the opportunity in front of them was. Though he sympathized with the teachers who had to break the truth to the obliviated children. All of it had an end purpose that was far what many of his employees thought he was doing. Yes, he did care about these children who were discarded by their parents for not having magic, but ultimately, he cared more about the generation that came after them, their children. By creating an environment and an organization of squibs and muggleborns, the chances of them all pairing up and creating magical children was substantial. By subtly influencing them from childhood and removing some if not all of the bitterness they felt about not having magic, making them part of the magical world in this new way, he would have highly educated people who could contribute to the development of Illos whilst also have magical children that were desperately needed. He resisted the urge to close his eyes. At times he felt like he was a Nazi doctor conducting eugenics programs with the way he was thinking about solving the problems that he faced. He needed a large stable population in Illos. By the time Exodus happened, he did not know for certain if it even would happen, but all he knew led to that end, a population that lived and breathed the values he wished to instill in Illos, so that all of those different cultures could be absorbed into the greater whole. When magical Britain, hopefully, moved into Illos, he hoped to already have a population of 20,000 to 50,000 magicals at least. The problem was, however, the global wizarding population and growth was small, far too small, and not many would want leave their homelands unless they were mostly outcasts like muggleborns or half-bloods. He didn't want those people at present either. They would bring their prejudices, their problems into Illos, which would be in its infancy, and it didn't need a cracked foundation. Magical Britain by the time of the 1970s and 80s would be effectively be conditioned to accept the new reality of Illos, equality to all blood statuses, magical beings, and a way of governing that was fair and without corruption. The rest of the magical world he would have little opportunity to affect, even if they had plans for Ireland, France, and North America. Eventually those problematic people would come. The ICW came to mind when he thought of the problematic individuals, but at the end when they would have no choice but to change and accept it or die. Many of the students that were studying at Sims would be informed of Illos within the next few years once they graduate, and they'd form a core part of it, but children would form the basis of Illos. They were the future. He needed to speak to Moira about this and pick her mind on this. What if they refused to move? Hale once more spoke up, drawing attention to himself. What if they were unsuitable? Saunders murmured aloud. They looked to Atticus, who sighed. If they refused to move, attempt to reason with them some more about the dangers of a magical child who is untrained and amongst muggles who will fear him. And if they still refuse? Hale pressed. Then, offer a choice to the child. He met Hale's gaze. To be taught magic and be protected from those who would fear them. If the child accepts, we'll put the parents under a secrecy spell. If they refuse, just like their parents, memory charm them and leave them be. He said firmly, continuing to meet Hale's gaze, who eventually nodded his acceptance. They wouldn't be able to make an informed decision, Sandra said quietly. They wouldn't, Atticus agreed, but there is no other choice in this case. He turned to Saunders. If they're unsuitable, then the choice is easy. After that, the rest of the meeting continued on to discuss the logistics and how they were going to organize it all. Break. 21st of April 1943. Emily POV. Welcome, my lords, Atticus said respectfully as he greeted Lords Eldrick Carson, Silas Mirak, and Marvin Garrick, who arrived through the flue. Lord Sayer. They bowed their heads to him before they turned to her, a Lady Slytherin inclining their heads before they turned their gaze at Anne. Dowager Sayer, I'm pleased to you in good health, Lord Carson said with a gentle smile. Lord Garrick nodded his agreement. Have to agree with the old boy here, Lady Sayer, Mirak said easily enough. If she recalled correctly, the last time they'd met was likely at Marcus' funeral. Thank you for your kind words, my lords, she said with a kind warm smile. It's been too long since we've seen each other. They began to walk towards the hearth of the manor through the rear of the entrance hall where guests and family were entertained. Mirak chuckled. You don't know half of it. It might half a year or so, but it felt like an age, he said in sobering tone. Yes, I'm quite glad all of that is behind us, Carson agreed. I've seen enough of war to last me a lifetime. They arrived at the huge room that was decorated with portraits of Sayer ancestors, paintings of scenes, of regions where the Sayer may have resided over the millennia, and of famous battles that she read about in a family history book that Anne borrowed her around the time she got betrothed to her son. They sat down and soon were all presented with a cup of tea. The conversation soon enough moved away from war and law straight to the matter at hand. When Atticus had told her, Anne and Benedict, about what he'd heard from the minister, it had sent alarm bells through the minds of Anne and Benedict. If House Black was making moves against you, it rarely meant anything good. And so they began to strategize and how to capitalize on the successes of the war to strengthen their political position, especially given that a number of neutral and independent factions had approached them looking for alliances. They would need to clarify their position first and foremost. Traditionally speaking, the Sayer family typically, for the last 3 centuries, had remained firmly business only, but now of course, that was shifting. What they'd show to the public would different to what their personal positions were going to be. Atticus was going to be the focus, the one who all eyes would fall upon as he talked about controversial and politically sensitive topics whilst she would remain in the background, slowly gathering support to her side. As time went by and the Wisengamot soured on Atticus, her influence would grow, especially when she'd offer them a way for Atticus to no longer be a political problem. He joked that betraying him was going to be the best thing she'd do for him. And what of House Slytherin? Lord Mirek asked, his eyes keenly studying her. Many are curious about what faction, if any at all, you'll join this summer after your ascension to your family's seat. I will be putting myself within the neutral camp but not amongst the new Greys. She said calmly. With the support and trust I hold of several heirs to traditionalist Wisengamot seat holders, it would not be expedient to ally myself politically with the Greys. She glanced at Atticus for a moment. Despite it being a faction you'll be heading, you will not ally yourself with your husband-to-be? Garrick asked sharply. We may marry but it does not mean I am to be his chattel, Emily said with a saccharine smile though it didn't reach her eyes. We will be allied, simply not completely politically aligned. I will still be Lady Slytherin and my titles are independent from this union with House Sayre. As such I have a duty to my house's well-being. Or so you will explain to the world, Carson said in an appraising tone. She nodded affirmatively. I'm not exactly happy with it, Benedict said with a side-eyed glance at Emily before he looked at Carson, but ultimately it is acceptable. And what of your heirs? Mirek asked curiously. They will be born Sayres, she said in a calm tone even as she stared at Mirek. After that, titles will be decided based on what affinities they hold. Sensible, Carson said with approval. You'll be asked these kinds of questions all too often, Lady Slytherin, he said with a commiserating tone. Especially if you seek to re-establish House Slytherin as a powerful player in the coming years. She nodded. I'm aware. Men and their need for offspring never would be something she would not despise. They were all too happy to demand them, but they would not have to carry the creatures in their bodies. Perhaps she could create a curse that would force men to bear children? It was worth thinking on. Speaking of heirs, Benedict interjected, drawing attention to himself. Sophia will be made head of house to the McDowell family. Which I agree with, Atticus said with a smile. She may pass off sitting within the Wisengamot to grandfather, he said with a bemused look on his face, but she is more than up to it. Are you not concerned the name and inheritance may pass out of the family? Carson asked with a frown on his face. No. She will marry, eventually, matrilineally. Atticus declared with a firmness to his tone. Any potential courtship will only be permissible to that effect. Carson's eyes widened but bowed his head respectfully. After that, they spoke an hour longer about businesses before their guests departed. When will you bring them into the secret? Benedict asked of Atticus. Benedict had been informed about Illos a week or so ago and it had been fascinating to see him cycle through expressions of shock, anger, and pride. It did help that Anne had made it a lot smoother than it really should have been. She wondered how he would react once he met his supposed ancestor. He glanced at her for a moment before he met his great-grandfather's eyes, likely after the wedding. There is still far too much to do before then. Good. They do deserve to know, Atticus. Anne said they've been steadfast allies of this family for over 1,000 years. I know, Atticus said with a slight smile. They have earned my loyalty just as their ancestors have earned my ancestors with their service and aid. Speaking of allies. Benedict turned to her with a curious expression on his face. Will there any houses that you will be informing? She smiled at Benedict at his not-so-hidden probing. Yes. The heirs to the Carrow, Dollahove, and Rockwood families are steadfast allies and who will be informed about Illos when it is time. Unfortunately, any alliances that were between House Slytherin and other houses, including vassals, were all but rendered obsolete. Houses Max, Proudmoore, Quinn, and Thursdaykell had been released from vassalage over a century ago due to the conditions specified within the accords having been reached. Unfortunately, the only heir to those families she could have met had already graduated Hogwarts in her first year. She would have to meet with them to sound them out. Especially given that none of them had even contacted her. She had a suspicion as to why. The Max family were notoriously an ardent purist family and given her own half-blood roots. Well. The Malfoy heir? Atticus questioned with a raised eyebrow. She pursed her lips. I have considered him. She said plainly. But no longer. Anne asked with a tilted head because of the situation with House Black. Emily inclined her head. Her secrets were secure. She knew that, and she knew that the fact that she was a Slytherin most certainly meant that the Malfoys were not completely in the camp of the Blacks. They were not the kind of family that had loyalty within their blood. But they were a smart and useful family with substantial wealth and connections. The Malfoys, despite their ignominious flight from France centuries ago, had managed to build respectable links all across Europe. Such links she'd want to utilize when she gripped tightly onto magical Britain. Include him, Benedict said finally. If we can pry him away from the Blacks, permanently, his father will accept it. Truly? Atticus asked surprised. Benedict smiled before he nodded. The Malfoys likely would even encourage it. They will know that the next coming decades will be dominated by our faction and the Black faction. They are the kind of family that would hedge their bets and only make a full commitment when it is obvious who will win. And if Malfoy sees Illos? Anne trailed off. And if the boy sees Illos? He glanced at Atticus, and it's anything like the images I have seen of the place, well. I will include him, she said after a moment. The Blacks may not even a problem. Orion Black. Orion Black is not head of house, Benedict said firmly. You may have the boy's allegiance for now, but family will always triumph. My wife's family, Benedict said in a sobering tone. Her family always had a knack of sticking together when it truly mattered. I wouldn't be surprised if you do not meet him again until the wedding, offering excuses after excuses. Her eyes darkened but said nothing in response. If that was the case, she'd ask Rockwood to keep an eye on Orion. Soon enough she was alone with Atticus in bed, her head laying in his lap as he sat up against the back of the bed. His fingers stroked her cheek gently whilst she read back on her notes on her experiments on Grindelwald. Grindelwald's body had been a contradiction of magic. It shouldn't have been possible. Somehow it was kept sustained through a constant supply of magic, a supply of magic that was several times the size of her own despite having no soul. It marked several questions that would take years to discover. Magic needed all Trinity to manifest, yet Grindelwald had only his body left at that stage. He had no soul, and as such the mind was not there either. She'd tried legilimency, she'd never do that again, and she got nothing but a severe headache. Atticus had mentioned that perhaps the attack had damaged the brain too severely that any stored memories within the brain was simply gone as new neurons were made by his regeneration. That if the soul had remained, the soul would have forced the same patterns, the same memories to form within the brain. It was only speculation without any real basis, but it was curious one. She placed her notes down on her chest and turned her gaze towards him. A holographic display of Illos that were in 6 different segments were high above their heads by the chandeliers. With his free hand, he was manipulating the rotation of the hologram. She saw him frown as he looked at the outer shell segments. She sat up a little, which broke him out of his frown, and he looked down at her and saw her questioning gaze. I'm just considering if it is a mistake to use adamantite almost exclusively for any metallic structures that will contain and protect the fragile ecosystems of Illos. Of course, adamantite for the top and bottom shells will be necessary, but even so, he said to her. Once the permanent transfiguration is set, I will not be able to change it, not with the way I have set the runes to activate the transfiguration and hold the permanence. Adamantite's properties are by far the best of any mundane and magical metal, she said with a curious expression. It retains its ridiculous strength even at almost 6,000 degrees Celsius, and to top it off, it's the most magically conducive metal whilst simultaneously is the most resistant to magical attacks. Not even that alloy Moira's people used neutronium, I think she called it, will be as perfect as adamantite is. The only metal that can even improve upon it is. Her eyes sharpened. He turned away from her and towards Illos. Mithril, he said as he stared at the hologram with burning intensity. He had an obsession with the metal that almost reminded her of Ishmael in his pursuits of Moby Dick. Granted, he wasn't quite there yet, but it was curious to see him be so frustrated on something that seemed to lay beyond his reach. He could find nothing on the forging process, and she knew that he'd spent, over the years, a fortune to chase any and all leads to it. So much so he'd resigned that he'd have to deal with the goblins to get a sample and hopefully figure out a way to reverse engineering it. Mithril, from what we know, is practically pure magic. Even the few descriptions that exist of it state that is more liquid than metal. She frowned. What use could such a metal have? He turned to her, his eyes wild with inflamed passion. Anything and everything, he said passionately. An element that is practically liquid magic that shift between liquid state and solid state. His eyes gleamed. The possibilities are endless, Emily. He continued. It could be the softest material possible, yet could also become the hardest material in existence within a fraction of a microsecond. Magic responds, Emily, and a metal that can shift between 2, probably even all 3, states just like that. He clicked his fingers. Means that it will be extremely responsive to input. And magic, well, magic responds to magic and will, and I highly suspect that it will respond just as well as your own magic responds to you. She thought it over until she arrived at a startling conclusion. She met his gaze and saw that he understood that she understood. If we inlay Illos with mithril, she began, and he smiled widely and leaned forward, kissing her passionately on the lips. They separated and his eyes shone brightly. And if we manage to figure out how to tie to ourselves, he said with a whisper. She began to laugh. Illos will never not be ours. His face turned and soured. That is, if I can convince the goblins. She rose and stood on her knees on the bed before she grabbed his face, a hint of admiration in her eyes. If she was brilliant at figuring things out, then he was just as astonishing when it came to thinking up new things. And she knew that he'd figure out what to do about the goblins. If the goblins have it, I know you will get it. She kissed him gently on the lips as Atticus' arms wrapped around her, thoughts of Illos, mithril, and goblins soon forgotten. Break. 2nd of May 1943. Parkinson POV. He leaned against one of the pillars as he watched the gathering talking amongst themselves. The only thing he'd been surprised about was that it had taken this long to happen. Welcome all, Lord Sayer said with a warm expression as he stood at the front of the ballroom in Sayer Manor. Crystalline chandeliers that sparkled every color possible, unblemished marble pillars that melted into the marble floor as if it had been carved out of one single block. He glanced at the men who had requested this meeting with Lord Sayer. The contrast between the robes they wore and the opulence of this ballroom was stark. These men had signed up to join Knights of Mimpost for differing reasons. Some felt the call of duty, the steadfast fools who had wholeheartedly believed it was the right thing to do. Others hit a stage in their lives that caused them to impulsively join the Knights and had found something they had lacked in their lives amongst the camaraderie they'd built with the men. Most had seen it as an opportunity, though he doubted any of them had understood what kind. Yet all of them were here for a single reason. They could no longer go back to their lives. The nature of British magical society could be summed up in three ways. The nobility, the second-class citizens and the quiet irrelevant. Mudbloods and half-bloods raised in the Muggle world were second-class citizens, yet they were also the loudest of the three groups. Over the last century, their voices had been heard and they were placated, even if measures taken to do it was worth as much as a goblin promising not to stab you in the back. When it came to the quiet irrelevant though, these were mostly purebloods that one walked by in one of the alleys but would never notice, the pureblood that worked in a middling position in the ministry, the pureblood whose name you vaguely recognize and later realize was related to one of the decent chasers who played for your team some 20 years ago. The purebloods that were the core of the population but lacked any power or drive for it. People who were accepting of being the quiet irrelevant, living their lives nearly untouched by whatever the ministry or the Wisengamot did or passed through into law. They were those people. As he glanced around, observing their expressions as Lord Sayer spoke, he felt a sense of triumph wash over him. He'd predicted that these people could never go back to their middling lives, these people who'd tasted war, who had been relevant, and did important and powerful things. Who'd seen his power. They'd requested this meeting a few days ago after they met up with each other to discuss how things were in their lives, remembering the offer he'd given to them all. Out of the 400 remaining members of the Knights of Mimpost, over 100 had gone home, here in Britain, in mainland Europe or elsewhere. These had been the heirs or members of noble families who had something to go back to. Another 100 had existing commitments that kept them away, whilst half that had businesses sponsored by Lord Sayer and by other lords who wished to contribute to the success of their comrades whilst also profiting from it. The last 150 or so. Well, he was staring at them. Hopeful, excited. Those were the expression they wore whilst their hearts swelled with trust. Loyalty, trust. They did odd things to men, he mused as he thought back on those days in the fields of battle. He'd seen firsthand the growing degree of trust and loyalty in these men, from battle to battle, victory after victory, not unlike radiant roses steadily but surely rupturing through fertile soil and soaking in ample nourishing sun. It had been fascinating to see happening and to see Sayer's reactions to it. It was amusing, the way it made him uncomfortable, which paradoxically made more of them comfortable with placing their trust in him, and setting those like Potter and Bones more at ease as more and more men became loyal to him personally. Just as it was amusing that in some way Sayer knew what happening and continued to encourage it even if it seemed like he was reluctant about it. Potter and Bones did not understand, but they felt it, feeling that there was something off about Sayer and what was happening. It was a credit to them despite being from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff families. As he looked at the men in front of him, he wondered. Would they ever glimpse at who Sayer was at all? Perhaps it was unfair. He himself wasn't even sure who the young lord was despite his observations and what he knew now having been brought into his confidence. He doubted he even knew half of it. But it was sufficient for now. He had plenty of time to find out everything. Before he'd been told, all he had known and suspected what that Sayer had plans. He had known it the moment Sayer had given that speech in the Wisengamot. It was a rallying cry, to be sure, but it was far from the conscientious rallying cry to remove a tyrant. He turned back his gaze at Lord Sayer, his calculating eyes watching, reading every minute expression his face bore as he spoke, grudgingly impressed at the range and the way his eyes changed so vividly and animatedly as he spoke about the various different jobs that they could have. He drew attention to himself like a niffler would be drawn to precious metals and stones, a magnet that glued the eyes and thoughts to his words, unable to resist to listen. He was young. Younger than he had the right to be. Perhaps that was what made it believable, he mused. The burning fires of youth fueling an impossible idea, one that would be mocked and ridiculed for being senseless. Sayer began to outline his plans to the men, to what they would be part of. They'd start with the underground portions of the magical world, clearing out the unsavory elements and rescuing the victims from their situation all across Europe. He could see it resonate with many of them after seeing some of the camps that de Gaulle had created. It had been gruesome to be sure, and he did not doubt that some of the men had nightmares about it even now. Sayer also told them of the educational opportunities that were available to them if they wanted that instead, and then would later work in one of his companies. Soon enough after he'd finished outlining the options available to them, one of them asked. "Would you accept my oath of vassalage?" One of the men asked, and his eyes were alight with amusement with how off guard Sayer was. He quickly regained composure as he stared at the man with a frown on his face. "Do you know what you're asking?" "I do," the man said firmly. Kelsey, if he remembered correctly, was his name. "So do I." "And I." On and on it went as more men declared their willingness to swear an oath of vassalage to him. Sayer raised his hand, a difficult-to-describe expression was on his face. Go home, he said in a soft tone which silenced the entire room. Go home and think on it. This is not a decision to be made lightly. I am. He paused for a moment. Honored that you find me worthy to swear an oath of vassalage to. He bowed his head towards them, a mark of deep respect and one that was appreciated by all. He raised his head. But I don't want you to make this decision lightly. Think on it, sleep on it. And if you still wish to do this, come tomorrow morning. After that, the men went home not long after and he remained behind with Sayer. He gazed out of the patio that led out towards the gardens of Sayer Manor. Did you know they'd do that? Sayer asked as he stepped beside him. No. He answered simply as he glanced at the young man from the corner of his eyes. But you suspected, Sayer simply stated, no accusation in his tone. I did. They fell in an easy silence for a while. I knew I held their loyalty but I never thought. Sayer trailed off. He could understand the sentiment. Oaths of vassalage were not to be done lightly. They were a greater oath than an oaths of allegiance like the one that tied the noble families of the Wisengamot to the British crown. Both had to be made with free will and were generational. It was tied to family magic. Oaths of allegiances were tied to titles and could be escaped if one gave up their titles and grants given to them to whom they were tied to. It could be severed by the one sworn to it. Oaths of vassalage had no such escapes. Where oaths of vassalage differed was that it could not be relinquished, not unless both parties agreed to. Even those who were vassals, like a number of noble families still were not bound by the oaths of vassalage as the practice had been deemed immoral by the ministry in its early days. Where did they even find out the existence of the oath? Sayer asked him. The slight narrowing of eyes indicated that he suspected him of something. Not from me. It may be obscure but it is still taught in some of the lesser schools in Britain. Especially given how important such oaths were in the time of Arthur Pendragon, he said that with a ghost of a smirk. Sayer scowled at the insinuation before he looked away at a distant tree that overlooked the lake. Will you reject it? Parkinson finally asked. He wasn't entirely sure he'd accept. I can't yet, I absolutely should. He glanced at Parkinson as his lips thinned. If it is found out. Parkinson nodded. Yes, it would cause issues to say the least. Those in power already were nervous about Sayer. The power he wielded, both politically and magically. He was a threat. And they were right to believe it so. This would only embolden their enemies. In a way he was glad that Illos was happening. He would have been disappointed in his expectations of Sayer if he turned out to be just another Dark Lord, which he would have become, willingly or not. All of this was far more exciting, worthy. Sayer turned to him. His purple-green eyes bored into him. Will you still be able to ferret out who among the ICW is arrayed against us and still able to oversee the operations in Europe? He tilted his head as he thought it over. For now. He nodded slowly. But I will need at least a few competent men. Karl Mirak. Sayer offered. A member of his family's ancient allies and who had fought with them in Europe. Strong magically and from what he saw of him, intelligent enough. He nodded acceptable. Sela Montaigne would be useful too. To begin with. She was unusually competent and someone who was trustworthy enough. Unfortunately, in the end she decided to go her separate way as she hadn't taken up any of the offers presented to the Knights of Mimpost. I'm working on it. Sayer said to him. He only nodded in response. Sayer gave an almost inaudible sigh. I suppose this will make it easier for our plans for the more troubling situations. It would, he agreed. They'd have more men at their command who were utterly loyal. One such possible situation was when it came to the unmonitored cases. Hale's choices were adequate, but inevitably there will be circumstances that they will not be able to deal with. The next day arrived and not one had changed their minds. Very well. Sayer said finally. Come forth, Mr. Kelsey. The room separated into two as he swept forward towards Atticus and took a knee in front of him. Sayer closed his eyes and brought together his hands to his chest. His magic began to manifest itself in tempestuous swirls of purples and greens as it grew and grew to exude from his very body. His eyes opened and two glowing white orbs struck at the world. Repeat after me. I, Jacobius Kelsey. I, Jacobius Kelsey. Hereby swear and promise on my faith and on my magic. Hereby swear and promise on my faith and on my magic. That I will be faithful and true to you, fight as you would fight, shun all that you shun. That I will be faithful and true to you, fight as you would fight, shun all that you shun. And never, by will nor force, by word nor by work, do aught what is loathful or harmful to you. And never, by will nor force, by word nor by work, do aught what is loathful or harmful to you. This so I swear on my magic, on my blood and on my faith to my lord Atticus Sayer of the House of Sayer. This so I swear on my magic, on my blood and on my faith to my lord Atticus Sayer of the most ancient and most noble House of Sayer. Both Sayer and Kelsey held a glow of silver for a brief second as he finished. And I Sayer began to speak, his voice teeming with solemnity and power as the magic around him intensified. Lord Sayer of the House of Sayer, make this promise to you. As you keep faith in me, I shall be faithful to you. I will fight for you as you would fight for me. I shall be fair in my judgment and merciful in my verdict of you, whom hath submitted to me and trusts in my will. This so I swear on my magic, on my blood and on my faith to my loyal vassal, Jacobius Kelsey. His eyes widened at that oath. It was far more stringent on Sayer himself. And it seemed like the men understood that too. It seemed like Sayer would continue to surprise him. They both glowed a golden hue as Sayer completed his part in the oath, the magic that twisted and whirled around him intensifying. One by one they came forth and swore the oath and in turn were given an oath by Sayer until it was all done. Yet, as the last man took his oath, they all as one kneeled before him, their heads bowed away from his glowing white orbs as his hair began to sway in the rich dense magic that he was exuding. He could not blame them. Perhaps that was why this was so exciting to him. Why he would never not see all of this through, even if it only had a small chance of success. Yes. True. He was young. But he looked at the young man before him, radiant and teeming with depths of magic that only a handful in tens of thousands of years had ever been capable of. Sayer looked like a king. A king worthy of magicals. One worthy of loyalty. Loyalty. Loyalty was odd, he mused. He'd seen the stirrings in the hearts of men, the hearts of these men many months ago, deepening and holding firm root within their very beings, and perhaps even he held a smidgen of such stirrings in his own as he glanced at the figure before him. And, he thought musingly as his eyes roved over the men who knelt in front of Sayer. Perhaps it was not loyalty that was odd but merely the root behind the oddity he could see happen. Conquest without having to conquer at all. And that? Well, that was perhaps a strength and a feat greater than all the magic in the world. Break. 5th of May 1943. Remind me never to go anywhere with you in public, his sister muttered loud enough for him to hear with her fingers pressing down his arm whilst they walked through the crowded street of Diagon Alley. He grimaced lightly before he fixed a smile on his face, nodding to the crowd who were greeting him a bit too much. They kept their distance, thankfully, given that it was improper to behave in such a way to a lord, never mind a lord of his stature. It helped that Dayton and a few guards were behind them as well. Sophia knew that it was for her sake even if he said otherwise. I didn't expect it to be this crowded on a Friday morning, he said to her. She looked to him unimpressed. Apparently ever since the death of Grindelwald, the alleys have never been busier. There are actually a few shops moving back into Diagon Alley away from Godric's Hollow, she commented. Godric's Hollow, ever since they'd moved much of the population away from the alleys, had become a bustling town, but it did lack something that Diagon Alley just exuded. He wasn't surprised that many people wanted to move back into Diagon. He parted ways with his sister and Dayton along with their guards and made his way towards Gringotts. He walked through bronze doors of the white building that dominated the surrounding shops. He glanced at the two goblins that stood by the doors before he walked past them and turned his gaze forward. Say what you wanted about the nature of goblins, but they did know to build grandiose buildings, as he glanced at the familiar vast marble hall that was unbroken and unblemished. He walked towards the counter, ignoring the hubbub of recognition from the people. I'm here to see Prince Ragnok, he said calmly. The teller's bored expression changed once he recognized Atticus and straightened up. Lord Sayer, the teller said with sharp eyes, the Crown Prince is expecting you. He turned around Hornhook. He barked out before he turned to face Atticus again. Soon enough he was alone with the Crown Prince of the Goblin Nation, the individual he'd been dealing with for the past few times he'd been in Gringotts on business. Well met, Lord Sayer, Ragnok said as he placed his hands on the table. Well met, Prince Ragnok. He inclined his head respectfully. He was directed to a seat opposite the Prince of the Goblin Nation. We have gone through the terms you have suggested, the Prince began, getting straight to the point. And? Atticus prompted as he leaned back in his chair, his eyes appraising the Prince before him. When he'd come to them to source the raw material he needed to make the technological infrastructure for Illos, it had taken days for them to iron out the agreements. They had been suspicious too, anyone would, really, considering the sheer volume of materials that he was purchasing for uses that none of them knew a single about. They knew he was using the material to build something, but they had no clue as to what. And they wouldn't, not until everyone else did. We are not disinclined to agree to supply the volumes you need in principle, the Prince said finally, but instead of 100% of the annual yield of this mysterious gold mine, he said with the slightest narrowing of eyes. He wasn't surprised that they weren't buying it. The purity of the gold was just too good for it to have been naturally occurring. But it suited both of them not to question it. The Prince was likely getting significant amount of political influence from this deal, and though he knew very little about what happened in the Goblin Nation, he did know that goblins gained prestige and power through the success of deals and businesses. We will accept 70% of the yield and 6 locations of sources of platinum and silver. The goblin placed his hands onto the table, staring intently at Atticus. Atticus narrowed his eyes. No. He said, simply meeting the gaze of the goblin. That is far too exorbitant. The goblin flashed his teeth. You do not deny it? Of course not. You would not believe me, and it serves me no purpose to deny such a thing. Atticus smiled thinly. After all, I did provide you over 4 dozen locations that housed rich veins and deposits of the metals I need. I would have been disappointed if the thought didn't cross your mind. The Goblin Prince remained silent for a moment. 50% of the yield and 6 rich sources of platinum and silver. Atticus remained silent, seemingly looking contemplative of the offer. He could care less about the veins of platinum and silver. It meant nothing to him, yet he knew that he would have to at least make it seem that he wanted a fair deal. Finally, after several minutes of silence, he spoke up. 50% of the yield for 3 years and 4 sources of platinum and silver deposits for 3 years' supply for the stipulated volume of metals and... His expression was unchanged, though his eyes glinted. A single artifact, coinage, or item made entirely out of authenticated mithril. The eyebrows of the Goblin Prince raised high until he began to chuckle before he turned his gaze back on Atticus. I'm surprised that mithril has remained out of your hands, especially given the wealth you seem to have access to. The prince cried as he stared at Atticus with a calculating gaze. If only wealth was all that was needed, Atticus said with a thin smile. We both know that the Goblin Nation has done an excellent job in ensuring that mithril remained out of the hands of anyone in the magical world. The prince bared his teeth before he inclined his head, accepting Atticus' words as praise rather than an accusation. The goblins had gotten an agreement out of Emrys to never make the forging of mithril public for the sake of peace, despite the fact that at that point the goblins had been little more than a neutered paper tiger. Mithril was the holy grail of magical metals and was simply better than goblin silver and threatened to destroy their entire artificing industry. No one would buy goblin produce if wizarding produce was available and was better. Ironically, that agreement was what allowed for the goblins to gain a measure of revitalization, as it helped fund what eventually became into the institution that was Gringotts. Any houses that may have a source of mithril had long ago been robbed of it, and if there were any noble families who had any, well, they certainly managed to keep it secret. The prince got up. I will speak to a few of my people, he simply stated before he exited the room. 10 minutes later he arrived back and sat in his seat again. 60% of the annual yield for 4 years, 5 sources of platinum and silver for 3 years' supply of the required volume of the specified metals. His hand went into his pocket and fished out a large smooth coin. And 1 coin made out of authenticated mithril. He placed the coin with a thud on the desk. Atticus stared at the coin with a burning intensity. No matter what he did or tried, he could never find any source of it, nor could he find any texts on it. Not even the resurrection stone was able to call forth Merlin, Merdin, or whatever other variants he was known by. Not even his damn companions, most of them he managed to call upon, had known how the man had done it or what his true name was. And without a single clue or source, it was like shooting in the dark with no light at a target 1,000 yards away. Incredibly improbable. And now, here was a source he'd been wanting for years. His gaze traveled, meeting the goblin's eyes as a slow cool smile formed on his face, one the Goblin Prince reciprocated, knowing that an agreement was reached. Break. 8th of May 1943. Emily POV. One thing I never understood, she said as she looked across the table to Moira as they ate lunch, is why you never attempted to revitalize your people when you found out the Forerunners were gone, at least had not visited for a very long time. Both her and Atticus were currently at the facility, the final arrangements being made with regards to the 64 km nickel-cored asteroid that they'd chosen. It would turn into a 77 km long oval structure that was less convex than an egg, but at present, it was not occupying her mind. Moira looked at her, her soulful black eyes seemed to stare right through Emily. She met Moira's gaze unflinchingly. She didn't trust the older woman, not when she felt almost nothing from her. It was like she was a void. That wasn't the only thing either. Much of what Moira did didn't make sense to her. She was far from the kind of woman to wallow on the losses she and her people suffered, no. Moira was far more like her than everyone else realized. She could feel the disapproval emanating from Atticus, but he remained silent. She finally answered after a moment's pause. 100,000 years separated me from when the ancient enemy committed the great crime against my people and born your ancestors. 100,000 years that allowed for genetic drift, new combinations, new genetics. She tilted her head in a near feline fashion. Even if I could have raised my people from the dead, what gave me the right to end what I had seen as my people's descendants, no matter how reduced? You would have corrected a crime done against your people, Emily said with narrowed eyes. That would have given you the right. Perhaps that is so from your perspective, she said with a patient tone, though her eyes held a hard look them. But from mine, I would have been no better than my ancient enemies. Her eyes seemed to grow distant, as if she was lost to a stream of memories that haunted her. She made to respond, but Atticus interjected. Emily, where is this coming from? She stared at him for a moment before she glanced at Moira. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts, she said simply, her blue-black eyes staring at Moira. She had all this time to do more, yet she did nothing with it. She turned to Atticus. I cannot understand it, not when she has all of this power. Sophia had told her that she'd been tired, that all she was doing was waiting until it was time for her to pass on the knowledge. She didn't understand it, not when she could have done so much with it. And how do you even know she is even who she claims to be? She asked of Atticus. It drove her mad how much he seemed to trust her. I know she is my direct ancestor, he said after a moment. It's been verified, Emily. Before she could ask, he continued. As to why she hasn't done anything further until I arrived, he turned to Moira and it seemed as if something passed between them. Moira's children, my ancestors foresaw me coming, he said in a strange tone, one that made her realize that he was still having trouble with it. That's not possible, she said slowly as her mind processed what had just been said. Divination cannot see so far ahead into the future. It's not possible, she said in a firmer tone, her eyes swiveling towards Moira, deep-seated mistrust apparent in her eyes. It is perhaps not possible with your kind's current understanding or capabilities to glimpse into and perceive living time, Moira answered, her old eyes boring into Emily. Living time? Atticus asked with a frown. Moira got up from her seat and began to walk towards the door. Meet me in Lab 001, she said in her ever-patient tone as she walked out. Emily pinched her face even as she got up. I don't know why you trust her so much, she stated as they walked towards the door. I can understand your distrust, he said calmly as he looked at her from the corner of his eyes, but it is misplaced. You don't understand why she didn't take advantage of everything because it is not what you would have done. Are you saying you wouldn't? She asked sharply, her head snapping in his direction. If I lost everything and everyone I knew. He trailed off, for a moment until he breathed out, and I don't know, I would have done things differently to Moira. For a moment, she felt stricken. If she lost Atticus? An uneasy silence filling the space between them until they arrived at the lab. The double doors parted and Moira stood there at the center by a platform that formed from what she understood as millions if not billions of tiny machines. It began to twist upwards like a slow-rising anthill until the mass of machines began to float in the air in a bulbous grey mass of shifting orb. It stretched and thinned until all that remained was a strange collection of interlinked web of orb-like islands that vaguely reminded her of an image in one of the books from the restricted section she'd read on the mind. One cannot understand living time without understanding what neural physics is, Moira began, her words echoing like an eerie sigh in a cavernous hall. The grey structure began to shift, combining once more until long tendril began to stretch out from its center and coalesce to form spiral arms, until it resembled the galaxy. Neural physics is the all-encompassing understanding of abstract interaction between thought and the fabric of reality, its guiding principle being that the entire universe is living. The galaxy began to split apart, another galaxy forming, and it did this again and again until it resembled the same structure at the beginning, those same orb-like mountains forming in an overarching collective that was all combined. It pulsed not unlike a heart pulsed, and she knew that it was far from only a coincidence. Moira turned to them, her striking looks now seemed far more captivating as she spoke. You draw on exotic neurophysical energy, the same energy that permeates the cosmos to alter reality based on your will and your intent, your consciousness demanding the change in reality, and the living cosmos acts on your demand. Magic, Emily simply stated, and Moira nodded. Though what you know of it is akin to what your more mundane cousins know of the universe and principles on which it works. It is incomplete. Emily said nothing to that as Moira continued. The mind and soul are a fundamental aspect of everything that exists, the vehicle that allows one small part of a greater whole to affect reality. Your kind does this in a way that can only be compared to one other species. The cosmos shifted into a grotesque being, an unnatural mix of arthropod and mammal, head flat and broad and low, overlapping sloping shoulders, wide-spaced compound eyes glittering like raw diamonds. The solid image of the creature twisted around, its many limbs there to be seen, whilst down its spine there crept a segmented, sea scorpion-like tail. The precursors, she heard Atticus whisper. These were the god-like beings that they were most similar to? She thought with distaste. The creature looked far from being anything more than an overgrown parasite than it did a god-like being. Atticus spoke of them with a kind of reverence that reminded her when he got really going on topics of magic. He idolized them. She could understand it, for if it was true on what they had been capable of, to create star roads that spanned untold distances away, creating structures that left even empires such as the ancient humans and their ancient enemies full of awe. It didn't mean that the creature wasn't repulsive looking. She hoped that their creations looked far better than they did. And living time is the collective universal consciousness that influences the whole of reality. The creature disappeared as a long tube-like stream formed and began to complete itself into a circle where light traveled around in the tunnel on an endless loop. Living time is made up of all that is experienced, will be experienced, and could have been experienced. A collection of consciousness of all living things that is bound and affected by individuals or groups of individuals, Atticus said slowly with a deep frown as he tried to formulate what they had just been told. Almost, Moira answered. Living time is enriched by all that is, could or will be experienced. It is a living entity on its own, and we are but a small part of a greater whole. It is an infinite series of twisting, entangled streams that are intrinsically tied to fate. Wait. Emily voiced out, her eyes wide with shock. You meant to say your people believed in fate? Fate was something she didn't like to hear was true, even if it was something that magicals deeply believed in. But they had proof of it. Seers, prophets, and other divination talents had all proven that there was something like fate that existed. To hear that Moira's people, perhaps even these forerunners, believed in fate. She hated the idea that she was not in control of her own destiny, that all she would ever achieve was because it was allowed to happen. If even millions of years old magic-less beings believed in its existence. In a way you could say that. Moira gave a saddened smile, her old eyes seemed far more tired than she had ever seen on anyone. It is hard not to believe in such a notion if it was not observed to exist. If I understand correctly, you mean to say that any consciousness is derivative of the cosmic consciousness, this living time? Atticus asked, returning to the topic, away from the notion of fate. It can be considered as such, yes. We are but a small part of a greater whole. Moira answered. The mantle of responsibility, the guardianship of all living things, is formed around the notion of living time. The mass of machines shifted and solid images of planets and peoples began to form. There were some among my people, Moira began, her voice eerie and distant. Those were most like you, that were able to perceive living time. Holographic images popped into existence, a swirling mess of images that made no sense cycled through as Moira continued. Glimpses of living time often came as an overwhelming cacophony of moments, deeds, acts or memories, all twisted within bombarding chaotic unnavigable streams that held no beginning or end. Yet, Moira said in a grim reverence, the slight shift in her voice felt like a disharmonious bell. There were some, a few, who could glimpse living time and fewer still that could perceive it with any kind of coherence. The holographic images stopped cycling and images of people in odd armors and with tattoos marked on their faces, all of them the same and all of them held immutable gazes though their faces showed and spoke of ashen futures and sorrow destinies. Before she knew it, she had breathed an indrawn breath, one that felt as if she was steeling herself for more revelations. Those few who could navigate through chaos and tangled flows of living time were our greatest. Her voice shifted, the disharmonious bells were now synced into a voidless abyss. I was once told that once one is able to listen, able to unravel the tangled web of the flow of living time, that it felt like you were finally how you were meant to exist, a knowing part of a greater whole, connected and entwined to the living universe. That the state of being before this was like missing all four limbs and all your senses, blind and unable to interact truly with reality. She heard his breath quiver and she glanced at him. His face looked pale, his eyes wide as if his notions of reality had been shattered before him. Her mind went back to the memories had shown her of his battle with Grindelwald, the indescribable way she, had seen the world forcefully came to the forefront of her mind. Was he seeing living time then? Or at the very least a form of it? Perhaps they all did, in their own way. He may be more attuned but there were others who could see magic, who had visions. Those were able, naturally, also became our greatest heroes. The images shifted away to great ships that rained death and destruction against other great ships though these seemed to be infected with sickly ashen green tendrils. They learned to untangle threads and how to follow them, threads that lead to events, events that led to divergence and divergence that led to possibilities that were not yet solidified. The images shifted towards ruthless shows of planet after planet being destroyed and then into images of different ships, larger and more alien, and more numerous. Such possibilities had been what allowed my people to remain fighting for so long, at first against the flood and then, later, against our ancient enemies. Moira said, her voice conveyed, muted though it may be, hints of irrevocable pride. Though Moira began again, her tone all but vanished. Such hints of pride and a fractured sense of loss seemed to seep in the end. Not even this understanding could change the flow of living time, not even our greatest could alter what was to come and what will be. The images blinked out, the mass of machines flowed downwards and merged with the grey cold floor. Moira turned to them, her face solemn and emanating a deep sense of acceptance. Any civilization that claims to uphold the mantle, is tasked to abide by the first rule, to preserve the balance of living time. Her eyes grew hooded, darkening not unlike the emptiness of space. The flood went against the very nature of the mantle, raining down incalculable destruction to all life, caused suffering on a galactic scale that distorted and restricted the flow of living time to the point that it was at risk of collapse. Moira raised herself up, her impressive height now seemed to be towering. It was an imbalance that started long before the emergence of the flood with the death of the precursors. Moira said solemnly, her eyes now gazing past them. Our greatest perceivers had all come to a single outcome, a single cruel yet bittersweet conclusion in their interpretation of paths shown in living time. Her eyes grew hooded as if she remembering a terrible moment. Our time had come yet our time was yet to come. Moira said, saying it in a way that seemed she was choke-full of regret and held withered dreams. The imbalance that stemmed from the death of the precursors and then later further thrown into precipitous collapse by the flood, was for our descendants to rectify, whomever and whatever they may be. My daughter, half ancient, half new, had this same understanding yet hers was of a clarity greater than any I have heard of before. She saw possibilities like no other and she spent many years following the threads of living time, encouraging, growing the seeds that led to events that would increase the possibilities of this very moment to occur. Her infantile ripples, her small deeds, her kind acts, all of it became waves, waves that continue to grow even now and one day will cleanse the galaxy from the imbalance that poisons it. Moira's words were like hammers on an anvil. Emily's world was thrown in a hazy daze as she struggled to understand the sheer magnitude, sheer loss and sacrifice Moira spoke of. You ask why I did nothing. Moira's words seemed to haunt her as she stared at those soul-tearing black eyes of the impossibly tall woman. Moira stepped forward and Emily took a step back. It was laughable, that she feared this woman who had no magic, could die from just a simple cutting curse, yet she seemed insurmountable, someone who bore the fires and labors of a once great civilization long extinct for an inconceivable age and now seemed to unleash her words of fury onto her. I did everything. Her words felt like a ripple had been sent out into the world, an immutable fact that permeated throughout the universe, words that held far more meaning than could possibly be explained. You are my triumph, you are my daughter's triumph, you are my people's triumph, and you are living time's triumph. Moira walked past them and stood just by the opened doors. Understand that these gifts are not for you. They are meant for far more than one single family and one single race of beings. She paused for a single moment. It is what my people have always striven for. Those words were said softly with a deep melancholy as she left the room to a deathly silence that seemed to suffocate all. Emily stared at her hands and saw that she was trembling. She'd never experienced such emotions before, that she felt like she was little more than an ant before a boot. She looked to her side, to Atticus, and saw him looking at her with a grim countenance. Power, Emily, power comes in many, many forms. He looked away from her, towards the doors. You saw and felt that today. He said, not in an unkind tone, as his soft footsteps clanged eerily as the sounds bounced off of the constricting walls of the lab. Soon she was left all alone with her thoughts, her mind still processing all that she learnt. She wasn't sure what she felt, if it was fear, anger, or a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was all three. One thing she knew for sure though. Never anger Moira again. Break. 25th of May 1943. The coin flicked between his fingers as he stared at it. It was like a radiant sun, every single atom teemed with magic on a scale he'd never seen before. It was mesmerizing. Yet it was also infuriating. He could not even begin to understand how it was made. It was literal solidified magic. He had used the facility's resources to analyze it and it had come to the same conclusion. Neurophysical energy made solid. Moira had been stupefied, as much as she was able to be made stupefied, at the eerie similarities between it and the precursor structures of the Eternal. Karam Hawker. He'd seen the images of the precursor's structures, the awe-inspiring orbital arch that were indestructible to all known weaponry. He'd seen the star roads made of the same light blue-white cable-like material that laid all across the galaxy and connected stars and planets tens of thousands of light years away. He stared at the grayish-blue coin that was in his hands. It was not the same. Not quite. However. It was close. How I wish I could speak with you, Merlin, Atticus whispered in mystified awe. To think he made such a creation without even knowing what it meant. How many people throughout history had made such startling fledgling rediscoveries that literal godlike beings used to make megastructures that encompassed thousands of light years. For a moment he regretted destroying the stone. Rowena, you would have loved to know about this. He said with a regretful sigh. He had never really told Rowena the full truth, the fact that there was so much history, awe, and mystery out there that they were beginning to understand. She would have loved to hear of the grandness of the precursors, the wonder it would have inspired in her that humanity was reborn after having lived for millions of years before. He could have used her intriguing insight and knowledge. He'd spent 3 weeks with this coin with no success. Almost no success. He breathed out deeply and once more let himself immerse in the streams of magic. The incandescent streams and threads of magic that permeated through the universe were all alight to him. He stared down at the glowing coin before him, as radiant as a star on the precipice of going supernova. With a simple gesture of will, he drew his magic towards the coin and it responded. The amethyst and emerald colors of his magic seeped into the mithril coin like lines of moving paint on a grey-blue canvas. He kept this up for over an hour before he got up and walked towards the weighing device he had made. He didn't want magic to interfere with any readings, so it was completely technological. He read the chart and saw that it was 92 grams, 14 grams heavier than the first time it was measured. It soaked up magic like no other and it retained it. Not without having the coin active though. It needed to be activated, something that took him a while. He'd used minor blood magic, just to see how it responded, and it was at that stage that it truly began to respond to him. Unfortunately, it was all that he could discern, for now. But it was enough, in a way. He lifted the coin from the weighing device and let it rest in the center of his palm. It could be grown. Like a seed in fertile soil, his magic constantly feeding into it like life-giving water, whatever mechanism that converted the energy into mass, into mithril, within its atomic structure that no technology could identify or even see, constantly put into work. It would be useful, but not on this minuscule scale. It made his endeavors to discover to convert other forms of energy into neurophysical energy all the more important. It was why he was doubling down on the energy courses that Moira marked out for him years ago. There had to be a way to transform one form of energy into magic. He clasped tightly onto the coin, his mind going in overdrive as he thought on what mithril would allow. All of Illos could be covered by a massive indestructible ward powered by magic absorbed in mithril. Thousands of miles of mithril lines or cables would sit in between the adamantite structures and the kilometer-plus deep soil and waters. Runes would be etched into the cables and lines that would generate the wards that would protect Illos and would have also other wards that would allow him and law enforcement to know everything that happens within the boundaries of the wards. No one but he would be able to control it completely. He loved Emily, but he knew that giving her complete control wasn't the best of ideas. Not until he could completely trust her judgment. He shook those thoughts away. Diamond wardstones were excellent, but they paled in comparison to mithril for what could be done. After all, they could be broken, dismantled. They were not eternal. Not like this coin, not like this seed. He opened his hand, his eyes once more on the grey-blue coin that opened up so many once considered impossibilities. On top of the technological defensive measures, the shields and the sensors and so on, Illos was going to be a fortress world ship. One that carried the hopes and dreams of an entire people. One that was born out of the mind of a damaged boy who had been reborn with limitless possibilities open to him. He may not be able to make mithril yet, but knowing it could be done. Well, that is half the challenge, he whispered, his voice teemed with unbridled promises made to a listening universe, his eyes burned with intensity that resembled a wildfire that swept across the dry plains at the height of summer. A wildfire. A raging wildfire that held no end to its hunger. Break. 1st of June 1943. Damien Greengrass POV. What time are you leaving? His daughter asked him, a concerned frown on her face. He looked up from the bill he was working on with the abbots that would increase the charges levied on certain goods imported from Ireland. The bloody Irish were increasing the prices on some of the potions ingredients that he imported from them. It was not a major problem, for he could invest in expanding greenhouses on his lands, but it was a matter of principle. Speaking of principle, he did not want to meet with him privately, but he knew he couldn't refuse. At 10. He told her before he returning his gaze onto the papers. When he didn't hear her leave, he glanced up at her and saw her standing there, biting her lip. She did that when she was concerned. You're worried about nothing. The abbots, the Bones, the Macmillans and the Malfoys were invited personally by Sayre to invite them to his wedding. He told her, his gaze once more on the papers. It seemed like it didn't assuage her. What if he knows? She whispered with dread in her tone. Damien did not look up. It had crossed his mind. How could it not? But had the boy known, would he have waited all this time? Damien knew he wouldn't, not if he knew he was far more powerful than the one who had ordered his father's death. There would have been a blood debt to settle. If he had known, we would not still be alive right now, he answered truthfully, gazing up from the papers as his hand went to the glass of fire whiskey. He took a gulp of it before his eyes resettled on his daughter, who looked pale. He knew it had taken a great toll on her to betray her friend for the sake of the family. He pitied her in truth, and should she come with an acceptable match, he would accept it. It was the least he could do. Not even friendship would be enough to stay a hand, he told her as he got up. That was the nature of being nobility. He walked around the desk and closed the gap between father and daughter. He placed his hands on her shoulders and she looked up at him. Why don't you go see Jacob and your nephew, he said softly to her. Little Cygnus would be happy to see you. A tremulous smile came across her face before she hugged him. Please be careful, father. Atticus is sharp. She broke off from him, her eyes glazed, lost in memories. If you slip up, he will know. She stepped back and walked away, leaving him to his thoughts. If he was sharp, he would have discovered your treachery, Nymera, he said quietly to himself before shaking his head. The boy might be powerful, but he was still only a boy, no matter if he was a lord. He had foolish idealistic notions about blood and society that only boys had. The Wizengamot had already lost their admiring eyes and now looked upon with suspicious ones. Whilst he may not be advocating for equal rights as many feared he might do, as Lord Black had warned them about, it was clear that his speeches of advancing magical society had such undertones. Had he been an impressionable fool, he would have been swept up by the grand speeches that the boy had made in the 2 of the last 4 Wizengamot sessions. Though, that nagging feeling he got at times during those days never left him. As much as he hated to admit it, there were similarities between the boy and his low, Grindelwald. He had charisma, no doubt about it, but it had a feverish quality to it. As if you wanted to stand up your feet, cheering in a bout of uncontrolled excitement, not unlike when a chaser made a once-in-a-lifetime play in a Quidditch World Cup final. Grindelwald, however, could swindle all your wealth from you with but the way he spoke, with a choice few words, and you'd be happy to do it. Still, he's far from Grindelwald, he murmured softly as he adjusted his robes in the mirror that was by the flue. Try as he might, that nagging feeling remained him despite his words that attempted to chase it away. He arrived at Sayre Manor as he travelled through the flue and glanced around. The familiar low incline of the Sayre reception greeted him, though there was no one else there. He narrowed his eyes at the slight. He wouldn't FO. The sudden noises of soft footsteps invaded his ears and he swiveled around, his eyes widening at what he saw. Lord Greengrass here to see Master Sayre. The elf spoke eloquently, startling Damien. The elf was dressed in a pristine black uniform with a pristine silken white shirt underneath his blazer. The elf's gaze unsettling, sharp and not at all submissive. What kind of elves did the Sares have? Yes, he said finally, regaining his composure and looked at the creature with a stern look. Where is your master? The elf's posture was straight, his gaze unflinching under his stern tone which irritated Damien. Master is in the Lord's office. The elf turned on its heels and glanced over his shoulder. Please follow me. I will take you there. The elf began to walk, leaving Damien agape. He had never been talked to in such a strong tone by an elf before. His hand twitched. It seems the Sares did not know how to put their elves into their place. He'd talked to the boy about this. It was unbecoming for an elf to dare look at their betters in such a way. He stared at the elf's back and the thought crossed his mind to strike out at the elf. He widened his eyes for a moment and chastised himself. A boy who defeated my former lord, he thought to himself with concern. He could not afford to be anything other than courteous and respectful. Killing his elf wouldn't do that. Plus, if he ever discovered his family's role in the death of his father and near capture of his mother. He follows the oddly dressed elf up the stairs and through the wide-spaced halls of Sayre Manor. The opulence nature of the marbled stoned walls and paintings all dedicated to the history of the Sares caused a deep unsettling feeling to emerge within himself. He breathed out of his nostrils, avidly employed a clemency to calm himself. He had stared at the face of a dark lord as mighty as Grindelwald himself. He could face down the young man that was the same age as his daughter. Finally, they arrived at the door of the Lord's office and were beckoned forth into the room. Sayre was set behind his desk, seemingly working on something before he looked up. His distinct purple-green eyes bored into him and before he knew it, he'd averted his eyes. He tried to pass it on as he looked around the office. The walls were covered with thick books that recognized, many of which were related to Weisengamot business but also saw that it changed very little from the last time he'd been in here. Memories sprang to the forefront of his mind. He'd been in here, once. When he'd been a child he'd come here with his father to discuss with Samuel Sayre, the grandfather of the current lord, terms of a neutral-aligned political alliance. Nothing more than a middling business agreement had come out from it. The Sayre had refused to get involved in politics beyond business at that time. How things changed, he thought as he looked back at Sayre. Lord Greengrass, the boy said in a smooth cultured tone, his voice deeper than the last time he remembered. Lord Sayre, he said respectfully, a slight bow of the head to gesture respect amidst his arrival in a home of a family that was of equal stature to his own. Perhaps in name but not in actuality, the grim thought echoed in his mind. Please, take a seat, the young lord said with a small smile on his face. He'd found the whole situation odd, to invite heads of houses and even their spouses at times just so that they could be invited to the wedding. It felt like being summoned and it was an uncomfortable thought. The problem was no one could really refuse, not when he was the man of the century. Getting married to a lost heir of one of the founders, an infamous one who now seemed no one had really known considering the diaries that had been published. It had been a blow to the purest beliefs, especially if what his wife had told him what Lady Max's thoughts were on them. I believe that this is about the wedding? He asked as he sat down. Sayre chuckled. Yes it is, he said in a gentle smile as he leaned back in the old yet unblemished chair. My apologies if I have inconvenienced you by sending an invite on such short notice, he said in a charming apologetic way. He smiled slightly. It is no bother, Lord Sayre. He glanced at the bill on the desk and saw that it was the same one that he'd been working on. We all have our duties but we can make time, sparingly as it might be. Sayre smiled though it felt slightly off. Yes, he nodded, his hand came forth and began to softly caress against the ancient mahogany desk as he stared at Damien. We all have our duties, he said in a sharpened voice, the smile on his face now seemed far more dangerous. Damien's smile became fixed, the growing unsettling feeling in his stomach was beginning to make him feel ill. He cleared his throat, an act that felt like he was removing a boulder that felt welded to the mouth of a cave. I do not have much time. You did have plenty of time to help your former lord though. The smile that Sayre wore was now dark, his eyes bore the marks of burning inferno that cast a shadow down a shadowless pit. His mouth felt dry, his heart quickened as the realization settled in his mind. I don't kn. My family was careful, very careful. Sayre spoke over him in a conversational manner, his lips moved but the expression he wore was far from friendly. I was very careful. Sayre's eyes became hooded. The air began to feel constricting as Sayre began to exude a pitiless well of magic that brought unwanted, devastating memories back. I knew the attack was coming, Sayre said with shiver-inducing simplicity as horror began to seep into his bones, his hands tightly clenched so much so it would not be any longer until he drew blood. Why, you knew? He said with horrified eyes. I did. It was why my family did not go public places during that time, Sayre said with eyes that were turbulent, eyes that showed the raging hate that the boy held for him. The boy leaned forward. The terrifying shadowed face with blinding purple suns for eyes parted its mouth. Yet one single piece of information, one slip of the tongue to my friend was enough to have lost nearly everything. It was spoken with a whisper but it echoed in his mind, and he wanted to curl up in his discombobulated state when the echoes wouldn't stop, as if he was imprisoned within a brass church bell which was hit again and again with a jackhammer. You cannot kill me, people know where I am. He whimpered out, that simple fact was the only thing that prevented him crumbling. If I die, people will know that you had something to do with it and not even the public's love for you can prevent you from being destroyed. The bell stopped to his eternal relief even if was for a moment. The pressure that was exuded diminished, the terror he felt was slowly receded. You used your daughter, her friendship with me against my family. Sayer's voice was now solemn, grim, tinges of nostalgia apparent. You are right, I am not going to kill you, Lord Greengrass. He said matter-of-factly, as if killing had never been an option. What was the point of all this then? He looked up and saw the hateful eyes staring back at him. He gathered himself despite the fear he felt. I had nothing to do with that attack, Lord Sayer. You are mistaken and whomever told you so is lying, he said with a firm tone he could manage. One that did not fool either, but that did not matter. Sayer could not kill him here. He couldn't even do anything to him that wouldn't be picked up by the best healers in the world. Sayer should not have told him he knew. Sayer could have snuck in an attack in secrecy. Though he doubted the ability of him to succeed despite all that he'd seen. He'd invested a massive amount of galleons into the defensive wards of Greengrass Manor, including some not-so-legal death wards, so they would have at least given some amount of time to escape. They also had many homes all across the world. They could wait him out until he'd come up with a plan. Arcturus Black would not say no if it meant House Greengrass was subordinate to House Black. It would be a difficult chocolate frog to swallow, but if it had to be done to survive. I am going to leave, he said as he got up, hoping that the boy would not cause any issues. I won't press any charges as it is clear you are unbalanced because of grief and possibly even the war, he said as he straightened out his robes with as much grace as he could muster. He needed to get out, now. But it is clear until you get yourself checked out, House Greengrass will not interact with you, he said with growing strength. He turned around and quickly made way to the door. I wouldn't leave just yet if I were you. The ominous words stopped him in his tracks and he stilled. Not when we have much more to discuss. He turned around and his eyes widened. There was some kind of floating picture that seemed to be slightly see-through. He recognized the familiar home. What? He said confused as the image seemed to pan out and towards the back of the manor. That shouldn't be possible, he spluttered as he unconsciously neared the image. His heart plummeted and his knees felt weak. He was staring at an image of his wife, his daughter, and his son's family, including his grandson, sitting in the gardens leisurely conversing with each other under the sun. Your wards mean nothing to me, Sayer said, and his eyes snapped to the demon boy. His wand snapped towards his hand. Avid Sayer didn't move, he simply stared, yet Damien could do nothing but be helplessness under whatever kept him still. Sayer got up, the desk skidded, loudly, to the side as he walked at a leisurely pace through the strange see-through image and, for the first time, Damien recognized those eyes. They were different, far more vibrant and colorful, but they held the same unsettling otherworldly quality to them that spoke of one's insignificance under their gaze. The same kind of gaze that belonged to his former lord. The images caught his eyes as they changed, and he saw then the futility of it all as one by one, all of his homes were shown to him with crystal clear clarity, even the secret home he'd built a decade ago in Panama. For the first time in months. He was afraid for his family. You realize it now, don't you? Sayer's voice was soft and held a melodious quality to it that threatened to strip him bare. His wand was slowly being pried out of his still hand and began to revolve around Sayer, his eyes never falling away from Damien's. Finally, he glanced away. A moment's reprieve fell onto Damien until Sayer set his gaze on the moving images of his family that returned much to his dismay. He knew that it was of today because he had seen his wife wear that necklace and dress this morning. It's a lovely family. A respectable ancient old pure-blood family, Sayer said, each word induced growing dread within the pits of his stomach. He struggled against whatever restraining magic held him still, but it was no avail. Mine was complete like this. Once he tried to scream, to beg, to plead for mercy, but he could do nothing. It was a pain unlike I have experienced. Even now, the grief is strong. And it could have been worse had I not been in time to save my mother. Magic rose in the air like a wave of unforgiving fires rising to consume everything in its path. Solemn silence permeated the air like a graveyard on a fog-covered morning. His eyes prickled with tears as he watched Sayer watch his family with disquieting patience. Finally, after so long he thought harrowing dread would consume him, Sayer spoke again, which would have caused to him to miss that terrible silence. There are only a few of us left, most ancient and most noble houses. Sayer turned around, his cold amethyst eyes bore down on him like an undead stared down at its prey. Do you understand? Sayer whispered as he took a step forward, his eyes boring down to his very soul. He gasped as his head hung down when the magic that restrained him fell away, but only on his head and neck. His breathing was erratic and he managed to lift his head, his eyes full of defeat. He met the gaze of the monster before him. He knew that he only had one chance to ensure the survival of his family, the survival of almost 2,000 years of history and blood. He had held unwavering conviction in Grindelwald's righteous cause, a conviction that had put his family at risk the moment he was accepted in the man's circle. He could do no less than what Grindelwald bade him to do, if nothing else but for the sake and survival of his family. just as he could do no less than what Sayer bade him to do. I do, he said with a tremulous voice. Sayer's eyes glinted as he leaned forward slightly, his face slightly obscured by the falling long strands of midnight black hair. I see all, I know all, Sayer said, wisps of power, strands of magic bled through the skin of his face, the soft crackling sounds of his magic echoing in a dread-inducing manner that seemed to be ill in tune with his racing heart. Sayer did not belong on this earth, not with this magic. A primal fear took hold of him, one that screamed at him to obey, to never strike at the outstretched hand of this thing. His glowing purple-green eyes were a wrathful raging storm, promise of annihilation was apparent in them. Know that in the house of green grass may survive. Any and all thoughts of disobedience and betrayal was eliminated, for he did not doubt that the house of green grass would meet its end by the hand of his monster. Break. 21st of June 1943. Arcturus POV. Arcturus stared at the glass of fire whiskey, the crackling sounds of the burning woods in the fireplace filling the silence, his hands rotating the glass with slow, careful twists of the wrist. A knock of the door brought him out of this therapeutic trance he was in. Come in, he said loudly enough. Father. Orion said with furrowed brows. Kriaker said you wanted to see me. Yes. He gestured towards the seat opposite him. Take a seat. Orion looked at him for a moment before he did as was asked. Father, I did anything wrong? Arcturus raised his hand, halting his son from speaking any further. That is to be determined, he said with a gruff tone despite the feeling of unease he felt deep within himself at what he'd have to do. Orion now looked nervous, concerned where this was going. If this is about Walburga and I, he stammered as his face grew red with shame and embarrassment. I could not care a single thing that you have been, fornicating with your chit of a cousin, he snapped irritably. It was a lie, he would have preferred Orion with a useful match. Damn Pollux had demanded that they be betrothed to marry as soon as they finish Hogwarts once the man had discovered they were fucking. He couldn't deny it, not when the damned chit demanded it as well. She was an awful match for Orion, but at the same time it may yet prove useful enough to ensure that the family remained together for what may come. Pollux's line was fruitful and he needed it for the next generation of blacks for what was to come. He could only hope Pollux died before the wedding took place. He would not be able to bear to see the man's smug content face without strangling him to death. Have you sworn oaths? He asked, his eyes fixed on Orion, who stilled like a griffin at night under the light of Lumos. Oaths? Orion asked dumbly. Answer the damn question, boy, before I rip it out of your mouth. Arcturus snapped out as he got up and smashed the glass of fire whiskey in the fireplace, which bloomed as the liquid caught fire. Orion reared back startled and shocked, but snapped into clarity. And no, father, I haven't. I haven't. No oaths of loyalty, no oaths of vassalage, Arcturus pressed, his voice booming as he bore down at his son. No, nothing like that. He stammered out, panicked. Arcturus' eyes sharpened. But something like that? He asked sternly. Orion swallowed. I pledged myself to Salazar's heir, he said with a subdued whisper, his eyes cast down, and Arcturus felt a pit form in his stomach. I see. Arcturus said, his voice dead. But it wasn't an oath or anything, I swear, father, Orion tried to say. Arcturus turned away from his son. You fool, it's never as simple as that when it comes to magic, he said in a tired voice. Words almost always held meaning in everything a magical said. Vows and promises, pledges may not be constrained by magic like oaths may be, but it could have an impact on a person's magic. Just like misfortune in a life of misery would befall the secret keeper if he betrayed those who entrusted him/her with their lives and their secret. Not many knew of this feature of the Fidulius charm, but they should have realized it. Magic always required a form of balance. He snapped his fingers and the room was barged in, and he heard Orion slump in his chair. He looked over his shoulder and saw Cassie with a few of their most loyal men take Orion's sleeping form away. He clenched his fist tightly. It has to be done, Cassie soothed, a serious and solemn expression on her face. It's not as bad as we thought it might have been, but it's still unacceptable. Will he still be the same? Arcturus asked, getting straight to the point. Cassie smiled grimly. My answer is still the same as it was last time. He will be different, but at his core. She trailed off for a moment. He will still be the same. She hesitated for a moment and it caused him to snap at her. Speak up, he demanded, and she gave him a disapproving glare that lacked much bite. He might become withdrawn in some ways, she said finally. He scowled as he looked away from his sister. What they were going to do, Orion? Will he even be Orion? Arcturus asked in a subdued manner. Yes. Only not the Orion he was. Most of his memories will remain intact. Only the ones that pose a threat to this family will be removed or altered, Cassie said calmly. His eyes grew darker. All of it stemmed because of her. Keep me apprised, he said in a clipped tone before he walked out of the office. They could not allow any lingering loyalty to remain to Riddle, not when she and Sayer posed such a potential threat to everything their family had built. Sayer continued to make inflammatory statements without care for purposes he did not understand. His businesses were growing, those mirror phones were all but everywhere now in only a single month. They could not afford a Trojan horse within their own family. He may have damned himself but he would not damn this family. And one day, he'd have a reckoning with Riddle. Break. 29th of June 1943. Nymara Greengrass POV. Her eyes teared as she stared at the cooling embers of the fire that had engulfed her father's body. She didn't know how long she was stood there. She knew her brother had tried to get her away but she'd refused, her eyes fixed on the pyre. She didn't understand how he could have made such a mistake. He taught her nearly everything about potions. To make such a mistake of adding ginger roots in a cauldron mixture intending to be a head-clearing potion was far too nonsensical. She had heard and felt the explosion up in her room and she'd raced down the stairs thinking they might have been under attack. If only. She would never forget seeing the dying eyes of his face. She'd rushed forward, attempted to heal him but it was too late. Too late but for a single word left for her to hear from her father. Family, her father said with his dying breath. Her eyes closed as tears trickled down her face. The Aurors had found no foul play, only the empty vials of quite a few mind-clearing and more than a few wit-sharpening potions. They chalked it up to him overusing and making him too tired to recognize the mistake. It made sense, logically. He'd been a little different over the past few weeks, sharper but also sadder but nothing that indicated that he was overusing. Nymara she heard and she almost startled. She turned around and saw that it was Atticus who bore a saddened expression on his face. Atticus she said with a whisper and she stared at him for a good while. She didn't decide to go with Eden and the others to meet up with him, using an excuse that was thin so this was the first time she'd spoken to him in a year. He'd come today with his family to mark their respects. She couldn't peel her eyes away from him. His hair was longer, his face slightly thinner, likely losing some of his youthful fat. Still, he was as beautiful as he ever was. She closed her eyes for a moment and turned away, back at the ashes of her father. She really didn't like her father for a long time and even despised him at times for what he made her do. Yet all she could feel at this moment was a hole in her chest. Do you remember that night at Malfoy Manor? He asked her after the long silence, his voice soft and comforting not unlike a warm blanket on a cold winter's night. The night you caught me staring. Yes. She said quietly as her eyes grew distant, her memories throwing her back to a time before her life was thrown in disarray. You looked at her with a kind of fascination and intensity that I had only seen you do with a textbook of some obscure piece of magic pilfered from the restricted sections, she said with a tearful, saddened smile. A time where there was no betrayal, no feelings of fear and sadness every time she was near someone who she had once considered to be one of her closest friends. He hummed quietly, more like a soft rumbling that was stuck in his throat. It was an observation that helped me realize what I felt for her. He said in what seemed to be a tone that held a smidgen of fondness. I never thanked you for that, he added, his tone containing something she wasn't sure about. She swayed her head from left to right. It's fine, it's what? She trailed off unable to finish. What friends do for each other. He instead finished the sentence. They fell in an uncomfortable silence. She wanted to confess to say she was sorry. That it was because of her his father was dead but any time she had a trickle of courage, it all died at the base of her throat. I never valued the idea of friends, not until you four managed to break through my barriers, he said suddenly, his voice taking on an eerie quality. She remained deadly still as he continued. I have always been someone driven by my studies, by my pursuits whatever they may be, and yet little by little, Theo, Marcus, Eden and yourself managed to break down my barriers until I hadn't even realized we were friends until it was too late, he said calmly, but she thought she could get a hint of bitterness in there. I know. She whispered, her eyes once more tearing up. I was so happy when you truly became my friend. So was I. He said, and she didn't dare look at him and she closed her eyes. The tears that had pooled in the corners of her eyes trickled down her face. It hurt. He said in a cold whisper, breaking the silence, and the moment he said it, it was like someone had poured cold ice water down her back. Her mouth dried up, her breathing became more uneven as she began to hyperventilate. He knew. He knew. She was going to die, she was going to die for her treachery, and she knew she deserved it. She knew then with certainty that her father dying like that was no accident. Not if he knew. Spare my neph. He spoke over her with a detached voice. It was a kind of pain I never thought I'd experience. It paled in comparison to the pain I felt at seeing my father die in front of me, but it still hurt. She swallowed harshly at that, momentarily looking away. She felt that pain herself. I'm sorry, she whispered. I know you are. He said in a kinder tone than she thought him capable of at this time. I know your father was too. She closed her eyes, firmly, as her bottom lip trembled. He killed her father and he was going to kill her too. It was only a matter of when. She could only bargain for her brother and nephew's life, hope that her old friend still had some amount of mercy for the friendship they shared. My brother and nephew did nothing, please. She whispered desperately as she turned to him, her eyes wide and pleading, filled with sorrowful tears. His expression was cold and terrifying, and when he looked at her, her breath stilled. His eyes that had always been bright and vibrant, so full of curiosity, were now two hard shards of cool hard calculating orbs that were devoid of any kind of tenderness. In a way, I should thank you, Nymera. It was a valuable lesson, one that I will carry for the rest of my life. He went into the inside of his robes and brought out a piece of parchment and presented it to her. She reached out with trembling hands and began to read it. No. She whimpered as she felt the magic within the contract take hold of her. She tried to fight it but she could not. The only way this could have happened if her father used her blood to sign this. Your father and I reached an agreement. One that was considerably less penalizing than it could have been. His words held a darkness to it that caused her to look up. She took a step back when she saw those cold harsh eyes peer down at her. You had my loyalty, Nymera. A privilege a select few had and will ever have. And now you take my free will as punishment for what I helped do. She whispered brokenly. This contract, it was so much worse than the one that she would been under with Tarquin Selwyn. She was little better than an elf, her family magic would compel her to comply to every whim. She saw a flicker in his eye but it disappeared almost as soon as it arrived. He turned away from her, his arms behind his back and took a step away from her before he stopped, peering over his shoulder, not looking at her. Your husband-to-be is a vassal to my house whose loyalty is unquestionable. You will live a good life though it will be a quiet life. He turned his head away from her. It is more than you deserve. He said as he began to walk again. What about my family? She asked desperately. My nephew. She asked again, louder. Please. She sobbed desperately. She never ever imagined she would be begging her once friend that could be cold yet caring at the same time to spare her baby nephew. He stopped though he did not turn towards her. Your family is safe. No harm will come to them. Your father made sure of it. The back of his head tilted slightly so long as the deal is honored. So long as she did as was told. Her mind went back to those long meetings that her brother and father had done for weeks now. Jacob always looked tired after those meetings. Did father do something to Jacob to keep him from doing something that would destroy their family? I won't make any trouble, I swear this on my life. She managed to say. She meant it too. She was always going to marry someone she did not really know for her family's benefit even if father had promised her that she would have a choice. At least in this instance she knew if she did as she was told they would be kept safe. Despite everything, she knew that Atticus kept his word. I know you won't. He turned to her, his eyes cold and distant. As the liege of your owner, I command you to never speak of this encounter and never speak, show or make attempts to divulge information that may be used against me, my family or my allies to anyone but myself. You will never raise an arm, a wand, or any kind of weapon against the House of Sayre. She felt the magic constrict her but she remained standing, staring into his cold eyes. He met her gaze for a moment longer before he turned around and walked away from her, leaving her on her own. Break. Sophia POV. She glanced at Atticus walking away from the green grass girl and towards them. It hadn't been too difficult to separate the girl from the rest of the attendees. She turned towards the group she'd been conversing with. I'm going to speak with my brother, excuse me, she said with a polite smile, one that fell off as she walked towards her brother. As they neared each other, Atticus extended his arm and she snaked her arm around it before they locked step and walked towards their mother. Is it done? She asked after a moment, her expression completely neutral. It is, he confirmed without emotion. She only nodded. When Atticus had told her what the Greengrass family had done she almost wanted to tell him to get rid of the family root and stem. That family nearly made them orphans. But she also knew that killing Nymera would truly harm her brother. She knew him. He may seem like he didn't care or was cold but she knew he loved deeply. And those who earned his love were rare and Nymera had been one of those few. To kill her would have made her lose a small piece of her brother and she refused to allow the green grasses to take more of her family. And so, she helped with the punishment that would ensure Damien Greengrass would prefer suicide over what they would do if he refused to comply with every single one of their demands. The green grasses will live on but they would never again be free, even if they did not know it. Chapter 65 Part 2. Hello all, welcome back to the story. This is the last chapter of the second arc and boy has it been fun, and hard, to write. This arc was noticeably darker than the first one and I hope to show the ugly nature of war. It's also in a way paralleled with Atticus' loss of naivety, he was never really innocent. He's accepted a huge responsibility, one that has far-reaching consequences on a scale that he barely understands and the many problems he's often talked about now have to have actions made for. Actions that will test his humanity in more ways than one, actions that will taint his soul. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117 where we are now on the third final arc of the story. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Break. 12th of July 1943 Antarctica. Emily POV. Her arms rose steadily in the cold still air. Her wand hand twisted 90 degrees as the tip of her U-wand flicked upward slightly, a simple, near dismissive act that vastly undersold the strength and the fortitude needed for what was being done. Grating, rumbling sounds filled the still air as the earth trembled, untold tons of mass were shaken free when the crystalline structure rose from where it rested. The surface of the near-transparent surface shimmered in the intense shine of the artificial light emitted by the huge orb that hung high in the sky, an orb that was a fifth the size of the sun that normally appeared in the night sky. It was necessary given that Antarctica only had 2 seasons, summer and winter. It was at the height of winter, now, and so, there would be no sunset nor sunrise for many months, no light nor warmth that would touch these cold desert lands but for what they could make themselves. The structure was finally at its full height, perpendicular to the hilly knob-bled snow-covered lands, hovering several hundred meters from the surface. The bottom of the crystalline structure held a round silver-gray device that was embedded within the structure, not unlike an inclusion. Though perhaps it was better to call it a shell that remained affixed to the very thing it grew. Her eyes roved over the structure with inspective eyes. To transfigure something this size from rock and ice with differing structures with only atomic and molecular reconstruction transfiguration techniques and your magic, well, it would leave you dead sooner than you could say Salazar. It was where runes had come in, the same kind of runes and newly created enchantments that they would use to mass transfigure the asteroid to the material and shape they desired. The universal runic bridge that allowed different runic languages to be used together was what allowed this to be possible. Each language had its own expertise and specialties that coalesced into making this feat possible without needing to go into extremes. Those small enchanted devices were planted at each end of the transfigured rock and ice, pre-shaped completely to minimize magical expenditure, and set about the transformation towards near permanence. It was over 4 kilometers high, 2 ends that were flattened and nearly 20 meters in across, yet in the midriff of the crystalline structure, they narrowed and converged into a point no larger than 10 centimeters, the shape of the structure vaguely reminiscent of an hourglass. The light from the orb caught the crystalline structure in a certain light, and the deep grooves that lined and dotted the 3 of the sharp faces of the obelisk that were in her direct line of sight, were glittering like how she imagined golden hieroglyphs may have glittered under the sun on temple walls and pillars of the ancient world. She tilted her head slightly, her mind conjuring an imagination that she thought was fitting, the distinct etching reminding her of a number of drawings she'd seen that recreated great temples and palaces of Athens and Thebes, the ornate pillars that drew the eyes towards the roofs and floors those same pillars held aloft. It was an apt comparison considering what these structures were for. Her eyes caught a glimmer in the distance, the shining triangular peak of another such obelisk. She looked further afield and saw another and then another, some of them only completed today by Atticus or by herself. At first, they thought they needed only 5 such obelisks. They hadn't been wrong, but it changed when they realized that powering the massive suspension wards, illusionary wards, the environmental wards, wards that Atticus liked to call inversion gravitational wards along with a dozen other, myriad but important wards. Well, the sizes of the obelisks would have been humongous, more than they already were, and they hadn't been sure that they would have been able to sustain the suspension wards for the length of them they needed it for. The world ship would take a long time to complete and would not be able to remain afloat under its power for at least several years. That meant these obelisks would have to keep it aloft, billions upon billions of tons of mass. Unfortunately, creating a massive feather-light environmental ward had its own issues, whereas suspension and inversion wards were easier to operate, and so such ideas were abandoned despite being less complex and less taxing. To put that level of strain on wards constrained by only 5 such obelisks was something neither of them were comfortable with. There was also the risk that the magical expenditure was higher than the rate by which these obelisks would be able to charge by. And so, there would be 49 diamond obelisks that were near completely identical to another, the only true differences being the variations between her own permanent transfigurations and Atticus. Where magicals transfigured one object into another, they changed the very atomic structure of objects. Permanence, or as near to it as possible, was achieved. He'd never published nor advertised this, and it was simple to understand. All for the simple fact that it was a feat that could shatter the economy, no, their entire society, where wealth meant nothing when one could not discern true gold from false. This form of permanent transfiguration was unchangeable and fixed. And it was both infuriating in its simplicity and impressive in its cheating ingenuity. She raised her wand arm and the thickness of magic around her began to grow, her eyes radiantly glowed an ominous hungering ocean deep blue. Diamonds may be hard and scratch resistant, but they were not difficult to break. With a sharp jerk of her wand arm, the sounds of creaking and shattered crystals reverberated in the cold still air in haunting discordance. The convergence in the middle of the crystalline structure was no more, the pull she subjected the former singular structure at both ends shattered the small section that held it together. Atticus' law of permanence after transfiguration, another law that had never been published, stated that an object retains its permanence once it is broken into 2 pieces if you completely understood the change one state to another. The combination of Atticus' atomic restructuring and permanence after transfiguration allowed for an endless supply of everything once you knew what you were doing. It allowed for permanence to settle once an object was broken into 2 or more pieces, as if its internal structures were jilted into staying affixed, possible only because of the nuclear transmutation that was visualized with painstakingly clear understanding that changed the atomic and molecular structure of one object into another. And it could be done on a large scale with runes and enchantments, what they were and would be using now, the enchantment specifically created to work in tandem with runes to cause the same effect as his transfiguration spells, the enchantments adding the visualization component that the runes lacked. She twisted her wand slightly and the former top half of the structure, now an obelisk on its own, swiveled around 180 degrees in a slow fashion until it hovered above the ground next to the other obelisk. Pop! Lady Slytherin, a high-pitched voice called out, and she glanced towards it. An immaculately dressed elf stood there with its back straightened out, her hands entwined together on her stomach. Are the sights ready? Emily asked, her tone brooking no pleasantries. They is, Lady Slytherin. The runic schemes are connected and all there is to go is for the obelisks to be placed, the elf said in a polite matter-of-factly tone. She only nodded before she took her attentions back to the giant structures that were afloat only because of her. Very well, I will take these there now, she said as she walked towards the designated locations of where these would be planted. The obelisks floated after her, defiant of gravity under her will. After a little while of walking, the hilly mountainous lands gave way to more flat plains with hundreds of figures working in the distances. They were laying down thin slabs of gold that would connect these obelisks, while later there would be bridges connecting the peaks of the obelisks together which would anchor the wards that would permit the creation of a temperate environment. She finally arrived at the first site and her gaze fell upon the deep hole, one that carved out of stone in a hexagonal shape with hundreds of thin golden lines that would connect to the grooves on the crystalline obelisk. She swiveled around and her arms rose, the tip of her wand glowing as she moved her arms in careful precise motions. The first obelisk moved down and she aligned the hexagonal bottom face with the hole. There was little clearance between the walls of the hole and the faces of the obelisk, but it was enough. The obelisk slotted in the hole with seamless precision, and with a thud, the obelisk finally settled in its designated position without any further issues. She glanced over her shoulder and saw 8 figures headed her way. She moved away from the obelisk and watched the figures arrive. They were human-shaped, yet that was where all other resemblance ended. They were faceless, featureless, with only thousands of small runic script running down their surfaces, carved by the hands of elves. Golems were not used in modern days, their use having fallen out around the same time spells, charms, and wards had become more advanced and capable. Ancient fortresses such as Hogwarts along with a number of ancestral manors and castles still had them, but they were part of a last line of defense, a remnant of a time where golem knights and spearmen were able to defend against muggles who only wielded swords or spears. What had been done was take the entire premise of golems and drive it into an entirely unheard of direction. She'd seen what he meant by computers and the notion of programming. In a way, magicals had done that before the muggles had even conceived of such things. She didn't consider ancient humans as muggles. Runes were all languages that were dead, binary in meaning for the most part, understood by all that their inferences were fixed, which was key as runes depended on meaning and intent. Magic was shaped in accordance to the intent and understanding of the magical, their magic imparting the effects the magical desired based on those aspects. Runes were merely languages that allowed for such specific shaping to become reality, a reality that was shared as thousands, if not millions, living and dead, gave the same meanings to runes and thusly gave these symbols power and existence within magic itself. Runes were a way to program reality itself. These golems were programmed with runes and enchantments to a degree of complexity she had not seen or read about in the magical world. They were not sentient, far from it, but the closest approximation she had for them were ant drones. They were drones that were intricately and complicatedly linked to Alice, Atticus' artificial intelligence that has made more leaps and bounds in magical computing than either of them thought possible. He'd already made a significant headway when it came to having these golems being able of completing complex tasks, but with Alice. She watched as the golems set about their work, inlaying gold in the runic grooves on the base of the crystalline obelisk and connecting to the rest of the circuit that would encapsulate a total area of over 11,000 square kilometers, an area greater than Corsica. With Alice, they operated on a scale that was reminiscent of ants that could carry out complex tasks as directed with minimal intervention. And they were thousands of these golems. The Atlantean books she'd read from the catalogues kept by Moira hinted, though sparsely, at similar principles that were undertaken when it came to the creation of magical creatures. It was rather a fascinating read, and from what she had gleaned, the Atlantean were masters when it came to creation of new life forms, and she had an inkling at how they done it. Rituals, blood magic, sacrifices and runes were likely the most predominant arts they used to make creatures like centaurs, unicorns, and even dragons. It was made sense to her, that the Atlanteans were proficient in those arts, for it was nearly universal in every magical culture that those 4 facets of magic had deep rooting in those earlier magical societies, cultures that formed in the wake of the destruction of Atlantis by their surviving descendants. It wasn't the only thing that interested her, but she would have the time in the coming years to fully immerse herself in Atlantean magic. Some of the things Grindelwald had found hinted at powerful magic, and if the catalogues were as full as she thought it might be, well. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation, the thoughts of casting magic that could shatter mountains with but a spoken word causing unbridled feelings of satisfaction and viciousness to reign triumph in her core. After a while, she continued on to position the last obelisk out of the 49, their tasks for the next month or so complete whilst they waited for the Diamond Ward obelisks to be charged full by the several ley lines, one major and several minor ones, that intersected in the exact center point of the circle that was marked out by the positional locations of the ward obelisks. With their locations being the exact length of the radius of the circle, they would all be charged equally at the same rate once connected. Her final task complete, she approached to a clearing on the tallest mountain that had large jagged ridged peaks, her eyes intently focused at the zenith where she knew he was. Her eyes fell on the path before her, one that they'd carved a few days ago, and began to walk towards it. As she walked up the makeshift path that bent and twisted upwards, the bright light of the orb that hung above began to dim and faded away, as if to draw towards an epilogue as the shimmering, dazzling lights of Aurora Australis painted the night sky. It was luminous enough that it did not fade the world into total blackness. Knowing Atticus' love for theatrics, his ridiculous sense of grandiose gestures and meaning, it was likely done on purpose, to have her make her way towards him after they'd completed a significant milestone in their plans. She glanced upward, and as she walked, she couldn't take her eyes off of those mesmerizing lights whose northern counterpart had inspired many cultures, Muggle and magical alike, to create mythological legend of what they did not understand, for it was simple interactions between particles of the sun and the Earth's magnetic field. Yet, in a strange way, she understood why ancient Celtic mages had once thought that these were the displays of merry ancestors in the afterlife. The lights danced and dazzled in arrays of greens, golds, and reds, woven together into threads of ever-shifting roads of pure light, as if to beckon travelers towards the distant twinkling stars that dotted the unclouded night sky in their billions. She got to the top of the ridged mountain, and as her eyes fell upon the cliff's edge, she saw Atticus there, waiting, seated on the ground on a thick rug with food and wine by his side. She rolled her eyes even if a bemused smile crept on her face. She walked in a sedate pace until she neared him. "Having fun?" she drawled out as she stared down at him with a quirked brow. He glanced at her and let a warm smile bloom on his face. "I am. How was the walk?" She narrowed her eyes dark. She said in a humorless tone as she dropped down on the opposite side of the rug. He flicked a finger and one of the bottles of wine rose in the air, as did two glasses. The bottle uncorked itself and poured into the glasses before one made its way to her. "My apologies, perhaps I should have waited a little while longer," he said before he looked away from her, his glass of wine in his hand as his gaze fell to the front, a curious expression making its way on his face. "I was a little impatient to see that," he said in a pleased tone as she plucked the floating glass of wine from the air and turned to where he was looking. Past the cliff's edge, there was a large slope that gave off the appearance that it was perhaps a crater giving the numerous peaks that dotted in the distance, but that was not what caught their attention. The lights of Aurora Australis were mesmerizing, though what truly added to their brilliance and captivated their attentions now were the peaks of the diamond obelisks that seemed to feed on the lights, seemingly drawing it into themselves, drains that diverted and drank kaleidoscopic rivers that ran through black heavens. It was not completely apparent, it was only faintly visible, but she realized he was likely seeing more, courtesy of his strange mage sight that was orders of magnitude more capable than hers, for now. She could see magic better now, her own understanding and studies in magic having been improved since she'd seen his memories of his battle with Grindelwald, but it was an ongoing process. "I didn't realize auroras were magical," she said in a questioning fashion as she stared at the lights with an intense gaze. "Aren't their effects meant to be only natural?" she asked. She'd learnt that they were energized particles from the sun that slam into the earth. The protection offered by Earth's magnetic field is what these lights were, simply the interaction of those charged particles with the Earth's atmosphere, the different atoms or molecules in it causing different colors to come into existence. For them to be able to be drawn in like that though. Supposedly, Atticus said with a frown, pausing for a moment. "But, those particles do come from the sun, a body that is deeply entwined with life and life on Earth. Did you suspect that this might happen after our trip to the sun?" she asked with sharp eyes. Atticus had measured the magical concentration where they were, and they'd found that it was several orders of magnitude higher than the concentration elsewhere, such the moon or in the deep space between Mars and Earth. Only on Earth, which trounced the readings found near the sun, showed any higher readings. She wondered if that might be a reason why these precursors had made star roads, that there was something about those huge balls of energy that allowed for such fantastical things to be made. "Yes," he admitted as he glanced at her, "I thought there might be a high possibility that auroras had something magical about them, two bodies rooted in life interacting." He shrugged. "I didn't quite expect the obelisks to be able to draw on it so readily, even if it seems a little minuscule in comparison to the draw from the ley lines in the earth," he confided in her. She remained quiet for a moment as she thought it over. The magical energy created by the interaction likely supercharged the ambient magic in the atmosphere, allowing it be in such a quantity that it can be drawn almost as readily as the magic that coursed through ley lines. Diamonds were perhaps the best kind of wardstone to use for holding magical energy, and with as little amount of friction as possible, with the exception of mithril use that energy for wards and other uses. It wasn't surprising, if the thought occurred, that wardstones could draw on ambient magic far more readily if it was available in higher quantities. Such things happened anyway, albeit in much slower rates and in locations that had plentiful ambient magic elsewhere when there were no ley lines available. "That is possibly the case," he smiled at her before he glanced back at the lights. "Just shows that there is still much to learn and find out," he said in a musing tone. She hummed for a moment as she looked at him with a thought pressing at the forefront of her mind. I wonder if it could be linked to universal ley lines. He turned to her with a question apparent in his eyes, and so she continued. We've already had it confirmed that neurophysical energy, she said, drawing out the last words in her sentence in a slight venomous tone, is something that permeates the entire universe. She glanced at the dancing waves of Aurora Australis. A field of magic that encompasses the entire universe. We already know that magic is stronger in places where there is life. Could it be that there is an element within the sun that enables this field of magic, like how stronger ley lines on Earth seem to run near or on top of heavy concentration of basalt or granite stone? She said in a musing tone. Basalt and granite were amongst the most used wardstones in the magical world. Their abundance and their fairly decent capability to store magic was what attracted magicals, human and otherwise, to use such elements. It was not a coincidence that stronger ley lines could be found in heavy concentrations of those materials. Atticus seemed to be deep in thought with what she said. Possibly. He said in a low murmur as his mind seemed to be heavily fixed on the idea she presented. Could it be the very reactions within the sun, fusion of hydrogen atoms into helium, that energy that is created by some of the mass being converted? He trailed off into silence before he, after a little while, suddenly shook his head, as if to banish away those heavy thoughts, and turned to her, a warm smile on his pale face with an expression that sung of new avenues he'd seek to explore, of whatever conclusions he'd reached. I'm glad you remembered me, she said in an amused tone as her lips quirked up. I thought you might have gotten lost in that head of yours. For all of his attentiveness, he was rather absent-minded whenever he got himself into a thinking frenzy, to the point he forgot with whom he was with and what he was doing. He looked slightly abashed, through it was clear that it was merely put on. He was getting good at feigning emotions when he clearly did not feel it. She'd seen it happen on a number of times, more so now since he'd been elevated to near Merlin levels by the public. Had she not been able to feel his emotions due to their ever-growing bond, she might not have been able to pick up on some of those displays. She was rather impressed by it. Even if I am lost, I do not think I could ever not remember, he said with a half-twisted smile, one that was cultivated, measured, and accompanied a certain gleam in his eyes that showed deepening interest. She ignored it despite the reciprocating interest that was beginning to bloom and, instead, opted to sate another hunger, taking a pastry from one of the straw baskets that sat between them and faced towards the lights, eating as she took on the sight before her. It really was mesmerizing, she mused. There was an ethereal quality to it, the way the points of the obelisks drew in the vibrant colors of Aurora Australis. As she ate, musing on the magic that was at play, she could feel his eyes on her, and she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She let it pass for a little while longer until the intensity with which she could feel him stare did not abate and grew stronger. A slight smile crept on her face. I can practically feel you boring a hole in my head from the way you're staring, she said with a playful lilt to her tone as she turned to him, her head slightly tilted to the side, her long hair falling silkily down the front of her robes. Can't help it, he said with a small smile, the corner of his lips curling as his eyes drew her in as they always did. I cannot help but stare at the most beautiful sight around, he whispered in a devilishly seductive tone. Her lips twitched. Good, but you can do better, she coyly said, her brow arched, her face expectant even though twitches of excitement crept within her. It had been a little while since they'd had time alone without needing to complete one thing or another. There was much to do, much to set up, and little time for pleasure. It even got to the point that she had thought of using the time room in that trunk of his. His lips twisted to one side, conveying his acceptance of the challenge. His movement was fluid, precise, and measured as he got up from his seat, his eyes firmly fixed on her, hunger and lust storming in those vibrant eyes of his. The Algonquin people believed that he tilted his head upward a little, towards the southern lights. They were the light from a fire built by their creator. A representation of their creator's ever-presence in their lives. He spoke with a hint of reverence and solemnity until his gaze fell back on her. Crystallized embers of lust shone within his eyes. It is a thought that resonates with me when I see you, he said the last word with a sibilant tinge to it, one that caused a tremor of pleasure to shoot through the central pathway of her body. Feelings of rapture took hold within her. Better, she hissed with a curling smile, her countenance fracturing by the second. He began to walk around, his magic beginning to unfurl around him in a dim glow as his eyes began to glow like two sets of galaxies, drawing her in with a punishing pull that she could not escape from. Every time I am near you, all the time I am with you, I remember how alive I feel and how much of a void you leave behind when you are not, he whispered, his voice a mesh of longing and unrestrained lust. There is beauty in those lights, in the magic that it seems to exude, just as there is beauty and wonder in this world, in this universe. Yet all of it, pales in comparison to what you are to me. Their beauty will never measure up to you, nor will the word itself ever do justice to how I see you, for it lacks the depth and the necessary meaning, he said with soft-spoken slithering words that made it past her gates, words armed with overflowing allure and enchanting seduction. All of this feels so much more real when you are by my side, and as we stand at the precipice of great change, of true greatness, I cannot help but wonder how lucky I am to have met you. His words tore open that fiery essence within her as ably as a snarling wolf tore away at a deer's throat. Slick heat, slick fire rose within her. He was in front of her outstretching his hand, and she took it after a moment's pause, that abyssal hunger in his eyes having caught her astray for a mere moment. He brought her up and he drew her closer, their bodies meshing together almost like braided steel. "And how lucky you are to be my wife in less than 2 weeks," he said in a jagged whisper, one that spoke of visceral joy as the corner of his lips began bend with silk-soft creases. A rumbling pleasure sunk in her stomach as her face began to light up with genuine happiness. Her hands traveled to his near unblemished face, her thumbs caressing his cheeks as they fell into each other's eyes, fondness, lust, and love shining through both sets of eyes. "Perfect," she said with half-lidded lustful eyes that sparkled with a charmed glint, concession of her defeat and his victory apparent in her tone. His eyes shone with a hint of triumph as his lips tightened, his head leaning down ever so slightly, his expression bore signs of assessment, of faltering patience for her reciprocation, and after a single moment of letting him stew, she also leaned in until they both succumbed to their desires, their lips locking. Manic and maddening lust took hold of her as that fiery essence ran loose and she clutched tightly on his hair, drawing him closer, deeper. Robes and clothing seemingly pulled off, vanished as the next moment she knew her hands were digging into his bare chest. The air seemed to be thick with magic, a cushion of air and magic made out of their unfurled, twisting magic as they fiercely lost into one another. His hands began to glide towards her thigh, the tingling sensation of his fingers had her clutching him tighter. She pushed slightly against his chest, the feel of his thrumming vibrations of his heart felt soothing under her touch, and they broke apart, their breathing heavy, their foreheads settling on the other's as their fingers, their hands traced the bare arms of the other, the soft touches seemingly leaving a glow of magic. "My love," she whispered in a soft melodious tone, one that seemed to chime in the still air. He twisted his head slightly against her forehead and their gaze met. As they stood bare naked before each other, his arms wrapped around her and his hands resting on the bottom of her back, she couldn't help but draw parallels to the vulnerability that he invoked in her to how she was now, naked and with nothing to hide. He knew nearly all there was to her and she knew that there was little he hid from her, two people who had found each other and who they allowed themselves to be vulnerable to in every way. Something she once would have derided as weakness and foolish, she now found it to be a strength, her own strength adding to his and vice versa. "My love, my equal, my other half," she said with silk-soft seduction, a trailing whisper that carried hints of vulnerability, vulnerability that never saw the light of day except when she was with him. His smile warmed her deeply as he kissed her gently on the nose with his soft lips, an act that showed more than words could convey, and she felt him begin to lift her slowly, tenderly as he leaned back, his eyes shining with intent, and she smiled in return, her eyes glistening with anticipation. The endless night faded away as they lost into each other, the beginning of a night spent intimately reacquainting themselves with the other part of their being. He was looking at her as she awoke to the same dim darkness in which she had fallen asleep into. "Morning," he said with a soft rumble of a voice. She let a small smile creep on her face. "Morning." She glanced around and saw they were atop the same bed that had been at some point conjured during one of their coupling sessions by the cliff's edge. She glanced back at him with a quirked brow that was certainly one way to celebrate a significant milestone. Her eyes drooped slightly as her lips curled upward, sly intent apparent in her smile. "Is this going to be Norm?" He snorted uncharacteristically at that as he placed his hand on her cheek, stroking away errant hair that obscured some of her face. "I wouldn't be opposed to it," he said with a large wry smile, his eyes almost twinkling mischievously. Her lips twitched and she couldn't stop a large smile from blooming on her face. "Somehow I completely believe you," she said with a light drawl even as she smiled. Hours later they were dressed and had eaten, sharing a final drink of wine before they'd soon depart. She couldn't help but think on how this place would soon change and for years to come. "Less than half a year until the asteroid is here," she mused aloud. It was being towed by a few of Moira's scout ships that were automated in a slow crawl from beyond Mars. "Yes," he said in a breathy voice, "it will arrive by the moon around the beginning of December, at which point we'll be able to shrink it to more than a tenth of its size." Her face soured. "It's a good thing that it'll be much lighter than a tenth of its size. Whilst they could have made it smaller, it had ever-increasing penalizing cost, to the point that it would drain the diamond batteries at a rate much faster than they were comfortable with. Whereas reducing the mass of the asteroid was not as penalizing and more effective." He chuckled. "Yes, so am I," he said with a wry smile before he grew serious. "Descending the asteroid will be the trickiest part. We could make it smaller despite its penalties, but it wouldn't change how it would be descended. The asteroid would be descended by 100+ meter tall diamond wardstones embedded deeply within the rocky surface that would wrap up the asteroid in interlinked suspension wards and hefty use of feather light charms. It had many other safeguards that made it nearly impossible to fail, and it was a measure she agreed with wholeheartedly. Going the way of dinosaurs all because of their own stupidity was an undignified way to die. She glanced away from him and she looked onto the glittering peaks of the diamond obelisks. She never thought she'd be here, at the ends of the world, bringing about the start of the beginnings of a new one. At least in the form that it was taking. They made a giant step in finalizing the physical foundation for Illos to be created, yet the people, the magical world, well, that was going to take much longer than simply creating giant pillars. "What are you thinking?" she heard him ask with a soft tone, and she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes as her glass of wine traveled to her lips. She took a sip, tasting the rich red wine on her tongue before she swallowed. "The future," she said in a tone that felt slightly strange to her. Our wedding? He asked curiously and she shook her head. Their wedding had not been on her mind overly, partly because she'd almost lost control with how zealous the women of the Sayer family had been with the disorienting detail they were organizing it with. She had nearly nothing to do with it except for ensuring the influential individuals she wanted to entice into her corner would be seated nearby and the ceremony itself that she'd decided on with Atticus. The wedding, beyond the ancient ceremony, the seating arrangements and the after-party, was of little interest to her. No, the future, she said meaningfully as she turned to him, her dark hair swaying along. Have you thought on my proposal? She asked him, not so much as in a courtly manner but it was very nearly so. His face lost all geniality and softness, his expression having turned almost stoic as he spoke. I have, Emily, it's a dangerous game, he said in a careful tone, warning clear in his voice. The reactivated magical lines that would come as a result of the book she was writing regarding the truth about Muggleborns were only the beginning of how she was going to use politics to seize control of magical Britain. The book would be her opening gambit to signify to the masses their kind was different from Muggles and help promote ideas to shatter the remaining bonds with the Muggle world, eventually making way for taking children from Muggle families like how it was done in much of Asia and Africa. The fallout from it would be severe, she knew, but it was desirable. She was well aware of the deaths that happened to Muggleborns and their families who dared to claim their rightful inheritance, and she was banking on it. She still believed purebloods were inherently better, their family magic and deep ties to the beliefs of magic was superior to that of the Muggleborns, but they needed to be broken down for them to be of use to the society they intended to create. Magicals were stubborn, incredibly so, to the point she wondered how it was possible any advancement had been possible given how resistant they were to any kind of meaningful change. That meant that the destabilization that would come from the book, from the reactivated magical lines, would only yield violent responses and the beginnings of radical movements when the purebloods began to feel threatened. A phenomenon she was expecting would happen all across Europe at the very least. Britain was not the most repressive country in Europe, far from it, but it was the most powerful one. At least right now. War in Europe has caused the barriers between blood statuses to lessen, somewhat, but she expected it to rear its ugly head again when movements would begin to sprout, and with the ICW interference, oversight for the foreseeable future of several guilty nations, an organization known to allow Muggleborns and half-bloods to advance, well, she could see some of the old hatreds return to great strength. And where chaos was opportunity. Opportunities she would use to carefully fan the flames from a position of neutrality, her alliance being sought by camps from both sides that would form in the wake of the spark she'd lit. She knew that she might well be aiding the occurrence of a blood war that she herself had led in an alternate timeline, but it was necessary. The magical world was better off with them as rulers, even if it meant destroying the old world. Their plans for the future, one that heralded the foundation of an empire amongst the stars, the success of the empire dictated that they'd have to be a singular people under a singular rule if they wanted their kind to prosper as long as possible. That meant the arrogance of their people needed to be broken down, and she'd ensure that it happened. Children were malleable and would be carefully molded, but the adults, they would resist. Ancient traditions and ignorant pride would prevent them from embracing the future they were creating, holding on to false sense of superiority and self-esteem. And so, they would be led to the slaughter. The remnants of such people would end up shattered, demoralized and despairing, willingly seeking out any signs of hope and respite. Broken pieces ready to be reformed into a shining beacon in their image. What she hoped to instigate was several orders of magnitude worse than the manipulations they had originally in mind. The news of House Black and the ICW arrayed against them meant that they needed to be operating on a much wider scale and more ruthless. She'd shared her thinking beyond what they'd already discussed, and he hadn't been happy about the lengths she'd go to secure their future and remained quiet on it, until now. But, he continued, I will not oppose your schemes, he said with a sigh, looking away from her. Her lips curled upwards as she looked at him with a pleased expression, though what he said next dissipated a large part of her feelings of triumph. Whatever we do, I think conflict within the magical world is bound to happen, he said with a somber expression that spoke of acceptance. Your visions? She asked with a frown, her eyes having turned calculative. He nodded slowly as he looked to the lights of Aurora Australis. I've been reading the texts of Moira's people, the texts that these perceivers left behind that explained how they managed to navigate through living time, he said with tired sigh as he turned to her, a wan smile edging closer to fullness. I've never read anything like it. It's almost like I'm reading a tome on some unknown piece of esoteric magic. He shook his head. There are obvious similarities to divinations, but the way they approached it. He trailed off before pulled himself up a little straighter. Nevertheless, I've managed to see further, I think, but the images were far from clear. The only thing I could discern was war would happen, sooner or later. He explained, a disturbed frown on his face. I can't tell though if it is because of us or not, he said in a quieter tone. A disquieting silence fell between them as she digested what he said. In the end, she mused, it did not matter if they instigated a war or not. Another war would happen, it was human nature, and even if they had magic and were different from their unwanted cousins, they still fell to the same vices and idiocy. There would be another Dark Lord, through their actions or not. It was just a matter of controlling how far things would go. And the Muggles. She asked, her expression dark. He turned to her, his expression guarded. I can't tell. Not yet. He said, his words carrying hints of ominous undertones. If the Muggles advanced at the rate they've been, it was apparent even without Atticus' words of concern that eventually the Muggles would know of them. She wasn't sure if she was looking forward to it or not. Her aims may be to break the magical world down so that they would willingly come under their rule, starting from magical Britain, and the Muggles finding out and hunting down the rest of the magical world that hadn't already come under their rule was advantageous, but it galled her to think of Muggles thinking they could hunt them down. It was a response that would happen if they discovered the things their people had done to theirs and how they saw them. Violent response was inevitable. All the more we ensure our control is never lessened, she said finally after several moments of silence. I find that when we play games of this magnitude, Emily, control is the very least in our grasp, Atticus said softly as he walked to the cliff's edge. Perhaps she conceded as she watched him stop by the very edge. He stood eerily still as he gazed into the distance, and she decided after several minutes to go to him. She walked up behind him, her arms snaking around his body as she rested her face onto his back. After a little while, she felt his hands placed onto her own in a gentle way, the feel of his calloused hands due to his forging felt tingling rather than scratching as he caressed the back of her hands in swirling motions. He brought his arm behind his back and brought her around, her head finally resting on his chest, her eyes carefully glancing up at him. The closer we get to it, the more I realize how foolish I was, he said in a humorless tone. Foolish? She asked curiously. Foolish in my naive beliefs. Because of what it will actually take. To achieve a unified magical world, a unified people. And how much we will lose in the process, he responded. And how much they'll be like Grindelwald and Dumbledore was left unsaid but understood by both. She looked at him, piercing eyes, her eyes assessing every inch of his face. He bore a blank expression as he stared on, one that hid the moral conflicts she knew would be raging in his mind. Her mind went back to those long discussions they had about good and evil, right and wrong. He once told her that his morality was fluid. She'd seen evidence of that, yet she'd also seen his unwavering adherence to some of his long-held convictions. Much of what they're doing would be at the very least bend it to the point of fracturing. Choice. They were manipulating an entire world so that the avenues of choices would be closed to a singular few, one that led to a promised land and another that led to death and destruction. A deep manipulation that would lead to the death of countless innocents, one of the core tenets that she knew he held great value to. The notion that it was for a greater good, one that led to their species' survival and ascendancy, was only a bitter consolation from the way she'd seen him accept his own decisions. He'd always had a soft heart towards the innocent, and she'd seen it with how he interacted with his elves, who he treated more like family than he did servants. She only hoped he'd be strong enough to remember that morality was nothing but a human construct. That who they had to be for their kind's survival, the destiny that awaited them all, required them to be beyond mere humans. The responsibility they'd taken on required that of them. The responsibility they'd taken on for their kind dictated it so that, in the end, their kind could take on the guardianship of the universe itself. All of it was clear to Emily. She had never been anything else than a selfish being, her life experiences had seen to that, but what she had learned over the past few months had been eye-opening. She remembered the feelings that had been invoked within her after being introduced to the magical world, a sense of wonder and belonging. When she'd find out about the wider universe, the beings that could dwell in it, that could cause destruction in unfathomable ways, her sense of power, power that resided in her noble title and in her strength of magic, had all but been shattered. What did it matter if she could destroy mountains when beings millions of years old could shatter stars and planets with technology that was beyond them? Personal power began to mean nothing if it meant the world she chose as her own would be so easily destroyed at the whims of such beings. Even now, Muggles possessed enough strength to truly destroy a great part of their world, and they were nothing compared to these beings that may lurk out there in the dark. Yet, Moira's words of destiny had come as an unanticipated blessing. She would never like Moira, for she recognized the woman had her own games, but she did not see the sense in lying about her people's sacrifice, the visions her daughter seen of her and Atticus, and the ever-tightening possibility of what their destiny could be. A destiny that could see all of mage kind uplifted into greatness. It was strange, this feeling of contentment in that notion. Sharing greatness with more than just Atticus. She'd always been a selfish creature, and she did not see that ever changing. But, she found that she wanted their kind to rise to the greatness of precursors and surpass them. And in that, she knew that they would have to commit many crimes against their own kind to ensure what would rise from the fertile soil coated by the ashes of the old world would be able to meet that growing expectation she had for their kind. Her hand traveled to his cheek and carefully guided his face towards hers. His wondrous eyes stared down at her own dark blue eyes. He leaned into her hand as he brushed a lock of her hair behind her ear, a tender act that felt right in this vulnerable moment they shared together. "Your worries will not fade, Atticus," she whispered, her eyes meeting the soulful gaze of her chosen equal, "but it does not have to eat you up." Speaking the truth as she saw it. He smiled tenderly at her. "I know." He brought his hand to her hand that rested on his cheek. "I only wish that what we're doing wasn't necessary," he said without answering her unasked question. He kissed her hand before bringing it down, his fingers parting hers before they held tightly onto each other and stared away into the distance, his gaze fixed on the magnificent lights of Aurora Australis. I know that what we're doing is cruel, perhaps even seen as evil by many. His eyes darkened, the emerald greens in his eyes nearly faded away, yet I also know human nature. Coexistence on this single world is impossible. Not when the shared history we have with them is one of strife and mistrust. The disappointment in his voice was clear for her to hear. Life in the universe is hostile to other life, she said, her voice sanguine. She meant it too. Those forerunners had all but eradicated their enemies when they had already been defeated. Even on their own world, life outcompete other life, and even their races, Muggle and magical alike, had eradicated civilizations or even people in one time or another. Methods changed, but that irrevocable fact did not. They saw each other as differently and thus as threats, something that would not change any time soon. People feared what they did not understand, something she knew all too well. He glanced at her, away from the lights, and a small grim smile appeared on his face. It's all the same, then, that we will do what we must, all to ensure our kind is untouchable and among the stars, he said with a voice filled grim conviction. She did not care for the Muggles. If she had the choice, she would ensure they could never pose a problem, but what they were doing was a compromise she could accept. They'll find themselves a world, worlds free from Muggles, worlds where they would set the rules, rule as they saw fit. Worlds on which they would grow to heights unrivaled and unchallenged, with magic and technologies paving the way of their total dominance. A destiny that would see them as the species that ruled the galaxy. She pulled him in and kissing him hard on the lips, and he wrapped his arms around her. After a little while, she let him go, her eyes boring into him. Keep that conviction, Atticus. For a future where we can rise to greatest of heights, we will need that conviction, she said with a whisper, though the unyielding tone it took was apparent. Every day that passed, his edges were growing ever more polished, sharper angles, crystal clear buffs. He had been a prize from the moment she'd seen him, a prize she'd won and learned to love, yet now would be the time he'd turn from boy lord into king. Hard decisions such as the ones that would have to be made would be his trials of fire, the fires that would shape him into what would be needed as she stood by his side, tempering him into becoming unbreakable just like herself. He said nothing as he leaned forward and placed on her lips a tender kiss. One that sealed a promise made not by words but by actions. Ever since he'd taken her up to space, she knew he had a driven side to him that believed nothing was impossible. A belief that mirrored her own. And in time, the rest of their people would see the same. Guided to a great destiny by their hands. Break. 16th of July 1943. Sarah POV. I can't believe those two, Sophia fumed to Sarah as she paced the room with fury in her steps. She watched her cousin pace like a demon, her footsteps mere moments of leaving a trail of burning marble in their wake. It's not that big of an ISS. She was silenced by the furious glare Sophia sent her cousin's way. Not that by, Sophia hissed out before she forcefully made herself calm down, her hand traveling to the bridge of her nose in clear frustration. Their wedding is just over a week away and they don't seem to care. Sarah said nothing to that as she watched Sophia with a look of befuddlement on her face. As far as she knew, all of the plans for the wedding were all concrete now. Did whatever slight adjustments really matter all that much? Her sister, if she was in the room right now, probably would agree to that sentiment, but Odette was overly dramatic with things like this. It was hardly a problem. She didn't voice it out though. She wasn't quite willing to bear the fury of this new physically stronger Sophia. Whatever she did in her secret hideaway, it did wonders for her body. Her new physical look along with those highlights in her hair was a marked difference to when she'd last met up with her. The mirror conversations they had during her isolation didn't show the changes quite like how it was here now, physically. She got up from her chair and walked towards Sophia. Sophia, calm down, she said carefully, and was subjected to a frustrated glare. Sarah raised an eyebrow at her that screamed really, and Sophia sighed, her shoulders slumping. Sarah wrapped her arm around Sophia's and led her back to the sofa. She sat across from her, a concerning look adorned on her face. What is this really about, Soph? She said softly. The wedding is fine and you know it too, she said, halting Sophia from interjecting. Sarah's eyes were searching and she saw then why Sophia was so agitated. Oh Soph! She whispered compassionately. Sophia turned her head away, her eyes blinking rapidly, as if to prevent them from tearing up. Her hand went out to hers and Sophia gripped tightly onto it. I just... Sophia tried, her voice wavering as she spoke. I see them and can't help just wonder. She trailed off. Charles? Sarah added carefully, and Sophia jerked her head tightly. They still haven't found his body, you know. She turned to Sarah, a saddened expression on her face. She'd heard of what happened to Charles Etherington and then later to his granduncle Xavier Charleston. Two members of influential families back home in Macusa, killed personally by Grindelwald. She hadn't known how Charles had died until Sophia had told her months ago through the mirror, and it horrified her. Grindelwald had been a monster and she honestly was incredibly surprised Atticus had managed to kill him. the images of the battle had been seared in her mind just like how she imagined it was for everyone else who had read that morning's paper. And in truth, it meant more for their family too, especially given what that monster threatened to do them all. To say she was immensely relieved that he was gone would be an understatement. Sof. Sarah said, unsure of what else to say. Sophia sniffled and shook her head. It's fine, she said whilst she tapped Sarah's hand, visibly gathering herself. I'll be fine, just my mind going places it shouldn't go anymore, she added before getting up, adjusting her robes. I'll come to see you later, Sarah. I've got a few things to do with the McDowell estate, she said as she flicked her wand and cast over her face once more pristine before she walked away. Sarah watched her cousin go with saddened eyes. They'd met Charles during one of their jaunts in Muggle New York. It was kind of a daring thing to do, back then for young magicals. It was kind of like being defiant of the strict laws that were levied on them all when it came to interacting with Muggles, so it wasn't a surprise when they'd met other magicals randomly. She'd seen their attraction they held for each other right away, and it had been fun to watch her usually confident cousin act so shy in his presence. She sighed as she shook her head. It was a tragedy, to see what happened to them both. This war was a tragedy in of itself, senseless and all because of one man's ambitions. She knew quite a few people who had died in that terrible war. Other than the Russians and the ICW forces, they'd suffered the highest casualties. It seemed Grindelwald's forces held no restraint against them, not like how they'd showed against the forces of other ministries in Europe, with the exception of the Russians. Probably to make sure he could recruit them in that insane scheme of his, one that would pit the Muggle world against theirs. To say her family back home was praised would be to understate it, severely. She'd heard from her mother that over the past few decades the Sayer family had been losing influence in MACUSA, despite their status as a founding house. Now though, well, great-uncle Richard was a very popular man, as was her mother. According to her mother, half the time people talked to her, people seemed to clamor about any kind of news about Atticus. People liked heroes, especially handsome heroes, and her cousin was certainly that. Her father had joked that maybe it was time for their mother to take advantage and run for president, though she could see that he meant it. It hadn't really been a thought that had ever crossed her mind, despite knowing that her mother was a rather important figure in MACUSA as head of education. It did kind of suit her. She snorted. It wasn't like it changed much in their lives, not really. They were already pretty influential these days, courtesy of Atticus. Her mother being president of MACUSA would only formalize their influence. She got up from her seat and made her way out of the room, in search of her wayward sister. She'd left to go see Atticus and badger sorry question about charms, given that she was nearing the end of her apprenticeship in charms with charms mistress Dietrich and seemed to desperately need some inspiration for her mastery submission. She walked by the library and her eyebrows rose momentarily as she saw the soon-to-be new addition to the family just sitting there, perusing a thick tome of some kind or another. She hesitated for a moment before deciding, and she walked into the library. The woman girl really glanced up from her book, and Sarah felt a sense of unease wash over her as those dark blue eyes stared at her. Sophia had told her and her sister much about the orphan girl, a brilliant girl who was every bit like how Sophia imagined a female Salazar Slytherin to be. Though she hinted that at times she felt that the girl was only humoring her, if only for the fact that she was Atticus' sister. She had not yet spoken to the girl yet, despite being here for over a week now. Oh, they'd been in conversations together, Auntie Anne made sure of that, she thought amusedly on those gatherings, but other than that, there had little interaction between them despite her curiosity in the girl. Soph never said she could have such intense eyes, she thought to herself, momentarily regretting have them set on her. Sarah Cleto Beauclerk, correct? The dark-haired beauty asked her, startling her out of her footing for a brief second before she'd caught herself. She cleared her throat. Yes, Lady Slytherin, she said with a slight curtsy out of almost instinct, something about the girl reminding her exactly why she had those bothersome etiquette lessons all those years ago. Lady Slytherin closed the tome and settled it on the table, rising to her feet in perfect poise, armed with a charming smile on her blood-red lips. Please call me Emily, she said with a nod, her hair swaying like perfect slips of silk. She'd seen enough of the girl to know that she was beautiful, but really, she was beautiful. Sarah, she blurted out, and in response Lady Sly Emily only raised an eyebrow, her lips twisting into a light smirk. I mean, you can call me Sarah, she said a little hurriedly in a weak smile. It only seemed to amuse her slightly from the way her eyes creased slightly. She gestured towards the seat. Join me? Emily asked, and Sarah agreed readily, hoping to get past the fumbling mess. As they sat down, Emily began to speak. So how are you finding things this side of the pond? She asked Sarah. Oh, Sarah blinked. Well, it isn't my first time, so it's not like it's been something new. She paused for a moment, though it's been a little while, I have to admit. I didn't quite expect to see such changes to the alleys. She tilted her head slightly. Or Godric's Hollow. That actually reminded me of back home. She'd always found it a little strange that there were no magical towns like there were in MACUSA or in the other American countries she'd been to. Oh. Emily said with what Sarah thought seemed to have a musical lilt to it. I didn't know that large villages were common in colonies. Sarah bit her tongue at the word colonies. It was rather something British folk tended to say quite often, never mind for the simple fact that they hadn't been a colony for over a century and a half. Though given what she had seen of how they all behaved, she wasn't all that surprised. They were positively Victorian really, and it was something that Sophia bemoaned quite a bit, often decrying stuffy purebloods and their boring nature. Probably why she liked Charles so much. I wouldn't really say villages per se, Sarah said a little slowly, but more like towns. What with Rappaport's law and all, she shrugged. For a moment she thought she'd seen Emily's eyes lighten up, but it had been gone so far that she thought it must have been the lighting in the library. Ah, yes, the law that created absolute segregation between muggles and magicals. Emily said in a musing tone as she leaned forward, those intense dark blue eyes seemed to bore into her. It's a fascinating one that hasn't really been established over here in Europe. Emily tilted her head in what seemed to be a calculating way. Can't say I agree with needing a permit to bear a wand though. She pursed her lips for a moment. Don't know how that part passed into law. Sarah grimaced. Yes, it's probably one of the worst parts of Rappaport's law. Not fraternizing with no mages probably would have happened anyway given all that business with scourers. The worst kind of blood traders, Emily said with narrowed eyes, and Sarah, despite disapproving of the term, couldn't help but agree at least with some of the sentiment behind her words. Scourers had been witches and wizards in the 17th century who banded together to form mercenary groups that hunted down bounties on, at the early beginning, rogue witches and wizards who were wanted criminals. In time, they became corrupt to the point that they wreaking havoc in North America, deeply involved in the establishment of the darker elements of the continent to the point that they were actively involved in trafficking, betraying fellow magicals to the no-mage witch hunters and more. It was even said that they were personally involved in the Salem witch trials. Historians at this point only argue the number of the judges being scourers than there not being any. When MACUSA had been formed, one of the first things they did was to bring these people to justice, but not all were caught and many scourers had evaded capture, disappearing into the no-mage masses, holding a deep grudge with the magical community that would later haunt them. Even today, their legacy and surviving descendants have all but ensured that any positive relations with their no-mage counterparts would be tricky given how successful they've been in integrating in the higher classes of no-mage America. Rappaport's law had been a direct result of one these descendants managing to breach the statute of secrecy with high severity, to the point it being, at the time, the greatest breach since it had been established, only to be surpassed by descendant of that same scourer family almost a century and a half later. It seemed like magic punished them anyway, Emily said with a grim satisfaction, referring to the lack of those bloodlines bringing about magical children. She wasn't too sure about that. She'd read some of the reports of her mother's a few years ago that seemed to suggest that a decent fraction of muggleborns were born from scourer lines, most of them having needed to be rescued from their families. So I hear you're a new type of curse breaker. Emily's diverging question made her blink in surprise, though she was happy for the change. She wasn't at all interested in what they'd been discussing. Yes, she said with a bit of pride in her tone. I search for ruins of old magical civilizations and excavate said ruins. She paused for a moment, a frown adorning her face. I've been to Colombia and Mexico and found a few hints but nothing solid yet, she admitted. It was frustrating really, and she really hoped she made a breakthrough. There were several ruins in those countries but they were already discovered and looted. There were hardly any new insights to be gleaned there. Not to actually search for lost treasures like the kinds of curse breakers Gringotts hires. Emily asked curiously. Well, yes, she admitted a little awkwardly, but it isn't actually the real goal. She frowned for a moment. I've always been curious in history and I've found that we know very little about magical civilizations thousands of years ago. I mean, we know plenty about European civilizations, but do we really know all that much about elsewhere? Even in places like Egypt and Sumeria, there is a lot that is lost. She said as she straightened up a little. I mean, even now, there is still enough work for curse breakers to go and explore Egypt on a yearly basis. And that is in one region. Imagine what we could find everywhere else. She said a little heatedly until she saw the little smirk on that pale face and she felt her cheeks heat up. Sorry, I get a little carried away at times, she said a little sheepishly. Don't be, Emily said with a quirk of the head. It is good to be passionate about something. Her lips curled. It is far more interesting, she said with an intense stare, one that seemed to bear down on her very soul. She looked away, her cheeks seeming to flush even more. Thank you. She said a little smile. Her parents may have accepted this life of hers, but it didn't mean they were overly supportive. Even now, even after the war had ended, she still required to have escorts with her on expeditions. The hints of her mother regarding settling down were becoming ever more louder. She really needed success, and soon. They wouldn't be able to quietly disapprove if she made major discoveries. I hope to one day make it into a respected profession, something different from curse breaking and more about bringing to light ancient civilizations that should be important to the magical world. She admitted to the dark-haired girl with a shrug. Hopefully a profession that isn't associated with grave robbing, she added with a disapproving tone. Technically though, that perception wouldn't change, no? Emily asked with an amused tone, the corner of her lips sharpening. You are disturbing the resting place of long dead people, raiding their treasures, no matter how you dress it up. Sarah almost retorted until she realized the younger girl must be teasing her and paused for a moment. I suppose not. Sarah shrugged a little with a wry smile, and I suppose it at least would attract more people to it in the first place. What would you call this new profession of yours? Emily inquired. Well, Atticus had me look up archaeology, so I'm thinking Mage archaeologist, she said in a little bashfully. Creative, Emily said with a drawl that wasn't too hard to miss. She only shrugged a little helplessly as she scratched her arm. I suppose not, she muttered before her eyes lit up. Although, she said with a stretch. Treasure raider, she said with a tap on her chin, probably would attract a lot more interest than the profession being called Mage archaeologist, she said with a joking lilt to her voice, and she looked at Emily with a conspiratorially smile. It'll be like that profession, you know, those they call dragon handlers, that makes people think those people are wrestling or taming or doing both, even when in reality they are doing little more than peddling dragon dung, she joked, though Emily seemed particularly unimpressed with her jokes. I mean, I'd get far more interest if people that the profession was something cool like raiding treasures, and instead of being called grave robbers unofficially they'd be called tomb raiders, she said with a little spark in her eyes, though it faded away when it seemed like it wasn't funny or amusing at all from the way Emily stared at her. So she tried a little after the deafening silence became a teeny teensy too uncomfortable. Any plans for your honeymoon? She tried, and from the very visibly darkening expression she received from the girl she knew she probably overstayed her welcome. We'll, Sarah said, a little drawn out as she got from her seat. Nice speaking to you, Lady Slytherin, she said with a sloppy curtsy and hurried out of the library. She was beautiful, but damn if she wasn't scary. Break. 24th of July 1943. Doria Black POV. She watched as the bride walked to the groom. The pristine white and dark green strapless gown she wore flowed effortlessly even as the dress hugged her figure with perfection. The silver gems that were embroidered into the gown glittered like starlight in the ample sun. Her silkily dark hair swayed with every graceful step. The glittering gems made it seem like, at times, that one was staring night sky each time her swaying hair passed over the shining gems. With every step, she seemed as if she just glided on the castle stones, effortlessly and in complete control. Her presence commanded silence. The music that played seemed to lull the entire audience into a mesmerized haze as they watched her arrive by the room, her porcelain skin only seeming to be ever more ethereal with the pristine white and the dark green sash-like stripes that brought out her blood-red lips. Emily Slytherin looked like a million galleons, and from the way Atticus stared at her, he thought so too, and they were far from the only people who thought so. She glanced around. Familiar faces, new faces, and faces she'd only seen the papers were all seated around her in this renovated castle grounds in Kent, rumoured to be on the same lands that belonged to the great Salazar Slytherin's family, to Lady Slytherin. It was a rumour that was left unanswered, deliberately she expected, by the pair of them, but given that the wedding was being held on lands registered in her name, it only added an additional reason for many of her family's peers to want to attend, despite the cautiousness they had to display in the wake of her brother's tightening of the traditionalist faction. Yet not even her brother would levy the greatest of insult by refusing to come to this wedding, and even if he could, he likely wouldn't. Not when even ministers from Slovenia, France, and elsewhere arrived. Even the Flamels were here, not to mention there were even noble houses from former Grindelwald supporting nations present. It wasn't an event to miss if you were someone, though the marked absence of the British Minister of Magic was glaring, one that would only sink further the man's ministership given his growing irrelevance in the wake of the ever-rising prominence of the Sayer family, and her own. She looked at her distant right and saw the Potters there with the bones and the long bottoms, and caught the attention of Charles for a brief moment before they gazed away from each other. Since they've been back they'd had little opportunity to meet with each other. She'd been busy with her promotion at St. Mungo's. Her experiences in the battlefield allowed her to skyrocket to healer rather than a junior healer despite her young age. It was a point of pride of her, and one she earned, and not because of the name she bore. Yet it did little to assuage the growing concerns she felt at the way he seemed to avoid her. Today was the first time in almost a month since they'd seen each other, and she wanted to talk to him, yet with her brother present, she wasn't sure it wouldn't end up in disaster. It angered her, the way he seemed to go back on his word despite everything they promised to each other. Thankfully the priest spoke up, drawing her away from her spiraling negative emotions, and she paid attention. The priest, one that was trained in druidic rites, began the ceremony, which was rooted in ancient Celtic traditions. Magical Celtic ceremonies were different from the Muggles, whose hand-fasting ceremony was simple and much longer than theirs. Instead, theirs was not a year-long engagement but rather a small ritual that was done in preparation prior to the wedding, one which would culminate in them fasting for the 3 days leading up to the wedding and remain apart from one another during that time. It was meant to strengthen the bond that had begun to form between them after the ceremony, one that would grow to a powerful bond that lasted a lifetime. Many marriages between noble families rarely initiated such ceremonies, as it required completely consent and inklings of a bond that already existed. Her eyes widened as the silken fabric was tied around the wrists of their clasping hands, one that showed clear markings of runes etched onto the fabric. You realize it then, her brother said in a quiet tone next to her, and she looked to her right and saw her brother staring intently at the scene. I didn't think they'd would do this version of it, she whispered to her brother. Over the centuries, over the millennia, as was with all things, ancient Celtic ceremonies evolved and changed, one of them being the dynamic between the man and the woman. A woman would become a part of her husband's family in totality and all she owned would be his, a marked difference to the ancient traditions of their forebearers. This ceremony, however, the silken fabric that was wrapped around both of their wrists in an Ouroboros symbol which meant that they were equal in their relationship, each owning their own lands and wealth yet committed to each other with the eternal bond they subjected themselves to. She glanced around and saw many surprised expressions at this, though in a way she wasn't, not really. Emily Slytherin was far from being the submissive type, and in time she suspected many of these men would get to see that. After the ceremony, the celebrations began, one that showed off the wealth and nobility of both Slytherin and Sayre families, as smooth soothing music played in the background. She found herself dancing with Atticus, somehow, and couldn't help but smile at the happiness he seemed to exude despite to whom he was married to now. Who would have thought you could smile so easily, she teased little as they waltzed, and he chuckled heartily. Must be the occasion, he said easily enough with a wide smile. She rolled her eyes as he twirled her around. Congratulations, Atticus, she said warmly as they drew back together in lockstep in dance. He nodded with a warm expression on his face and he glanced away, to where Lady Slytherin Sayre was now speaking with who she recognized as the French minister along with a few other nobles. Thank you. It's been hard to believe at times, he said with a fond smile, his eyes seemingly lost. Never thought I'd be happy getting married, he said with a humor-filled tone, but there was hints of seriousness in there. She could understand really. Though the Sayres had the options that other pure-blood families rarely allowed their scions, to marry as he pleased as long as she was of decent standing, his family could have matched him if he found none by a certain time. She sighed internally, her thoughts once more going to Charles, and she resolved to think of something else. What made you decide to go for this ancient bonding? She asked curiously, drawing his eyes back at her. He gazed down at her for a moment before responding, we are partners. Equals. In life and in marriage, he said simply, spoken as though it was merely a fact to him. Though she could not detect any hint of deception from him, and she nodded understandingly. Many people will think otherwise though. Even if she thought it admirable. His lips twitched. We cannot control what people think, he said with a smile, though it seemed a little off. In the end we can only show them otherwise. I'm sure both of you will do plenty of that, she said with a laugh before she eyed him curiously. After all, you seem to be showing different side of yourself plenty these days. He looked at her with a bemused expression on his face, one that a lot more carefree than she expected. I didn't know you were all that interested in politics, he said questioningly. Didn't know you were either, she shot back easily enough, causing him to laugh before he looked at her again. I seem to have a lot more responsibility these days, he said with a heavier tone than she expected. It does seem so, Mr. Hero from Britain, she said teasingly, making light of the hyphenating names they were giving him, and he chuckled softly at that. Are you a secret fan, Doria? He said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I'm sure I can arrange for an autograph to be given to you. Arrange? She asked a little disbelievingly. Of course. I have to converse with my advisors before I give out anything as important as an autograph, he said with a serious expression, and a moment of silence reigned before they both laughed. After it petered out, she spoke up again. Seriously though, are you sure you're doing the right thing by getting involved in all of that? She asked a little concerned. Despite the well-attended wedding, it was obvious that many harbored wary feelings towards Atticus, much of it stemming from the noise he was making in the Wizengamot. When someone like Atticus made comments as he has been, championing causes that neither side of the political spectrum wanted to be voiced out, it was bound to cause many issues. Wary feelings would soon turn into hostile ones, and Atticus seemed to be careless of that. Talks of harmony, the disbanding of systemic discrimination against half-bloods and muggleborns, and not least in calls for better representation for the poor purebloods and hedge mages that were on the fringes of magical society, were setting powerful people against him. Atticus smiled fondly at her before he glanced away from her. I promised Charles that I would stay and try to change this society into one to be proud of. She said nothing to that as she waited on him to continue. She knew what he had said, she'd been there after all. She still felt guilty at the deception they played, even if she had not approved of it. She still participated in it. Still. She learned a lot about him from that meeting, his motivations, his ambitions, and that he was a seer, a talented one at that. She hadn't told her family what she knew, unwilling to betray his secrets, not when she and Charles had agreed that they'd like to join with Atticus if Britain didn't change. The fact that her family would likely disown her in all but name if they married also played a factor in it. He continued as a small frown grew on his face. If I don't speak up with all this fame I gained from doing what I thought was right, then who will? He turned back to her, his intense eyes bearing down at her. It is a responsibility, a duty I won't shy away from, even if it seems to ruffle up some old dusty feathers, he said with a small grin. She couldn't help but smile in return. Yes, Atticus was a great hope for change. Before she could respond he spoke up again. Speaking of old dusty feathers, there's a particularly messy-haired griffin on his way. Her eyes widened. May I? The familiar voice called out from behind her. She turned around and saw it was Charles, dressed immaculately in fine deep blue acromantula silk robes. Somehow it seemed like his hair, for once, wasn't the mess that it usually was, something she hadn't noticed from afar. Of course, Atticus said easily enough, a mirthful expression on his face before he slinked away, leaving them behind. They stood by each other a little awkwardly until he extended out his hand, one she looked at for a little while. She glanced up at him, a tender expression on his face and triggered her from grasping his hand. His arm snaked around her back and brought her in gently into him. "Hey," Charles said softly, his lips barely moving, their eyes locked on each other. "Hey," she said even softer, quieter. "You look beautiful, Dor," he said with a gentle smile. She met his smile with one of her own until it faded away, remembering the distance he forced between them. "They do say absence makes the heart grow fonder," she said with a calm tone. "I suppose that's probably true after all," she said with a barbed smile and narrowed eyes. He winced slightly at that. "I deserve that," he muttered. The music shifted to a song with slow tempo and she felt him draw her a little closer. "Why?" she said simply even as she let him draw her closer. "I spoke with your brother," he said, startling her. She stared dumbfounded at him. "Why?" she said a little more incredulously and, a little concerned. Had Arcturus scared him away? A serious expression fell on his face. "I spoke with him a few days or so ago about my intentions towards you." She drew in a sharp breath as he continued, a grim smile on his face. "It was a meeting I requested well over 2 months ago, yet he only allowed me to see him then." Her eyebrow twitched. Her brother had said nothing about this. She'd have to speak with him about it. "And?" she asked carefully, concerned and hope equally shining in her eyes. His serious expression didn't change. "I told him that I would marry you regardless if he approved or not, and that he'd have to kill me to prevent you from making mine." Charles' eyes hardened despite the grin he now bore and her eyes almost goggled at that. "You said that?" she whispered harshly. Charles' grin only widened. "I did. It was the most scared I have ever felt, Dor." He laughed despite the seriousness of the conversation. "I felt the wards tightening around me." Her eyes darkened as she gripped tightly on him. But he continued, his eyes rounding back to hers, fondness shining through. "In the end, he accepted and let me go," he said with a whisper, and she faltered in her steps, though thankfully he held on to her. "What?" she said with a tremulous voice. He brought her closely, their face mere inches away from each other, and everything just faded away in a hazy mist. "Dor, will you marry me?" he whispered to her, his voice nearly breaking. Her breath hitched, her throat tightening up. Somehow, she just managed. "Yes," she said with a fractured voice, and she fell into his arms, her arms wrapped around him, her eyes closed with delighted tears. "Don't worry about others seeing us, I managed to put under a mild notice me not charm," Charles said with a chuckle, seemingly picking up on her thoughts before she'd even thought it. She broke away from the hug and she smiled at him. The urge to kiss him was high, yet somehow she managed to keep her decency about her considering where they were. Charles seemed to pick up on her thoughts and smiled at her. "Atticus and his new wife opened the wards for us in a part of the castle so we can apparate away freely." "They knew?" she asked, surprised. Charles grimaced slightly. "Atticus put me to task a few weeks ago about not proposing to you, and I mentioned that I was planning on it. He suspected it when he'd seen Arcturus glare at me grudgingly," he said with a laugh. "Imagine the scandal though if people saw we left together," Doria said with a sly smile. Charles winced at that. "We'll have to be very discreet. I'd rather not want to face your brother in an honor duel." She smiled at that despite shaking her head. "Shall we then?" "In an hour," she suggested to him, her eyes entreating. Charles looked down at her with a fond smile and nodded. The hour was the longest hour she'd ever recalled. She waited, yet by the end of that night, it had been well worth it, having spent it with her betrothed. Break. 13th of August 1943. He stared at the sub-tier levels of Illos, studying intently the areas where the primary and secondary systems that would be installed. There was too much to know with regards to how everything functions, and with time he would learn it as best he could, but at the moment he was rather more focused on the adjustments he needed to make to the mass transfiguration array with regards to the shape and cavities within the superstructure of Illos. The shape of Illos would be ovoid, 77 kilometers long, but it would be wider by about another 20 kilometers at its most distant from the center. Its height would be about 25 kilometers once completed, given ample space within the superstructure for the technological systems to be embedded. It was incredibly tricky to create runic arrays and enchantments that would mass transfigure the asteroid to the desired shape, especially so when adjustments had to happen. It was better in that instance to start again rather than add additions to the existing runic arrays. The way they worked was precise, the runic bridges that allowed for multiple languages to work in sync to cause the effect he wanted, the enchantments that combined with the runes to bring out the visualization he had in mind. Well, a single deviation would set them back for months, at the very least. And so, here he was staring at a hologram, intimately familiarizing himself with the paths and the alignments needed within the superstructure, taking notes as he went along. After a few hours, the double doors opened and he glanced up, his concentration broken, and saw that it was Moira, his expression slowly shifting to one of neutrality. "How is the adjustment going?" she asked calmly as she gazed at the same hologram. Slowly, he said, irritated. "I've noted what I need to change, but to carry out that change with the mass transfiguration," he shook his head, "it'll take me all week to sort that out. I'm only glad that we've not yet carved the runes on the wardstone batteries yet. That was the saving grace, in all honesty." They had been charging for months already and it would have delayed everything had the runes been carved on them. Not by long given that the runes could be removed from the faces as they would not be activated until they were on the asteroid itself, but nonetheless it would have added to this aggravating situation. She nodded. I see. She said musingly. He turned back his eyes on the hologram, his thoughts far away from the asteroid and ward stones. It's not really why you're here though, is it? He questioned, not in an entirely kind tone. No. She said after a moment's pause, the silence stretching uneasily. Have you decided? She asked. Her words seemed light but they carried a weight that felt as heavy as chains around his ankles. Atticus turned around and faced her. He met her dark eyes, this ancient ancestor of his that opened the entire universe for him. The same ancestor who he'd come to asking for advice with regards to the future population of Illos, advice that had sent him into a deep turmoil within his core being. It was funny, in a morbid way. To get where he was today, no matter how much of it may have been ordained by vengeful ancient humans, had taken series of small decisions that now were becoming heavier and no longer fitted in on his compass of what he understood as right and wrong. He pushed away the thought that banged in his mind that he knew where exactly all of it was pointing towards. I have, Atticus said as he gazed away from her, a troubled frown on his face. Memories of his visions came to the forefront of his mind, children looking in awe as a small Chinese serpent dragon he conjured swam in the air around them, dipping and licking them on the cheeks, delighting them into raptures of joy. He'd seen some glimpses of where this was. He'd been encircled by scores of children, all eager-eyed as he'd weaved a story with animate gestures and with animate creations, at a garden behind a school building that had Grecian influences within its architecture. They were in a place that sat at the foot of a tall mountain that seemed stretched along a curvature almost endlessly, a curvature he recognized. His fingers gestured towards the hologram, the subtiers fading away as the superstructure that would be Illos came into view. He zoomed into it, the view of the mountain that stood front of the curvature that encapsulated the lands of Illos become apparent. It was a possible future, it did not have to happen. He knew that. It also did not have to be the outcome of what he and Moira had discussed, yet, he felt it in his bones that future would only come if he. I agree. He said finally, softly, another decision that he knew would condemn him began to settle into reality. There is a need for it if I wished for Illos and the ideals to last more than a generation. A foundation is needed and this will allow us to build one unimpeded. He added, words said that did not bring into light the disturbing reality it truly meant. Those visions, however much it made him accept his decisions, did not make it any easier to process the discomfort he felt. The way it would be done, was humane, perhaps, and that was a small solace in comparison to what could be done, yet it remained a harsh violation of free will. And a theft that robbed much. It will allow the transition of your future citizens to become smoother if they share with a people who were raised in the culture and in the way of life you wish to instill in the rest of your kind. A group of people who will simultaneously reduce the problem and at the same time give you the strength and support you need in the future. Which are the main reasons I agree. Atticus turned to her, his eyes hard. Doesn't mean what we will be doing to their parents isn't awful. Of course. Moira said agreeably, it is unseemly but it will not adversely impact any of the parties involved, save for the biological mother's time. The biological father will not remember and the mother will be encouraged to not pay it any mind. Moira looked at him meaningfully, her eyes silently chiding him, and the children will have a future greater than any they could have had, even if by some small chance their parents had met. You know this. He turned away from those ancient dark eyes, his gaze fixed on the holographic image of Illos. Sometimes he wondered if Moira had ever been a blessing to have discovered, but rather a noose that wrapped around his neck. He shook his head, banishing away those thoughts, knowing that the decisions he was making were all on his own. Not even Emily knew about this research in how to solve the grim problems that Illos would have from the onset, including the troubling realizations of their population problems. The population of witches and wizards was small, too small. There were less than 2 million of them, and a significant bulk of that was scattered around the world in isolated communities. The war in Europe didn't aid them in their numbers either. The final death toll was close to 50,000 souls. 50,000 souls that would take generations to replenish with the small population growth of magicals as whole, something that may not even happen with how aged the population truly was, despite the constant influx of Muggleborns into the magical world, even keeping in mind of the constant doubling of population of Muggles in the mid to late 20th century and 21st century. Magicals had children at a relatively young age, on average around 25 to 35 years of age, and could still have children well up to their 80s, though it was rare. But almost all stopped after 2. An heir and a spare. A significant proportion of the population stopped at 1. There were some exceptions, like the Cornfoot, the Smith, and the Weasley families, but they were exceedingly rare. That meant that there was a real population problem, one where fertility rate was at sub-replacement due to losses in war and in inane conflicts, each generation after the last less populous than the one which preceded it. Even if they did not help instigate another conflict, that trend would only continue. As an example, the population census in magical Britain, one that had proven to be more difficult to get a hold of than he had expected, showed a steady rate of decline for centuries even as Muggle births increased many folds, thus increasing the chances of squib descendants meeting and giving birth to a magical child. There were several factors responsible for that, of course. A significant factor being that it was actually hard for purebloods to bear children to maturity, his own mother a prime example. 6 pregnancies and only 2 children who had been born for longer than a week. It was compounded by the fact that childbirth could be dangerous for witches even if it should not be so with modern healing capabilities, mostly because the mother's magic would do all it could to have their child survive if there were complications, even at the cost and detriment of the mother's health, all because of the mother's intent for their offspring to survive. Though the most obvious cause of population decline, in magical Britain at least, was the hostile environment to Muggleborns who then moved abroad to the US, Canada or to Oceania, places who had a much stricter interaction policy with Muggles and had their own pressures on family sizes. Another was when it came to wealth and opportunity at both scales. The children that went to Hogwarts were mostly either from wealthy families or they were Muggleborn who attended at a reduced rate and often nearly free. The poor magical-raised children who attended Hogwarts were mainly invited on scholarships but with a debt that had to be repaid to the school. Those who attend Hogwarts were likely to obtain a greater paying job as long as you weren't Muggleborn than those who did not intended to become at the very least middle class, which meant they followed social conventions set by the nobility. Both parents, if neither were from a noble or wealthy family, worked. The relatively egalitarian nature of magical society allowed it, and once the expected heir was born, both would continue to work and rarely planned to have an expanded family. The children that were neither attended one of the smaller schools in Britain or were homeschooled. Many of these children tended to be either too poor to afford Hogwarts or were not above the minimal magical strength threshold required to attend Hogwarts. The children of these families had little prospects within magical society unless they connected and driven, tending to drift in life. Some of his newly vassals came from such families and the family units always remained small. Though even with the barest of knowledge of magic, life was easy enough as purebloods and half-bloods were able to gain employment as help for a store or a farm easily enough, earning the galleons they'd need for food for the small families they'd raise. Then there were the children of the isolated fringes of magical Britain. These children tended to be from families that were at the fringes of magical society, hedge witches and wizards, those who were predominantly farmers and who provided a significant amount of the food and potions ingredients to magical Britain and Ireland. Kind of like Amish people. Those people did not have large families either, despite being able to support it, suffering from the same ailments of wider magical society. The Human Development Index was something he remembered reading in his old life as part of his lessons in history, one that combined to provide a value dependent on factors such as life expectancy, education, and per capita income. One that had an inverse relationship with fertility rates. Magic was wonderful. Impossibly and inconvertibly so. And as time marched, so did their understanding of magic, and made life easy, adding a factor to the Human Development Index for magicals. Life for even half-educated magicals was easy. Death rarely was expected before the age of 120, even the most deadly of diseases could be fought off with potions with a high chance of survival. Only conflict, war or familial whittled down the population of magicals, and in long peaceful times, knowing your great-great-great-grandparents was very common. This meant there were very little pressures or advantages upon a family to raise more than 1 or 2 children, despite a large section of the population being relatively poor. Most of Europe was like this, whilst in the other places, there were similar factors such as it being easier to protect one child against hostile neighbors, whether they may be magical or Muggle, even if there was not a nobility class like there was in many places in Western Europe, Africa, and Asia. Yet wars happened at least once a century and a half, one that wiped out entire generations, the same constrictions that their people held themselves to becoming disastrous, continuing to whittle their population down. And it had been like this for centuries if not millennia. Most of the developed Muggle nations wouldn't get to this stage until the 21st century, and even then, there was still a fair amount growth even if it was minimal and their population sizes were great enough to allow for such small growths. But not for witches and wizards. Growth rate was just over 0.5% a year across the entire world wizarding population, with most of Europe dipping into the negatives. Moira had access to the entire history of human development, and Sparkly Dawn did not need long to filter out Muggles' growth rate over the last 5 centuries and focus on magicals. Despite only being able to roughly measure the wizarding population due to the interference of magical energy, something he had only found she could do after Grindelwald had been found, to truly discern a perfect census, they'd found that population growth over the centuries was only 0.5% with an estimated current number of 1.7 million people. That meant in 2062, the total wizarding population would only touch 2.2 million optimistically without a war or pandemic, a paltry increase over the course of more than a century. And all of this culminated into a global problem that had to be tackled. One that Illos would inherit if he was not careful. And it was not something that could be solved by forcing those who would make Illos their home to pop 3.5 kids out. It would not and could not happen like that, even with his fame, his legend. People believed in legends and would follow them, but to shed beliefs in their way of life that had been instilled in them from birth? That was no easy feat, and something that they were working on changing in a small scale to see how successful they could be before Emily's wider plans would be set into motion. Both he and Emily were working in magical Britain and Ireland to prepare the future generations of their home nation to ideals that would make merging into Illos easier. The creation of schools for the ages 4 to 11 would allow them to influence the children to their way of thinking, exposing them to ideas and notions that would stick with them, making it easier for them to eventually conform to Illos. From a business point of view, his companies and sectors would become a cornerstone in magical Britain which would subtly promote certain aspects and beliefs that he would repeat within the Wisengamot and in the media until his exile. Already his M-phones were a high success, the first enterprise that had been rolled out in Ireland, France, and Britain. Similar creations existed but never this abundant or affordable even to the poor. Chances of complete success were relatively high, his legend in Britain and Ireland was huge and she was rapidly becoming someone who was admired by the public. But that was two nations of many, two that would be significantly easier to subtly change into societies that could adapt and merge with the society they planned to create because of their existing influence, familial history, and heritage. Things they would have significantly less of in other societies around the world and who would prove to be resistant. It was a problem they were tackling already. Emily's plan of instigating a devastating dissolution of the threads and binds of magical society would see to that. Magical Britain would be the epicenter but the rippling effects would devastate other nations far greater, if things worked out as they hoped, allowing them to pick up the pieces and remold them with time. It was a monstrous act to plan to commit, he knew, and it was one of many to come, and it left him no better than the many dark lords that sprang forth throughout history. But it was necessary for a future where he aimed to build a harmonious magical world that could strive to the height of greatness he envisioned for his people and other magical creatures. All that they were doing, all that they hoped for, would ensure Illos and everything that it would stand for would permeate through every single magical society, absorbing them all into its grasp. Eventually that meant that Illos would need to be open to more than those he and Emily personally invited, even before it was time to move planets. And he did not doubt Illos would seem like a beacon in a dark night, not when Illos would seem like Olympus or Asgard, a place of wonder and awe. The problem was, they would come with their own ideals, their own culture and their own way of doing things, making it harder for them to grow a society that would push wizarding all magical kind to greatness. One that would grow into a single great civilization. He did not have the centuries he would need to force them to unwillingly conform, and even then, the likelihood that force would allow things to settle down enough to form a stable civilization was low. History proved that. Humans had long memories, magicals even longer. Emily's plans of breaking them down from the shadows was good but it wasn't enough. Broken people they may become, but absent of long history and ancient culture they would not be. It was a problem. As a people, they needed more than to share land, share neighboring homes. Community was needed. Shared ideals were needed. Culture, morals, sports, principles. A shared future. Beliefs. There were many factors that bound peoples together. Something that could not be manufactured but could be grown. Magicals may share magic but humans, no matter what branch, were tribalistic and would take time for differences to be reduced into nothingness, time that Illos and magical kind did not have, not on the timescale they were working on. No. What was needed, one that would help solve many of these pending societal issues from the influx of different peoples, is to have a society already in place, one that would prove this society's and its people's superiority in everything, creating an environment that permeated through the newcomers, those ideals that placed value on larger family sizes, magical and scientific advancement, something that would be difficult to persuade everyone to do otherwise. And this society would need to have an unbreakable foundation. A foundation that he would have to grow and teach from birth. Children who would grow into becoming the spine of the society from which it would shift and change with all the positive inputs other people who wished to make Illos their home would bring, but always would ensure the survival of the tenets of the society he wished to call home. They would help him slowly introduce the basics of technologies, science, and the philosophies of ancient humanity to pace their civilization into one that could mature without outpacing its cultural development. And when it became time to move all away from Earth and all other forms of governance were disbanded, in time, all of these different societies would disappear even if some elements of their cultures were retained. But time would take care of that. However, that was a long time away, and many crimes away. Has Sparkly Dawn finalized the numbers? He asked her, his hands moved delicately, bringing into view the architecture of the nameless city, staring at the long smooth towers that meshed beautifully with the rest of the city. The servitor has. Moira confirmed. I have catalogued 3,600,000 people who have the requisite genetic strands and necessary lower end of the social hierarchy that have the highest chance of birthing a magical child in the regions you had us sample. Of those numbers, 200,000 are within a 100-kilometer range to meet without interfering in a greater degree that might draw suspicion. He had her checking DNA of people from regions that were nearly completely unmonitored by the ICW and other magical governments for genes associated with having magic. To hear that there were that many people with the genes. He turned to her with a frown on his face. That is a relatively high number. When you consider that Sparkly Dawn only mapped the genome of several hundreds of millions in the world. They had truly nanoscale nanites that were capable being dispersed into a region and perform their pre-programmed functions with a terrifying efficiency and speed. The more he knew of the facility and its capabilities, the more he understood that Moira's supposed duty far extended than what she had said it was. The story of those perceivers of her people made that abundantly clear. He doubted her mother had saved her from the genocide of their people simply because of a mother's love. He suspected she had a far more active role in the development of humanity than she'd ever cared to admit. Emily's distrust of the woman was well earned. The problem was, her uses were too great and she was helping nearly completely, leaving him to make choices even if she led him to certain directions. Directions that he may have thought about but never expected to truly head into. It is, statistically speaking. When you factor in that these people also reside in locations where there once were or still is a significant, Mage, Moira said that word in a mildly disapproving manner. She had classified witches and wizards with a name that he hadn't been pleased about. It was, bland. Nearly as bland as the name ancient humanity had for itself in their language. The people. No. Mage might not be the best name though it was better than what the Muggles had called them, but he'd figure out a way to get a respectful name by consensus by his people. She continued, it makes logical sense. Remnants of interactions, of abandonment. All right, I understand. He paused for a moment before he took a deep breath. Let's begin the operation. My elves are ready to place the paired items with compulsion that will be keyed to them specifically once they have been activated. We will begin with 1,000 first. 1,000 children born out of their machinations to pair squib descendants until the women were pregnant and to take that child from them. The father would leave after the pregnancy was confirmed and forget over time, whilst the mother would be spelled to forget the child, associating it with pain. It was an evil thing to do, to both parents, yet he also knew that it was something that would hardly faze most magicals raised in magical society. There were plenty of magical countries that took in magical children from squib descendants and made all who knew of the child forget. What he was doing now was merely facilitating in them being born in the first place. His hesitancy in doing this was strong. Before he had been reborn, he would not have hesitated. Not when he knew how damaging parents could be. But then he was reborn to Anne and Marcus Sayer. Two parents from whom he came to understand love and what it meant to love. A possibility he was robbing these children of. He could not see the paths of these children, he did not have that power. His visions were what magic allowed him to see, for now, and he could not direct it in a meaningful way. How many would have had a happy childhood with parents that loved them? How many would not? How many would survive to adulthood? Magical children born to Muggles, especially in religious and / or poor communities, rarely fared well there, many of them dying whilst those who lived to adulthood rarely even touched a tenth of their potential. Was it right of him to play God and have these children be born only because of him and the need he had for them? Pluto was dim and grows brighter and stronger, Mars is bright, will become brighter before it dims, before it slumbers. Words of the centaur from the Forbidden Forest said to him in what felt like a lifetime ago. Pluto was associated with the underworld and with forces outside of the realm of man, forces such as magic herself, forces such as the machinations of trillions of long-dead humans, forces such as death and rebirth. On a personal level, Pluto meant a power struggle with oneself, or with others, and was indicative of someone who is manipulative. All things that was intimately tied to him. All things that were growing brighter every moment that passed. It was not a coincidence that struggle within himself would grow at the same time conflict, Mars, would grow brighter before it dimmed, before it slumbered. The things they'd do within the magical world, the conflicts they'd enflame. He sighed as he dragged his hand across his face. In the end, will it even matter? These questions he posed to himself when he knew that they would not change the decisions he'd already settled on. Their only purpose being that they were tearing up his conscience even more than it already was. At times he wondered if being reborn was not a curse, the expectations that he had of himself, the expectations that was levied on him. Yet, wasn't that what he wanted in the first place? Purpose? A destination that made sense as to why he had been reborn? Build the boat tall and high, sturdy and hard, for it will carry her children. The centaur intones, with all the severity it could muster, as plainly as it could before it adds all of her children with its eyes wide and unblinking as its gaze bore down on him. He smiled bitterly at the memory. If only he knew what it truly meant for his soul. I will have them monitored, Moira said with a slight smile breaking him out of his turbulent thoughts. He glanced at her with a grim look on his face. No one will know beyond himself, Moira and Sparkly Dawn. No one else needed this harrowing crime on their conscience, though it was more because he felt ashamed he was doing this in the first place. Sparkly Dawn had recently been keyed to him in the same way the AI was keyed to Moira, and all of this was classified under the highest level secrecy. Eventually he would ensure that he'd find a way to destroy all memories and knowledge of all this in the AI and in the facility when Moira left in a few years' time. It is not easy, I understand. Moira's voice broke through his thoughts and he glanced at her, eyes unkind despite the soothing tone her voice took. He smiled grimly, one that teetered on anger, born out of self-loathing. Were these the kinds of decisions your people made? Decisions that destroyed all definitions of decency, morality, and compassion. His words were not said with what he felt, but it was not difficult to read between the lines. Moira's expression shifted, one that bore hints of compassion and grief before it became one of visible tiredness. All the time, Moira said, her eyes gazing at the ceiling, as if lost to memories. Perhaps that is what doomed us in the end, decisions that were taken, surgically, immorally. He couldn't help himself, laughed and despised how bitter it sounded. Yet you lead me to this, he gestured with a lazy sweep of the arm. This path that I cannot help but believe is the right path to take if I wish for my greatest dream to come into fruition. He shook his head disgusted before he rounded up on her. Yes, I know, he interjected her, breaking her from saying what he suspected she would say. It is my choice to deny the right of choice to others, he said in a shuddering breath, releasing the building frustration and loathing he felt. I will not ask why you are so interested in helping me do this, for I know you would not answer it. He shook his head, his teeth clenched. Or perhaps I don't ask because I fear your answer, he said with a meaningful glare at her. Moira's expression didn't change even under his glare, and he sighed, almost defeated. Yet when it comes down to it, it is my choice to do unthinkable things that make the very idea of Illos a joke to all that would ever find out what it took to build it, he said quietly, his eyes closing as he did so. He hadn't even realized until that moment how much he had wanted to be a better person than the one he had threatened to once become in his first life. How much he wanted to be the person the public thought he was when he was really the farthest from it. Perhaps that was part why he felt so alive when he was with Emily, someone who had changed and continued to change, far from the hateful creature she threatened to turn into. She'd never be compassionate, but she was becoming a better person even if it was far from the normal level. And, in the end, he had not changed from who he had been, someone who used others to achieve his ambitions and goals. Wealth, family, magic did not change him. The lives of future generations of magicals may end up brighter and greater than the likely future that would end in possible extinction because of war with Muggles, but it was born out of the selfish desires of a single man. He was no longer deluding himself that he was saving the magical world. It would have always led to this road, his nature dictated it so. Manipulation and control. And perhaps that was why he was reborn in this world, that facet of his existence helping to guarantee salvation for hundreds, thousands of magical species, even if it doomed his very soul. A touch on his shoulder startled him, his eyes snapping open, his head tilting upward and met her dark eyes. Civilizations are never built without pain, grief, and strife, Moira said with pity in her eyes, conveying more than the words she said. And the responsibilities that one bears for their people rarely leave one lighter, she added, quieter and more solemn. He couldn't help but close his eyes at that, his thoughts going back to what would happen. These children, once born, will be left at local orphanages before they are taken by his elves, who will masquerade as Muggle couples. Some will be left there for a few years and picked up by his newly made vassals, who will work in conjunction with Hale. And he would be responsible for every child, whether they were born with magic or not. It is the very least he could do after this, is have them raised all the same. Perhaps, then, I should run from those responsibilities, he said with a hesitant smile as he opened his eyes, his attempts at lightening the heavy weight on his heart far from successful. There was desperation in it, one that he felt more and more keenly as the point of no return arrived. One that warred with the conviction and belief he felt in what they were doing was necessary for optimal success. Moira smiled at him understandingly. We both know the answer to that, her tone kind. Yes. They both knew the outcome. He let out an inaudible sigh as he gazed past her, focusing on the result rather than the actions that would yield said result. Moira was right in the fact that these children would be part of a great future, he would ensure no less. They had his loyalty and his care even now before they'd even been conceived. They would be the cornerstone of their home. What would make it all worth it? Yet, despite it all, he couldn't help but feel that, in the end, he was no better than Grindelwald at all. Break. 22nd of August 1943. Lyra Seelamontagne POV. She followed the oddly dressed elf as she walked past the high-ceiled corridors of this place she arrived in with a porte-clés with a frown on her face. Lord Sayer had asked her personally to come regarding a matter that was relevant to her. She didn't have a clue as to what it was about. Well, she did, kind of. Though they had not spoken personally since the Knights of Mimpost was disbanded, officially, she knew that the offer to work for him in some capacity was open without an end date. It was something she was grateful for, and she knew that in the time since many of her former comrades had taken him up on the offer, but she wanted to first explore other options even if she didn't want to rejoin the Hit Wizards. She wasn't keen on fighting in any capacity again, her nightmares were terrible enough as it is. She knew there were other things she could do, but she didn't want to be completely beholden to Lord Sayer as she knew she would be had she accepted any of his offers. She respected him greatly, he even held her loyalty in some way, but it scared her to see many of her comrades so fervent. To see herself so fervent. She got caught up in the fervor that night in France, after he'd come to speak to them all, and it had frightened her. "We're here," the elf said, startling her out of her thoughts. They arrived at the doors which opened with a snap of the elf's fingers. Please go in, he is waiting, the elf said and popped away without another word. She gulped a little and she walked in. The room was a little bare though brightly illuminated with white lights, only a table where he stood by was present. He turned around to her, his arms behind his back, his expressive eyes boring into her. Miss Montaigne, he said smoothly. She bowed from the waist. Lord Sayer, she said respectfully. He smiled at her. You may call me Atticus if you wish, he said to her. She hesitated, something he caught on. Lord Sayer is fine however, he said easily enough, and he segued into answering the very question that racked her mind this entire journey. If you are wondering why you are here, beyond the vague message that it is relevant to you, you may follow me to find out, he said calmly as he turned to his heel, heading towards the doors towards the far end. Her eyes widened but she cautiously followed him. She passed the double doors into a poor lit room and she felt a little tenser as a feeling of concern washed over. Her footsteps seemed to echo slightly on the hard cobbled stone. She rounded around a corner and saw a hospital bed that seemed occupied from where she was approaching, and she glanced around, saw that it was almost as bare as the other room though there was a cabinet filled with books on its shelves not far from the bed. He was standing in front of the bed, obscuring her from seeing who exactly might be in the bed, and she made her way towards him, a frown on her face. Lord Sayer, I don't her words died on her lips as she finally saw who was on the bed. She felt as if someone had knocked the air out of her lungs and hit with a cricket bat on the side of her head when she saw who was on the bed. Her face was pale, paler than she'd ever remembered, no sign of her light olive skin and rosy cheeks she'd been enamored with. Amelie, she gasped out in a shakily wobbly voice as she reached out to her with a trembling hand. She felt a firm grip on her wrist and she snapped towards him and saw him looking at Amelie with a grim expression. When we went to deal with Drackle, he began, his voice solemn yet calm and her eyes widened. No. She whispered, horror and disgust roared within her until shame filled her at the disgust she felt towards Amelia. Imagine my surprise when I came across someone I recognized from a few battles we fought together. She glanced back at him and saw him looking at her with knowing eyes. Someone I recognized being close to someone who I have come to treasure. She swallowed harshly and looked away from his gaze and back at the sleeping form of Amelie. She seemed so peaceful, barely breathing. Is she? She whispered almost inaudibly. Fate was cruel, too cruel. She had thought she'd perished in Belgium and she found herself wishing she had perished then. She closed her eyes at the pain she felt, the shame and guilt that seemed to unfairly weigh heavy on her. Amelie had been unexpected, to say the least. She'd managed in a small amount of time to get through to the barriers that she'd trained herself to build up. Amelie's sense of justice and firm position on what was right and wrong had felt like a breath of fresh air in an environment that was becoming ever more blurry. All of their late-night discussions had always ended up in Amelie standing headstrong on her principles, and she had found so attractive, and after that, she became more than just a comfort, more than a body she'd share a bed with. Someone who she had been falling in love with, someone she loved. No. He said to her great surprise. She looked at him confused then. What was she doing there? He completed her question and she nodded warily. He pursed his lips for a moment. I'm not 100% sure, we didn't exactly interrogate the vampires there. He sighed for a second, but I'm pretty sure that either de Gaulle or Grindelwald were responsible for it. She tensed up. She's not exactly human anymore, he finally said. What have they done to her? She asked with clenched teeth. I'm not sure. He admitted to her. It seems like she's some kind of hybrid. She can eat normal food but blood seems to sate her more. He paused for a moment. It does seem though that her eyes are quite sensitive to light, hence the darkly lit room. Have you experimented with her? Lyra asked, a little more heatedly. He glanced at her and shook his head. No. Only did a few tests to see what her condition was, to understand what has been done to her. He hesitated for a moment before he continued. Whatever was done to her physically, wasn't the worst thing they did to her. Her mind is, fractured to say the least. She closed her eyes. Amelie didn't deserve this. She shouldn't even have been there in truth. She was a fine aura, but it would not have been what she would have become if not for the war, if not for the death of her family. Can she recover? She asked quietly as she reopened her eyes, staring at the still form of her lover. He remained silent for a little while. Possibly, he said with a sigh. The one good thing in her favor is that she has a soul. She snapped towards Atticus, her eyes wide. What? She asked disbelievingly. It was well known that vampires were soulless creatures. It seems whatever they did to her, had the side effect of allowing her to keep her soul. She is not undead. She edges towards living more than she does being dead. A flame of hope bloomed within her chest. Then. She said with a shuddering breath. I'll do whatever you want if you help her, she asked. It must be why she was here. No. He said, shocking her, and she turned to him dismayed but was startled to see her smile at her. I won't hold treatment against you in return for servitude, he said with a frown. I'm not. He trailed off for a moment. We have been comrades and you have fought with me. He turned back to Amelie. It is only right that I help you with who you care for the most. She swallowed harshly, touched by the sentiment and the gesture. She grabbed his forearm and squeezed tightly, knowing that she was breaking several social conventions. "Thank you," she said gratefully, and he only nodded gently at her before she glanced back at Amelie. Fate was cruel, she decided. Only fate would try to return the person she loved the most in this world as a vampire hybrid, the near same thing that haunted her dreams. Yet fate would not defeat her in this. She'd do all she could to help Amelie. Not even returning as she did would prevent her from doing so. Break. 18th of September 1943 Shit Institute of Magic and Science. He watched Credence speak in front of the highly attended lecture hall, speaking on his experiences with dark magic and the dueling techniques that he'd witnessed over the years in the company of Gellert Grindelwald. It seemed natural, the way he spoke and how he managed to capture the attendance of the audience. He had a solemn way of speaking, yet it was far from suffocating, drawing attention to himself with ease as he spoke. Good for him. He did mean what he had said to Credence, even if it was not completely without reason. Second chances should be offered to those who were worthy of it. Impressive, isn't he? He heard someone say next to him, though he had known that he was approaching. He glanced at the old man before fixing his eyes back at Credence. Yes. Atticus said, a small smile creeping on his face. One of my better decisions. He could see Credence becoming a world-class professor in no time. Nicholas snorted. Your decisions? He said with a harumph. I seem to recall that it was my decision to let him teach. Atticus' lips twitched as he stood up from leaning against the wall and turned to Nicholas. If you say so, he said with a light grin as he stepped around. Children these days, no respect, Nicholas muttered from behind him. Soon enough he exited through the tall oak doors and into the beautiful oval central courtyard. Trees wedded into the background whilst lusciously green grass lined the cobble path that crisscrossed through the courtyard, each parting path leading towards a doorway of one of the buildings that surrounded it. It was late afternoon and there were plenty of families with their children and young people conversing with each other in the spacious courtyard without an ounce of concern. An air of freedom and carefreeness was visibly discernible. It brought a small smile on his face. Nicholas stood next to him, his arms behind his back. It's growing, the student population, both the post-newts and the primary school. The end of the war and the invitation extended to the devastated families, orphans, and others who just wanted a new start has been accepted by a large number of people, Nicholas informed him. Atticus nodded. Good. He paused for a moment. Has the acceptance rate been high? Nicholas grimaced. Not quite, he admitted. The quality of students wanted at Sims had to be high after all. Not just anyone could attend. They did not discriminate, but they had academic standards. They did not want to waste anyone's time if they were unable to keep up. But enough, Nicholas added before he continued. Those that have been rejected, especially the younger peoples, have however found their feet here in Ireland. Nicholas looked at him. The initiative offered by the Irish ministry has been too enticing for many to ignore. Good old Connor, Atticus said with a light grin at Nicholas, who only chuckled. The Irish ministry, Connor Frary, had been more than a little helpful with their endeavours, and it seemed like it wouldn't end. The success of the M-phones, the taxation it provided, the prestige of Sims, all of it was something that had re-elected him this summer back into office. When they'd approached him with housing and enrolling some of the younger people into the Irish magical school whilst the older people could find employment in the growing enchanting industry spawned by his companies or the growing specialist greenhouses that he was funding, he was more than happy to accept it. The public may not have accepted hundreds of Muggle-born children, but they would accept others like themselves, namely purebloods that came from the ravaged continent as a result of the war. The orphans that were younger than 16 would be housed in Britain with the promise that they could attend the Irish magical school if Hogwarts didn't accept them. His popularity was never higher and it benefited them all. The promise that they would be accepted should they meet our standards makes it quite obvious that we will see quite a few of them in the coming years, Nicholas said. He nodded as it should. After all, education should not be denied to anyone who sought it. Nicholas only inclined his head in agreement. Nicholas checked his pocket watch. Perry will likely be waiting for us in the office. Lead on then, Mr. Flamel, Atticus enthused. Nicholas looked at him with amusement. Well then, please follow me, Mr. Tien, and so they went off, through the crowded courtyard, people nodding with respect to Nicholas whilst they only gazed at him curiously, an unfamiliar face. He was under a particularly strong illusion spell, one that was very different to how he looked normally. Dark-skinned, thick curly hair with a prominent jawline and rich black eyes, how he remembered he had looked like in his first life, though as time went by it seemed like he was remembering less and less clearly of his own former appearance. Perhaps it was because time faded all, despite his occlumency, or perhaps it was a case that he no longer associated himself with that life. It was a fascinating little exercise, if nothing else, on the topic of identity. They arrived at the headmaster's office. Cabinets lined the walls opposite the large window that overlooked the central courtyard of the campus. Perry stood by that window and turned around as they walked further in, her eyes squinting. That is a particularly excellent illusionary spell, she commented appraisingly. He chuckled as he dispelled it. It's a spell with its origin from the latter years of the Byzantines. Her eyes lit up. The Byzantines did tend to be quite excellent in illusionary magic. Likely a result to improve on some of the techniques used by the Persian immortals, she nodded understandingly. She clapped and 3 cups of tea arrived as they sat down and conversed lightly about the status of Sims and what the school needed. It was in an excellent condition and he was proud of the school and its success, and he knew it was done to the 2 people before him. They talked about the state of Illos, something that all of them had been excited to discuss. In perhaps a few weeks he'd introduce them to Moira, bringing them fully into his confidence, something he knew he would need to do with several other close confidants in the coming years given what he planned in the future regarding magic and technology. The conversation turned towards the topics that he suspected were coming after they subtly made references to it until he was asked point blankly. "So, you're making a mess of things politically," Perry said with a pointed look, hidden behind the cup of tea she was sipping on. He leaned back in his chair. "I wouldn't necessarily call it a mess of things," he said with a little smile. "Really?" Perry said a little skeptically. "From what it seems like you're antagonizing both sides quite a bit, each faction having something hold against you." Atticus inclined his head. He'd proposed that they employ measures similar to Rappaport's law, fracture interaction with the Muggle world nearly completely and to investigate signs of magic more thoroughly in children and to assess households accordingly. The Progressives faction wasn't well pleased with that, particularly by Fleamont Potter, who said that Rappaport's law was an overreaction and that they didn't need to do that. Accusations of prejudice and fear-mongering had been made quite amply, though he countered with carefully picked facts, namely the evidence provided by current Hogwarts students along with former students with regards how experiences were as a child with magic. He argued that it was not unlike social services in the Muggle world, that they had a responsibility to ensure every child of magic was well cared for and that it was not a drain on resources when it would only take at most a few days at a time to investigate. One might wonder why he was aiming to sever contact with the Muggles given his own interest in that world, but he wasn't truly seeking to achieve it. He'd already been approached by several lords who would be willing to whip up support in return for favors. It was part of a long game, one that sought to ensure would keep a record of his words and proposals for when they would become something to be sought to be employed after his self-exile. Same goes for the traditionalists, like when he advocated for standardized testing of positions in the ministry to ensure the best candidate was picked, the implication clear in his words. "Your fame will not insulate you forever," Nicholas warned, and a frown grew on his face. "What is the reason to it all? Reform, even with my fame, will not be possible to the extent that will be needed in Britain. I recognize that," he said with a grim smile, and they caught on. "You don't actually aim to achieve what you're advocating for," Perry stated. Atticus inclined his head. "No, I don't. But the public will know what I am for," he told them. "And with your controlling interest in the major papers in Britain," Nicholas filled in, and Atticus didn't bother correcting him. At this point claiming Imp was independent of his and Emily's will was pointless to these two. "You can make sure it's not twisted in any way you don't like." He inclined his head in confirmation. "In the end, I don't wish to remain in Britain for the long term." Nicholas' expression darkened for a moment. "Tell me you're not instigating conflict all so that you can ferry people to Illos." He shook his head. "I'm not," he said honestly. He wasn't. "I have no interest in causing war or conflict." "A lie. But Illos will open its doors to people, eventually, that may wish for a future independent of Britain." He shrugged. "They will remember my words when Illos becomes known to the world." Nicholas gazed at him with inspecting eyes. Perry spoke up next. "There are better ways of getting people to move rather than making enemies in the way that you are." Perhaps Atticus acceded. There were. But this was the course that was set. "It seems like we cannot dissuade you from this route," Nicholas said curiously, and Atticus only smiled. "No," he said softly, "I do think that I need to shake things up and I've got the influence to do it." Perry sighed as she eyed him for a long while. "It seems you are fully aware of the consequences of your actions," she stated to him, and he nodded, slower than he intended. The conversation settled into other topics such as their findings about Nagini's blood curse. Their current prognosis that it was a failed method of tying an animagus form to their bloodline was fascinating to consider, and soon enough the cloud of his political games dissipated, yet never completely. Break. 22nd of September 1943. Lisa Hardy POV. She knocked on the door. "Come in," she heard. She opened the door and walked through and saw the husband of the patron of the orphanage standing by the window. He turned around and she was reminded of how young they both really were. She'd seen him in passing a few times, but they'd never talked. "Miss Hardy," the young man said with a smooth, cultured tone. He gestured towards the seat in front of the desk. "Please take a seat." She did as she was bid and she sat down, nervously waiting under his gaze as to why she'd been called here. "Is Lady Slytherin going to join us?" she asked tentatively. "No," he said, shaking his head. "She is currently occupied with house business," he told her. She nodded. Lady Slytherin had been the person who had hired her after all as one of the first staff members. The orphanage had been running fully a few weeks before the end of the academic year at Hogwarts, and she'd been part of it since the very beginning. Before, she'd been a governess for a number of noble pure-blood houses over the decades. Her ancestry as part of a minor noble pure-blood house, even if she was a half-blood, allowed her that much. But, as the children aged, she'd always been let go without another thought. Most times it came as a blessing, even as it tore at her heart, even if her heart had been torn away years before. Children she'd practically raised from birth and had often called her mother in their adolescence would, without fail, Painaria thought to her by the time they were 7 or 8, understanding that she was not someone who should be important to them. It was heartbreaking each time, and yet she'd take another governess role without fail again and again. She knew it had been self-punishing, the way she'd long for what she would never have of her own body, yet she could not help it, to try and build bonds that would never really be returned. When this opportunity had been advertised, she'd almost agreed to another governess role, but the uniqueness of a magical orphanage, one where she would not have to move from for years and decades to come as she might have in the Muggle world, given that she would age much slower than them, had been a little too enticing. She never really cared about Muggles or Magicals. Her father had been a Muggle and children were children, magic or not. "How are you finding things?" he asked her with a curious tone in his voice. In truth, it was different, caring for older children who she had no bond with, and she found herself missing her governess role despite the heartaches she knew would come her way. It was not as fulfilling. "Fine," she said with a practiced smile. "It's been a learning experience caring for so many children." She paused for a little. "But it is quieter now with them off to Hogwarts." There were only 4 children now, all of them squibs that had been abandoned by the side of the road, obliviated of all their connections to their family. It was cruel what was done to them. She supposed it was better that than what she knew happened in certain types of households. For the moment, they would remain here for a year before sending them to a boarding school as they were being tutored to their required year group. "I see," he said with a gaze that seemed to be able to see right through her. His lips tightened minutely before he tilted his head. "You were more involved in caring for younger adolescents, were you not?" She nodded yes. "Families would hire me to care for their newborns and to tutor them as they aged. They hired her to do what they should have been doing." He leaned back in his chair, his eyes seemingly unblinking. "It must be a little unfulfilling caring for children only for a few months, extenuating circumstances notwithstanding," he said in a musing tone. "I wouldn't say it like that." She hesitated for a moment, but somewhat she admitted. He said nothing for a little while until he broke the uneasy silence. "There might be an opportunity to care for children at a younger age, orphans that will need governesses." He gestured with a flick of his hand. "Mothers really?" he said with a piercing gaze. She frowned a little confused at that. "Mothers?" she asked, a weird feeling passing over her. He nodded, leaning forward, their gaze remaining unbroken as she felt that strange feeling seemingly fading away and a longing bloomed within her. "Yes, mothers. Children that will need someone who will care for them, play with them, love them." She remained poised as one like her should, despite the smile that threatened to bloom on her face. "They don't have any parents?" she asked, still a little unsure despite the hope she felt. He shook his head, a sad expression falling on his face. "They don't," he said a little quietly. "They are parentless, motherless, and they are in need." His hypnotizing eyes seemed to draw her in with little resistance. I could be their mother," she said with hope fulfilled in her voice. "You would do that for them?" he asked with surprise etched on his face. Confidence and conviction filled her as she nodded primly. "I would do that for them. Every child needs a mother." "You will love them? As if they were of your own body?" he said with a voice that seemed to echo in her mind. "I would love them as if they were my own," she said firmly, her expression breaking a little. "I always wanted children of my own," she admitted in front of someone who practically was a stranger. She wasn't sure why, but she felt like she could tell him anything. "Good," he said with a smile, one she could help but return. He really did have beautiful eyes. Lady Slytherin was lucky. He seemed to smile wider as he spoke. "It will be a little while and it will be a place far from here." He tilted his head. "It won't be an issue, will it?" She shook her head. "No, it won't." She was going to be a mother. It didn't matter where she'd be. He nodded with a pleased expression on his face. "Good. There will be a few things we'll need to go over in private over the next few months, so we'll see each other enough then," he said, and she nodded her acceptance, knowing a dismissal for what it was. As their eyes broke contact, she blinked, and she shook her head a little. "Are you all right?" he asked a little concerned. "I'm fine, Lord Sayer. I think I stood up a little too fast," she said with a tired smile. She bowed to him and departed, missing the darkened eyes that belonged to a tight face. No, her mind was far from able to register anything other than the persistent train of thought that she was going to be a mother, one that caused her to feel a sense of joy she only felt when she cared for children in moments she'd forgotten weren't her own. This time she believed things would be different. Break. 25th of September 1943, ICW Headquarters, Alexandria. Ramirez POV. He walked into the central office room after being escorted in. He'd never been in this part of the ICW. In front of him was a single, round black table with 3 people seated next to each other with a sole chair marked out for him. He glanced around and his attention seemed to falter from focusing on anything for longer than a second. His eyes narrowed at the magic, knowing that it was incredibly intricate for it be able to do that. Notice me not charms were not as persistent as what that magic was. The doors closed behind with an echoing thud and he spared the space behind a single glance over the shoulders before he walked forward towards the sole chair. They said nothing as he approached, even as he stood a little longer and he realized he couldn't discern their features. They were under the same spell as the rest of the room was in. "Who are you?" he asked sharply, his patience rupturing. He'd been told by his superiors that he was wanted by their superior's superior who he had not even known they had. He'd been under the impression that they answered to the Council of Mugwumps and the Supreme Mugwump, but it seemed like that was far from the case. Mr. Ramirez, the man in central seat, spoke up. My name is Huntlar. The names of my associates are irrelevant as to the purpose you are here. He narrowed his eyes. I can't accept that. Huntlar? I have never heard of that name before and I'm fairly high up in this organization, he scoffed. The hidden man seemed to tilt his head. Of course you wouldn't. It is simply an alias. Ramirez looked at the man incredulously. And you expect me to keep up with this farce? He shook his head. I will be speaking with Mr. Pryor about this, he said as he turned on his heels, heading towards the doors. We are Moes, the hidden man said, stilling Ramirez in an instant. He turned around, slowly, tense and wary. Impossible dripped out of his mouth. You're just a myth. Something to haze newbies, he said sharply. A myth to dissuade from new members from ever even thinking of committing treason. Far from it, Mr. Ramirez. We are very real. Myths always have a basis in truth in some degree, the hidden man said. And if you take a seat, you will be told exactly why we exist and what we do, the man added. Ramirez thought it over for a moment and decided to at least listen. He sat down, eyeing the obscured men warily. What do you know of Moes? Humor us, the man on the right said, his voice distinctly unremarkable. Ramirez waited for a moment as he collected all the information he knew on the organization, sifting away the ridiculous rumors whilst keeping the gist of what he had been able to understand of what they were meant to be, supposedly. That Moes is an organization within another organization, the ones in the shadows of the ICW. Ramirez pursed his lips as he paused for a moment. That you to the unspeakables with the unspeakables are to the rest of us. Interesting. You filtered useless information and extremes to get to a core, the man on the left said. Competent reasoning skills, the man on the right said. Ramirez's eye twitched at the condescension. The man in the middle spoke up. Moes is not an organization within an organization. Moes is the organization. Ramirez looked at the man skeptically. What does that even mean? It means that the International Council of Wizards is not represented by the Council of Mugwumps but by the three of us. That surprised him. What? That can't be true. Any major decisions are made by the Council of Mugwumps and we have to carry it out. It is what is mandated. When it comes to matters of infringing the statute of secrecy and cooperation of governments. Not when it comes to the operation of the ICW itself, the man on the right said. Do you not wonder why there are so many departments of the ICW that only nominally relate to the upkeep of the statute? The man on the left said. The ICW is much larger than you know it to be and we are what direct it, the man in the middle said. Ramirez remained quiet for a moment. He had many questions but the most prominent was what he wanted an answer to. Why am I here? He finally asked. Mr. Ramirez, Huntlar said, his hand folded in front of him. You are here today because of this. A folder was slid towards him. Ramirez's gaze remained on the obscured figure of Huntlar for a moment longer before his hands went towards the folder. He opened it and saw a strange landmass in the middle of a frozen sea. And what is he gestured towards the image is this? He asked. That was where we have retrieved the remnants of Albus Dumbledore's body and that of Klaus de Gaulle, Huntlar said. He looked on with surprise. All right, he said slowly. Killed either by a spell that could wipe out an entire Muggle city like New York or by a thunderstorm the likes the world has not seen since elemental mages of the antiquities, the man on the left said. It took that much to kill Albus Dumbledore? He asked disbelievingly. No, it was what it took to kill Gellert Grindelwald, Huntlar said. He straightened up. Impossible. I saw Sayer kill him. Sayer did kill him, not at Mons, the man on the left said. He killed him weeks later, away from sight, the man on the right said. How do you know? Ramirez demanded. Divination, Huntlar responded. Ramirez laughed. Divination? What you know of divination, the man on the left said. What the world knows of divination, the man on the right continued, is very little to what is possible, Huntlar completed. Ramirez stared at the three figures for as much as his attention allowed. I see, he said after a moment. The chair beneath him scraped against the floor. I've had enough of whatever this is, he said, shaking his head and twisted on his heel, walking towards the doors. If you leave through those doors you will never find out who could be responsible for magic dying out in the world, Huntlar said, stopping him from walking any further. No more wizards. No more witches. No more magic. He clenched his teeth and he grindingly turned around, unable to resist seeking out an explanation. Explain, he demanded. Break. Months later. 21st of December 1943, Antarctica. Abraxas Malfoy POV. Cheer up, Malfoy, Caro said in a mocking tone as they trudged along in the deep snow. Malfoy stared at him with disdain, though Caro only laughed at the sight before he began to pace faster to catch up with Dolohov and Not. A strong gust of wind kicked up some snow from around him and coated him somewhat, his warming charms briefly not protecting him from the cold touch that soon enough turned into water. He allowed a sneer form on his face as he stopped and looked around with disdainful eyes. Snow-covered hills and mountains dominated the landscape with frozen and lifeless plains, if you could call it that, nestled in between those mountains. The winds, though mild as they may be in strength, licked at his body uncomfortably even if he was covered to the brim with warming charms and thick robes that had been handed to them when they arrived at Riddle Manor. He had no idea why she took them there when she now resided in the ancient Sayre Manor, now as Lady Sayre. Lady Sayre. His nose wrinkled. It still made him uneasy to think of her such a way, a wife to someone. Not when he'd seen her true face all too often. An image of her face illuminated with dim light as her lips curled into a razor-sharp smile, Gubrathian flames dancing in her dark glowing eyes, came to the forefront of his mind. He shuddered from the thought of her even performing her wifely duties. She was a basilisk in human form, terrifying and utterly capable of destroying you but with the slightest of efforts. Though even basilisks need a mate, he supposed dryly to himself. What had been a surprise was how genuinely happy she looked at marrying Sayre at the wedding. Even now he could not help but think it was all purposeful on her part, but he had to concede now that it may actually be genuine. He didn't know why they decided to marry so young, at only 16 and 18 years of age, and he doubted they would tell him, if he dared to ask such a personal question. The papers mentioned it not either, preferring to focus on the wedding itself and the history of both of them. Britain's golden son who prevailed and the lost daughter of the founders was what they had been called in the papers, and the public had eaten up, in blissful cheer. A wedding of the ages to celebrate Sayre's triumph over a dark lord who wanted to destroy them all. And so not a day went by where they would not be mentioned, for months until the wedding and just as long after it. Probably was an easy decision given how everyone wanted to know everything about it, to the point that even his mother pestered him about what he knew. She even wanted to know if he knew what dress the future Lady Sayre would be wearing. Nowhere had been safe, and even at Hogwarts as his 5th year concluded, rumors were rife and some had speculated that she might have been pregnant and they were marrying to make the child legal, whilst others speculated that the near-death fight against Grindelwald had made the two realize that life was short. Those two had been the prevailing theories at the time. Time proved that the pregnancy rumor had been false, and he had no doubt the second was likely just as false. He'd seen her use the platform of her wedding to entreat with several high-ranking officials, even several ministers who came from countries that Sayre had liberated, so it wouldn't surprise him if she wanted to capitalize on the fame the Sayres had now. The eerie silence that surrounded him broke him out of his thoughts and saw Dolohov, Caro, and Not were far ahead of him. He sneered for a brief moment before his legs carried him forward in the heavy snow. The snow crunched under his steps, their sounds carrying in the winds with ease. He stared forward, a bright red light that hung in the sky that they were being led to reach. She'd gotten them here via part8, and once they arrived, she told them that they would have to walk the rest of the way, pointing towards the red light, telling them to reach it whilst she apparat away, leaving them behind. He regretted taking the offer she'd presented him. He could have been in Corsica enjoying the temperate sun instead of constantly reapplying warming charms to avoid freezing to death. He gazed upward. The marvelous colors of the aurora borealis, blues, purples and greens, seemed to dance in the sky despite the high noon sun. When she had told them that she was hosting a gathering of like-minded individuals during the Yule break, he had been excited. His father had praised him quite often on his relationship with the Slytherin, and by proxy the most famous and influential man in the magical world, none more so when Sayre had defeated Grindelwald. He shook his head. He still had difficulties wrapping his mind around that feat. He remembered seeing his father's grim face when they'd met during Hogsmeade that week and told him that he had to do all he could to keep close to Lady Slytherin. Not that it was difficult, after all, he was in her inner circle. His father had not demanded of him to tell him about Lady Slytherin's acts, not after he saw her in the Wizengamot chambers when she'd been summoned. His father instead had told him that he trusted his judgment and that he knew what was expected of him as a Malfoy. To survive and thrive, wherever the coin fell. Words that Malfoys knew and lived by. He understood the game had changed. Though he supposed it changed the moment Sayre and R.I. Slytherin met. He sighed. How things changed. He muttered to himself as he closed the gap between himself and his allies, who chattered and chittered with each other, no doubt thinking this some kind of foolish adventure. He remembered the notions he held when he'd seen her power in action during their first year, when she had been thought as little more than an upstart mudblood daring to enter Salazar's house and performing above her station. He'd seen her exude her power, and he had known then that she was no mere mudblood. Likely some offspring from a dalliance with a filthy muggle by one of the nobles who'd forgotten to kill their prey. No mudblood could be that powerful or dark without lineage. They formed their group, one that had been for returning their society before the blood traders had managed to suppress their traditions, their magic, the elevation of mudbloods and promotion of the idea that muggles were equals. With the command she had over magic, the ruthlessness and how quickly she adopted the right ways, she'd been one of the leaders until with time she began to edge them all out. She may have been little better than a half-blood bastard, but it suited him. Her strength would not come from politics but from her power and those who followed her, and that made her controllable in a small way. She hated the Muggles all on her own and had embraced the ways of the magical world. Her anger was true when she'd learned the invasion of Muggle ideals and worst of all, the Muggle religion. She'd called those who believed in a Christian God to be true blood traitors, the very people who despised them for what they are. Ever since then, he thought brightly about their future and the elimination of blood traitors from position of power, returning Moodbloods to a mere step higher than house elves. Notions that began to wither when he witnessed her growing interest in the Sayer heir and died completely when she came out as Slytherin's heir and took complete control of Slytherin House, and all of their ambitions were nothing but dust in the wake of her own as all kneeled before her. But it had not mattered truly, he was following a true Slytherin. His doubts had been cast away after her acts and the reveal of her heritage that she was not growing soft because of her relationship with Sayer. Even when she proclaimed that Moodbloods and blood traitors were not enemies, he had not broken faith, not with Slytherin's heir. And he'd been right. She seemed to be playing a game larger and wider than he had ever suspected, one that his father believed Sayer was deeply involved in. They were nearing the red light now that shone even in the intense light of the sun, like a beacon beckoning them forward, calling them forth towards wherever Slytherin wanted to lead them to. She posed the question to him, one that made him understand that Moodbloods weren't the problem, only the way and where they were raised. Society did after all need lower classes. By incorporating them into the magical world as soon as they display the slightest bit of magic, any further infestation from the Muggle world would die, and that suited him just fine. If it meant he had to tolerate Moodbloods to ensure the greater evil of Muggles and their filthy ideas remain out of the magical world, he would do it just fine. Malfoy's new compromise. Sayer was no fan of Muggles either, despite his nonsensical views about science, and is famously known to adhere to many of the ancient beliefs and rites. His wedding that had been done in the ancient ways was proof enough. And now, with the death of Dumbledore, wherever and whenever that had been, the so-called Light faction were left without a genuine leader and a reduced coalition, with many defecting to Sayer's Grey faction, which was now the largest faction within the Wizengamot, especially with the allies that Slytherin pulled by moving into the Grey faction as well. Not even his outrageous speeches that seemed to inflame many people on the Wizengamot was able to halt this leakage. They may call it the neutral faction or their official name Coalition for Magical Advancement, but it was most certainly a Grey faction, resurgent and powerful under the stewardship of the Sayer Slytherin leadership. The game was changing and Malfoy's always made sure they changed accordingly. His father remained allied with the Blacks, who took on complete control of the Dark faction with his acts in Scandinavia, earning him prestige and respect and permanently quelled any hints of disobedience from his allies. Though no one had said it, everyone expected the Sayers and the Blacks to dominate the Wizengamot for decades to come. His father was allied with the Blacks and he with the Sayers. An arrangement that would protect the interests of the Malfoys and keep them close to power. The trio before him stopped in front of him, gazing upward at the red light that began to descend down. "Why have you stopped?" he asked in a mildly irritated tone, his unhappiness of the situation clear to see as he caught up to them. He stopped just a few steps behind them, his eyes now turning to the red light. "We're unable to walk any further," Nott told him with a frown before he glanced up at the still descending red light. He glanced at the others who seemed to struggle to move forward from where they stood. It took several steps before he too stopped in his tracks. It felt like he was walking into a soft but firm wall with his feet stuck to the ground. He almost lost balance before he took several steps back and regained his composure. He looked around and saw the reddening of the environment as the red light ever encroached closer, albeit in its slow crawl of a descend. "No, don't!" Nott snarled at Dolohov, who still did not shout at him and whose wand was pointing towards the wall that was stopping them. "Why?" Caro asked, surprised at the vehement snarl that came from Nott's lips. "I have read from my family's library about barriers like this," he said to him, a pale expression on his face. "They're the friendly variants of death wards. There are many types of barriers, but they all fell out of favor when easily maintained wards that didn't need very expensive wardstones became popular. So these are unusual wards," Dolohov said, unimpressed as he eyed the space in front of him. "And why is that important enough to almost scream at me?" Dolohov asked with a raised eyebrow. Nott scowled. "Because the friendly nature of the wards goes away as soon as you try to attack it, and then you will understand why they're still called variants of death wards," he shouted at Dolohov, who looked wide-eyed at the shout that echoed in the desolate air around them. "All right, Nott, calm yourself." Caro tried to calm Nott with a hand to his shoulder. Nott almost shrugged it off, but he breathed out for a moment before he looked to Dolohov, who looked peeved, but it was clear to see that he was unsettled. None more so than the fact that he put his wand back in its holster. "Apologies, Dolohov." He inclined his head. "I have read the things," he eyed the space before them, "warily they can do to people. I'd rather not end up as a red paste on this white desert." "Accepted," Dolohov said stiffly, no doubt still aggrieved at the tone he was spoken to. "Let's just wait for that light to come down." Caro paused for a moment before he brightened up and swiveled to Dolohov, his index finger waggling at the boy. "You owe me 100 galleons. I win the bet." He laughed triumphantly. Dolohov looked offended. "How can you win when we don't know what's on the other side yet? No one would use wards like these if it isn't some kind of treasure," Caro exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Dolohov's counter died on his tongue as they were bathed with red light that caused them all to stiffen. They all turned to the red light which was now very close to them. They could not stare at it too long, its harsh glare though not as bad as the sun was bad enough that you could not stare it too directly for any large amount of time. The light seemed to be just a light, no form or structure to it otherwise. What's hap? Caro's words stopped as the light blinked out into nothingness, leaving them perplexed. Before anyone else could speak, the space before them began to shimmer before a 4x4 square meter passageway opened up before them, revealing that whatever lay behind that passageway was far from what they had seen before. The ground looked brown and patchy though with hints of green growth, with puddles of water, whilst in the distance, he could see long thin structures that looked like they had no end. At either side of the passageway, the same frozen desert they'd seen before was there. An illusionary ward, not, murmured wide-eyed. You know this magic? Dolohov asked intently. Not glanced at Dolohov and shook his head. I don't, not really. Vinda Rozier's use of illusions made me interested in the branch of magic. He frowned. It's one of the trickiest branches to do right. It requires immense concentration to maintain, and why most illusionary enchantments are little better than repelling wards. I have not read anything being possible of this scale. He paused for a moment before he smiled a little before a hint of amusement entered his eyes. I borrowed this book from her last year. They remained silent for a moment as they looked at the passageway a little warily. Caro stepped forward and began to walk towards the passageway. What are you doing? He asked Caro sharply, who simply shouted over his shoulder. Can't let our esteemed leader wait too long. Hate to make her angry. He shouted as he passed the boundary and kept on walking. Malfoy scowled for a moment before Dolohov followed suit. We're here now, might as well see it through, he said to them without looking back. Not looked at Malfoy. She made us swear an oath, Malfoy. Not tossed Malfoy the two-way portkaya which he caught before he met Not's eyes again. Why do that if it's not going to be worth it? Not grinned slightly. You have to admit, the last time we were bound by secrecy, she surprised us in ways none of us ever expected. He shrugged and began to walk towards the passageway. Malfoy stared at Not's back before he looked at the portkaya. He clenched the portkaya in his hand and turned his gaze towards the passageway. He began to walk towards the passageway, having decided. Not was at least right in that she would not have made them swear oaths at Riddle Manor had it not been something worth protecting. If he turned back, he doubted he would ever know until everyone knew. Was it another test of loyalty she was springing on them? He walked through the passageway, an odd sensation to be sure, and when he turned to his right, his eyes widened whilst his mouth was almost agape, an uncouth thing for him to do, but he could do no other thing. He saw a megalithic structure his right, a crystalline structure that seemed to be several meters across and many times that high. As he craned his neck upward, several hundred meters upward, he saw a connecting crystalline bridge-like section that arced around towards other megalithic structures that were perhaps over a kilometer away from the one nearest to him, and it seemed like it continued on and on. He broke out of his daze when he heard his name shouted by Caro, who he turned towards and beckoned him over. Malfoy walked forward and sidestepped a puddle of water and grimaced at the sight of muddy ground. He'd have to burn his shoes once he gets ba. Mud? He only just realized how warm it was, and he cancelled the warming charms and realized that there was very little difference. The warming charms kept the temperature at 20 degrees Celsius, just as it was in the open here. How do you feel it? Caro asked excitedly, and Malfoy narrowed his eyes. Feel what? He asked as they began to walk forward. He wasn't sure if they were going the right direction, but ahead of them was elevated, almost a mountain, and it should give them a good vantage point. The magic. Not said with awe, his eyes closed even as they walked, a look of contentment on his face. Malfoy looked between them all with a wary look before he frowned in concentration. It did feel different, but he thought it was because of the temperature, but there was something familiar to it, almost like Hogwarts. He whispered, and Not's eyes snapped open and turned sharply to Malfoy with gleaming, excited eyes. Yes. He said as calmly as he could, which wasn't very much. It feels as saturated as Hogwarts, if not even more so, he almost finished in a whisper as they began the climb towards the peak of the elevation. But that can't be. Dolohov shook his head. Hogwarts is old. It took centuries to feel like this. Who says that this place isn't as old as Hogwarts? Not questioned. They remained silent as they continued their walk, questions whirling in their minds. They finally reached the peak and looked down at the sight before them with awe. There was a huge inland lake before them, likely where all of the water had pooled when the snow had melted. They were on the rim of a long chain of mountains that almost encircled completely, giving it an appearance that might have been a crater. But that wasn't what caught their attention. What took their attention were the thousands of figures who stood silent and still in rows upon rows upon rows. Why are we here? Malfoy muttered, his eyes fixed on the figures before him. Perhaps we can ask them, Caro told them, and their eyes turned him before they fell on where he was pointing towards. In the distance, standing on atop a peak of one of the mountains that surrounded the lake, were a group of people who did not seem lifeless as the figures below them. They looked at each other, all of them wary. She could be there, Not mused aloud, voicing their hope as they'd like an explanation of what was going on. They were used to her being secretive and evasive, but this was just several degrees beyond that. Let's go, Dolohov said aloud and began to journey there. He sighed with a deep long-suffering exhale of air before he too began to walk towards the group. Not much was said, their focus entirely towards treading the path towards the figures were who growing larger as they neared. They transfigured the ridges into flat surfaces when they were too difficult or strenuous to pass. The pleasure of using their wands outside of their homes during break soon became lost as the tediousness nature of the act was wearing on all them. I wish I brought a broom, Caro complained pitifully. He looked the most tired out of them. The scale of this. Not trailed off, though not without drawing attention from the rest of them. Not saw them looking and answered. The kinds of magic making a place like this is just unthinkable. Abraxas looked at the huge crystalline structures that dotted all around them in a circle. They stretched high into the sky. Who could have made it? He finally asked. Who can tell? Not shook his head. I don't doubt that there are probably several places like this around the world, hidden until someone finds them centuries later. El Dorado was like that too, Caro supplied. The Muggles had heard of it from some locals in the Americas and that it was a regular Muggle city, which it wasn't. It needed someone with magic to breach the wards, and eventually the Anopacalus family managed to pip everyone to it. Malfoy looked around them. This place may not be as desolate as outside the wards, but what could be hidden here to protect it under such wards? The remaining part of the journey was largely done in silence, and it was an hour later that they finally were close enough to the crowd of people that he began to recognize them. Is that? Dolohov trailed off. Caro growled. Of course it is. Rockwood, Malfoy sighed. Of course he'd be here already. He'd thought that Rockwood hadn't been chosen when they'd arrived at Riddle Manor. He knew they all liked that. It had meant that the number 2 position might be open to one of them. Who else is with them? I can't see her there, Dolohov said aloud. They seemed to be seated next to each other towards the lake below them, with several tables around them and a tent behind them. You recognize them as well? Not asked. Malfoy glanced him and nodded. Who are they? Dolohov asked. It wasn't a surprise Dolohov didn't know them. He wasn't all too involved in British nobility and their gatherings despite being of noble origin of Russian descent. They are our esteemed leaders-in-laws, Caro supplied unhelpfully before he squinted his eyes. The old couple, I don't know. The others I don't either. Wait, is that Melissa's second cousin? He asked. As they walked towards them, the old couple broke apart from the group of people. As they neared, they were approached by the old couple, people who looked oddly familiar. Ah, you must be Emily's friends. The old man said jovially. Malfoy glanced at Not. Friends? Not likely. Yes, we're the best of friends, Caro said with a grin with a glint in his eye as he bowed towards the couple. I am Allard Caro, heir of the most noble house of Caro. He stood straight back up and swiveled his arm towards them. And this is Antonin Dolohov, heir of the ancient and noble house of Dolohov, Abraxas Malfoy, heir of the noble house of Malfoy, and Theodore Not, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Not. The old man clapped, a mirthful glint in his eye. Welcome, young heirs. If you follow us, we can offer you some refreshments after what I'm sure was a long and tiresome journey here. They perked up at the word refreshment, himself included. Did you also have to walk this much? Caro asked of the old man, at the same time Dolohov asked. You haven't introduced yourself, Dolohov said flatly. No, we came via part8. The old man smiled at Caro. Abraxas' eye twitched. Forgive my husband's absent-mindedness. The old woman smiled at them kindly and looked at Dolohov directly. I'm Perry and he is Nicky. Malfoy eyed them suspiciously of house. They both turned around and smiled at him, though it certainly did not reach their eyes. The old man spoke up. You'll find out soon enough, dear boy. The old man gave him a pointed look. Names are not the only thing that matter, child. As a Malfoy, you should know that being amidst heirs of much older houses. The old man extended his arm and his wife snaked her arm around the arm and they proceeded to walk back towards the group. Caro snickered slightly before he hummed as he followed them. He twisted his face in disdain but said nothing further as he followed them. The fact they were around the Sayers meant that it was likely they weren't nobodies. He kept his tongue under control. Soon enough they made it to the little camp. He saw the women of House Sayer standing there with incredibly tall woman of some exotic origin, perhaps Indian. He saw the old man Sayer there too. His eyes looked at the others and noticed that it was indeed Perelius Parkinson, Melissa Parkinson's cousin, someone who had joined the Knights of Mimpost from the beginning and fought alongside Atticus Sayer. Similarly, he recognized Gerald Dayton, the Sayer retainer. Rockwood waved at them lazily as he sat in a recliner seat, a glass of pumpkin juice in his hand. His right eye twitched at the sight. He had to slave to get here, and no doubt Rockwood was given the same part8 as the old couple. His eyes went towards the remaining 2 others and narrowed his eyes slightly. What were these mudbloods doing here? He recognized them from Hogwarts and at the wedding too. Derek Saunders and Sandra Kilburn. 2 mudbloods that had fallen off after Hogwarts, just as most mudbloods did, only to somehow resurface at the Sayer wedding. None had said anything, lest they risk the ire of the Sayers, but his mother had complained about it, just as he imagined many others had, for sharing such an occasion with mudbloods. He did not pay them any further attention as his eyes swiveled towards the ladies. My ladies. Malfoy bowed from the waist. Heir Malfoy. Dowager Sayer acknowledged him before she did the same to the others. Sophia Sayer curtsied Heir Malfoy. Her tone was neutral, just as it was when she repeated it for the others. This is Moira e Prakushma, a relative of House Sayer. Dowager Sayer told them. The Moodbloods came forth, as did Parkinson and Dayton. Lord Benedict Sayer nodded to them afar but remained at a distance. They were introduced to each other. He plastered his most polite smile as he nodded to the Moodbloods, one that he practiced enough at Hogwarts, in line with Slytherin's demands. Parkinson and Dayton nodded firmly at them but offered nothing else before they went into the tent that he presumed was expanded with spatial charms. Rockwood came up to them, a grin on his face. About time you guys arrived. What took you so long? He asked. He resisted to strangle the boy in front of him and he could see a murderous intent in both Dolohov and Caro. Not Wisely was the one who spoke up, albeit in a neutral expression. We walked. He said flatly, staring pointedly at Rockwood. For over 3 hours. Rockwood said a little awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I didn't think she'd do that, he murmured to himself, but loud enough for them to hear. She talked about it with Rockwood. He glanced at Dowager Sayer, who looked to be a close eye at them, and he played his hand on Dolohov's shoulder, who turned sharply towards him and then followed his eyes and visibly calmed down. The last thing they wanted to cause an incident. Dolohov gave Rockwood a last glare before he walked off towards the tables. Malfoy's eyes finally glanced at the table and saw it stacked with all kinds of food. Please help yourself, Dowager Sayer said, and no sooner as those words escaped from her lips, Caro sped walked towards the table and began to eat. His groans of delight were embarrassing, though it only seemed to bemuse their hosts. After satiating his hunger, he left the other three to their feast and sat next to Rockwood, who was back in his recliner seat. He stared at the odd group of people before him, the tall woman and Sophia Sayer in particular, who seemed to be in deep conversation. Why are we here? He asked finally. Rockwood cringed before he glanced at Malfoy. Can't say. Malfoy's right eye twitched. All I can say is that it'll be well worth it. Well worth walking for hours like a filthy muggle. Malfoy's tone was low, laced with anger. Rockwood looked helpless for a moment before he gave up and shrugged. You can tell me in. He whipped out his wand and frowned as he looked at the time. In 47 minutes. If it helps, I don't know much either, she only gave me hints, Rockwood told him. He stared at Rockwood for a minute before finally deciding that he had waiting this long, waiting less than an hour was little matter. After the others had finished eating, they all waited together until everyone other than themselves had begun to walk towards the edge of the mountain. He followed suit, as did the others, and glanced at them before following where their eyes were looking at. He began to feel slight tremors through his feet. He looked around and saw everyone else had felt it too. The tremors increased in strength to the point that it was becoming difficult to remain standing until it simply vanished. He looked around and saw the old man, who was next to him, had taken out his wand and seemed to have stabilized them all. He winked at Abraxas before he looked back up. The sudden arrival of a huge shadow made him sharply look up and he almost fell on his backside. The wards in the distance were shimmering away as a huge thing began to descend downwards, the size of it growing and growing until it cleared the wards, and a huge mountain-sized rock was floating directly in front of them, though at least a dozen miles away from them. What is that? Caro exclaimed in shock. Is that a floating mountain? That, my dear, is an asteroid. One of many found beyond the orbit of Mars, the old woman told them. They turned to her with disbelieving looks on their face. Mars? Not was the one who asked. But Mars can't be reached, let alone beyond it. The old woman enigmatically at them before she turned her gaze upward again. There are many things you think is impossible that are only targets for your friend Emily and her husband to reach. Abraxas swallowed harshly. She had to be lying. But the sight before him was undeniable. It was an oddly shaped bulbous rock that was somewhat oval-shaped, likely more than several miles wide. A deep glow began to emit from the crystalline structures that saturated the air even more with magic, so much so it felt like he was swimming in it. How is this possible? Not asked with awe. Magic, my dear child, the old man said jovially, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Magic and ingenuity. Pay attention, you have seen little yet. Abraxas took the moment to look at the Sayers, who were looking on with concentration. He saw Dowager Sayer holding onto the hand of the old man Benedict, who looked strangely emotional. Why was he here? He glanced to Not, who he managed to catch his eye, and saw that he was thinking the same. Was it to show how far beyond them all she and her husband were? He remained silent as he watched the remaining part of the asteroid descend. Lights seemed to pop into existence, and he soon realized that it was in the shape of those huge crystal-like structures he'd seen when he'd entered this place. They began to glow, brightly, like the morning sun, as the huge rock continued to descend until it seemed to settle, like it was lying on an invisible net in mid-air. Did they make this place? Not's voice was trembling and he snapped his eyes at the boy. He was pale, paler than he'd ever seen him. They did, the old man confirmed with a smile. They can't have. This place was just as magical as Hogwarts was. Loud sounds of cracking, breaking reverberated in the air and he unconsciously took a step back, fearful at what he was seeing, what he thought was happening. The old man chuckled, drawing his attention. "Do not be afraid," he said with a mirthful tone in his voice, "it's only changing." The man said with a glint in his eyes. Caro's eyes seemed to goggle. "Why you re Nicholas Flamel," he said in exclamation. Malfoy's eyes widened. Then that old woman. He was here with the Flamels? Before he could think on it any further, the creaking sounds grew in volume, drawing his attentions, though not before catching Lady Sayre stepping forward next to that tall Indian woman, and then he saw the very surface of it changing, shifting like it was coated by a thin film of water. The coat on the surface seemed to grow thicker, a rippling velvety glowing wave seemed to encompass the entire piece of rock, leaving behind a shining silvery grey surface. "Transfiguration," Not whispered Odd. "They're transfiguring it," he said with a baffled, shocked laugh. "But why? It won't be permanent," Malfoy protested. "Won't it?" Lady Flamel interjected with what he could only interpret as a mischievous glint. He swallowed harshly. It was impossible. Surely. He'd known Sayre was a transfiguration master, one of the brightest in centuries, but to think he cracked permanent transfiguration. The shape of the former rock began to change, flattening, smoothing. "Merlin," he whispered, shaken to his core. What he was witnessing today. In what only seemed like moments, as he stood there transfixed, unable to move a single muscle, it began to split as it began to glow brighter and more blinding than before. Malfoy had to shield his eyes to protect his gaze, yet it was impossible to witness the shadows that were cast in the far distance, growing and growing as the intense light dimmed until they were all submerged in what seemed like dim darkness. "They've done it," he heard whispered. He looked to his right, annoyed, and his eyes widened at the sight. It left him speechless. He saw a look of awe on Nicholas Flamel's face. "Nicky, you're shocking the child," his wife said with humor as she glanced at them both before she looked at changing asteroid. "Don't be so alarmed, child. Even those as old as us can be surprised and awed. Today is one such occasion." "What does he mean with they've done it?" he asked before he looked at the asteroid again, and he was taken aback at what he was seeing. "Impossible," he whispered, his mouth agape, any thought of uncouthness lost as he stood on trembling knees at what he was seeing. What had once been a mountain-sized piece of rock was now a massive metallic structure that stretched into the distance to which he could see no end. He couldn't even see above it, beyond it, it obscured the sun completely, even its light, and the only source of light they had was the dim glow of the structure above them all. It was incomprehensible, unfathomable, the size of the creation that hung far above their heads. Two small glowing orbs figures seemed to float beneath the impossible structure. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand all of this. He saw two small figures floating beneath the impossible structure. "You are here today to witness a new beginning," he heard Lady Flamel say, drawing his shocked eyes to her. She seemed to smile widely before she gazed upward. "A new era, and you have been chosen to see it happening before your very eyes." He followed her eyesight, towards the two figures who seemed to hang above, as if to symbolize how beyond them all they were. And, for the first time in his life, Abraxas Malfoy felt small. And POV. Anne stared at the wonder her son created. She thought she could understand. She thought she'd seen images of Illos plenty of times to understand. Yet, as it happened before her, as she saw the beginnings of Illos, she realized she could never have understood it all. She did not even understand it now. It was beyond all that she had come to understand about magic, and it was frightening, yet, it was her son who managed to surpass barriers to magic that their entire world had understood were fixed. "Marcus, if only you could see what our son has achieved," she thought to herself. She glanced back at Benedict, who, for the very first time since the next of the death of his son and daughter, wore extremely deep emotions on his face, one mixed with pride and awe. She looked around and saw similar expressions, even fear from Emily's friends, but all wore awe on their faces. "Inyasha," she heard Moira whisper. She turned to her but was startled at her expression. She bore a slight smile, though her eyes exuded a level of coldness she had never seen from Moira. Moira noticed her stare and turned to her, the cold look having gone. "Inyasha," Anne began, her eyes meeting the tall woman's gaze. "It means victory in my tongue," Moira said, her eyes returning to the floating structure before them. "Victory?" Anne asked, her eyebrows meeting in a frown, confused. "A victory for many people," she told Anne. "Victory for your son, your family, your people, and the beings who carry your unique ability to use neurophysical energy." Anne kept a careful gaze on her friend. Moira was many things, but she never said anything without meaning, to the point that it had taken some time for her to get used to it. All of her high society events had her interact with people who said many things but without much substance or meaning. Those who did, they tended to want something, to pry a secret and feast upon it like a scavenger bird onto a rotten corpse. Moira, though, it almost seemed like it was easy to come to her, to speak with her or to seek her advice. When she had something to say, it was almost necessary to listen, and to ask the right questions. Victory for you? Anne questioned. At this Moira turned to her, a half smile on her face. She turned back towards the floating structure. In a sense, it was a one-sided bet with an old librarian, whom I hate, whom I acrimoniously respect. Anne looked at Moira puzzled. Librarian? She wasn't sure if they were talking about the same victory, and she wasn't sure if Moira would clear up the confusion either. Anne looked back at the structure which began to change shape. It's odd, I can't really imagine you hating anyone. She glanced at Moira, let alone a librarian. What did the person do to earn your enmity? Be a better librarian than you are? Anne asked with light humor, her attention split between Moira and the structure her son created. The smile on Moira's face fell and Anne grew slightly worried at how cool her expression was. She committed the greatest crime any librarian can do. She decided to write her version of books in books already written, guiding stories towards a path that was not hers to decide. Moira's voice was soft though her words didn't fail to make Anne feel defensive. Moira turned to her, that half smile returning even though her eyes were noticeably harsher. In many ways she preserved more than any other may have been permitted to, more of the truth and adherence exists due to her touch, and yet, not even she could resist the failings of those like her. Moira's eyes seemed lost for a moment. They looked ancient, weary, and worn, a kind of tiredness that seemed tinged with melancholy. They refocused on Anne after a few seconds, that same half smile creeping into her face. What was this one-sided bet? Anne finally asked. The question on the forefront of her mind could not be prevented from escaping her lips as she looked on with unbridled curiosity. She knew she did not fully understand what Moira was saying, these riddled words that held more meaning than she could perceive. Moira was exceptionally capable in phrasing things in ways she could understand, in ways she could accept, yet speak about things she at times had no complete comprehension about. Moira's half smile grew slightly, almost so slight that it could have been missed. That her versions could be unwritten, and rewritten in ways that were greater than either the author's intent or hers. Her black eyes were sharp in ways that raised the hairs on Anne's body. Stories that carry a greater inheritance. Anne's eyes widened. Inheritance? Rewritten by whom? Anne asked, a deep frown growing on her face. She knew a little of what the ancient enemy of humanity had done to them, but much of Moira was saying eluded her. Moira remained silent, saying nothing further on what she had talked about, gazing up at the structure that was continued to complete its shape, smoothing wider much like how clay shaped in the hands of men. There was a strange sense of familiarity in that thought, one she could not get out of her head for the remainder of this day that belonged to her son and his wife, a day of beginnings, and of victories. Chapter 21, Prologue to Arc 3. Hello all, this will be the last post in this book and I will continue writing Arc 3 in my other publishing. This is a prologue for the first part of the first chapter of Arc 3, Chapter 66. This arc will be far less combative and will involve a lot more intrigue than in the previous arcs, which will present its own challenges writing-wise. It will also be truer to the world-building elements in the literal sense as Illos and the universe at large is slowly revealed to you guys, and there will be more science fiction involved in this arc along with philosophical questions and moral decisions that may or may not be right, or wrong. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and head over to Odyssey of a Mage Part 3 where I have posted the rest of the chapter and where there is also Chapter 2, Chapter 67. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters, 68 to 70, are available on patreon/boombox117 where we are now on the third final arc of the story. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Break. 24th of June 1952. 40 POV. Oof, he said as tumbled onto the grass, almost falling flat on his face after jumping down higher than he had ever before. It was a record, he knew for sure. A scraping noise above drew his attentions and he snapped back to attention, his eyes wide at the loudness of the noise, knowing that his brother was going to wake everyone up. He quickly got back up to his feet and faced towards the second floor of their home. Gaius, careful. You're going to wake everyone up. He whispered, hissing the words more than saying them. His brother seemed to hear him as the scraping noise of the chair disappeared and his brother's head popped out of the window and began to climb out of the window very slowly. He took the chance to look around whilst his brother took his time. It was a little dark, the hueground lights that were as bright as the sun was during the summertime were now very dim, almost so dim that he couldn't see very far ahead of him. They were always this dim when it was bedtime. He could see in the distance some of the lights were on in the buildings though, probably trying do all kinds of nice things. He grew impatient, turned around and whispered again, hurry. He didn't want to get caught, not like the last time. Okay, his friend said grumpily as he turned around, hanging on to the side of the building. He looked hesitant, fearful, in the dim morning lights and 40 knew his brother needed some courage. Come on Gaius, it's not that far, it only looks far. It didn't seem to convince him and 40 was fed up, his face scrunching. Fine, I'll go alone. He said petulantly, a little louder than he really should have, but he didn't care and he turned around, stomping away. He heard a thud and swiveled around and saw his brother groan on the floor. He beamed widely at his brother as he ran to him and picked him up from under the armpits. I knew you could do it, he whispered happily. My knees hurt, Gaius complained miserably whilst he hobbled along as distance between themselves and their home grew. It'll be fine, he waved the concerns of his brother away as he patted him on the back. Just think what we will be able to tell the others in class tomorrow. He whispered excitedly, the lights around the home fading away as they continued to walk away from their home onto the very quiet street. That caused Gaius to smile. He could see faintly. I hope it'll be worth it, his brother muttered a little worried. I don't want Mama to be angry at us for nothing, but he waved it away. Mama Lisa won't be too angry. She'll only make us do boring chores which are not that bad, he said easily. It would be worth it too. Yeah, his brother agreed. Mama doesn't make us do terrible things when we've been too naughty, not like Ms. Kelly. Forty nodded furiously as he remembered Appia tell them what Ms. Kelly did to Flavius and the others when they broke the rules. Our Mama is the best, Forty said resolutely. He felt a little bad that he was out past bedtime, but this was a mission. An adventure. She'd love to hear about it too, he was sure of it. Much better than their Mama, Gaius agreed eagerly as the fading lights of their home no longer offered any more light than the dim lights that hung in the sky. When can we use our lights? Gaius asked, and he glanced at the dark face of his brother and knew he was likely biting his lip in concern. He did that a lot. When we're a little down the hill, not that far now, he told his brother, taking his arm and walked a little quicker. Their home was on a hill overlooking the buildings on the far side with the biggest mountain in all of Illos behind their home. But the biggest buildings were the best ones to see. They were like 4 really tall ones, with the tallest building much bigger, and it was also where he stayed. They were all very similar, buildings that had gaps in the middle and were almost like separate building but squashed together. Sometimes, these buildings had like a small light in the middle and they became like candles. The teacher showed them a picture of the city once it would be finished. He said that it was only a third complete. And it looked really nice. Apparently it would be finished by the time they were 11 or 12, which was a long time from now, almost double the ages they were now. They were all like little islands with 2 big rings of water separating them with lots and lots of little water rings and water roads. He hadn't been there before, until today. Their home was not far from the first big ring of water, like maybe 40 minutes walking or an hour if they were slow like some of the others. Their home was on a hill with other homes that were also on hills not far from them. The hills were like big bubbles pressed together, all with streets that snaked around that became one big street with lots of green trees and plants of all kinds of colors and even purple flowers that lit up when you touched it. And they went downhill into the street that led to their school and also to the big bridge that connected to the tallest building in all of Illos. There was no one else on their hill, just like with the other homes, and they had all kinds of things. They had a football field, hoop ball, and many other fun things. The other homes were the same, but their hill was nicer, even Mama agreed, and she does not lie. Their school was kind of far, it took almost half an hour walking, but it was okay. Their classmates had to do it too, and they had all kinds of fun, especially when they played games on their way to school. Like catching others in a game of tag and lighting up their purple flowers that they'd pick from the side of the streets. A lot of their games were really fun. They just had to make sure they weren't late because no one wanted to get on teacher's bad side. He remembered the last time they were late and he had vowed never to do it again. He had to stay in for like the entire weekend just to finish his homework. Okay, we can use the lights now, he whispered to his brother as they walked downhill, far from any houses. Okay, his brother said quickly, and they both raised one of their hands light. They said almost in unison and their hands began to glow, though Gaius was far brighter than his own. Gaius! He hissed out, pulling on his shirt. Remember the breathing trick? He told his brother as he looked around him, hoping that no one saw the bright light. His brother eventually got it under control, and now both of their lights were only little but enough to make sure they could see where they were going. Sorry, I forgot, his brother mumbled. It's okay, we only learnt last week anyway, he shrugged. It wasn't very difficult, but his brother seemed to have a bit of a problem doing these kinds of things. He had trouble with levitating before then too. He wasn't the only one, a few of their siblings and classmates had an issue too at first, but they did manage to do it after a little while. Not like him though, he was good at getting things on the first go. After a long while, they arrived, finally, at the foot of the slope onto the street that would lead to the bridge, past their school, and it would be their biggest challenge yet. They'd been there before, after school, but they never dared to go on it. It would take an age to pass, and if they were caught by one of the elders, they would be in a world of trouble. But today they would be able to do it. Mama was away visiting other mamas and they could cross the bridge without being worried about it taking an age. They could sneak past any elders, he was sure of it. They walked past their school quietly and sneakily, and they finally got to the bridge, oohing and awing as they stared the dark buildings that were all like squished together into one big one. They were so tall too. Much taller than they looked like from school. There were a few lights on, even the one that he'd seen a lot of elders go into. Julia said that it was there where all elders went to smooch each other. He scrunched his nose. He didn't really know what it meant, only that Julia said that she heard the older girls from the Pandrosian Institute talked about smooching a lot, but she never explained what it really meant. Maybe it was like a daring game. Anyway, they had to be careful and make sure no one saw them. Do you really think he'll be there? His brother whispered as they turned off their lights and walked sneakily through the main street after having crossed the first section of the bridge, trying to hug the buildings as they crossed one side of the street into the darker side. Yes, he said to his brother, his eyes brimming with excitement. Fausta said she heard one of the elders say that he always sat in the park by the main building after flying down from Mount Sealstees. Every night. So that means he be there now too. I hope so, his brother muttered concerned, but he paid it no mind. He would be there, he knew he would be. All their lives they heard about him, the man who built all there was to see in Illos, even Mount Sealstees itself with only his lady friend. He was really impressed when heard that he built Mount Sealstees. He'd seen the Faceless One's golems working once on a small building and that took a few days to finish. If he did the same with Mount Sealstees, then it must have taken forever. Mount Sealstees was the tallest mountain ever and the top was almost higher than the metal walls. One day he'd fly to the top on a skymobile or maybe even fly without one like he was said to do all the time. They finally managed to walk past the buildings, almost having been caught by one of the elders who had been walking on the other side of the street, but they were clever and made sure to stick around by the walls and shadows where they could hide if they needed to. They were past the second part of the bridge and now the tallest building in all of Illos was in front of them and they marveled at it. Wow, his brother whispered in awe and he agreed. Even in the dim lights of the orbs it was amazing to see the waterfalls and the glittering stones that made it look like they were out of gold. It was all so big and pretty. They stepped onto the railings as they came across a set of stairs and they saw that it led to a park nearby and they excitedly ran down the stairs, their lights now off as the street lights were bright enough. The streets were very quiet, it had been a long time now since they had seen another elder. Teacher had explained once that Illos didn't have many people yet, but every year more and more were making it their home. He didn't know a lot of elders, but he did learn to recognize the ones that seemed really new. They looked funny with strange robes, nothing like the normal clothes that everyone else wore. A lot of the older students from Pandrosian Institute who came from the outside stayed in Illos after finishing school. They were apparently from families who he personally invited to their homes, to come and learn and even make Illos their home. Teacher said sometimes they said no and he couldn't understand why. He'd seen the holos of the outside, it was so dirty. They finally arrived by the gates of the big park and they walked through it, the path led them through dimly lit areas. What's that? His brother said and he turned to him. His brother's eyes were squinted and he looked at where he was looking and saw strange lights that seemed to be dancing. It must be him. 40 exclaimed excitedly and he ran towards it. 40, wait! His brother cried out, but it was too late. 40 didn't really what he'd do when he'd see his hero, but that was okay, he'd think of something. He was always good at thinking of something to do. He was off the path that snaked around the park and into the bushes and trees, weaving his way through them, hopping and jumping over roots and thorny bushes. The lights grew brighter, the whizzing and twisting lights grew more obvious and his eyes goggled as he came to a dead stop, his mouth open in wonder. Thousands, maybe even millions of lights danced in a very strange way, but it didn't make it any more pretty. They were aglow, their colors a mix of golds and silvers, and he couldn't help but stare in wonder. They seemed to dance around the trees and in them as well, like when he and his siblings danced during Beltane in front of a campfire. His brother breathed heavily as he slumped over, holding his knees. Fire bees, he said with a slight struggle, and 40 looked at his brother with wide eyes. You sure? He said in wonder before he looked again at the lights. Yes, I saw them in a hollow in the school library, his brother answered, his voice now stabler, though it wasn't hard to hear he was also really impressed by what they were seeing. Your brother is right, he heard a deep voice say, and they both jumped. Arg, his brother squeaked out, clutching his arm as he did so. 40 didn't mind, he was also holding onto his brother as they swiveled around like a whip and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Why Yuri? His brother stammered, which was better than what he could manage right now. It was him. He wasn't looking at them but was looking at the fire bees instead. His arms were behind his back and he looked very relaxed. He was dressed like the other elders but slightly darker. His hair was very long, like a girl's, but he wouldn't say that to him. They're Japanese fire bees from the Hokkaido region. An endangered magical species. Well done, child, for recognizing what they were. He turned his head towards them, a kind smile on his face. His brother flushed, embarrassed, but he knew his brother was very happy to hear it from him. He felt a little jealous, but it didn't occupy his mind too much as he couldn't help but be drawn to his eyes that seemed to be glowing like the fire bees. They were very purple and even the small drops of green were very green. You're far from your home, children, he said calmly with a raised eyebrow, one that reminded him a lot of Mama when she was expecting an answer from them. I. His brother stammered again and he elbowed his brother slightly and his brother's mouth audibly clamped shut. His brother was really smart, he knew a lot, but he was really bad at explaining stuff, especially when they needed to get out of trouble. He turned around and met his hero's gaze and he slinked into himself, his feet shuffling awkwardly as he grew more and more nervous. We wanted to meet you. He blurted out suddenly, unable to come up with something else to say. Really? He said with his eyebrows raised. Yes, he nodded rapidly. We heard that you always came to this park every night and we thought we could meet you. Yes. His brother piped up, seemingly finding the strength to speak coherently. We heard from Fausta, who heard from the elders that you were always here. And you decided to leave your home, in the middle of the night, cross the bridge completely, somehow find your way here in this park hours later, all because of a rumor that could be wrong. He said with a raised eyebrow. Yes. His brother said in a small, subdued voice. Well, it wasn't wrong. You're here. 40 said brightly. The man looked at him for a moment and finally nodded. That is true enough. Doesn't mean it was a good idea. He said with a look that he'd seen Mama give. Sometimes you could have been hurt or lost. He shook his head rapidly. We're fine, we know how to be careful. He denied. We're really good at finding our way. It hadn't been all that difficult at all. All the lights in the distance helped them to avoid where not to go. It seems so, the man said a little dryly, a small smile on his face before he glanced at them both. Well, you have now met me, now what? He asked curiously. The brothers glanced at each other, before they looked at the man blankly. 40 wasn't really sure what to say until his eyes brightened up. Can you really fly? Can you teach us how to fly too? He said quickly, words burst out of his mouth in quick fashion. He really wanted to fly like him. The man said nothing for a moment until he thought he'd seen him almost smile. Is that why you came to find me? To learn how to fly? He asked them. Do we need a better reason? 40 retorted without thinking, his eyes wide at what he said to his hero. 40. His brother said in a furious whisper, his brother's eyes wide in terror at his cheekiness. Though it seemed like it wasn't something that made the man angry, since he began to laugh. He stopped laughing as he looked at them with a smile on his face. I suppose not. Flying is an understandable reason to break the rules like you have done tonight, the man said to them. And to answer your questions. The man said, and their eyes boggled when he began to hover slightly, his eyes glowing more brightly as his hair began to sway like it was breezy, but it wasn't breezy at all. Wow. That is so. Teach us please. The brothers spoke over each other as they looked at their hero with uncontained excitement, something that seemed to make the man smile a little wider before he sat back onto the ground. Yes, I can fly, the man said with a humorous voice. But no, I will not teach you how to fly, the man told them with a smile still on his face. But why? His brother exclaimed in dismay. Beside the fact that you broke a lot of rules to get here. The man pointedly said to them, quieting them down. For one, it is a difficult thing to learn, one that would many years for you to be able to do. We're really good at magic. 40 said defensively. Look. He said as he brought his hands out. Light. He said, and his hands began to glow before he scrunched his face up a little, and the glow began to become bright until a light began to form in front of his hands, an orb much like the lights that illuminated all of Illos during winter. See. 40 exclaimed. We were only shown how to make light last week and I did this all by myself, he said proudly. His brother also showed what he could do, and though he couldn't yet make an orb like he could, his light was also really good. See, we are really good at learning magic. We can learn how to fly easily too, 40 said after he let the light go out, staring challengingly at his hero. The man only smiled in the wake of his stare and suddenly asked, what are your names? I am Gaius Volacinus of Clan Hardy, his brother said nervously, and this is my brother Jew. 40 he said sharply, sending a glare at his brother. He didn't want his hero to know his girly name. 40. The man asked with a raised eyebrow. 40 he said firmly. My brother doesn't like his first name, not ever since he was teased about it. His brother said, much to his annoyance. It's because it is very similar to he elbowed his brother. Oof, his brother said pained. Don't be so mean to your brother, the man said disapprovingly, and he looked down. He didn't mean to be mean to his brother, he was his best friend. It was just he really hated his first name. 40 was much better. So you chose the name 40 for yourself? His hero asked him. He looked up and met his gaze and nodded rapidly. It's my surname shortened. He answered brightly. He liked his surname, it was different to everyone else's. I won't tell that either, he said slyly. Not until you teach us how to fly. The man looked amused at that and looked at his brother, who suspiciously looked down, and 40 smiled widely at his brother for not telling on him. I see, he said with a small smile. How old are you? The man asked. 7. 40 answered immediately. 7, almost 8, his brother said. Very young. I'm impressed. He said appraisingly, and 40 felt a deep swell of pride. Just as I'm sure you'll be grounded for just as long when I take you back home. The man said, and 40 felt like a pin pricked his balloon from the way his stomach dropped. What? His brother said in a panic. The man chuckled as he looked at them with a look that reminded him of when Mama looked like she thought they did a stupid thing, but he didn't think what they did was stupid at all. It was brave and clever. Did you think you could break so many rules without a punishment to suit it? The man said. But grounded. His brother stammered before he snapped his head towards 40. You said that we would only have to do homework. he said accusingly, pointing his finger at him. Hey, don't blame me. 40 said defensively before he looked at his hero, his eyes entreating. You don't have to teach us how to fly, sir, he said nervously. I think that is punishment enough. He said with a weak smile. Their hero's lips seemed to twitch before he slightly widened his arms, the palms of his hands facing upward. Come on, let's get you back, he said as they began rise in the air much to their shock. They were flailing as they lost control over their bodies, the ground looking more and more distant. 40 We're flying, his brother said in fearful but excited shock before he also began to rise and they shot up in the air, and he laughed, brightly. His brother was wailing slightly at the growing distance they were from the ground, but to him, it was the greatest thing ever. They rose and rose and rose until everything was so small except for the tallest building which looked even bigger up on high. His eyes were wide with wonder, the whistling winds didn't bother him. It was so amazing, to see everything even if it was still very dark. The lights of the buildings, the lights of the dim orbs that were up so high in the sky, it still allowed him to see a lot. He outstretched his arms like a bird as they flew past the first ring, then the second ring and then finally began to head towards their home, everything ending so much quicker than he wanted. It took them hours to meet their hero, but they were almost home in what felt like only minutes. They began to go down, the hill their home stood on came into view, the door of the house open, lights all brightly on, and his stomach dropped when he realized their mama was standing outside the door. Oops, he thought miserably, knowing that they could be grounded for forever. But a smile crept on his face. He flew. It was worth all the punishment he'd get. He glanced at his brother who looked a little green and laughed. He was sure Gaius would feel the same tomorrow. Especially when their siblings and the others were told. They'd be so jealous. They met their hero and they went flying with him. They landed in front of their mother with only a slight stumble, but they didn't have any time to relax. Gaius Volicinus Hardy, his mother growled out as she stomped towards them. He blanched at her tone, knowing that they were in it, and he tried to distract her from using his full name, but it was to no avail. Julius Fortenko Hardy, she growled out, her eyes showing a fury that made him gulp. I don't know what you were thinking, she harshly as she seized both of their shoulders, causing them to yelp at the firm grip. She looked down at him and he blanched under her gaze. I know it was your idea, she said in a furious tone before she rounded up on Gaius, and you. You should know better than to cater to your brother's foolhardiness. She said angrily, and he could see his brother shaking and unshed tears in his eyes. Now he really felt bad. Gaius didn't like upsetting mother too much, he didn't either, but Gaius was too nice like that. It was. Quiet, Julius, his mother said sternly. 40, he mumbled under his breath but remained quiet when the growl deepened. She twisted them around. Thank you, my lord, for bringing them back home, she said to Lord Sayer gratefully, who only inclined his head to her. She tightened her grip on his shoulder, startling him. And what do you say, boys? She asked with a tight smile, her eyes still showing anger. Thank you, Lord Sayer, they mumbled at the same time, their eyes fixed on the ground. You're welcome, the man said, and 40 thought he could hear a smile in the man's voice, so he looked up and saw him stepping closer to them and bent down to them so they were on eye level with each other. Despite the unwise, Lord Sayer said with an amused smile, something that 40 couldn't help but sheepishly smile in return to. Way we have met. I am pleased to have met such bright children such as yourself, though I have to say you should spare your mother from worrying so much, Lord Sayer said with an expectant look. They looked at their mother and saw that she was still angry but also upset. We're sorry, Mama. We won't do this again, they promised to their mother, and she softened a little bit. I'm glad, but it doesn't get you out of being grounded for 3 months, she said sternly. 3 months. He bit his tongue as the urge to protest was almost too much. It may seem harsh, Lord Sayer spoke up again, drawing their attentions, but it is a fair one. You could have gotten hurt, and then imagine how bad your mother would have felt. 40 looked down. Go inside, boys, I will need to speak with Lord Sayer for a moment, she said, pushing them towards the open door. If you do anything other than head straight to bed, she said warningly, and they nodded rapidly before they turned towards the door. 40 stopped even as Gaius ran towards the door, and he turned, his gaze on Lord Sayer. Thank you for showing me what it's like to fly, he said with a bright smile before a determination set in him. I will also learn how to do it, no matter how long it takes. He vowed as much as he could. It was amazing, to fly like a bird. No matter how long it took, even if it took forever, he would fly just like Lord Sayer. Julius, his mother said sternly, her expression thunderous. He gulped and all confidence fled him. Time to go, he thought to himself as he turned, but before he could run out of hearing range, he heard Lord Sayer speak, words that he would carry for the rest of his life and live by. I expected as much, Mr. Fortenko. I expect many great things from you. It was a start of a journey that other children, many centuries in the future, would aspire to replicate or surpass.